credits for this fanfiction go to Aries7056. Link in the description. We know what you did to Mito. Katsuki's eyes widened slightly. He scowled deeper. And what might that fucking be? Midoriya tried to speak up. Kaken, I promise you I didn't mean to say it. I was tired under Recovery Girl's quirk. I never meant to go back on it. I swear. I am so sorry. We know, Uraraka said while putting a hand on Midoriya's shoulder as if she was protecting him, that you bullied him, that you bullied our friend. Plus, in which Class A find out about Bakugou's bullying and don't react in the best way possible. Even though they don't know the whole story. Everyone in Class 1A was pissed at Katsuki. What pissed him off? He didn't know why they were acting like this. They definitely didn't try to make it subtle either. During class, he'd be glared at openly. During lunch, well, he'll just say according to his FR classmates, there wasn't enough space on the table he usually sat at. Which was such obvious bullshit he just left to eat elsewhere. He didn't care, though. Their loss, he really truly didn't care. Why did he feel like he was convincing himself? What didn't help was that Midoriya was acting more skittish and guilty than usual. A glance shot in his direction by Katsuki would make him smile weakly but then look down, as if ashamed. He was quieter. And he looked uncomfortable whenever a classmate would accidentally shove into Katsuki, or would accidentally leave their leg out conveniently to make him stumble a little. Each time the person would apologize, but it was so fake Katsuki almost wanted to hide his look of disgust and anger. It was so frustrating that they'd openly lie to his face like that. Say, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Or, "Oh, I didn't mean to. Sorry." Or, "Oh, did I hurt you? Sorry. Sorry, fucking sorry." How fucking stupid. How gullible. How weak did he look to them? It hurt. So when, for what must have been the 50th time someone purposely stuck their leg out, he snapped. I'm fucking done with this. What the fuck is everyone's problem? He snapped to the classroom. It was home time. He should be out of this damn classroom by now, but he needed to know. He was tired of all this shit. Midoriya turned to look at him from where he was gathering his things. He hesitated, looking around the silent classroom, and Katsuki watched him closely. Eventually, he steeled himself to do something, and opened his mouth. Kaken, what are you talking about, Bakugou? Uraraka cut in. Her voice was sweet, but Katsuki knew better. He heard the venom, the anger in her tone. He scowled. The fuck do you mean? You think I'm so fucking stupid to not see what everyone's doing? Or that I'm naive enough? Gullible, maybe? Ha! Todoroki spoke up. That should have been a warning. Todoroki rarely meddled with class drama. He spoke calmly, but like Uraraka, it was obvious it was hiding anger. Fine, if you'd really like to know. We were just giving you a taste of your own medicine. And what the fuck does that mean? Katsuki snapped. It means, Kirishima said, and against his will. The look on his face made Katsuki's heart deflate a little. That we know what you did in middle school. Katsuki's eyes widened slightly. He scowled deeper. That it could mean many things, but in this context, the answer was obvious. And what might that fucking be? Midoriya tried to speak. Kaken, I promise you, I didn't mean to say it. I was tired under Recovery Girl's quirk. I never meant to go back on it. I swear. And I am so sorry. We know, Uraraka said while putting a hand on Midoriya's shoulder as if she was protecting him, that you bullied him, that you bullied our friend. Our friend. That they were acting as if they didn't regard him as a friend either. Sure, he acted rough and pissed on the outside, but he really thought that maybe he didn't care. He didn't. Midoriya shrugged her hand off and frowned. Hey, you don't understand. It was my fault too. And Kaken's learning. He's getting kinder and learning from it all. We're getting so close to how we used to be. Can't you just let that happen? Please. Midoriya, Ida said, hands chopping stiffly. Please, stop trying to defend him. It's all right. But it isn't, Midoriya said, frown deepening. You don't understand. You all don't understand. Kaken, tell them. Tell them how we're getting better. Tell them how you're learning. We both are. Just fucking drop it, Deku, Katsuki said lowly. Midoriya did, if only because of shock. The blonde hated how weak he felt. Since when had he allowed himself to be so free around them? So emotional and sensitive? God, Katsuki wished he'd never asked. But at the same time, he would have done it again. Because then he'd be living in this ignorant bubble where he still thought he was getting better and that maybe he could put this all behind them because he was trying. This ignorant bubble where his classmates would understand. Tolerate him even if his worst parts were revealed to them, past or not be damned. Ashido said, glaring at him. I don't get how you can act like you've done nothing wrong. Are you really that much of a villain? No, he's just regrettably great at acting, even when he kinda wished he wasn't. Kaminari shook his head in his seat. Not cool, man. Katsuki knows. God, he knows that and it feels terrible. Shiro huffed and turned away from Katsuki. I can't believe I hung out with you for so long. He didn't even expect them to like him in the first place. He wished they understood. And not even an excuse. Kirishima scowled deeper at Katsuki. There is none. I deserve it all. Disappointment, betrayal, and hatred. That's all they showed to him. The very few people he'd actually ever begun to trust in his entire life. But Katsuki? He kept his head high. He kept his shoulders back. He kept his unbothered scowl fixed on his face, even as he turned and walked out, even as they yelled insults at his back, even as his heart became harder and harder and walls built higher and higher, because if he didn't, they'd see what he really was. Weak. Plus, at the dorms, Katsuki was doing his homework in the common room. It wasn't unusual. He often went there if his room was starting to feel small around him. Apparently now he was doing something fucking wrong. Bakugo, move, Uraraka said bittersweetly, standing above him with her arms crossed. He didn't look up from the maths equation in front of him. Fuck nah, she huffed. I want to sit there, Bakugo. So move. She said his name as if it was an insult. Katsuki couldn't care less. And I was here first, pink cheeks. You snooze, you lose. Fuck off. Despite the respect Katsuki used to have for Uraraka's great strength and determination, she was apparently not so great in the sharp-tongued section. She stared at him, obviously wanting to say something but coming up with nothing. Eventually, she just blurted, Fine. You're selfish anyway. What did I expect? Katsuki lowered his homework book slightly and gave her an unimpressed look, before returning back to where he'd been in the equation. She walked away with an angry fire in her eye. Not 5 minutes later, someone new interrupted him. Hey, would you look at that? Bakugo's actually calm for once. How rare. Mineta snorted as he waddled past. Katsuki'll be damned if he lets Mineta of all people set him off. That guy was a walking, idiotic, overgrown grape. He doubted a word coming out of his mouth used more than 2 brain cells, if any. But then Katsuki heard Kaminari sigh as he came out of the kitchen and gave Katsuki a glare. The latter stiffened in preparation of whatever was about to happen. Kaminari walked over to Jiro, who was sitting on a nearby table. He whispered, but it was purposely loud enough for Katsuki to hear. Yeah, it is rare, huh? I can't believe I was friends with him. The signs were there all along. I just tagged along, 'cause I was friends with Kiri. Okay, that was fucking low. He won't even deny it to himself anymore. It hurt. But as much as he wanted to jump up and yell at him, he knew it wouldn't help. They'd twist his words and actions, probably. Subconsciously, he knew he'd have to keep his guard up from now on. Anything could be used against him, even with his used-to-be closest friends. He clenched his jaw and continued his homework as they continued to insult and spew hateful things about him to each other. He didn't walk out. That might make them think they've won. No, instead, when he finished his homework, he got his phone out. He could practically hear the people around him grind their teeth in frustration. He smirked. They were silly to think he'd go down so easily. Katsuki came to school the next day with his head up and shoulders back, to his classmates' apparent disappointment. Suck on that, assholes. He also came with fucked up and sloppily bandaged knuckles, but if Kirishima heard a few noises yesterday, he didn't mention it. Katsuki ignored the uncomfortable and seemingly guilty look on Kirishima's face as it slowly was wiped off and replaced with some kind of self-reassured anger only minutes later. And alright, so maybe the situation was sort of getting to him, after so many weeks of this bullshit and only now finding out the unlovable, disgusting truth that his classmates knew. And maybe punching his wall until blood appeared may not have been a good decision, but at the time it seemed fucking great to let it all out and let the pain ground him. For some reason it felt kinda good. It always had the pain. It distracted him like nothing else could. When he walked into the classroom, all eyes were on him. Ah shit. He was later than usual if nearly everyone was here. Just keep your head up and shoulders back. They can't see. Don't let them see. Uraraka scoffed from her seat. What's that on your hands, Bakugou? You probably got that fighting someone somehow, didn't you, Bakugou? Too angry because of yesterday. Bakugou's jaw set. Shut up, pink cheeks. She fumed, the tension in the room rising. Don't tell me to. Everyone calm down, Ida said, hands chopping. Class will be starting soon, so everyone just settle down. But he was mainly speaking to Katsuki, even though fucking Uraraka had picked a fight with him in the first place. He snarled and shoved his bag under his desk as he sat down harshly. Whatever. The class slowly began to get louder as everyone continued to talk among themselves. Katsuki just decided to look out the window and think about whether or not it was worth it to get food from the cafeteria. Even though he hadn't eaten breakfast, he had a granola bar stuffed in his pocket, so really, he didn't need to. Although, after that, he'd have many classes to get through, so after a minute or two, he felt someone tap his shoulder lightly. He ignored it, in case it was some annoying prick coming to tell him how villainous he was. Again and harder, they tapped his shoulder. Katsuki heard Midoriya hiss. Kaken! Hello! The class quietened a little. Katsuki could feel everyone's stares. He sighed, but didn't turn. What, Deku? I want to know. What happened? He asked. You don't pick random fights with people, I know you don't, and I haven't heard of a fight either. And, well, you know how news travels. So if it wasn't with someone else and you haven't gone to Recovery Girl yet, that only leaves one other option and… Why did you start doing it again? He sounded so sad. Katsuki swallowed thickly. God damn it. And fuck Midoriya for asking him, even if he knew he really was just worried. He shouldn't be. He deserved the pain from his throbbing fists. He deserved more than that, even. And no, it wasn't self-harm, as Midoriya seemed to think. It was different. This was barely anything. Kaken. Doesn't matter, nerd. He muttered. Drop it. Midoriya huffed. You can say what you want, but that's not going to stop me from worrying about you. Katsuki turned around, only to see Uraraka and Todoroki glaring at him from behind Midoriya. He focused on Midoriya's determined face instead and frowned. I'm not fucking weak. I can handle myself, and there's nothing to fucking worry about, he snapped. I'm fucking fine. I know you're not weak and I know you can handle yourself, Midoriya said. But, look, can I talk to you after school ends? Katsuki clenched his teeth, thinking. Fine. My dorm. Midoriya beamed. Okay, your dorm then. Thanks, Kaken. Whatever, nerd. Katsuki turned back as Aizawa walked in. Sit down, everyone, he drawled. Uraraka and Todoroki quickly found their seats, taking a break from glaring holes into Katsuki's head. Finally, before only resuming it once seating themselves, fucking hell. Katsuki focused back to the front, where Aizawa was watching them thoughtfully. Katsuki doubled down on his scowl and Aizawa shook his head in exasperation. The teacher turned to the front and began talking. Katsuki tuned him out when nothing applied to him. Back to lunch, since he didn't even feel hungry, maybe he shouldn't even bother sitting in the cafeteria today? That is, if he turns up before his classmates. Spite was the only reason he was really still sitting there for lunch, actually. It was his own way to say fuck you to everyone. He'd found that if he sat at his usual table before them, they'd find another table to sit at. Telling him to move wouldn't be very good in front of the whole school, now would it? And they can't sit with Bakugou Katsuki, now can they? The very person who cruelly bullied their innocent friend. That wouldn't look very good either. On the other hand, at least half the school had noticed by now, and they were keeping their distance too, giving him weird looks, avoiding him like the plague. They were just cowards. Something hit the back of his head. It was light, so he wasn't even sure if it had happened. But behind him, Midoriya yelped quietly in surprise. So he wasn't imagining it, and it wasn't Midoriya who had hit him. But still, it might have been an accident or something, and no one else seemed to notice, so less than a few seconds later, another thing hit his head, and Midoriya jolted again. Okay, so on purpose then. He glanced at the floor, where a paper ball rolled near his foot. He scowled and glanced around the room. Since a good handful of the class was glaring at him, it wouldn't have really been exactly obvious. But Katsuki wasn't stupid. Uraraka was glaring at him fiercer than anyone from the other side of the room. She had a paper ball half-made in her hand. Katsuki scoffed and turned back. She was on the other side of the damn room. Why was she going to such childish extremes for something that wasn't even any of her damn business? Another paper ball hit his head and he clenched his teeth, whipping round and flipping her off. So yes, that will mean eating other people's food. Aizawa stopped talking. All right, enough. Uraraka, you're being warned. If this happens again, it's detention. What? Uraraka cried. Bakugou smirked when she scowled at him. But why? Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Did you really just ask why I'm warning you to stop throwing paper balls at a classmate during lesson time? This may be homeroom, but I expect all of your attention, just like any other class. Well, Uraraka seemed at a loss for words. She huffed. He deserves it, anyway. You don't know what he did. Aizawa looked so tired at that moment he looked as if he was about to sleep and never wake up. Katsuki could relate. Uraraka, I don't want to know about your teenage squabbles or little arguments. I just want you to stop interrupting class time. She kicked back in her seat and crossed her arms angrily. Aizawa sighed. Thank you. No more childish arguments will be brought into my class from now on. Now, back to class notices. That will mean that no one will be allowed to eat other people's food. This usually goes without saying, but apparently you kids are so incredibly dense when it comes to this. So I'm also asking you to put your name on your food when you put it away so that it's so obvious to even the most troublesome kids in here. Katsuki should have felt good that Uraraka was being told off. Fucking finally. The whole class seemed to look at themselves at the small wake-up call, and it was great seeing many of his classmates lower their heads slightly in shame. Katsuki should have been glad. But he wasn't. It occurred to him then, what would he do if the teachers found out about the bullying? Would they understand or not? Just now, Aizawa had stopped Uraraka, but would he continue if he knew? Teachers had so much control over someone's life. They can take away points for something usually insignificant, or maybe fail a few tests, just because they didn't particularly like a student. If the teachers found out about the bullying, they'd hate him, no doubt. His whole future career could be over before he'd gotten the chance to start it. Despite his best efforts, it scared him. Are you sure you want to talk to him? Alone, no less. Uraraka whispered loudly behind Katsuki as he packed his things. I mean, since he's your bully, was your bully. Katsuki scowled and shoved his textbook into his bag. Harsher. I am flattered you care so much about me, but... He could picture Midoriya waving his hands around behind him. Honestly, I'll be fine. As I keep telling you, Kaken's changed. He won't do anything to me. Uraraka sighed. Midoriya, it's okay. Victims of abuse usually deny it at first, so we understand that you're having a hard time accepting it, but it's okay to hate him and just accept that BAKUGO'S a shitty person. It was quiet for a second, and Katsuki believed for a second that he would finally hate him just like the rest of them. That Midoriya was finally just accepting he wasn't worth shit. Kaken, are you ready? And there the nerd was, beside his desk with his yellow backpack slung on one shoulder and a blinding grin. So apparently he hadn't accepted it yet. Or he was waiting to be alone to start spewing how much he hated him. He wasn't sure which he preferred. Katsuki almost regretted agreeing to talking, if not for the fact that he had his own questions to ask Midoriya too. The blonde slung his own bag over his shoulder and walked past Midoriya towards the class door. With a grunt, Midoriya smiled and rushed into step with him. Katsuki hesitated at the door, turning when he felt something was off. He narrowed his eyes at Uraraka's scowl and Todoroki's angry stare. No. His gaze fell on Ida, who looked away and adjusted his glasses stiffly. He looked oddly blank. Whatever was going on, Katsuki had a bad feeling about it. One that set his gut churning and mind whirring. Kaken, come on. With one last glare, he turned and left. TCH. Yeah, nerd. The door slammed. He didn't see Ida turning to the class a few seconds later and asking for everyone's attention. Plus, the walk to the dorms was quiet. Not many people were on the streets, but birdsong filled the background, as well as the occasional passing car. Izuku wasn't sure what to say. He didn't know what to do, or what Bakugou needed, or what he was going through, or even if talking would help. He just didn't know. He wanted to scream at his classmates every time someone glared at Bakugou. Every time someone spat an insult. Every time someone told Izuku that he was only a victim after all, why did they have to make him sound so weak? Or that Bakugou was the problem there, that he should hate the blonde, blame him. Izuku didn't. Duh. And he didn't think he would anytime soon, either. He just wanted them to understand that, though. When he'd told them about everything, he'd never meant to, and he'd take it back if he could. Just so that everything could go back to normal until, of course, they'd decide to explain to the class together, when they were ready. But he couldn't now. Even if he had been in a sleepy state, he remembered every second, every word, every breath that had been exchanged at that moment. He had been groggy so tired, when he had woken up on Recovery Girl's med bed. Uraraka and Todoroki had been at his side when he had, and they had asked him how he felt. It had been a simple question, but his brain couldn't think. It was too foggy, too muddled to think. So he'd replied, somewhat jokingly, I feel like I'm back in middle school with Kaken. Uraraka had laughed and asked, Why? Was your middle school with Bakugou bad? Oh ho, yeah, he had chuckled, slowly gaining his brain cells back slowly. Being beaten by him every day didn't make it my favorite time to be alive, you know? And oh, how he regretted it, as their faces morphed to horror and shock, as he realized only a second or two later what he had done. He tried to make it not seem as bad as what he'd just said, considering his phrasing was definitely not, well, right, but they didn't listen and everything he said only seemed to make it worse. Since then, they'd coddled him, painting Bakugou to be the bad guy and him the poor victim. Izuku despised it. And not only because they were treating his oldest, closest friend so terribly. Ever since he was young, he'd been coddled like some kind of defenseless baby made of glass. Ever since he was young, he'd hated it, and he wasn't about to stop. It made him feel so weak and stupid. He was so tired of it. Izuku knew they were probably just trying to look out for him, to help him. But it destroyed all point if the help wasn't wanted, if their protection was unwanted, if they wouldn't fucking listen to him. At this point, they were doing more harm than good. Every time Izuku tried to tell them to hear Bakugou out, or that it wasn't all Bakugou's fault, or that Bakugou was better now, it was all shot down with a, Don't worry, Midoriya. We'll help you, Midoriya. You're just a little blind because you're a victim, Midoriya. It's not your fault you can't see it yet. But don't worry, we'll help you see how terrible Bakugou really is. And it was actually getting on his last nerve, which was an achievement in itself. Izuku rarely got mad unless villains doing cruel shit was part of it. And no, he hissed to a voice sounding like his friend's in his head. Kaken did not count, and he'd Delaware smash the voice's head in, thought or not be damned. He'd find a way. As much as Izuku could get angry, he was also good at reining in that anger if it got too much, resulting in him never swearing, glaring or fighting anyone unless it had good reason. Which is why he's even more disappointed in his friends when right before class was dismissed for the day, only a few minutes ago now, he'd glared at them harshly, and Uraraka only shook her head in pity as he went over to Bakugou's desk to ask if he was ready. Pity. Fucking pit. Know what was funny about that? The fact that Izuku had done so many things. He'd survived 14 years, quirkless. He'd accepted a quirk from All Might which had the possibility to rip his limbs off the first time he'd try it. Thank God that didn't happen. On that note, he'd watched as his friends and teacher nearly got killed at one of his first training exercises. Shigaraki had his hand almost closed around Izuku's neck, a pinky away from being killed, once or twice. He'd watched as his best friend was kidnapped before his eyes, and he'd destroyed his body to protect a single child against a man with inhuman strength and muscle. All of this, done by the age of 15. And that wasn't even half of it all. Izuku had done all of that, and what did he get? Fucking pity, about something that wasn't even any of their business and was barely a scratch compared to what else he'd done. Something that had been put behind him and Bakugou and talked over and smoothed down. They were trying to break the friendship Izuku and Bakugou were trying to remake, and Izuku really didn't like it. Izuku sighed and decided to focus on the walk and the things around him that looked pretty in the evening light. He didn't want to be mad at that moment. The two childhood friends were at the dorms in no time. Bakugou walked ahead of him and swung his dorm room's door open. "Don't touch my shit, nerd." Izuku chuckled lightly. Yeah, Kaken." The door swung shut behind them and Bakugou immediately flopped onto his bed. Izuku swung his desk chair around and sat on it backwards to face him. It was awkward for a second, before Izuku found the words to speak. "So, Kaken, there's a lot to talk about." "Yeah, no fucking shit," Bakugou muttered. "So then, let's start with the whole situation," Izuku said. "You know I don't blame you for it, right?" Bakugou was unusually quiet. "Kaken?" A disgruntled sigh was all Izuku got, and it spoke volumes. "Kaken, I don't blame you for it, no matter what everyone else says." "Oh yeah? Well you fucking should," Bakugou snapped. "You didn't deserve that. I'm a shit person for doing it, so." "Was Kaken." "Was," Izuku corrected. "I'm not excusing what you did, 'cause bullying someone just isn't it. But you've grown up, can't you see? Why can't anyone see how far you've come? You understand now, you know stuff now." Izuku frowned when Bakugou didn't try to say something. How badly had his classmates really hurt him? He was starting to realize just how good his acting must be if even he'd been completely fooled by his confidence in class the last few weeks. He wasn't going to lie. It scared him. "Kaken, it wasn't even all your fault. I've got to say, I was a creep, honestly. Following you around every day. Writing notes on every little move. Never leaving you alone. I could have at least picked up some weights. My arms were pretty much noodles, I gotta admit. Yeah. If someone did that to me, I'd be kinda overwhelmed or frustrated." Bakugou's voice was tired and quiet. "But I still shouldn't have." "This is all in past tense, Kaken," Izuku hissed, frustrated. "All in past tense. That means that we're over it, okay? I'm over it, I don't blame you for it. I forgive you for it anyway, so let's leave it done and dusted, for All Might's sake." Bakugou sat up and narrowed his eyes at him. "But those are just words, and I really fucking..." "No," Izuku interrupted with finality. "No self-loathing under my roof." The blonde blinked in confusion, a scowl settling. "But this is my fucking dorm room. So technically..." "Yeah, well I didn't really think it out, it was kinda an in-the-moment kinda thing that would shut you up, so whatever," Izuku huffed, anger still lingering. They both sighed tiredly, sagging in their seats. Then Izuku started giggling. "Do you remember that one time when we were kids? Like 4 or 5, and I was crying for whatever reason, and you had some apple slices for your lunch, so you just..." Bakugou snorted. "Oh yeah, I shoved one of them in your mouth. You asked why later, and I said it was just an in-the-moment thing that would shut me up." Izuku laughed. "Or in class in the first year," Bakugou grinned. "You nearly told everyone about All Might's fucking quirk being passed down to you, and I said, 'Yeah, that was so mean, Kaken,'" Izuku said, playfully pouting. "You yelled villain. So I stopped what I was doing and looked around, completely panicking. But when I saw you, you just walked by and said calmly, 'CK, fucker.' And what's more, later you just said it was an in-the-moment thing. Like, you couldn't think of better. It was the most embarrassing day of heroics. You should have seen your fucking face though." Bakugou snorted. "Fucking hilarious. Kachan," Izuku whined. A peaceful silence stretched over them. Izuku sighed in content, chuckling slightly. "Honestly, I'd have thought you'd be way more angry than this. I was almost scared for my life." Bakugou immediately stiffened as his jaw locked and he sat up, leaning himself against the wall instead. He wasn't facing Izuku anymore. "Yeah," he said coldly. "Most people fucking assume that nowadays." Izuku blinked in confusion. "What? Oh wait. No, damn it, it didn't mean it like that. I meant like, I'd be pretty mad if someone went back on their promise to me, and if it pretty much ruined my social life. You handled it better than I would. I'm not mad, 'cause I fucking duh." Bakugou caught himself and looked away with a huff through his nose. Izuku had a sneaking suspicion on what he was about to say. Apparently their conversation hadn't swayed his thoughts much. He frowned, though. If nothing he said would get through, how was he supposed to help his best friend realize that no, he really doesn't deserve it? It was similar to a different question he'd asked himself many times before, and the answer rarely failed him. Who would be able to help Kaken if he won't accept it from me? Izuku mentally told himself to meet with Kirishima as soon as possible. He just really hoped Kirishima would listen, before it was too late. "Look, Deku," Bakugou sighed, jolting Izuku from his thoughts. "Just leave everything alone. I don't need fucking pity." "What?" Izuku frowned in confusion. Bakugou glared at Izuku from the corner of his eye. "You think I'm fucking blind, too? I see when you try and defend me against everyone or reason with people to fucking leave me alone. I don't fucking need that. I can handle on my own without you making me the damsel in fucking distress." Izuku shook his head. "That wasn't what I was doing. I was just..." "What fucking Deku? 'Cause the way I see it, you're fucking coddling me as if I'm a fucking charity case." Bakugou snarled. "So newsflash, dickhead. I don't need your shitty help. I don't fucking care about what they say about me. I don't care what they fucking think. I don't care that they think I'm rude or weak or stupid. I don't fucking care. Get that through your fucking thick-ass head and stop babying me just to make yourself feel better that you told them. I'm not some tool you can use to make yourself feel better." Izuku? Babying someone? Let alone Bakugou himself? Hadn't he just thought about how much he hated that himself? Maybe Izuku was doing it by accident and didn't realize, but that didn't mean Bakugou could just lash out at him for just trying to be nice. It was barely even coddling. He didn't know what it really felt like to feel so weak and useless. Izuku scowled. "Because you'd sure know how it feels to be a tool to make someone feel better. You did it to me for so many years, and I'm not even being cruel about it right now. I'm trying to actually be nice." Bakugou glowered, standing up. His fists crackled ever so slightly. "Yeah, fucking right. You know what? I really regret fucking agreeing to this talk right now. You're the last person I should be fucking talking to right now, 'cause all you do is mess things up between us. Yeah? Well, I regret ever trying to defend you in class. I should have known it would end useless and with fighting. It always does with you, doesn't it?" Izuku stood up too, eyes narrowing and flickering with green power. "Ha? I regret even attempting to understand where you came from. Fucking piece of shit. You probably did it all on fucking purpose." Bakugou yelled. "You know what? Even though I didn't, I should have told them long ago. You never should have gotten a say on when anyway. I'm the one who was affected. And you know what the real kicker is? I regret ever trying to make amends with you in the first place." Izuku roared. "They're right. They're all right. You might as well be a villain, 'cause you sure as hell act like it. You're ignorant and selfish and villainous, and what the hell did I ever see in you back then?" It was quiet after. Izuku fell back to earth quickly. The haze of anger he was in, gone in an instant. Bakugou's face was carefully blank as he looked away from him and walked over to his door, opening it. "Kaken, out." Izuku searched Bakugou's face. He wanted to tell him how much he didn't mean those words. He wanted to tell him he never regretted being Bakugou's friend. He wanted to tell him he still looked up to the blonde almost as much as All Might himself. But he didn't find anything on his friend's face. No sadness, no regret, no anger, at least to him. No nothing. It was blank, unreadable. Right now, Izuku had no way of telling which was the right way to go about it. Izuku walked out without another word. He'd fucked up. He'd fucked up real bad. And this time, he wasn't even sure if he'd be able to fix it.
At this point, Katsuki was almost sure he'd finally hit rock bottom, and hopefully the only way to go next was up. Honestly, his closest friends thought he was a villain, the whole class hated him. Midoriya had informed him that everything he told him about wanting to make amends was a fucking lie, right after trying to assure him that things aren't his fault, too. And Katsuki had been so sure that he'd meant those words, so how could he be sure of anything anyone else said, now? Maybe no one's ever really held hope for him, after all. He felt like shit, and he was shit. Sadly, however, apparently it's possible to have another rock bottom after a fucking rock bottom. Katsuki wanted to throw a chair at whoever was making his life so shit up there somewhere. Or maybe something that dealt more damage, like a very large explosion. In the dorms that morning, it was obvious something had happened between Midoriya and Katsuki. He saw some people try to talk to the freckled one, but each and every time he shut them down harshly and tried to meet Katsuki's eye. Katsuki didn't let him. Hence the word tried. Even before class, as they waited for Izuku to walk in, the nerd's friends seemed unsure on which path to take for the day: annoy Katsuki in the worst ways possible or just let it go for a single day, which apparently seemed like the hardest thing on earth at the moment. Considering the bad mood Midoriya seemed to be in, they had apparently decided to make sure he was okay above all, while giving Katsuki putrid looks. Since they were aimed at the back of his head, he didn't give two shits. In conclusion, the day had been going relatively normal, as it had for the past 3 weeks. Until Izuku came in and the whole atmosphere just got dumped in ice. That was, Katsuki thought, the moment where the most anxiety he'd ever experienced decided to rear its stupid, shitty head and make his stomach feel like a fucking blender. No stars, would not recommend. His teacher stood at the front of class. His gaze, cold, icy, calculating, was fixed on Katsuki. He hated it. It made him feel like even more of a villain. Homeroom will be cancelled today. Instead use this as a study period, Izuku said. No one do anything stupid while I'm gone, and Bakugou, follow me. Don't complain or resist, that'll only make things worse. Katsuki's blood turned to ice. He had a good idea of what was about to happen, and he didn't like it. He stood up with a scowl, swung his bag over his shoulder, God knows what his classmates would do to it if he left it there, and walked after Izuku. He sent an icy glare at the class. He knew they all just had to have something to do with this, especially with how Izuku was smiling as he pushed his glasses up his nose. His only comfort was that Midoriya just looked lost and worried compared to the class. He must know what this is about too, but by the looks of it, he wasn't in on it. As usual, fussing around Katsuki. It only brought a sting in his chest when he considered how it was probably just an act to make people feel more sorry for him, the poor victim, and to deceive Katsuki. Again. He turned and walked out, hoping his stance was more confident than he felt. He felt like the world was against him, at that moment. Plus Shota was angry. And disappointed. But mostly angry. To think such a big thing had been staring him in the face, and he'd completely missed it? He glanced at the boy walking beside him and frowned. It was strange, though. He'd been expecting at least some colorful language thrown at him when he told Bakugou to follow him. Some part of Shota was worried for his student. He seemed to be losing the familiar confident and angry spark in his eye lately. He squashed it down. Now was not the time. He guessed that maybe Bakugou just knew what was happening and knew he couldn't fight it, but then again, even if he knew he couldn't, Bakugou usually always tried anyway. It's what made him so inspiringly stubborn. Shota huffed quietly and pulled his capture weapon higher over his nose. No. Bakugou probably just knew that it was no point now to try to stop things. He remembered what had happened the day before and his anger swelled up again. Izuku had come over to him sleeping in the corner and asked for his attention. The whole class, sans Bakugou and Midoriya, were still there, even if class had ended, like, at least 5 minutes ago. We have something to tell you, Izuku had said, arms chopping. We believe it is important and has gone too far. We'd like to do something about it, already. And then, he'd told him. He spoke about how Midoriya had been bullied in middle school by Bakugou. He spoke about Bakugou's violent tendencies linking up to this and his horrible name-calling. He spoke about how Midoriya used to flinch every time Bakugou used his explosions, which only backed up his point. It didn't occur to him that maybe Midoriya hadn't consented to this being shared. How could Shota have missed such obvious signs? He swore to himself he'd make sure to keep an eye out for all of his students from now on. The teacher wouldn't let himself make the same mistake twice. Before long they were at Principal Nedzu's office. With a warning glare, that Bakugou scoffed and rolled his eyes to, Shota knocked, before pushing the door open. Nedzu was sitting at his desk when they came in, and he smiled, lifting a teacup. Ah, Izuku. How lovely to see you, and Bakugou too. I've been expecting you. Do take a seat. Shota and his student did so. Nedza smiled and put his teacup down, gesturing to two other, still steaming, teacups on the small table in front of them. They both picked them up hesitantly. The cup stayed clasped in his hands. He didn't move, even as the china warmed his hands quickly. His mind was too busy. The principal's eyes stayed fixed on Bakugou, gaze unwavering and expression fixed. So, Bakugou, you know why you're here? Bakugou clicked his tongue. No. What the fuck is it? You know, like a liar. Nedzu didn't seem disappointed, nor the opposite. He just continued to look on as the blonde spoke. At this point Shota was slightly admiring the fact that Bakugou was meeting the stare head-on, showing no signs of nervousness or shame. Shota knew he had a great death stare, it sometimes came with the job, but even he was forced to look away from the principal's stare at times. Not to worry, Bakugou. You'll be going straight back to class soon, if things go well, Nedza said. We'll go straight to the point. It has come to our attention that you bullied one of our students in Class A, Midoriya Izuku, back in middle school. Is this correct? Bakugou's jaw locked, but he didn't look away. Yeah, alright. Thank you for being honest, Bakugou. Now, we, here at Yui, are very strict on our no bullying rule. A hero school does not tolerate bullying at all. This should be punishable by expulsion, Nedza continued. Bakugou finally looked away, stiffening a little. Shota lifted an eyebrow. Should be. Nedza slid his gaze to Shota, taking a sip of his tea. Yes. Aizawa, because Bakugou here bullied Midoriya in a different school, we technically shouldn't expel him for this. Also, considering he is one of our best students, it would be unfortunate to lose such a promising future hero. Bakugou perked up a little more, scowl loosening a little in surprise or, maybe, hope. Unless, of course, Aizawa, Nedza continued, you'd like to expel him nonetheless? You have expelled many students before for much less trivial things. If you'd like to expel Bakugou, that should be possible. Bakugou stiffened again, eyes flicking between the principal and his teacher anxiously. Shota frowned. When he first heard about the whole ordeal, he'd wanted Bakugou to be expelled, or maybe even a little more punishment than that. But now, well, maybe he didn't know the whole story and would be doing the wrong thing? And anyway, it was true that Bakugou was one of his best students in Class A. To expel him over something that happened in the past, which he had not done since attending Yui, as far as Shota was concerned, would be, well, illogical. Shota sighed. He was too soft on these children. I don't think I will expel him. However, calling his parents may be a good decision to make sure we're making the right choice. Shota noticed when Bakugou slowly sat up straight in his seat and clenched his jaw. He noticed when his eyes became slightly panicked and flickered around the room. He noticed when his hands clenched around his shirt so tightly his fists turned white. Shota was a teacher. He helped people become heroes or stop them from pursuing something that would end up in a tragedy. But as a teacher who had gone through so much with his students, he couldn't help but care about them. When he'd heard about Midoriya having been bullied, he felt protective of him because he just knew the kid didn't deserve it, especially with what that kid himself had been through in his first year only. And seeing Bakugou's violent tendencies, especially at the start of their first year, he just knew the bullying must have been extremely unpleasant or at least damaging. Being bullied by a fearless, powerful, and probably stronger person couldn't have been easy. But in front of him now, with said bully subtly shaking at the mere mention of calling his parents, he knew he must have something wrong about this whole thing. He'd missed something in this story, he was sure of it. This wasn't just a bully and a victim from the past. It was much more complicated. He was missing something big and he knew it was staring him in the face, but he just couldn't figure it out. He remembered when he'd visited the Bakugou household to ask permission to keep the kids in the dorms. He got a really bad feeling when he remembered how his mother had acted, things he'd forgotten about quickly because they seemed like they were just things some parents do to discipline their child. But, now, no, that couldn't be it, he won't let that be it. Shota turned back to Nedzu. The principal must have noticed this too, and by the glint in his eye Shota had a feeling something was being planned. Shota ignored it for the moment and sighed tiredly. Actually, no. Let's just leave it. I want to decide if Bakugou deserves it here or not myself. Don't call his parents just yet unless we decide he's to be expelled, Bakugou. That means you need to be on your top behavior from now on to convince us further. You are to come with me back to class if that's alright with you, Nedzu. Bakugou sighed silently in relief. He relaxed a little, shoulders dropping and hands slowly unclenching. Shota hoped he made the right decision. Nedzu smiled. Of course. You have around 15 minutes left of homeroom, Bakugou. Not too much time wasted. Now run along, don't be late for your next lesson. Bakugou nodded slightly to Nedzu, as what Shota suspected to be his version of thanks. On the walk back from the office, it was quiet, as it had been before. But this time, Bakugou seemed different. He walked, looked, and acted exactly the same as usual. But this time he had a fire in his eyes that Shota hadn't noticed leave. And yet, still, doubt lingered in Shota's mind. Had he made the right decision? Okako was doing the right thing. She must be, right? It was simple, Bakugou had bullied her best friend, so he deserved all this anyway. If you do a bad thing, you should receive a bad thing in return. It's karma, something that Bakugou should have received long ago. The fact that he doesn't even seem to have a single sliver of guilt in him for the things he'd done is even worse. It just shows how much of an awful person he is and how much he'd been let off the hook for too long. Midoriya just didn't accept that. Okiko and her friends needed to show him how blind he was and get justice for him themselves. After all, part of being a hero was helping people, right? As a future hero, she couldn't just let this slide and allow Bakugou to carry on his torment. At the moment, however, Midoriya still wasn't seeing that. But that's fine, she'd be patient. As soon as the door shut and Aizawa and Bakugou left, presumably to talk with Principal Nezu and finally give him what the boy deserved, Midoriya stood up with a frown, walking over to Okiko and Aitsa on the other side of the room. "What did you do?" he asked icily. Okiko almost felt guilty, but she knew she had done the right thing, so everything would be fine. Midoriya would thank her later, when he understands. A few other classmates either stood up too or just watched as the scene unfolded from their seats. Todoroki walked up from behind to try and calm Midoriya down. "Midoriya, you need to try and understand that what we did was—" "No," Midoriya snapped, turning to have all three of his closest friends in his sight. "I ask you a question. Will I have to repeat it, or will you tell me what I should to know?" Aitsa pushed his glasses up his nose, avoiding eye contact. "We told Aizawa what we felt he needed to know. What he does with that information, we let him decide as the adult, teacher, and pro-hero. Hold on, wait a sec, let me get this straight," Midoriya said, too, calmly. "You knowing something that happened to me, something that is my business and should be my business only, something that I should decide whether or not I want to share with an adult or not, you told Aizawa, our teacher, all about it." Aitsa swallowed thickly, seemingly lost for words. Okiko decided to take over. "We only told Aizawa because we knew you would never do it yourself. You're too obsessed with this dream that Bakugou is a good person to try and heal from it all. We had to make that decision for you, as your friends, Midoriya." Midoriya shook his head, eyes flickering to meet everyone else's. "But I've already healed from it. Me and Kaken are over it, don't you see? Why can't you see? Both of us are fine now." "Then what happened yesterday? You said you wanted to talk to him and then came to school the next day, all sad-like. He makes you sad, Midoriya," Okiko argued. It was true, of course. Everyone saw how Midoriya was in a foul mood that day and it must have happened with Bakugou since he was fine the day before. "No, that's not his fault." "Well, it was sort of both our faults. I didn't realize he didn't like how I was acting and I shouldn't have said such things." Midoriya frowned sadly. "And yes, he shouldn't have yelled or argued first, but, still, we were both in the wrong yesterday." Ashido walked over with a sad expression. She sighed. "Look, Midoriya, you have to see both sides of the story, you know?" Midoriya scoffed and opened his mouth to say something, but Ashido didn't give him the time. Did he ever even say sorry? For bullying? For insulting someone? For literally anything? Has anyone ever heard him say sorry? Words seemed to die in Midoriya's throat and he frowned, looking away. "No, but he's different. He doesn't see the value in words, they're just things people can throw around with no meaning. He's more about actions. If he means something, he'll make up for it. He isn't one to just say sorry and expect everything in the world to be right again." Mineta sighed from where he was sitting on his desk. "Dude, kinda sounds like you're making excuses now, you know? Not really helping your case." Most of the class, including Midoriya and his friends, snapped simultaneously by habit. "Shut up, Mineta." He grumbled to himself and huffed in his seat. Okiko sighed. "As much as I hate agreeing with the grape, he's right, Midoriya. You're just making excuses for him, now. They aren't excuses, they're actual things that you'd know about if you actually tried to understand. There isn't anything to understand, Midoriya. Bakugou deserves punishment for his wrongdoings whether you'll accept it or not. He already has received punishment." Midoriya yelled, quirk flickering along his skin in response to his anger. The classroom was so quiet you could probably hear a pin drop. A beat passed. Midoriya sighed and turned, walking back to his seat tiredly. He glared at her out of the corner of his eye after flopping into it. "He already has received punishment, Eureka, far worse than you think," he repeated quietly. "I won't tell you what, and I'm not completely sure about everything yet, but I do know he's been through enough as it is. So please, just drop it." Midoriya was wrong. Okiko frowned, meeting his glare with her own. "You're living in a dream, Midoriya. You'll have to wake up at some point," he scoffed, turning to face the wall at the front of class. "No, I'm pretty sure you're the one dreaming, Eureka. You may think you're being the hero, but at best, you're the villain." Here, the class decided it was probably time to get back to work and do what they were supposed to before Aizawa came back. Everyone went back to their seats, and Okako, after a minute of thinking, sat back down slowly. Midoriya was the cleverest person she knew. If he was being so persistent about this, then maybe there was some kind of truth to his words that wasn't just held up by some pointless idolization from childhood. Okako was doing the right thing. But now, she wasn't quite sure anymore. Katsuki was lucky. That's all he was told from the age of 5. "Kukin, you're so lucky you have such a great quirk." Said quirk is making him lose his hearing and gave him a concussion the first time he used it by accident, but yeah, he was lucky. How would he be enough to people without it? "Bakugou, you're so lucky, you're so smart." He studied until his eyes and head hurt nearly every night in fear of failing, but that was okay. That was just luck. You know fucking what, Katsuki? You're lucky you have such good parents as us. Stop being so fucking ungrateful. The hag was right, of course. It was hard to get on their good side most days without risking a beating and yelling, but at least it was still there. He was luckier than most kids for that opportunity. The thing was, though, that some of the time he didn't agree with them, didn't like it when they called him lucky. After all, he didn't feel very lucky when he cried to himself in secret. He didn't feel very lucky when he'd wake up from nightmares after an hour of sleep and not gain another wink before sunrise. He didn't feel very lucky when he felt like giving up most days and just stop existing. There were 1,000 other instances where he just didn't feel lucky. But they couldn't see that. Those oblivious, naive people didn't see that. So he wouldn't let them. He'd hide it all and agree with them and bottle everything up. He'll keep all those emotions right there and then one day, he'll die. However, lately, he'd been doing an awful lot of bottling up. And in the middle of lunch, when he'd been thrown a piece of fruit at and he'd walked out of the cafeteria with both hands flipped, that bottle was struggling to contain all those feelings. He decided to go to a training room and take his mind off of things. Halfway through his workout, someone approached him. He scowled when he saw who it was. The one guy, save perhaps Midoriya, who probably thought with the strongest belief that Katsuki was the luckiest guy on earth with his quirk. Yeah, Katsuki remembered him. God, and he'd just been thinking about how much he hated people thinking he was fucking lucky. The universe had it in for him. Spoiler, it was actually the author who loves to have it in for him, but in a fond way, of course. Isn't that great? Fuck off, eyebags, Katsuki scowled, focusing on his punching bag as the purple-haired guy leaned against the wall nearby, sipping on a bottle of water. "Why aren't you eating in the cafeteria with the rest of your class?" Shinso asked, eyeing him out of the corner of his eye. Katsuki's jaw locked. "None of your fucking business. Piss off." Shinso sighed with a frown. "Thought you'd say that. It's true what they say, isn't it? The Class A beast. It seems to be a very fitting name, after all." "Shut up," Katsuki snapped at him, and punched the bag harder. "You don't know what the fuck you're talking about." "Actually, I do have an idea," Shinso muttered bitterly. "Rumors spread fast in my class when the only entertaining thing you've got is watching the hero course improve. The whole 'you bullied Midoriya in middle school' thing spread like wildfire." Katsuki stopped punching abruptly and wrinkled his nose, eyes burning holes into the punching bag before him. "You have 5 seconds to shut the hell up before I blow your fucking face off." "The thing is, though," Shinso continued, ignoring Katsuki, "it's crazy how easily your classmates turned on you. More surprisingly, I don't get what happened to you and Kirishima. You guys were the closest, didn't he try to stand up for you or something? Or did that happen and soon he found there was no point to it anyway so left you?" "Okay, that stung. What the fuck are you trying to do, eyebags?" Katsuki snarled, finally turning to him. "Wanted to get some gossip for your class or something? Newsflash, asshole, I'm not the gossip girl around here." Shinso rolled his eyes and lolled his head towards Katsuki lazily. "And you take me for the guy who shares the gossip? Look at me and tell me that you do." Katsuki scowled. "Then what do you fucking want from me?" Shinso's jaw clenched and his eyes narrowed slightly in quiet anger. "I just don't really like bullies like you, honestly. Especially not one who's in the hero course despite it." Oh, now he saw what this was all about. Fucking hell, couldn't anyone learn how to keep their long-ass noses out of his business? At this point he's surprised they can't smell their own bullshit. But it hurt that even someone who was in an entirely different course than him knew he was shit too. Maybe everyone did. Maybe no one ever actually believed in him in the first place. Katsuki clicked his tongue sharply. "TCH. If you're just gonna tell me how much of a fucking villain you think I am, fucking piss off. I've heard it enough times to fucking get it. I'm not enough to be a hero. That fucking good enough for you? That what you wanted to fucking hear?" Shinso looked taken aback. Katsuki gave him one last glare and turned to go over to the weightlifting area. He'd only lifted his first weight 5 times before Shinso approached him again. He snarled in frustration, putting down the weights, hands sparking. "What the fuck is it this time, eyebags?" Shinso rolled his eyes and jutted his thumb at the clock hanging from the wall in one corner. "Classes start soon. Thought I should tell you, cause Izuku was gonna come through this door any second and if he sees you, he'll give you a detention or something for being late to class. And how would you fucking know that? 'Cause he's training me, Shinso frowned. I wasn't joking when I said I'd become a hero, before. Katsuki smirked. He liked this guy, didn't seem to give up or roll over when things get tough, unlike some other cowards. And when he said something, he meant it. That was something Katsuki could respect. Obviously, he'd never admit that out loud. That would be fucking stupid. Heh, was all he said, grabbing his things and walking towards the door. Give it your all then. Make it fucking count. He was nearly out the door when Shinso called out to him again. Oi, Bakugo. Katsuki paused, willing to carry on as soon as things went south. Do you know what my quirk is? Shinso asked. Katsuki scoffed, turning to face him. What, you think I got fucking dementia? Of course I do, mind fuck. Shinso snorted. And knowing this, you're replying to me. Yeah, no shit, that's how a fucking conversation works, dickhead, Katsuki said, rolling his eyes. If you were gonna control me, first off, that's against school rules, so you'd get into shit. Second, I'd blow your fucking face off. And thirdly, what the fuck would you even need to use it for? It's not like I'm gonna fucking lie or try and get away. I'm not a fucking wimp. Shinso grinned. It was creepily similar to Aizawa's. You swear a lot. Fuck you, Katsuki called as the door shut slowly behind him, flipping the boy off over his shoulder. Plus Aizawa walked into the gym less than 5 minutes later, bearing a confused look. I just saw Bakugo walking back from here. Did something happen? Did he do something to you? Hitachi frowned. No. Why? His mentor sighed and sat on one of the benches. I heard a day or two ago that he bullied Midoriya in middle school. We can't expel him, because it happened in a different school, but, well, I don't know. I feel like I need to make sure nothing is, well, continuing from then, if you get what I mean. Hitachi looked down, tracing his finger over grooves in his water bottle absent-mindedly. Well, he didn't. He didn't seem as bad as people make him out to be. As what people think of him. As what I thought he was like. Aizawa lifted an eyebrow, out of his sight. And by that, you mean? The boy glanced at him, hesitating, before looking away. Actually, it's nothing. Just, I think that maybe. No. Nothing. I'll let you know if I see anything, though. The dark-haired man hummed to himself, eyeing his student thoughtfully. All right. Now then, let's get started on stretches, and so the conversation ended and their training started. But Hitachi continued to think about Bakugo. He felt as if he didn't really know the blonde. Of course, he'd thought he had. He'd thought that all there was to him were things like anger, bitterness, cockiness, selfishness, confidence, brutality, things along those lines. Those were all he displayed, so why should he think differently? But that was the thing. It was all he displayed to the open, not what he really was inside. Hitachi could say a similar thing about himself. He came off as blunt, quiet, probably bitter, and, as much as he says otherwise, though his classmates continue to tease him, emo. But on the other hand, he cooed over cats when they did literally anything and still had a fanboy-level idolization for Eraserhead. He still got excited every time he spoke to him, he'll have to admit, so that should say quite a bit on who he really was underneath. He remembered Bakugo's words. If you're just gonna tell me how much of a fucking villain you think I am, fucking piss off. I've heard it enough times to fucking get it. I'm not enough to be a hero. It reminded him too much of the things he'd once said to his bullies, before Yui. It had made him pause, and actually think. At the time in middle school, he just wanted someone to look below the surface and see he wasn't a villain. See he wasn't a monster, or some freak. Tried to tell them that even though it always fell on deaf ears. And yet, Hitachi had done just the opposite to Bakugo a few minutes ago. It didn't even matter if there was nothing under the surface worth looking for. It mattered that Hitachi would at least have tried looking in the first place, because now, well, Hitachi was betting something really was hiding behind that hot-headed exterior. The thing was that Hitachi felt like he should have known this. As if it was just common knowledge that Bakugo wasn't just angry and mean. And it really should be, he thought. Because you could see it in the way he did things. Or, used to do things, considering most of the chances to show it were taken away from him. Now, for example, the way he'd let Kirishima hang off of his shoulder as they walked through corridors whenever the usual extrovert seemed tired, and tried to tone his aggressiveness down a level. Or the way in training rooms, he'd shoot words and sentences between attacks that would bring a spike in his opponent's confidence and pride, things like, not too bad of a hook, or, Jesus Christ, since when could you fucking do that? Maybe when Hitachi would see him and his close group of friends walk to class from the dorms, Bakugo quizzing them along the way and them beaming when they got every question right. Them exclaiming that they're confident about the upcoming test before he'd shoot them encouraging quips hidden by a blanket of anger or light teasing. It was the little things that made Bakugo, I'll kill you all, Katsuki seem so nice to be around, even though Hitachi hadn't really realized it up until now. The way he secretly cared, secretly worried, secretly encouraged. Had he secretly cried? Hitachi was just beginning to put the pieces together that there was more to the blonde than what so many people wrongly thought, and he'd only really had, what, 2 interactions with him? One of them wasn't even direct, just a warning from Hitachi that he'd transfer into the hero course whether they'd like it or not. That, and his short observations from afar, really wasn't much. He wasn't exactly liking the fact that Class A had over a year with him and still turned on him, after his thinking. Sure, Hitachi might not know everything they do, but, well, even then. 2 wrongs don't make a right. The hero class shouldn't be acting like that regardless, and he will admit with a raised chin that he felt shameful of targeting Bakugou earlier, even if he just didn't understand yet at the time. Hitachi inwardly sighed. God, he really didn't want to question whether or not hero society was as perfect as people made it up to be again. He knew it was bad, that didn't mean he wanted to know how bad it was exactly. Something told him he'd be debating and arguing inside his head instead of sleeping that night. Again. Fuck insomnia. He already has received punishment, Uraraka, far worse than you think. That's what Midoriya had said. He already has received punishment, was what it was. Far worse than you think. Eijiro was just lost at this point. Not confused, not angry, not worried, lost. Because, at the start of their first year he'd thought that Bakugou was one of the manliest people he knew. Strong, brave, powerful, the things he looked up to and respected. But then came the whole situation. And everything he knew about the blonde got turned on its head. Eijiro had heard of it all first from Kaminari. They, the self-dubbed Baku squad, had been hanging in his room. Bakugou had been busy, so he wasn't there, when Kaminari frowned and told them about some things he'd overheard from Todoroki talking to Uraraka and Aitsa that was bothering him. So, guys, you know how Bakugou and Midoriya don't get along that well, he remembered Kaminari telling them, nails between his teeth and anxiousness and eyes downcast. I heard some stuff from Midoriya's group of friends earlier, while I was walking past. Midoriya wasn't there, but they were saying stuff like they can't believe Bakugou could do such a thing and that they should have known Bakugou was a bully to Midoriya. I don't want to believe it. But what if Bakugou isn't who we think he is? Obviously, at first they'd rejected the idea. Bakugou? Their friend? A bully? No, they must be mistaken. It was absurd. Bakugou could be angry and rude and brash but they couldn't find any solid reasoning. Any reasoning that had any real evidence behind it which wasn't just their bias. And he cares deep down was one of those unvalid reasons. That was the first time Eijiro wanted to punch Bakugou, not because of annoyance, not because of training, not because he was worried. Because he was finally piss-fucking mad at the blonde. After that, he became sure that he finally knew the blonde. Really knew him, not just the cheap view of what Eijiro wanted him to be. He grew cold towards Bakugou. Never spat mean words or tried to trip him over in corridors or anything like that, but he wasn't very kind either. Each accidental eye contact was immediately hardened with a glare from Eijiro. If they walked too close his shoulder would roughly shove against his. When Bakugou tried to sit at their usual table he'd try not to start a fight and instead coldly explain that they didn't have enough room despite the obvious spaces they had filled with their bags and legs. Not seeing a flash of hurt on Bakugou's face. Not seeing his hands clench. That went on for, 3 or 4 weeks? Eijiro wasn't sure, but that was enough time to come to his senses that Bakugou Katsuki was not who he wished he was and never could be, at this rate. Until Midoriya had confronted his friends in front of his classmates a day ago and said those words. He already has received punishment, Uraraka, far worse than you think. Those words. Just sounds, really. Silly things that hold too much power. The power to either crush someone's heart or lift it. The power to plant a seed of doubt in his head. Eijiro shared a wall with Bakugou. And the thing was, that no matter how Eijiro tried to chalk it up or say it some other way, it was clear Bakugou didn't have a good life, despite what so many people thought. Countless shouting matches to his parents. Countless nights sleepily hearing a soft bang and harsh breathing as the blonde woke from nightmares. Countless hissed, pain curses from quirk overuse or injures in training he'd insisted he could take care of without recovery girl. Countless nights listening to his hitched breaths and muffled sobs. Maybe no one else was swayed by those silly, little words. But then again, maybe no one had been as close to Bakugou as Eijiro had been, either. Now, this didn't mean he was ready to forget that Bakugou was a bully. He wasn't about to throw that out of the window and say it was okay just because Bakugou didn't have the perfect life. But it did make him think. Think that maybe Midoriya had a point after all. And yet still, he wasn't sure. He wanted to talk to Midoriya himself at some point too, just so that he could see what exactly Midoriya was trying to say before doing something stupid. Although, who knew if Midoriya would even want to talk to him? Being his tormentor's best friend, he ignored a whisper in his head wondering if Bakugou had ever really thought that about him. Couldn't have made Midoriya very fond of him, right? He would wait and observe. So until he decided otherwise, Bakugou would still be on their blacklist. Words echoed in Eijiro's head. He already has received punishment, Uraraka, far worse than you think. But just how much punishment had he really gone through unseen to Eijiro? Plus it turned out Izuku was the one to ask Kirishima for a talk first. "Hey, Kirishima," Izuku called out to him, rushing after the group after class. "Sorry to bother you, but could I talk to you for a second?" Kirishima glanced at Ashido, Kaminari and Siro, before shrugging and grinning at him. "Sure thing, Midobro. I'll catch you guys later, go on without me." His friends gave him a smile and shrugged, continuing to walk down the path. Izuku watched them go thoughtfully. The ex-Bakugo. I actually had hope for them, too. Damn it, how did it all turn so horrible so quickly? Kirishima turned to Midoriya with a smile. "I actually wanted to talk to you two for a while, but I wasn't sure if, well, stuff." Izuku frowned in confusion. Oh no, I hope I wasn't acting too grumpy or unapproachable or anything. I didn't mean to, I was just a little angry at my friends, that's all. But if you needed something, I'm so sorry you felt like you couldn't talk to me. Please, if you ever need anything feel free to ask." He knew he had been acting, well, grumpy for the past few days. Since the talk with Eureka, he'd been so frustrated that he hadn't really thought about it when he glared or snapped at people a little. It was just so infuriating that his friends couldn't take him seriously. Obviously, if Kirishima had wanted to talk to him and felt he couldn't approach him, he should really make sure he wasn't being so harsh. The last thing he wanted was people thinking he wouldn't want to help them. To his relief, Kirishima just smiled sheepishly and waved his hand. No, you've got it wrong, don't worry, that's not your fault. I just wasn't sure if I should bring the subject into conversation or not, considering a few things lately. Nothing to do with your behavior, though." Izuku practically deflated. The reason why he'd asked to speak to Kirishima, completely forgotten. "Oh, phew, that's a relief. I'm really glad. But, if you don't mind, what was that subject? I'm pretty sure I won't get mad, or sad, or whatever you're expecting. Just kinda curious." Kirishima looked away, lips pursed. It's about Bakugou. Izuku sighed. "If I hear anything about how I'm some kind of victim and he's the abuser, I swear to All Might, no, don't worry, it's not about that," Kirishima rushed to assure. He paused. "Well actually, it kinda is. But not really. Look, I'll talk to you later about it, but I think you're getting off track. Was there something you wanted to talk about?" Izuku blinked. "Oh, right. Actually, it's about Kaken too." "Oh," Kirishima said. Well, do you want to start or should I? "'Cause we might be talking about." "You start," Izuku said with finality. He usually was quite indecisive when it came to telling people what to do. It made him feel like he was bossing them around and he didn't want to force anyone to do anything. But right then, he needed to hear what Kirishima said before he said anything himself. The whole conversation would be pointless if Kirishima had already made up his mind about Bakugou. Kirishima seemed to look at him with a calculating gaze, so Izuku made sure his face was as blank and normal as it could be to avoid giving anything away. The other side, shrugging. "Okay, if you say so. Let's walk while we talk, though, otherwise we'll be here for a while and Aiza will get mad." Izuku nodded and followed as they slowly strolled back to the dorms. Kirishima gathered his thoughts before beginning. "I've been wanting to ask you about this since, Bakugou had been taken to see the principal. Remember?" Izuku nodded. When he'd come back into the classroom like nothing happened, if anything, even more confident, Bakugou had been met with a shocked and angry class. He remembered when Aiza had shot up from his seat, hand straight up, demanding to know why a bully was still allowed in Yui, much less the hero course. Or when Eureka had scowled and tried to convince Aizawa that keeping Bakugou in there was a bad idea for them, future heroes. When most of the class had joined her, it had honestly made him angry and repulsed. But staring at the back of Bakugou's head, he had known he shouldn't make any moves this time. Couldn't, unless he wanted to damage their friendship further. "You think I'm fucking blind, too? I see when you try and defend me against everyone or reason with people to fucking leave me alone. I don't fucking need that. I can handle on my own without you making me the damsel in fucking distress." He'd felt useless, but if that was what Bakugou wanted, well, that was just going to happen, and Izuku would let it. He didn't want to be those people Bakugou didn't trust, all because they didn't listen to his wants, didn't listen when he said no. There were already way more people than there should be in that category, Izuku was aware. He was ripped out of his thoughts when Kirishima continued speaking. "Well, what you said. It kinda stuck with me. The thing about him already having received punishment. You're probably one of the few people who knows Bakugou better than me, so, well, I share a wall with him, That, and the fact that I've known him for a while too, makes me kinda aware of how his life isn't as perfect as he makes it out to be. I'm sure you know that too, right?" Izuku's eyes widened and he looked at Kirishima, who had already been trying to observe his reaction. Izuku smiled slightly. "So, did Kirishima finally get it? Did someone finally understand?" "Exactly," Kirishima smiled, hand reaching up to the nape of his neck. Good, I was worried for a second that I'd misinterpreted your words and ended up offending you. The thing is, though, I wasn't sure how to move forward with it. He sighed. I may have used to have been somewhat close to him, not that it really mattered to him, apparently, but you know the most about him. I wanted to hear what you have to say about him yourself and without interruptions before making assumptions and trying to talk to him. Izuku frowned and looked away again. Well, first off, I can tell you that as much as you try to think the opposite, you really did matter to him. You meant the world to him. You were the one person he trusted nearly as much as himself. Kirishima frowned. You think so? I know so, Kirishima, Izuku replied. I don't know how everyone's suddenly forgotten everything about him as if you never knew him, but the facts are still there that he used to care so much about you guys. You Ashido, Kaminari, Siro, everyone meant the world to him, because you guys, even if unknowingly, gave him a chance. You guys made him better. Kirishima was quiet. Izuku sighed, seeing the dorm building neared quickly. Anyway, I guess I'll just get down to what I really wanted to say. Kirishima, I want you to talk to Kaken. Just hear him out, okay? That's all I ask. That you at least try to hear him out, if not for him, for me. Kirishima frowned. I don't think anything makes what he did to you alright, still, Midoriya. But, well, okay. Yeah, okay, I'll do it then. If you insist. As soon as I get the chance, I'll do it. Thank you. It was quiet for a while as they walked up to the entrance door, where they could hear people chatting and laughing inside. Kirishima paused. What you said, how I used to mean the world to him, yeah. It's obvious in the way he used to look at you guys, Izuku explained with a wistful smile. It's how he used to look at me, or people like Aizawa and All Might Ga, P platonically of course, he added when Kirishima gave him a look and his ears tinted red. It's full of care and protectiveness, like he'd choose your life over his any day if needed. Don't tell him I said that, though. Or anyone. If this finally blows over, he'll never forgive me for that. He chuckled. He didn't mention how he'd thought the look Bakugou gave him when they were little was slowly coming back recently until, of course, the whole situation started. That might just have been pushing it, he admitted. Kirishima looked a little troubled. He muttered, used to. Izuku looked away with a frown. Yeah, I don't think it'd be easy to trust someone and love them like you used to do when they stab you in the back. Do you? He looked conflicted, and Izuku almost felt bad. Almost. Izuku sighed and stepped forward, twisting the doorknob. Think about what I said. Give him a second chance. Please. Have a good night, Kirishima. And with that, he opened the door, making a beeline to his room. He heard people welcome Kirishima when the door shut behind them and pursed his lips. God, he hoped Kirishima would listen. The next day, everything was normal. Katsuki got dressed, went on a run, then headed for school. There, he proceeded to ignore everyone around him, especially Kirishima. Not looking at him helped with getting over the pain in his chest until it finally hit lunchtime. There was just one thing. He'd woken up feeling like he wanted to curl right up again and stay there for eternity. How wonderful, right? Crazy how something as weak as feelings could do that to someone barely 5 minutes into their day. It was for no reason, too. No, shut up, he was not affected by this whole thing. He was fine, he really was. He just felt so down. Once, when he was around 10, he'd been chopping vegetables for his parents' dinner and accidentally cut himself. Pretty deeply. Only the next day, when someone had asked about the bandages, did he realize, oh shit, he nearly cut his pinky off. That's what this felt like. That oh shit moment where everything you'd either forgotten about or wanted to shove away decided to crash onto you, way later than it had first happened, and rub in your face, leaving you no space to breathe. Naturally, Katsuki told himself to suck it up, not be a coward, and get on with the day. At lunch, however, he decided he couldn't put up the front anymore and made his way to the roof. That should be away from everyone, and quiet, right? He'd get a breather, finally. He walked up to the railings and looked out at the city below them. Wind pulled and pushed at his hair and clothes, softly blowing in his ears. He clenched his fists and sighed, closing his eyes and letting his mind quieten for a minute or two. After opening them, he thought for a moment, before cursing to himself. Fuck, he'd forgotten to pick up some food before going up there. Shit, he scowled, turning and sitting against the railing, hand covering his eyes and legs drawn up to his chest lazily. A minute passed. Just him against the world, at that moment. Even the wind fell silent to his loud, deprecating thoughts. His stomach growled. He really should have gotten something from the cafeteria, or at least eaten breakfast that morning. He squashed the stray thought, wondering if he even deserved food. Katsuki jolted when someone sat next to him. Oh, fucking great. It was Aizawa 2.0 again. He scowled, scrambling to put together an angry facade as quickly as possible, even if Shinso had definitely seen him like this, and opened his mouth to tell him ever so politely to leave. The curse words weaved in were just a sign of very, very mild annoyance from him, that's all. He froze, however, when a dumpling was held out to him. He blinked at it. What the fuck is that supposed to be? Shinso rolled his eyes. Take it. I don't have all day. Katsuki wrinkled his nose. I don't need your fucking pity. No, but you do need to eat, because otherwise you're going to make finding a space in the hero course a hell of a lot easier for me, Shinso bit back with a frown. And anyway, I don't want to hear your stupid stomach grumbling almost as loud as you do normally. It's annoying. Usually, Katsuki would snap back angrily, but he was so tired and hungry. He took the dumpling. They sat in silence for a while. Shinso occasionally passed a few more dumplings over when he finished the current ones. Katsuki refused to meet his eye. God, he was so pathetic. Shinso sighed when his bento box was finished. I think class is starting soon. He stood up, dusting himself off a little. Katsuki immediately did the same, not wanting to experience the awkwardness that was bound to occur if he stayed sitting. There weren't any goodbyes, or thank yous or emotional statements shared, but Katsuki preferred it that way anyway as they separated when re-entering the building. The dumplings had been good. Plus the next day, Katsuki went to the rooftop again. He spotted the mop of purple hair almost immediately, sitting against the side of the staircase wall with bento box in hand. He was just beginning to open it. Oi, eyebags, Katsuki barked, walking up to him. Shinso frowned up at him, pausing. Katsuki threw a bento box at him. Ha! What's this? Shinso asked, turning it over in his hands after catching it in surprise. Fucking food, what did you think it was? Katsuki scowled, leaning against the wall and refusing to make eye contact. Shinso gave him a confused look and opened it, sniffing it as if it might hold some kind of poison. Why? He asked, shooting a suspicious look as he lowered the box. Katsuki huffed. I don't owe you shit, now. And if you tell anyone about what happened yesterday, I'll explode your fucking face off. Shinso snorted, as if he knew there was something else going on. Yeah, right. Sure. Well, you'd better sit down, Explodu. I'm not eating all this myself. The blonde scoffed, though he sat down too. Never said you fucking could. I'm taking some too, dickface. And don't fucking call me that. Shinso shrugged, suits you. He put down Katsuki's box and placed his own next to it, silently telling Katsuki he could share some of his too. Still, Katsuki didn't take any from Shinso's. No, it fucking doesn't, Katsuki scowled, taking some onigiri he'd made from his bento box. On the other hand, eyebags or dickface describes you fucking perfectly. Have you fucking seen yourself? I'll have you know these are Gucci bags, asshole, Shinso muttered, mostly just talking without really thinking as he took some onigiri from Katsuki's box too. As he took a bite, the blonde grinned and took pride as his eyes widened. Did you take this from lunch rush or something? Are you his favorite? Shinso asked, staring at the onigiri. Katsuki scowled. What? No, dickwad, I fucking cooked it. What, you fucking don't like it or some shit? No, Shinso shook his head with a snicker, just didn't know you could cook. Yeah? Well now you fucking know, then, asshat. It was quiet as they ate in silence. Shinso said eventually, it's actually good, though, to be honest. Katsuki grinned. Obviously. I fucking cooked it. He was pleased. He didn't realize how long it had been since someone genuinely complimented him on something other than his academics or fighting. Plus Hitachi was happy with himself. Sort of. We don't talk about the heap of insecurities and problems he was currently ignoring. He wasn't sure why he'd shared his lunch with Bakugou that first day he'd arrived on the rooftop, but he was glad he had, because now Bakugou seemed to be warming up to him. Even if he wasn't, shush up, he was. It wasn't every day they both sat on the rooftop. Bakugou would still sometimes eat in the cafeteria, a whole table to himself, and so would Hitachi at times, especially if it was cold. So no, they didn't always meet each other on the rooftop or in training rooms, but every time they did, it was comfortable to eat beside each other. One day, Hitachi was sitting by the railings this time, Bakugou slammed the door open. Ah, so a bad day, then. He stormed over to Hitachi and flopped himself next to him with force, crossing his arms over bent legs. Hitachi raised an eyebrow. The hell? Mind your own fucking business, Bakugou snapped. Hitachi sighed and shrugged. If he wanted to talk, he would. They'd been sitting next to each other for, what, collectively 2 weeks now? He liked to think Bakugou felt at least semi-comfortable with him. Sure enough, a while later, Bakugou began. So, apparently, fucking shitty H, the redhead extra from my class, wanted to fucking talk to me. For a while now, he said, but apparently there were no fucking opportunities lately. So, naturally I told him to fucking piss off. He doesn't fucking deserve that from me. Yeah, then what? Hitachi asked when he paused. Did something worse than usual happen or some shit? He said that I fucking owe it to him, after all this fucking time, Bakugou spat. That I fucking owe it to him. I don't owe shit to him. I might have been a fucking shit person, still am, but they're supposed to be heroes in training, not fucking karma itself. Hitachi frowned, putting his lunch down. Well, first off, don't say that. Say fucking what? Because I'll fucking fight you on. Say that you're a shit person, Hitachi said, maintaining eye contact. Bakugou paused. Because you're not. I've had multiple lunches with you for the last 2 weeks and I really, honestly doubt you are. So stop saying that shit to yourself because soon you'll believe it, and that won't be good. Bakugou clicked his tongue and looked away. Hitachi shook his head with a groan. Ugh, don't tell me they've already gotten to you. Fucking piss off, Bakugou scowled. It seemed to lack the usual bite, as if you could do much better if you were in my shitty fucking shoes. You're right, I didn't. The insomniac was determined to keep his eyes forward, fixed on the stairwell's walls. Hitachi sighed, looking up to see the clouds drifting lazily past. Never mind. Look, if someone called me villainous or a shit person, would that be okay? Bakugou clicked his tongue. I know what you're doing, and it's not going to fucking work. Just answer the damn question, Hitachi said. Truthfully, would it be okay? He narrowed his eyes. Of course fucking not. Why? Bakugou whipped his head around to look at Hitachi, frustrated. What the fuck are you getting at, dipshit? This is going fucking nowhere. It's literally one question, Hitachi said. All you have to do is answer it. Because you're fucking not. Bakugou snapped. You fucking, you're just not. It's a shit thing to say anyway. Okay. Hitachi furrowed his brows. So why do you think them saying it to you is an exception? Where the hell did you get that bullshit from? Hitachi turned to look at Bakugou. He was taken aback to see clenched, shaking hands. Isn't it fucking obvious? The blonde said. Because what if they're fucking right? Oh, shit, Hitachi thought, speechless. This sounds way too familiar. Hitachi grimaced. The bell rang distantly, signaling the end of lunch and cutting off Hitachi. They both froze for a moment. Bakugou stood up, hesitating for a second before walking towards the stairs, head face down and shoulders hunched slightly. He swung the door open, pausing. If you tell anyone about what just happened, I'll explode your fucking face off, he warned, before taking a deep breath, lifting his chin and rolling his shoulders back as if nothing had happened. And he left. The next day, the lunch hall was crowded. Well, at least, more than Katsuki was now used to. He'd been spending more time on the rooftop or in training rooms than he'd realized, even if he'd told himself not to be a coward and faced those fuckers head on. How pathetic. It felt much more busy and claustrophobic than he'd thought. As he walked in, it was like all eyes turned to him, zoning in on what he was wearing, his face, his expression, his hair, the way he walked, the way he looked around, the way he breathed. It was tiring, exhausting, even, to be conscious of every little thing he did. Usually, he'd bask in the attention, smirk, grin, boast, become more confident in general, but now with a different meaning behind those prying eyes, it was a lot less encouraging. He still acted like his usual self, though. He couldn't afford to be a coward. And the thing was, he knew deep down that not everyone was staring at him. Why would they? Not when he sat down at his old table, or took out his bento box. Not even when he opened it. Was it just him or was that louder than usual? Would that be taken as aggressive? Was that offensive in some way? Was he just proving to them that he was the villain they all knew he was? After all, continuing to stare would just be a waste of time and creepy. Logically, no one had enough interest to carry on. The eyes still seemed to burn into his every little move. Obviously, the only exception to that was his own class, Class 1A. They glared at him fiercely as they gathered their food from lunch rush or took out their own packed lunches, and he was pretty sure at some point one or two of his classmates swore at him and spat on his table as they walked by, which was replied to by an unimpressed, disgusted look by Katsuki. How heroic and respectful for school property, dear fuckwads. They turned red in embarrassment and huffed, moving on. Katsuki just continued to eat his food in peace. He went on his phone for a bit during it, ignoring how no one had bothered to message him since this whole fiasco started, save for maybe his mother demanding to know when he'd be coming back home, and made sure he had no undone homework, as well as playing a few games. He ignored the non-existent stares. He also ignored the stares that were not so non-existent, yet he made sure they thought that to him they were, of course. Katsuki ate his food slowly, making sure every bite would only frustrate his classmates more as they all squashed together on just two. Meanwhile, he could stretch his legs over 2 seats, the whole table for himself. It was their loss, honestly. If they thought that they were achieving something or being heroic or whatever, they were miserably wrong. Although their teachers didn't know the extent of how their bullying childish grudge had gotten, Katsuki was mostly sure they'd just be disappointed to see it, although, it was hard to decide on who it would be directed at. Katsuki, the villain, or his classmates, the heroes. Katsuki was just finishing off a guy in one of his games. It was beginning to get too easy for him. He might need to find some other, more challenging game soon, when he heard someone pause by his table, opposite to where he sat. He looked up with a glare. The fuck could they want? Class 1B's little brother himself, Monoma, regarded him with a sneer, still holding his lunch tray. Honestly, this is just getting quite the annoyance. Can't you class of pushovers finally realize it's time to stop playing this childish game and just leave the rest of us in peace? Katsuki scowled. The fuck are you ranting about now, ya goddamn extra? Monoma wrinkled his nose. Gosh. I'm talking about how you seem so entitled to take this whole table for yourself and expect us to deal with your class. I have over 5 of you spoiled scumbags on my usual table, and one of them is that little grapehead, who, I must say, is getting on my very last nerve. That's fucking wonderful. Why are you telling me this? Katsuki scoffed. Not like I'm fucking doing anything other than minding my own damn fucking business. If you want them to move, not my fucking problem, this table is completely fucking free. I'm not fucking stopping them, now am I? TCH, Monoma turned his head away in distaste. Would it really kill you to stop that damned colorful language? It's like you swallowed a pot. He sighed, elegantly seating himself as far away as possible to Katsuki, yet still on the same table. I guess I'll have to deal with your presence for the meantime, however. You better fix this problem of yours, though. I don't think I'll be able to refrain myself from hitting either you or one of your classmates if this keeps up. Katsuki snorted. That's gonna be pretty fucking hard if you're going to be sitting next to that fucking rapist. And that is exactly why I'll take my chances with the beast of Class 1A over the pervert of Class 1A, Monoma said dryly, and picked up his chopsticks. Maybe you might have a sliver of hope left in you. Honestly, this would never happen with Class 1B. This only proves further how your class is so greatly inferior to us, if you simply cannot come to some silly agreement. This has been going on for over 4 weeks now. You all act like children. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Again, why the fuck are you telling me this? Not like I can do anything about it. Yes, Monoma rolled his eyes. But from what I hear, you were the bully, were you not? Shouldn't you apologize, at the least? It won't fix everything, but it might make things a little calmer around here, which would give me my damn lunch table back and a break from those disgusting perverted remarks. TCH, Katsuki scoffed, not bothering to say much else. Something in Monoma's eyes turned dangerous as he glared at him. You were a bully, Bakugou. Why? Katsuki paused eating. Why? He'd wanted Midoriya to stop following him. He'd wanted to keep his place as respected and on top. He'd wanted to show his parents he could be strong every time they'd be called into the principal's office or he'd come home with bruises on his knuckles. In the end, they were all stupid reasons, not really reasons. He shouldn't have done anything of the sort for such stupid excuses. He didn't even achieve a single one of them. He'd managed to stop Midoriya a little way into the first year, but that wasn't a product of bullying. That was just people telling him that maybe it wasn't right. And still, even with everything else, none of them had worked anyway. He'd lost the title of respected and on top as soon as he set foot in Yui. And his parents never would, think he were strong or brave or clever, or it just hadn't worked. Monoma was right, he was childish to believe that the tactic could work all the way until the mature age of 14. Katsuki shook his head and sighed. I was a shitty person. I shoulda never done it, but what's done is done and the only way I can go now is fucking forward. Not like I can change the fucking past. Monoma seemed surprised. Then he leaned back in his seat. Interesting. Katsuki scowled at the answer and continued to eat. He ignored how usually he'd be yelling and demanding what the fuck this guy meant by just interesting. He'd been doing an awful lot of ignoring lately. At some point Monoma noted, that red-headed puppy of your class, Kirishima, right? Bakugou, I need to speak with you. Hey, man, don't say that. You owe this to us. You were the bully here, I'm only doing this cause me. I'm only trying this once, anyway, what the fuck about him? I don't give two shits about any of them anymore. Yeah, well it seems he does about you, Monoma said dryly, giving him a look. I can see him staring at you from the other side of the cafeteria. Katsuki refused to turn around to look. You seem to love telling me things I'm not gonna do shit about. Monoma clicked his tongue. You don't need to listen if you don't care, you know. Honestly, I try to be nice by telling you and this is what I get. Such disappointment. Katsuki sighed, long, angry and tired. Why, of all people, did Monoma have to sit next to him now? If he was the beast of Class 1A, Monoma was the spoilt baby brother of Class 1B. And, to add the cherry on top, with Mineta on his table, the urge to dropkick him has never been so strong. Monoma was probably going to stay here from now on. Ugh. Oh, now this is interesting, Monoma grinned sadistically. Oh, goddammit, what now, ya copycat fucker? Katsuki snapped. I'm trying to fucking eat. Monoma just smiled wider and his eyes fixed on something behind Katsuki. Bakugou, Kirishima said from behind him. I think we need to try this talking thing again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Katsuki considered making a run for it, completely forgetting about his lunch and just booking it. But, he thought with an inward sigh, that was probably what was to be perceived as running from his problems. And Katsuki may be many things, but he was not a fucking wimp who ran away from stupid problems. Most of the time, anyway. Katsuki sighed, putting his chopsticks down. Can I at least finish my damn fucking food? I'd rather do this now, actually, Kirishima said. Katsuki stood up, frustrated, and turned to finally look at the other boy. If he didn't know any better, he'd say the red-haired guy seemed nervous, maybe guilty. But he did know better. He could see through the stupid act. Honestly, this would never happen with Class 1B. This only proves further how your class is so greatly inferior to us, if you simply cannot come to some silly agreement. This has been going on for over 4 weeks now. You all act like children. Monoma's words from earlier rang in his ears, and he clenched his jaw. He gave a mildly sad look to his bento box before closing it and shoving it into his bag. Kirishima perked up a little and followed him as they weaved between people and out of the cafeteria. He wasn't betting on this conversation being useful, but maybe, if he listened for once, instead of lashing out and being angry all the time, well, maybe that would be the right move. Might even put a stop to this, at least briefly, and would give Monoma his table back so that he could continue to eat lunch in peace without the guy yammering in his ear. And anyway, wasn't there a saying or something about how, God, what was it again? For a relationship to work, effort from both sides is required? Granted, Katsuki was pretty sure that it was supposed to be for romantic relationships. Although, he was also pretty sure it was true that both sides have to make an effort to fix a platonic friendship all the same. He couldn't just mope about and cry about how his classmates were dickheads at this point, especially now that Kirishima actually seemed to be trying to fix their friendship now. If Kirishima seemed to be trying, so should Katsuki. Even though the more reasonable thing that was happening was probably Kirishima trying to corner him so that he could tell him just how much. No. Shut the fuck up. They eventually reached an empty hallway, where Katsuki stopped and leaned against the wall, seemingly uncaring. He stared at Kirishima. Kirishima looked away and fiddled with his fingers. A minute passed. Katsuki clicked his tongue, rolling his eyes. God fucking damn it, you wanted to fucking talk, didn't you? So fucking talk. Whatever betrayal bullshit or some crap about him being a villain that Kirishima was bound to say, he'd deal with that when it came. Not like he hasn't heard it before. He just really wanted him to get a move on at this point, because firstly, he wasn't about to waste time. Secondly, he really just wanted to get this over with. And thirdly, it made the hurt easier to hide when the pain was quick. Alright, Kirishima said. Look, I'm sorry. Wait, what? I went about everything completely wrong before, Kirishima said. I searching for something in Katsuki's crimson ones. I never should have said that you owe me, that you owe us. I was frustrated, and I was hurt, and I was just so confused, but, I mean, those are really just silly excuses. I don't really get to make excuses right now. I mean, I doubt I should even get this chance to talk to you. Anyway. Can we try this again? Please. Kirishima seemed to just be rambling on and on now, searching for words quicker than he could say them. Like, our friendship? I know I don't deserve it. But I want to try to fix things. I regret doubting you, and I just wish so deeply that I could take everything back. It was really unmanly of me and I am so ashamed of my actions. Katsuki narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment quietly. Why are you even doing this? What? Why the fuck are you doing this? What the hell made you change your fucking mind, huh? You decide you hate me for, what, fucking over 4 weeks, and then boom, overnight you realize what a fucking asshole you are, he scoffed. Oh, please. Give me a fucking break. You just want to feel heroic, don't you? You want to try to fix things just so you can screw me over again, that it? Kirishima looked away, biting his lip. No, I thought about what Midoriya has been saying. You know, about you, about everything. I realized it wasn't our place to judge. TCH, Katsuki clenched his teeth and glared at the floor. I told that fucking nerd not to stick up for me. I don't need him, his stupid help or his fucking pity. I can do fucking fine on my own, I'm not some fucking damsel. He flicked his gaze towards Kirishima. And that means I don't fucking need you either. I don't need anyone. So you might as well piss off right now because I'm not falling for your stupid fucking act. With that, Katsuki pushed off the wall, taking a step back towards the cafeteria. Damn, he was right. This was completely and utterly a waste of his time. He should have just stayed back over there and forgot all about this. Kirishima clenched his fists. Sorry, but I'm not giving up on you again. Katsuki paused. He slowly turned to meet his eye. Fucking what now? You heard me, Kirishima said, voice becoming more assured and determined. He took a step towards Katsuki. I'm not giving up on you again. I'm not turning my back and I'm not walking away, because you are my friend. And friends don't just push friends away like I have. I may be a hell of a shitty friend, but I don't plan on making the same mistake twice. No, you don't fucking get it, Katsuki growled, stepping towards him as anger flew through his body. You aren't my friend. You lost the title the moment you decided I was too fucking villainous for you all. Kirishima pursed his lips, looking away. The hallway was silent. You aren't villainous, for the record, Kirishima said quietly. Or unheroic. Or a brute, or aggressive, or whatever the hell else you're hearing. Katsuki scoffed, yeah, no. Good luck with convincing yourself. We both know that's a lie. Kirishima whipped his head around so fast Katsuki was almost worried for his neck. Bakugo, wait, are you seriously okay? You know what, just fucking shut up, Katsuki muttered, resuming his walk back. I don't want to hear any of your fucking bullshit, so just piss off and go eat with the rest of the fuckfaces. Fine, we'll address that whole problem later. But Bakugou, please, just listen to me, Kirishima cried, rushing to his side and walking with him. He didn't stop Katsuki, but it seemed obvious he wanted to. Give me one good fucking reason, because I care about you and our friendship and I really don't want to give up on us. Not again, not ever, Kirishima exclaimed. Katsuki faltered, and Kirishima seemed to take that as a sign to continue. Bakugou, I know that you won't forgive me right away. And, I'm not asking for complete forgiveness or to suddenly gain back your trust and friendship. I could never, after what I've done. Kirishima bowed, palms flat against each other in front of him. Bakugou, I need you to know how sorry I am. I regret and am ashamed of my actions. I'm so sorry. Katsuki was taken aback. After a second, he clicked his tongue and turned his head away, ears burning ever so slightly. Stand up, you look like a fucking idiot. Kirishima did it in a heartbeat, hopeful eyes searching Katsuki's. The blonde sighed. I don't fucking forgive you. Kirishima deflated a little, pursing his lips. Yeah, I expected that. I didn't fucking finish, asshole, Katsuki snapped. I don't forgive you. But, if you actually fucking mean all this, Kirishima nodded vigorously, then prove it to me. Show it, earn this, then maybe I'll consider being on good terms. Nowhere near friendship yet, though, dickhead, after what you've pulled. Kirishima beamed brightly, thank you so much, Bakubro. You won't regret this, dude. Quit the names, I never said you could fucking use that. Katsuki snapped as he continued trudging back towards the cafeteria. He didn't admit how it made his heart feel a little lighter to hear the familiar nickname. Kirishima shook his head, amused, as he fell into step. Whatever you say, Bakubro. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Oh, by the way, Kirishima said with a teasing smile, are you on friendly terms with Monoma? When did that happen? Tisk, I don't give two shits about fucking copycat, Katsuki said. He's only sitting there and annoying the shit out of me because you fucking dicks are sitting on his table. And yet, I don't see him being warned off by you. Kirishima sing-songed. It's almost like you tolerate him. I thought you hated his guts. That was until he posed some good fucking points about our shitty-ass class, shitty high, dickface, Katsuki muttered. He looked pointedly at Kirishima, who looked away with pursed lips. They soon arrived back at the cafeteria, and Kirishima fiddled with his fingers. So, do you think that maybe, possibly, perhaps, spit it out, I don't have all fucking day, Katsuki huffed. Can I sit with you? At the table, Kirishima asked. I know we aren't even technically on good terms yet, but, I just thought, Katsuki sighed, do fucking whatever. But if you sit near me it's not gonna fucking look good to them. He frowned. I don't care. If they wanna look at me weird, so be it. Sometimes that's not all they do, though, and you'll become their target just as much as I, Katsuki thought bitterly. Fine. Suit yourself. Monoma lifted an eyebrow when they came over together. Katsuki glared at him, which only brought a smirk to the other's face as he launched into another tangent about how Class B were better than Class A. He ignored Katsuki when he pointed out no one else from Class B had made a move to get away from his classmates on Monoma's table. On the other side of the cafeteria, Midoriya noticed them and smiled. Kirishima Eijiro. Eijiro froze and turned at the mention of his full name. No one ever called him by his full name. Unless, obviously, he'd done something super bad. In which case only one of his mothers would use it, but he was just walking back to the dorms and that voice definitely was not his ma, nor his mum. It was Ashido. And she had the rest of the ex-Bakuquad, right behind her. Hey, Mina, Eijiro said with a nervous smile, hand drifting to the nape of his neck. What, us, my dorm, Ashido ordered with a fierce glare. Now, you know when your parent/guardian is obviously mad but they're trying to be calm but in the end it's just way more terrifying and you feel like you've been caught doing something but you don't even know what that is? Yeah, that's how Eijiro felt. Sweaty palms and all. As soon as the dorm slammed behind them and they were locked into Ashido's bright pink room, the interrogation started. Kiri, what were you thinking? Ashido hissed, standing over him with crossed arms. Eijiro was sitting on her bed, with Kaminari on her desk chair and Siro laying on one of the beanbags she had. Why on earth did you sit at Bakugou's table? Eijiro looked away with a small frown. I really think honestly, yeah sure, I get that maybe the tables were a little cramped, but sitting there of all places was just. Ashido curled her fingers, shook them, then fisted them repeatedly, before waving her arms around in some kind of frustrated gesture. Just, ugh. Why, yeah, dude, I gotta say, Kaminari said with a pitying grimace, not very cool to eat lunch with a bully. How is he gonna understand that what he did was wrong if he doesn't get a taste of his own medicine? Eijiro huffed, but, see, that's where you're wrong, Kiri. Look, Siro groaned, face down on the beanbag, never one for arguments. I get that you and Bakugou were close. Super close, even. But you gotta just accept that he isn't who we all thought he was. Dude, he's so unheroic. I'm doubting how much potential Izuku really saw in him. He's an unkind, villainous bully who doesn't even regret his actions, and the sooner we get him to either change or— You aren't villainous, for the record, ha. Yeah, no. Good luck with convincing yourself. We both know that's a lie. Guys, will you just listen to me? Eijiro said, not as loud as shouting, yet close to it. They all silenced immediately. Ashido sighed and sat on another beanbag, opposite to Eijiro. I'm sorry, Kiri. It's just, I saw you sitting next to him, then being all friendly, and then acting like it was nothing. Think about how Midoriya must feel. I am thinking about how Midoriya feels, which is the whole reason why I approached him in the first place, Mina. Eijiro said, desperate to get his reasoning across and hopefully convince his friends, just like he had been convinced, that this was not the way to go about this stupid dispute. Kaminari's eyes widened. You're trying to make Mido feel bad. What? No, Eijiro cried hastily. Of course not, I could never. Then, now let me repeat what I said earlier. What the absolute hell were you thinking? About Midoriya's feelings. How is sitting next to his abuser since childhood for a good friendly lunch supposed to be a good thing for him? Ashido looked like he just ran over a dog in front of her and said it was okay because the owner wouldn't mind. Which, okay, was probably how this looked from her and the other's perspective, but still, a little overdramatic. He was only doing the right thing, and this time he was certain about it. He sighed. It's a long story, but in short, I spoke with Midobro a few days ago. Remember when he asked to talk to me on the way back from class? Yeah. Anyway, he asked me to talk to Bakugou. What? Siro said, confused. But why? You'd know if anyone actually listened to him, Eijiro said, a sad crease between his eyebrows as he thought. I've had a lot of time to think, and with that comes noticing. I've seen how every time you guys, not just you, but when the whole class say something mean about Bakugou, he gets this tired, resigned look. A sad, dim angry look. Like he'd tried so many times but each time amounts to nothing, so now he's just given up. Ashido sighed and shook her head sadly. If anything, this is just proof of how much Bakugou hurt him. There must have been countless times he's tried to do something only for Bakugou to knock him back down again. No, that's not the point here, Mina, Eijiro said. Don't you see? Bakugou isn't the problem. Neither is his and Midoriya's background or how shitty he used to be. In fact, the problem has practically nothing to do with them. Kaminari frowned. He seemed to be paying way more attention than he did in any class they had, as he usually did when matters of his friends arose. Eijiro would have smiled inwardly, if not for the situation, at how obvious it was that he cherished and cared for his friends. So, then, what is the problem? Kaminari asked. But Eijiro had a pretty good guess that deep down he knew. He sighed and pursed his lips, looking at the rug below his feet. He was not interrupted again as he explained his thoughts. Plus, for the first time in weeks, Katsuki finally felt a flare of hope. Sure, when Shinso had actually seemed to, dare he say it, enjoy the blonde's company, a spark of hope had ignited. But Shinso didn't really know him very well. Not before all this, anyway. His old friends, however, they did. They'd seen him at his worst, at his best, or at least damn close to them both, and they knew what a monster he really was inside. So, it was probably quite reasonable to say that as soon as Shinso figured it out, he'd leave too. It was why they were so quick to turn their backs, after all, right? That had to be it. They'd seen that disgusting, angry, cold interior and decided that he just wasn't worth it. They had just been waiting for the opportunity to leave him behind for perhaps ages now, and this whole situation was the perfect excuse. He couldn't blame this on anyone other than himself, it was completely his fault. But Kirishima had tried. He'd spoken to him. He'd told him he was sorry. He'd told him that he wasn't villainous, even if Katsuki, never mind. He'd sat at the same table for lunch, no matter how confused this made Katsuki. And he'd willingly stuck by him throughout the whole day, volunteering to be his partner other than Midoriya in science, and shooting him grins and smiles every time their eyes met, like it was the start of the year again, like everything was alright again. Obviously Katsuki knew that wouldn't happen so easily. Having everything go back to normal seemed impossible. He just couldn't picture his classmates smiling at him kindly instead of with hate, and laughing with him in joy instead of at him with taunts at the tip of their tongues. It just seemed weird, even if only 4 weeks had passed. And, naturally, Katsuki also knew even deeper that it was likely Kirishima had some ulterior motive. He'd been trying to figure it out all day, but it just didn't seem to make much sense. What was Kirishima getting from pretending to want to be friends with Katsuki? There was no benefit he could think of, only the downsides to being associated with him. Maybe it was so that he could flaunt to people how he'd managed to get in close to the beast of class 1 without getting burnt. To show how Kirishima, manly, heroic, generous, kind, caring Kirishima, could get on the god side of even the most villainous person in the whole school. Look at me, I've tamed the beast. Of course, there was also the likely option that he was just waiting to gain Katsuki's trust again so that he could stomp on it right after. A buzzing in his pocket ripped him from his thoughts. He looked away from where Kirishima was being dragged into the dorms by Ashido, Kaminari and Shiro, what fucking dumbass, quickly in his surprise and ripped his phone out. Incoming call. Now Mitsuki, his blood ran cold and it was a conscious effort to stop himself from abruptly stopping in the middle of the path in fear shock. Shit, no, not now. This was not a good time to be called by her. With so many people in his class still trudging back around him, the yelling and insults were going to be embarrassing. He knew everyone had to deal with this, except for, of course, Midoriya's weird-ass mother, of whom he still found confusing, but it didn't mean he liked the looks he was given every time people heard those insults and shouts. It was why he yelled back usually. It stopped him from appearing too weak, even if the hits later on hurt like a bitch. Again, this was not a good time. Then again, it never really was, since he always hated talking to her, so maybe he should just get this over with and deal with it. Katsuki accepted the call. Katsuki. I've been calling for fucking ages now, what were you even fucking doing? He scowled. I was in class, huggy eye. I only got out 2 fucking minutes ago. And anyway, you were only fucking calling for 5 damn seconds. Enough time for you to fucking pick up, you useless brat. Mitsuki shouted. She took a calming breath, the kind that didn't really help calm her anyway but was meant for the only purpose to unsettle you. And unsettle him it did. I can't deal with your shit right now, Katsuki. When are you coming back, brat? I'll come when I fucking come, Katsuki muttered. He knew his mother must be getting restless with the long amount of time gone without letting out her anger at someone other than her colleagues at work. It only made him all the more hesitant to go back, though. It meant when he did go back to that house, he'd have to be very careful around his parents if he wanted to get out of there less injured than need be, which was, usually quite a lot anyway, but he could take it. What kind of weak-ass, pathetic hero couldn't? That's not a fucking answer and you know it. Katsuki could picture her snarl as she spat, you ungrateful piece of shit. Give me fucking dates, brat. He pulled his phone away from his ear a little as the volume got a little too loud. I don't have to give you shit. Katsuki scowled. I don't fucking know. Haven't been paying attention to the fucking weeks lately. I'll ask Mike. You better fucking find out soon then. And you better be coming home quickly. I don't want you bothering all those poor kind people a second more than you can, got it? Katsuki sighed silently. As usual, making him feel like the unwanted villain was the norm whenever it regarded him and other people. Wanted him to know how much of a chore having him as a kid was for them. Wanted him to know they were being good people by not abandoning him. Obviously, Katsuki knew she was just covering up the fact that she wanted him back to be her punching bag, the one to take her anger which came in the form of hating words spun into insults, or the form of fists and kicks meant to harm. Her insults meant nothing, really. This year was the longest he'd ever spent away from them, and although for the most part it was the best time he'd had in years, he should have known it wouldn't last. It hadn't been for the previous holidays or half-terms spent away from school, so it makes sense that the next school break would be the same. So, yeah, the time he'd spent away from them was only an outlet for her anger gone for that time. It wasn't like her words were actually true, not like he'd believe her. Still, though, with what everyone had been telling him lately, he shook his head to throw away the train of thought. That's what I was fucking saying, you hag, if you'd let me fucking talk, Katsuki snapped. He was glad she wasn't physically there, because usually that would earn him a whack. I'll ask my fucking teacher, Happy. Don't talk to your fucking mother like that, brat, Mitsuki yelled, the audio crackling. I'm older, cleverer, and will always be more useful and successful than you. I could pull you out of Yui in a minute. What do you have to fucking show for yourself? Being an ungrateful, selfish fucking waste of space. Katsuki swallowed thickly and kept quiet. As I fucking thought. When you find out when you're coming back you're going to fucking tell me straight away, got it? So that I can warn everyone who'll have to deal with your fuckery and I can prepare to deal with your shit. You're such a villain, Bakugou. How do you even live with yourself? Have you ever even stopped to think about how it feels for others to have to deal with you? God. I feel sorry for your parents. A bully like you, it's hard to know if you even care about the efforts we're putting into dealing with you. You're just throwing it away like it's nothing, like we have to just deal with it all anyway. Being around you is just tiring at this point. A lump formed in Katsuki's throat. He muttered, whatever, speak up, you piece of shit. Mitsuki taunted. I didn't raise a quiet little bitch, did I? Yes, Katsuki snapped, forcing away the crack in his voice. Fucking fine, I get it. Good. She hung up. No goodbyes or anything even remotely similar, like a do well in your studies, or don't disappoint me. Even so, the only thing different and normal was the lack of a farewell insult. But then, Katsuki had a pretty good feeling that Mitsuki had just forgotten. She was probably scowling over the missed opportunity to make him feel even more like shit right then. Part of him wanted to feel smug about it. The rest was too tired. He sighed, taking his phone away from his ear again to stare blankly at the screen. One new message from Mitsuki, now, and don't be a fucking bitch about it, you little shit. You know it won't get you any fucking attention. You don't deserve attention anyway, ah. So it seemed she was determined to get her point across despite it. It was so funny, though, Katsuki thought as he power walked to his dorm, not paying enough attention to care as he shoved and knocked past people on his way. He didn't exactly care when people shot words laced with venom at him on streets, or at school. He didn't when the crowd booed him for giving Eureka an equal fight at the sports festival. Not when the public started to doubt if he really was meant to be a hero when the kidnapping took place. Not at any time did he really take their words to heart, or believe them. He just continued to push on towards his dream of becoming a hero. And, sure, they all hurt. To varying degrees. The opinions on his fight with Eureka probably the least, the blame on him for All Might falling probably the most. But they never made him seriously consider that maybe he was what they said he was. Sure, he would entertain the idea for a few days, but he'd always get back up and just punch harder. That was to be applied for strangers, though. People whose opinion he couldn't really care less about, because they didn't know him, so how could they judge properly? Yet with his friends and family, it was a completely different story. For some reason, he always looked up to his mother with an inkling of hope that she'd finally congratulate him on being top of the class, for example. Or maybe on acing that one test, like he usually did. Perhaps for working so hard, for perfecting that move he'd been working on for months, for getting that email sent home from Izuku telling them all about his achievements, for being strong enough to in turn with Endeavor of all heroes, the #1 hero. Just anything. Could be as simple as cooking for them to as complicated as coming out of a villain fight alive. Not that he was even sure they wanted that. He wasn't sure if he wanted that himself, either. Obviously he never got that. And he shouldn't really expect much else, that's just how parents are, right? But it hurt more than usual when Mitsuki would insult him. More than those people on those news websites he regrets clicking on, more than those people on the street, more than those people in the sports festival stands. Because, despite it all, she was his mother. The one who had been stuck with him since the beginning. The one who made a small, childish part of him want to run up to her and squeal, look what I've done. Look at my achievements. I've worked super hard, aren't you proud? Similarly, if not more so, insults from his friends were like a gunshot to a wound. These were people who he'd become too comfortable with. Katsuki had trusted them too easily, that had been the problem. All because they never made him feel bad on purpose, never beat him down, never hurt him outside of training or him asking for it purposely. He had grown soft and weak for them. So, when they finally had turned on him, he shouldn't have been surprised or hurt. And yet just like with his mother, a small part of him was. Every time. And it was pathetic, useless, weak of him, but he just couldn't seem to distinguish that hope that maybe someone would see past this mirage of a monster. He shut himself in his room and lay down on his bed when he finally reached his dorm. With a sigh, he reminded himself that he'd have to ask Izuku about the next break the next day, then text the hag about it. All while ignoring glares and insults from the people he used to trust. And, not to forget, he had art history tomorrow, which meant Midnight was teaching them. And she didn't really like him, so there's that. What a wonderful day awaited him. He still wasn't sure if he should trust Kirishima. It was just a childish hope, clouding his vision. Must be, right? Soon enough Kirishima would laugh in his face, because that's just what will happen. Hope, disappointment, shame. That's how it went. Story of my fucking life, Katsuki thought, almost snorting to himself. Either way, though, he'd entertained the idea of it until then. He'd let Kirishima do whatever the fuck he wanted to convince him of the thought that he wanted to actually be friends again. He might even pretend it was real himself. And then, before he could spit in his face and laugh at him and say it was all fake, Katsuki would beat him to it. Avoid the shame and the disappointment. Focus only on the hope and, hopefully, feel good enough by will to drown out the disappointment. That might actually work. He had to live up to his name, right? A villain does not trust nor is trusted. He may as well be called the villain of Class 1A. It hurt to think about. But maybe that voice inside his head was right. The beast villain of Class 1A, huh? Many people in Class 1A had unlikely friend groups and partners. You'd see people like Kauta and Azui who looked like they'd never really be friends, one too bold and upfront, the other too shy and innocent. Both too quiet and awkward to hold a conversation. They're actually pretty close since they bond well over their love for frogs and animals others either get scared of or find disgusting. It's actually quite a sweet sight to behold. Fumikage and Todoroki could be another example of this unlikely type of friendship. One seems innocent and calm, pretty much emotionless to anyone who didn't know him well, and the other dark and brooding, usually the type to make dark as my soul jokes. You shouldn't really be surprised to know they're close, though. I doubt you are. They enjoy the peaceful atmosphere each other brings. In Class 1A, there is rarely a peaceful moment that is not spent running for their lives, fighting for their lives, or debating the unfortunate decisions they made leading to that specific point in their lives. So the breath of fresh, calm air each other brought was welcome, even if it was just sitting in the same space reading books and manga. Also they bonded over musicals like Hamilton, but honestly that didn't look as poetic as just appreciating each other's presence, so there's that. The time they spent together was random, usually. This had been one of those times, yet unlike usual, it wasn't as peaceful or as calm, and wasn't exactly random. Todoroki, Fumikage said, tapping said friend on the shoulder as soon as he got down for breakfast that morning. May I speak with you for a moment? Todoroki woke quite early, and since Fumikage was also an early bird, pun intended, not many people were down yet, meaning they had enough privacy needed. Todoroki gave him an understanding look and excused himself from Uraraka and Aitsa, who he had been talking to. They walked to a corner and Todoroki was the first to speak. I know what this is about, he said with a small frown, but I really doubt this is as serious as it appears to be. Fumikage frowned. Todoroki, look, I understand that you dislike him, but we really need to think about this maturely and seriously, as future heroes. I am, Todoroki said coolly, and I'm telling you, you're probably just overthinking this. Fumikage sighed. To summarize, they had been walking back to the dorms together the day before. Todoroki had noticed Bakugou getting a phone call and nudged him, getting Fumikage to listen in as well as he. They were barely 5 steps away from the blonde, and yet they could hear every word exchanged. The person on the other side of the line made that pretty easy. And after, when Bakugou increased his speed and left them behind unknowingly, they had exchanged grim looks. Fumikage remembered the way Todoroki's mouth was set into a steely line and how he had stiffly nodded when he offered to rest and talk about it the next day. His chest had seemed to tighten when the now normal absence of Bakugou seemed more prominent than usual at the dinner table. Fumikage knew Todoroki was one of the people to spread the information about Bakugou and Midoriya's pasts, that he, and Uraraka, was the one to know about the bullying first, and that he was definitely one of the people who pretty much hated Bakugou for it too. But he also knew that heroes shouldn't deny help to anyone, especially not just because of some grudge about something that happened in the past. Fumikage himself didn't exactly like Bakugou either, he didn't tend to forgive bullies easily, and that was his opinion and decision alone, but he never made that anyone's problem, including Bakugou's. Yet blatantly ignoring it when Bakugou might need serious help was too far. Sure, he'd be hesitant to lend a hand to his own past bullies, but, as a hero, if they were in serious danger he'd prioritize their life over the past. Enough time for you to fucking pick up, you useless brat. You ungrateful piece of shit. I could pull you out of Yui in a minute. What do you have to fucking show for yourself? No one deserved to be told that by, who he presumed was, their mother. Angry exterior or not, that wasn't right. Anyone would break eventually under the weight of those words. Alright, I understand, Fumikage sighed. Todoroki nodded and turned, but Fumikage shook his head. No, wait. Todoroki turned to face him again. I meant, look, I know you may not want to help, but I do, and whether or not you will help me do that is up to you, as a friend and future hero, Fumikage said, but please, don't just decide on anger. Actually think about this. Anger is never a good emotion to make decisions on, especially if it is over something in the past. The other regarded him for a minute quietly, before sighing. Fine, I'll help you, but we need to get our facts right first. I am not the kind of person to needlessly help my friend's bully. Past bully, Fumikage corrected, but yes, of course. He took a deep breath. Alright, well, from what we've experienced so far, Bakugou's mother, at least, they were female, and I don't think Bakugou has a sister or something like that. She was, well, that was verbal abuse, right? Todoroki seemed hesitant, but caved in quickly at the look Fumikage gave him. I've seen physical abuse, though I'm not very familiar with verbal abuse. But, yes, I think that could be right. Again, though, with the way Bakugou was talking back, maybe she had a right to be angry, Todoroki. He looked away with a small frown. They both knew it was unlikely. Fumikage sighed, well, so we know for sure that his mother is verbally abusing him to some degree, at the least. Though from that one short phone call we can't tell to what extent. You think that there could be more? Todoroki asked lowly, slowly getting more serious and concerned as the conversation went on. He gave the other a wary look. Right now, I don't know what to think, but it may be best to assume the worst to be prepared for it. Todoroki pursed his lips and Fumikage continued. We don't know much else, do we, then? Even before all this, Bakugou rarely spoke about his parents, and if he did it was never in very good light. We brushed over it because we thought it was just his personality, but, Todoroki sighed, alright, so that's what we know. What should we be asking, then? Do you think he's safe currently? From both verbal and maybe even physical abuse? I'm not sure, Fumikage admitted. Because of the dorms, it may have lifted the weight a little, but phone calls can still happen and the breaks and holidays from school are still very real. He frowned. What I don't understand is, well, why didn't he come to any of us? Before this whole mess about the bullying, I could tell he was extremely close with people like Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, Shiro, etc. Why not tell someone? He was surrounded by heroes, he could have gotten help. Todoroki sighed and he stared at the floor. When I was younger, I was abused by my father. Fumikage tried not to let too much of a large reaction loose, even though it felt a little out of the blue. He still didn't want Todoroki to feel uncomfortable. Even so, he couldn't help but let his eyes widen. I'm alright now, Todoroki said to the relief of Fumikage, but it was bad. Endeavor is changing to be a better person. Yet before he used to physically abuse me under the guise of training to get the perfect air to surpass all might. I wasn't really verbally abused, though. It was more, I know you can do it, or you have to become stronger, Shoto. Never really anything that made me feel, yeah, I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. Don't be, Todoroki said with a small smile. It's not your fault he was an asshole. Anyway, I have a plan for it all with Midoriya. But that's not the point. He took a deep breath. When I was younger, I didn't realize that abuse was not normal until around the age of 9 or 10, when a quick, rare interaction with my siblings took place and they spoke to me about it. The lateness was mostly due to the isolation from other children my father was insistent on, but I think it also could have been the fact that no one really told me what abuse was, even with professional meetings or in hero galas. Thank you for sharing that with me, Todoroki. It must have been hard, though I trust you have something sorted, hopefully. Todoroki nodded, and Fumikage sighed in relief, before frowning. But, wait. So you think that the reason he didn't tell anyone was because he doesn't know that he is being abused? Not exactly, Todoroki said. I think that he wouldn't have known when he was younger up until around possibly 6 or 7. But in a normal school, I've heard that there are occasional lessons that bring awareness to it. Fumikage nodded, remembering his own lessons on it when he had been younger. Right. So he must have realized at some point during those lessons. Fumikage frowned, tilting his head to the side. I don't understand? So he knows he's being abused, still, why wouldn't he tell anyone? Todoroki looked hesitant and he looked away. Remember when you first brought up the idea of verbal abuse, and I was quite unconvinced? Yes. Well, if you look at Bakugou, Todoroki said, and all you see is a strong quirk, a clever, logical mind, and an attitude which practically yells that he wouldn't let anyone do shit to him over his dead body, someone that looks untouchable with a terrible attitude. Well, you see him, and he comes up to you and says he's being abused. Todoroki sighed and shook his head. Nearly any adult these days would laugh in his face and say that he either deserved it or he's exaggerating. Fumikage felt like he'd been punched. He swallowed thickly. It sounded about right. He'd met his own fair share of unbothered adults. Once a kid in his school was being bullied. A friend of Fumikage, and so for support he'd gone with him as he went to finally tell a trusted teacher. After all, that was what it had said in the presentation in that lesson about bullying, right? Tell a trusted adult. He'd been there when the teacher had laughed at his friend. Had laughed and said, "What? You must be exaggerating, come on. With a strong quirk like yours, no one would try to bully you. Come on now, you shouldn't be trying to get these role model students in trouble." So, yes, he could picture that happening to Bakugou, and he felt sick. So you mean, he forced out, he might have gone to someone, and had been told it was really nothing? How dark does one have to be to dismiss something like this? Todoroki shrugged with a tight face. It's pretty hard to believe Bakugou of all people being, well, abused. Especially when he snaps at people if they so much look at him wrong. Fumikage frowned. I'm not letting this go on any longer. I'd love to agree, but Todoroki grimaced. I know firsthand how hard it is to stop that. And I'm pretty sure the Bakugous are a big name in the fashion industry. Endeavor bought from them once and had them make outfits inspired by him as merch to surpass All Might in the popularity polls. It didn't work, obviously, but I still remember him ranting about them. Accusing them won't be easy. Then we'll need a whole lot of evidence and people on our side, Fumikage said, determined. Probably money, too. Todoroki frowned, and Fumikage knew what his doubts were. The public were already weary of Bakugou, thanks to the many problems others had caused him. The sports festival, the kidnapping, the fall of All Might. Who knew how many people would help them if the need arose? They might just call bull before they even know the proper details. That, and the fact that they'd still need Bakugou's permission to do anything weighed heavy on their shoulders as they separate to get ready for school. Bakugou might not see their help as something good. Halfway through homeroom, Fumikage realized that school break must be coming soon. He should ask Aizawa. The boy was about to raise his hand when Bakugou got up instead. He exchanged an uneasy glance with Todoroki before focusing solely on Bakugou and Aizawa, listening intently. He'd tell Aizawa about this situation later. He hoped he was not like other adults and would not brush this off lightly, but right then, he had to listen. Fumikage was determined to help his classmate. The darkness of his past be damned. Plus Shouta sighed. It was 8:31 a.m. He was stuck in homeroom with these problematic brats, his kids, for 4 more minutes before he'd be allowed to sleep, or he'd have to teach another lesson. He hadn't bothered to look at his router. Sue him for prioritizing sleep. Having gone over any and all notices, he was trying to get some sleep in now. Who knew, maybe Shouta could cram 3 hours worth into 4 minutes. No, that's not how time works, but hey, he'd damn well try. Oi, Izuku. The nosy class quiesced significantly, showing they were listening, but it was as if they were trying not to be caught. He should really teach those kids some form of stealth. Shouta slowly opened one eye to see Bakugou standing by his desk. He sighed again, before unzipping his sleeping bag and getting up. Bakugou, do you need anything? He asked. If he just got out of that warm cocoon for nothing, he was gonna throw hands. Obviously not literally, but he definitely felt like it. Bakugou faltered in his gaze, looking away with a scowl. Fucking obviously. When do we break off school? As in a break. Shouta raised an eyebrow. Do you want a break? I never took you for the type. Their eyes met fiercely. No, of course fucking not. I'd rather further improve my fucking skills here than fucking go back. The hag's asking. Bakugou looked away again. Any other student would jump in joy at the prospect of a break. Why are you so hesitant? Shouta sighed and thought to himself, trying to remember the dates. It's next week. Starting this Friday, students are allowed to go home. If they want to stay in the dorms during the weekends, that's alright too, but they can't stay on campus for the whole break starting on Sunday, which will last a week, by the way, because of the lack of staff there to supervise. Is that alright? Shouta pretended not to notice when Bakugou's fists got so tight they went white, and his gaze was slightly unfocused on the floor somewhere behind him. When he remembered he was being watched, yes, by Shouta, but the other problem children weren't doing an all that great job at hiding their blatant stares, he immediately straightened, fists forcefully relaxing, although shaking, and he met Shouta's gaze fiercely. Yeah, it's fucking whatever, he said, turning away and walking back to his seat. Shouta frowned and he called after him, Bakugou, actually, could you come back here for a minute? The blonde froze for a second, before huffing and stomping back. What? Shouta said carefully, is there anything going on? Anything wrong? Bakugou let his eyes flicker for a millisecond towards his classmates, so quickly Shouta wasn't sure he'd seen it. What gives you that fucking idea? He frowned. You're quieter than usual. Less, yourself. If anything is going on that I can help you with. Nothing's fucking happening, so you can piss off, Bakugou snapped. I don't need your fucking help. Shouta waited a second to continue. No, I agree, you may not need it, but grappling problems on your own isn't great, I should know, kid. I just want you to know I'm always an option here. A beat passed. Nothing's happening. Shouta nodded with a quiet sigh. Okay then. Keep in mind what I've told you, though. If you ever need anything, I won't, he replied quickly, like it was a reflex. Sure. There was definitely something going on. Bakugou wasn't fooling him, but whether or not he would ever find out was dependent on the series of events that would follow. If Bakugou does reach out to him about whatever it is, he might know how to help. If he doesn't, he won't know what to help with in the first place. But if it was so bad as to make the loudest kid, perhaps except for Kaminari or Ashido, in class so quiet, he was determined to find a way to help. Shouta may have been pissed about his past with Midoriya, but Bakugou was still a kid. He was still Shouta's kid, and he wasn't about to ignore any problems his kids may be having, especially if they're serious. Oi, Izuku, Bakugou said. Shouta blinked and looked back at him, having thought their conversation was over. I'm gonna stay in the dorms for the weekends. That fucking allowed or what? Shouta nodded. I'm sure it can be arranged. Why? Why do you seem so reluctant to go home? Maybe he was just being pessimistic, but he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Bakugou nodded once, and walked back to his seat. Shouta frowned when Hagakure seemed to try and trip him up. Maybe she did it by accident or something? What looked worse was that Bakugou didn't even do anything, just scowled at her and continued. Where was the yelling, the cursing? Shouta's eyes narrowed as he settled back into his chair. He'd keep an eye on him. He had a bad feeling about the blonde. About all of this. Lunchtime found Katsuki, Kirishima and Monoma sitting on the same table again. As much as he hated to admit, he found relief in the similar banter and chatting that used to surround the table before this all started. Sure, it wasn't the same as having the whole Baku squad again, but the similar normalcy got his shoulders to relax the slightest bit. I'm telling you dude, Kirishima said, shaking his head as he set down his tray. If Vlad King gives me one more look in the corridor, I'm going to actually die. Monoma, who had already been seated, scoffed. What, because you can't handle how much of a better teacher he is to the hobo caterpillar you call a mentor? Kirishima snorted. Dude, never say that to Aizawa's face. But no, bro, cause it's so awkward. He just stares at me until he's out of sight. the eye contact is real, dude. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Honestly, he could picture that happening, but if he were in Kirishima's shoes he'd just glare right the fuck back until the other gets uncomfortable. Works every fucking time. His eyes caught on a pair of purple ones in the lunch queue. Talk about awkward eye contact. Shinso raised an eyebrow at him and pointedly looked at the other two on his table. What are they doing there with you? Katsuki shrugged and glared. Fuck if I know. Shinso raised both eyebrows slightly, unimpressed. Should I come over there? Katsuki narrowed his eyes and scrunched his nose, like he'd asked a stupid question, because he had. Do I look like I care? Do fucking whatever. Shinso snorted and turned back to the queue when his turn to order came, satisfied with their eye-to-eye conversation. Katsuki turned to find Monoma and Kirishima looking at him weird. What the fuck are you idiots looking at? Kirishima pursed his lips and looked back down at his food, hiding a snort. He wisely decided not to say anything. Monoma, however, didn't seem so bright. He said dryly, you can't seriously have just held an eye conversation. The Bakugou Katsuki, talking without so much as a yell? This is just, oh, fucking piss off, copycat. Katsuki yelled, you don't even fucking know, mind if I sit here? Shinso asked out of nowhere, shut up. He did not scare the shit out of Katsuki, thank you very much. He didn't wait for an answer and slammed his plate next to Katsuki's, sitting down calmly. The insomniac-eyed Kirishima, who was sitting opposite, like he was a criminal under trial, while somehow looking as tired and innocent as ever from an outside perspective. Kirishima said awkwardly. Sure. Shinso continued to eye him up and down coldly. Katsuki decided to ignore whatever the fuck was going on between them. Monoma continued eating, watching them both with an amused glint in his eye. And meanwhile Kirishima looked so uncomfortable that he seemed willing to sink into the earth right then and there. Said boy gulped and grinned awkwardly under Shinso's stare. You're that Shinso dude from Gen Ed, right? The one who, fought Midoriya, in the sports festival, right? Yup, Shinso said simply, not saying anything else as he picked up some food with his chopsticks slowly, still maintaining eye contact. He trained with Izuku personally, though. He knew how to do a death stare. Kirishima squirmed under his scrutinizing gaze and glanced at Monoma and Katsuki as a silent plea to help. After a few seconds, he let loose a whimper. Dude, what's your problem? Oh, I don't know, Shinso said coolly, eyes narrowing. What's yours? Kirishima squeaked. Katsuki fought the urge to snort and decided, as the generous, kind person as he was, to help slightly. Oi, I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but are you both finished being fucking weird yet? I don't care, honestly, but it's fucking annoying, so. I don't even know what you're talking about, Shinso said innocently, finally looking at Katsuki out of the corner of his eye. Katsuki deadpanned before rolling his eyes. Fucking whatever. You don't have homemade lunch suddenly? The fuck happened to that? Shinso shrugged. Wanted to try lunch rushes. It's actually, not too bad. Not as good as mine, though, Katsuki growled. Shinso just smirked, which only pissed him off further. Fuck ass. Oh, that's a new one, Shinso mused, taking a bite out of his food. Oh, piss off, Katsuki barked in annoyance. Shinso snorted and shook his head. Monoma hummed from his seat. Oi, Shinso, how come you know Bakugou? I wouldn't have thought you'd be acquainted with a member of the scum class, 1A. I could ask you the same, Shinso frowned in confusion. I thought you hated this guy. Monoma clicked his tongue. Yes, well, it's not like I have much of a choice. It was either that Grapus thing and the rest of Class A on my table, or this explosive asshole. So I took my chances with him. He's not bad once you get to know him, I'll give you that, Shinso shrugged. He is right fucking here, you dickheads. Katsuki snapped, ears turning a little red at the somewhat compliment. But yeah, I don't even know how we started hanging out either, Shinso said with a teasing smile, completely ignoring Katsuki as he leaned slightly towards Monoma. It was a gradual thing. But, like, we're the bestest of friends now. It's chill. What the fuck are you telling them, fucking eyebags? One might even say BFFs. We are not. I fucking hate you so much. He loves me. I'll kill you. See? Shinso continued, loves me more than he loves his All Might limited edition merch. Katsuki just pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned, giving up on insisting otherwise. Kirishima snorted and he shifted his glare towards him too as Monoma started encouraging Shinso with quips of, ah yes, you're both so perfect, or, yeah, don't worry my dear Shinso, I see it. He refrained from slamming his head on the table. Plus shout aside in his sleeping bag as teachers shifted around him. He was so tired of this shit. When he had applied to be a teacher, it had been all, you'd be great with kids, shouta. Or, it'll be a fun and useful experience. He should have been fucking notified that he'd be dealing with traumatized, problem children beforehand. Not that it would have changed his mind. Damn. He was getting soft. He sighed again. Those kids are gonna be the death of me. Probably literally at some point. That's an awful lot of sighing, Sho, Hisashi teased from where he was marking papers at his desk. You alright? Shouta groaned. Other than having to worry about a stupid problem child 24/7? Peachy. Midnight snorted. Which one is it this time? No wait, Hisashi grinned, let me guess. Is it Midoriya? Surprisingly not, this time, Shouta admitted, at least, I think so. Wait, really? Midnight said, confused. Well then, Todoroki? Nope. Hisashi frowned. Oh, Shinso. Technically he's not in class 1A, but I'm pretty sure he's your favorite, right? Shouta opened his eyes to glare at him. I don't pick favorites. Midnight snorted, that's a gay out lie. Can't fool your bestest ever friends, Shouta, you know. You aren't my bestest, you aren't my best friends, Shouta scowled. Don't worry, you don't gotta say it, Midnight cooed. But we know. Wait, I think I got it. Hisashi exclaimed. Shouta lifted an eyebrow. You're still thinking about that? Is it Kaminari? No, Shouta sighed. He may be your favorite, and my fault he's the best in English and funny, but he's not who I'm worried about, Shouta pursed his lips. It's Bakugou. 3, 2, 1, wa Bakugou, Midnight exclaimed loudly, drawing in the attention of the other teachers in the room, namely Snipe, Cementos, All Might, Ectoplasm and 13. Shout louder, I don't think Brazil heard you, Shouta muttered. What's this about Bakugou? 13 asked curiously, walking by with a stack of papers in hand as they beeline for their desk. Come to think about it, he and his class have been acting quite strange. Is it something to do with that? In what sense? Snipe said from where he was writing on his desk. I don't teach class 1A often, so I haven't had the chance to see them in a while now. Well, Midnight said, frowning. Yeah, I kinda see it now that you say so. I'm not sure when it started, but the class has been acting. Well, I'm not sure. They don't seem to like Bakugou much now. Shouta, do you know what he did to them? Shouta hesitated, before sighing. I'm only telling you this because I feel you should know as his teachers and protectors. Otherwise I wouldn't. Bakugou used to bully Midoriya in middle school. And, according to what Midoriya's friends have told me, Bakugou suicide-baited Midoriya once. That's, Hisashi swallowed thickly, frowning. That's horrible. Is he getting punished for this or what? I've already discussed this with Nezu, yet he said Bakugou shouldn't be expelled just yet, Shouta explained. Since it happened in a different school, we shouldn't be punishing him, and he is basically one of the most promising kids in my class. We haven't called his parents yet, but I don't think it's needed anyway. That's bullshit. Midnight gasped. He shouldn't be let off so easily. God, I knew Bakugou had the personality of a villain but I never thought he'd go so far. Oh, poor Midoriya, Shouta glared. Nemori, please refrain from saying my student, a child, has a personality of a villain. It's wrong and we both know it. So is suicide baiting an innocent boy. Midnight snapped. I'm not sorry. I knew from the beginning he was more suited for villainy but this, Nemori. In a second, Shouta was standing, sleeping bag off to the side. I don't care what you think of him but I will not stand by while you talk badly about my student. Do I make myself clear? Midnight stood up too, walking over so that they were eye to eye. You've grown too soft, Shouta. Sooner or later you'll have to recognize the wrongdoings of your students whether you like it or not, you know. As will you with your own actions, Shouta said calmly. The only difference is that I am actually being logical about the information given to me. Midnight's nostrils flared and her fists clenched. Why, okay. Let's calm down, guys. We're all friends here. Hisashi attempted, walking in between them. Nem, go back to your desk or just please calm down. Sho, I just don't understand why you're taking Bakugou's side here, not gonna lie. Shouta ripped his glare from Midnight's eyes. Actually think about it. Bakugou has changed. You've all seen how much he's changed since the start of the year. He cares about his friends and he wants to help people. Hell, his dream is to be the #1 hero. Have you seen how hard he works for it? For fame and money, that is, Midnight muttered. Shouta scoffed, yeah, like you can talk. Shouta, I want to help people. How could you say otherwise? Midnight snapped. You're the one who's only a teacher, not because you actually want to help the children, but because you want to live out what Aburo suggested before he died. You're so selfish you can't even help children who are just trying to survive for the sake of helping them. Just because you want to lessen the guilt of Aburo's death for yourself doesn't mean, she faltered at Shouta's shocked and pained expression. It was so silent you could hear a pin drop, even on the carpeted floor. Hisashi's voice was quiet and tired as he put a hand on Shouta's shoulder gently. Look, I think we're all saying things we don't mean right now. Let's just stop talking about this all. Nothing good will come of it, so let's just get back to work. Midnight's expression crumpled. Zishi, please. I didn't mean to say, Nemori, just, Hisashi said, looking at her with pricks of tears in his eyes. Just don't. It was known that between the four of them, Shouta had been closest to Aburo before he passed. Then it had been Hisashi. Midnight hadn't been as close, since she'd only really become a part of their group somewhere in their second year, but she'd been close enough to know how much his death had impacted them both. Shouta shrugged off Hizushi's hand and turned his back. Fine, alright. Think what you want. But keep in mind I will never agree with any wrongs you think about him. With that, he picked up his sleeping bag and left, ignoring the other confused and shocked teachers in the room. Toshinori inched towards Midnight as she sat down at her desk and stared at her papers. Are you alright, Midnight? He asked somewhat awkwardly. I don't know, what do you think, All Might? Midnight said softly, gazing at where Hizushi had his head in his hand at his desk. I made two of my closest friends upset, did the one thing I never should have done. I'm a shit friend. Now, I'm sure it can, perhaps be fixed? Toshinori said. Maybe if you make it up to him somehow, he may give you a chance to apologize, at the least? Midnight frowned. Maybe. Toshinori eventually left, leaving her to her thoughts. And as she thought, she wondered how she had lost her temper so easily? Why had this all happened in under 10 minutes? The answer, she had concluded, was Bakugou. She lifted her head in determination, a fire in her eye. She was going to help Shouta see what Bakugou really was. Then maybe he'd be able to get rid of Bakugou without guilt and be less stressed out, hopefully in the end giving Midnight a chance to apologize. The chance to apologize was just a bonus, though, considering getting rid of Bakugou might really help Shouta's, and maybe everyone's, mental health. It fleeted everyone's mind on the reason why Shouta had been worrying about Bakugou in the first place. They would soon regret it. Katsuki woke up in a cold sweat. He sighed, trying to slow his breathing, and sat up with a groan. His room was still dark, alarm clock on the side being his only source of light. It bathed everything in a dim pearly glow. He rubbed his eyes with a grimace as parts of his nightmare flashed before his eyes. Hands made of sludge gripping his neck so hard he could barely breathe. Red glaring at him, followed by golden, black, and pink. Midoriya smiling as he extended a hand, only to take it back when Katsuki reached out, with a cruel laugh. His mother raising a hand, ready to strike, Katsuki took a shaky breath, forcing open crimson eyes to get rid of the images. He ran a trembling hand through his hair. Fuck. He glanced at his alarm clock tiredly. 6:34 a.m., Friday. He sighed. He should probably get up anyway. It was only half an hour lost. Katsuki swung his legs out of bed, quickly getting dressed, and dragged himself to his door. Hopefully, with how early it was, no one would be in the kitchen. He slipped his phone out as he walked. The blonde had Shinso's contacts in his phone. They said it was just for emergency purposes when they had exchanged numbers, which, technically was also true, considering the amount of times they requested a spar with each other before either one of them punched something else. But if you counted sending a hey dickhead, replied to by a, WTF do you want your mind bitch to be then replied to by a stupid, wanted to annoy you, by, smiley face as an emergency. Well, you should probably check up on your understanding of an emergency. But the point was, they rarely used it as an emergency. They being Shinso, the annoying fucker. Well, it was 6 in the morning, and he'd probably be the only other person awake right now. He opened his contacts, only to see messages that had been sent at 11:57 p.m. the day before from Shinso. Yesterday, at 11:57 p.m. mindfuck, why blasty you gotta tell me honestly here WTF was Sharky doing on that table also do I need to make someone punch themselves BC I am very willing to do that RN today Lord Explodu, is this about yesterday fucking WTH as expected, Shinso replied quickly, because of course the insomniac fucker was awake even after staying up until goddamn midnight. Mindfuck, so or answer? Lord Explodu, it's fucking fine he apologized like a few fucking days ago mindfuck, and you forgive him? Lord Explodu, not fucking yet obviously but I'm giving him a stupid chance for now nowhere near respect or trust though so he can piss of W that shit Shinso didn't reply for a minute. Mindfuck, you realize he didn't give you a chance right I don't mean to be angsty here but I don't know about this Lord Explodu, I know but now he is so I'm not gonna drop to their fucking level and hold a stupid grudge for all of eternity doubt I'll ever ACC trust him again though mindfuck, you think right differently to how I think but okay sounds legit I approve then still not ACC happy W with the Lord Explodu piss off I don't need your approval or not my fucking dad mindfuck, sigh one day. Son you'll understand how I feel Lord Explodu fucking EU WTF mindfuck, you know I'm never saying that again lol Katsuki snorted and opened the kitchen door. He muttered, stupid fucker. Mindfuck, wait so does this mean I can't make him punch himself Lord Explodu no mindfuck, just a little bit Lord Explodu fucking no mindfuck, ugh fine I gotta go anyway though by blasty Lord Explodu, don't die dickhead mindfuck, right back at ya a swipe Katsuki smiled ever so slightly and swiped out of Shinso's contact. Now, for something he really didn't want to do, but he'd put it off yesterday and any later would be too late. His mother was probably at work right then anyway. If she didn't pick up, that would be fine, and he could blame not calling her on that. His heart sank when the call was answered on the 4th ring. Brat, Mitsuki spat, took you fucking long enough to call back. Yeah, fucking whatever, Katsuki sighed as he opened a cupboard. From the conversation he just had with Shinso, he felt a little confident, which would be dangerous with his mother. But, he couldn't find it in himself to care as he stood in the dorm kitchen, alone at 6:45 a.m. on a Friday, with her technically nowhere in sight. Oh, ho, how dare you! You will not talk to your mother like that, Katsuki. Just wait until you get back here. Mitsuki shouted, and against his will he flinched a little. He clicked his tongue, eager to skip the whole degrading speech she was bound to spew. I get it, I fucking get it. Useless, bratty, villainous. Gone over that 1,000 fucking times. Anyway, I spoke with my fucking teacher. What did he say, then? Mitsuki demanded sharply. And don't you even think about lying to me, Katsuki. You know how well that went for you last time. He did. On the summer break a few months ago, he'd told his mother he'd be back a week after he was supposed to be, and had camped outdoors in that time. It was the first and last time he had lied about his school breaks. She'd been furious when she'd found out by talking to Midoriya's mother about it, and he'd gotten one hell of a beating. Katsuki swallowed thickly at the memory. Yeah, he said. Izuku, he said, spit it out, brat, I don't have all fucking day. He said we can go by Friday, today, but we have to fucking go by Sunday, Katsuki blurted. Izuku allowed me to stay until Sunday, though, so, Mitsuki scoffed. Fuck that. You're coming today, right after school ends. What? Katsuki's eyes widened. He swallowed the small lump in his throat as his blood turned to ice. But I can't do that. First, I'd need a fucking permission slip from Izuku. Then I'd need to fucking pack my shit. I can't do that by today, Huggy Eye. In his defense, he was only semi-lying. The packing he could do quickly, there was barely anything to pack, other than one lonely suitcase. On the other hand though, there could always be some kind of hold-up that could prevent him from doing it fast enough, right? And the permission slip, sure, he could get it quickly if he asked first thing in the morning, would only take a few hours to get it through to Nedzu and then the system. But, well, why should he be interrupting his dear teacher's lunch break for a mere permission slip that could wait until at least the next day? But white lie or not, he was scrambling for anything that could delay him going home by even a few minutes. God. He had no idea how other kids did it, wanting to go home was just stupid in his eyes. Guess he was just so weak he couldn't even go through a normal thing properly. Katsuki felt like he could physically see his mother snarl when she spat, fine, you problematic brat. You just have to make everything hard for me, don't you? Might as well walk into oncoming fucking traffic, you'd be less of a fucking bother. I'm giving you until tomorrow to sort your shit out, otherwise I'm coming over there myself. Got it? Or do I need to beat it into your thick skull? He ignored the sting in his eyes. Fucking got it, Katsuki muttered. He was too relieved to have at least one more day away from her to bother adding in a sharp tone. TCHO, and one more thing, Katsuki, Mitsuki said, as if speaking to him was a chore in itself. Your behavior at school should be fucking perfect. If I hear a single thing from your teachers or peers, I will make you regret it so hard you'll wish you had a time-traveling quirk instead of your stupid fucking villainous one. I am not going to be embarrassed by you again, not if I can help Do I make myself clear? And there goes his heart through his ass again. Yeah, I fucking understand. I'm not two anymore, Hag, Katsuki snapped. Mitsuki clicked her tongue. Could fool me half the fucking time. Right, well, I have better things to get to, now. Don't get me and your father into shit again, Katsuki. Better things to get to, better things than talking to her son, to Katsuki. But that didn't matter, since when did he care what she thought? Literally, who are you trying to fucking kid? Since fucking always, you sappy asshole. No wonder she doesn't want you. You know he didn't manage to finish his sentence before he was hung up on. You know, one of these days, he'd be the one to hang up on her. Ha! The face she'd make. Katsuki sighed, realizing he'd completely forgotten about his breakfast and the open cupboard door in front of him. Knowing he had about half an hour for a jog, and another hour to get himself properly ready for school, he considered making himself a full breakfast meal, which actually wasn't much, just a bowl of cereal. He had the time, after all. But then, a padding of feet on the stairs coming closer made him change his mind quickly and snatch a breakfast bar, leaving the kitchen hastily. He wasn't very hungry anyway. As he opened the front door, his crimson eyes accidentally scanned the room, catching Kaminari's amber ones. They widened when they saw him, and Kaminari nearly tripped over the sofa when he tried to rush over to Katsuki. What the hell was the idiot doing this early in the morning? Hey, wait. Katsuki didn't let him finish before slamming the door and power walking away, quickly pacing into a jog. He heard the door reopen behind him when he was a good few meters away, but he didn't look back. Kaminari was no doubt frowning, though, when he muttered, Bakugou. It took a good bit of willpower not to turn and see what he wanted. Even more to not launch into a sprint. Katsuki continued his run and tried his best to ignore his thoughts in favor of the birdsong around him. What a promising start to the day, right? Plus it was the lesson after homeroom that Katsuki realized that no, karma definitely hadn't finished with him just yet, no matter how his new friends, could he say that? If he did, it would mean it's real, it's something he could lose. And anyway, it wasn't like they made it known that they actually wanted to hang out with him, made it feel like everything was getting better. Because he was so very lucky, it was modern art history, which was taught by Midnight. Now, don't get him wrong, he wasn't scared of her. He didn't think that she wasn't a worthy hero either, because he knew she'd put her life on the line for others many times, and that had to count for something, right? Furthermore, he was used to the way she seemed wary around him, like he would explode abruptly in the middle of lesson. Used to the way she seemed to favor everyone else, the way she'd criticize him for the littlest thing, the way she said, "You need to fix that attitude, Bakugo. It's too unbecoming of a hero." He was used to all this, and everything was at a mild level anyway, so he didn't really care to do something about it. He could deal with it alone. It wasn't like she was assaulting him or anything. That might have been why, when she opened the door with a smile which dropped as soon as she saw Katsuki, a shiver ran down his spine. Something was different. And different, next to always, meant bad. "Good morning," she beamed again, as if nothing was wrong. "Alright, everyone take your books out, and the homework I set you last week. It may be the last day before break, but no one's getting off easy now." Okay, that was okay. Katsuki had done the homework a long time ago, and he found both relatively quickly from his bag. He ignored the stares that followed him as he placed them on his desk. Midnight walked around as she checked everyone's work, saying, "Well done," and "Good, good," or "Fix that up a little for me, sweetie, but otherwise great work." Then, she got to him, and the atmosphere did a complete 180. The air turned colder than when they trained with Todoroki as she picked up his work with a down tilt in her lips. Bakugou. Midnight said his name as if she'd said it 1,000 times and had gotten tired of it by the second. "What have I told you about fixing your handwriting? It's pretty much unreadable." Katsuki was pretty sure the grape's handwriting was even more unreadable, both morally and literally, but fuck that, he guessed. "Then you're just fucking blind. Learn to fucking read." It was silent as the class waited for what Midnight was going to say next. Katsuki would never admit that the scowl she then put on reminded him of his mother. The hero placed both hands on his desk and leant down slowly, as if talking to a child. "Look, kid, with a personality like yours, I'm finding it pretty damn hard to believe you can be a hero. Either fix how you talk to people, or I'll be having words with your teacher and the principal about your place in this school. Do I make myself clear? Behave, brat, or I'll pull you out of Yui. Do I make myself clear?" Katsuki swallowed back the lump in his throat, begging, forcing the echo of his mother to go away. He glared at Mitsuki Midnight as a response. She waited a second, probably daring him to speak back, before straightening again. "Alright, well then the thing he expected the least happened. Hey, actually, I don't think that's very kind, Miss," Kirishima said, standing up with a frown. Katsuki couldn't even snap at the boy for standing up for him, he was so surprised. "What?" Midnight frowned and stared at them in surprise and confusion. "Wait, no. He takes back what he said earlier. At least Kirishima had actually told him he wanted to make amends, so that should have been sort of expected. But this? Yeah, Kaminari said, standing up too. What the hell? I mean, telling a student he needs to pretty much change his personality, and then threatening said student with expulsion for it? Not exactly heroic." Katsuki wasn't sure what was happening. Midnight chuckled. "Look, it's sweet you're standing up for your friend, but I don't think that you should be. No, see, I don't think it's right to, well, basically threaten a student, honestly," Zero of all people said, still in his seat, hands casually behind his head and acting like this was a normal thing. "What do you think, Mina?" Ashido looked at Katsuki with a flicker of doubt in her eyes. She looked at Katsuki, whose eyes were wide and conflicted, whose posture was rigid, whose eye bags could counter Aizawa's, and she saw something. Katsuki never knew what. "Absolutely right, my dear Zero," she smiled, soft eyes fixed on Katsuki. "You might not seem to exactly like his personality, Midnight, but that isn't the way to go about it." I know that now." Kirishima and Kaminari were beaming at their friends, while Zero just gave Midnight a so? "What are you gonna do now, look?" Midnight looked as stunned as Katsuki felt. She huffed, "Alright, fine, you all want to do this? Your problem. Detention for all of you if you don't quiet down and let me continue with my teaching." As usual, an adult pulling rank on them as a defense instead of trying to explain or talk it out. Pathetic, but expected. Kirishima and Kaminari sat down slowly with glares towards Midnight, and Zero leaned forward, no longer with a nonchalant aura around him. Ashido leaned back, giving Midnight a look which said, "I'm judging you but you can't call me out on it because I'm not even saying anything," and their teacher was obviously uncomfortable with it. "It's not even teaching, but okay then," Midoriya then muttered behind him. From the mildly scandalous look on Midnight's face, he had probably rolled his eyes too. Since when had Midoriya gotten so sassy? "Midoriya? Could you repeat that?" she said with a fake, sweet smile. "With pleasure," Midoriya said dryly. He articulated his words loudly and clearly so that the whole class could hear when he said, "Threatening a student with expulsion isn't teaching." Criticizing and insulting them for something you definitely should not be criticizing is not teaching. Making a student feel like shit is not teaching. And oh shit, Midoriya just swore. Well, that wasn't threatening, Midoriya. I was just telling him the consequences his actions will have if he doesn't start doing as I say. Right, of course, Midoriya said with a smile in his voice. And so here I am telling you that if you keep teaching like this, I have a feeling Nezu wouldn't appreciate it much, now would he? Midnight frowned. You have no reason to go to Nezu, I haven't done anything wrong. You wouldn't dare. Midoriya shrugged. Don't worry, it's not a threat. Just stating the consequences of your actions, Miss Midnight. The class was silent. Midnight and Midoriya's eye contact never wavered. Kaminari snickered quietly. Alright, everyone turn to page 50 in your booklets, their teacher said loudly, turning away with one last look. Chop, people, we've gotta get through 6 pages today. Katsuki blinked, and when his eyes burnt a little that was when he realized he hadn't blinked for a hot minute. What the hell had just happened? He glanced at Kaminari, who was trying to casually lean back and whisper, "Hey, what's the answer to question 3, to Kirishima?" but ended up losing control of his chair mid-sentence and toppling off of it with a loud clang and a yelp. Midnight sighed with narrowed eyes. No cheating, Kaminari. Kaminari sighed, lifting his chair back up as he muttered, "It's always, no cheating, Kaminari and not, are you okay, Kaminari? Everyone is so cruel to me." Midnight repeated, "Kaminari." Yeah, Kaminari groaned, flopping back into his seat. "And by the way, since you didn't ask, I'm okay." Kirishima snorted behind him. Okay. So the usual behavior between those two. That didn't explain what the hell just happened. He looked towards Ashido and Shiro. Ashido, who was doodling in her book then snickering and showing her drawings to Kirishima, and Shiro, who was trying to balance 4 glue sticks on his elbow. He squinted his eyes at them, completely and utterly confused. What's more, most of the class seemed less actively pissed at him, though that may have just been because it was so obvious that what Midnight had done was out of line, yet her actions were similar to, if not less cruel than, his classmates. He had to admit, though, maybe Midnight was right in a sense about. Katsuki frowned. There was one more person who could provide an answer, hopefully without him outright asking. He eyed Midnight warily, but she was on her computer and seemed completely focused on that, considering she hadn't seen what Shiro was doing. Shit, the guy had stacked 6 glue sticks now, and people were quietly cheering him on. Katsuki turned slightly, cautious of anyone watching and whispered, "Oi, nerd." Midoriya perked up in surprise. Keikaken? Me? Yeah, no fucking shit, you, Katsuki whispered. Where the hell did all that come from, earlier? I'm not sure what you mean, Kaken, Midoriya whispered with a small smile. The nerd was stuttering again, back to his usual self, but that didn't mean Katsuki had forgotten about what had gone down less than 2 minutes ago. Are you fucking serious right now? You fucking know what I mean, you sassy son of a bitch, Katsuki hissed. Midoriya blinked. Sassy? Oh, that. I don't really know, I just got angry, so. It just, kinda, came out. You get fucking sassy when you get pissed? Katsuki said, unbelieving. I don't think I fucking saw you sassying out fucking facepalm at the USJ. Yeah, cause that was different. Midoriya smiled sheepishly. Midnight's a hero, and she should know what's wrong and what's right. At least the villains were, well, villains, so I didn't expect much from them. So you got fucking sassy and pissed cause she wasn't acting like a model hero? Katsuki whispered, eyebrow lifting. I wasn't sassy. Midoriya insisted. And besides, this is a hero school, right? You'd expect the heroes here to at least act like it. You can't blame me for being a little annoyed. Deku, Katsuki said slowly, you fucking swore. Your nerd ass never swears. That wasn't a little annoyed. That was a sassy, pissed off little piece of broccoli shit, who suddenly pulled more confidence than I've ever collectively seen in your life out of your ass. Midoriya gaped. I'm not a broccoli. Katsuki raised his eyebrows, pointedly looking from Midoriya's face to his hair and back. Could've fucking fooled me, he huffed in playful annoyance. Katsuki was about to turn back around when he hesitated and said, don't do it again, nerd. I've said it once and I'll say it again, I can deal with shit myself without your stupid fucking help. I can deal with this. Didn't look like you were, Midoriya said quietly. You looked like you were about to roll over and let her say mean stuff to you. That's not the Kaken I know. Not the Kaken I knew before all this stupid stuff. Yeah? Katsuki turned back to his work with a scowl. Well, maybe you don't know me. If you did, you'd stop sticking up for me and you'd see just how shitty I really am. Midoriya snorted behind him, oblivious to his thoughts as he whispered, I'm sorry, no matter how dramatic you try to be with that, it's just a fact that I know you well, Kaken. Can't deny that. Katsuki just sighed and rolled his eyes, giving him the middle finger over his shoulder. Midoriya snickered to himself. Plus the next lesson with Cementos went as well as you'd expect. Like fucking shit. That's just fucking bullshit, Katsuki shouted, waving his pen. I didn't do shit. You cited me when I told you your work and looked at me like I was upsetting you with my mere existence. That deserves a detention, Cementos said with a hard stare. Your actions were rude and uncalled for, and I take offense because I am spending my time trying to teach you. If you, I sighed and looked like that, Katsuki said through gritted teeth, because I'm fucking tired, and had a shit sleep and a shit morning. I didn't ask how your day had gone, did I, Bakugou? Cementos shot back. Even still, that is no excuse to be so rude. You need to learn to treat people with the respect they deserve. Respect they deserve? You're talking to me about fucking respect that is deserved, yelled Bakugou. What, so now you deserve my fucking respect, even after treating me like shit? The fuck's up with that? I never treated you badly, Bakugou, Cementos insisted. If you just do as I say without an attitude, this could all be avoided. Oh, right, Katsuki barked, yeah, okay. So fucking muzzling me and chaining me to a goddamn piece of cement for the whole of fucking Japan to see was fucking respect. Everyone froze, but Katsuki didn't regret a single thing. He glared Cementos in the eye as his teacher faltered for a second. Eventually the hero said, quieter, that has nothing to do with the argument at hand. And besides, that was because you were not cooperating. If you just accepted the medal, all would have been, so what you're saying is, Katsuki said, voice dangerously quieter, because I said no, that gives you a right to muzzle and chain me, a minor and a hero student, up like some fucking rabid animal? Because I said fucking no. Everything was silent, and Cementos tried to backtrack from the hole he dug himself, opening his mouth, only to be cut off. Honestly, that sounds a lot like that one crime we're taught about in, fucking primary school? Ciro said calmly, eyes lit in anger. Don't compare my actions to assault, please, Ciro. It is inconsiderate and false, Cementos warned. Kaminari gave him an angry look. His hands flickered with small sparks of electricity at his frustration. Funny how you knew exactly what the crime was though, huh, sir? Cementos set his jaw and glared at him, before sighing. Fine, I'll let this go for now. One more push, though, and you're staying behind after school. Katsuki rolled his eyes and slumped in his seat. Yeah, no, he was hating this day so far, despite how his friends classmates still, were trying to make it interesting. Knowing his reputation, it was going to stay like that, or it's going to worsen. Either way, Katsuki wasn't looking forward to anything. He'd gathered by now that somehow, what he'd feared at the start of all of this had happened, and all his teachers now knew about his and Midoriya's past. As he'd expected, they now hated him even more than before. And if he was right, and all of his teachers knew about his past, well, he had hero training for the next 2 periods before lunch. And All Might was teaching. Katsuki had mixed feelings for heroics training. Obviously, he usually liked it, considering it was the period where he could focus on his fighting and saving skills for his hero career. He didn't have to study English words or the formula for some shape. He could focus on the main aspects of being a hero, the stuff he'd always wanted to do. However, this wasn't a usual training period. It wasn't exciting, nor made that familiar determined spark flash in his eye. Instead, it made his stomach churn viciously. It was a well-known fact, to even those who weren't close to Midoriya, not that he was close to the nerd, fuck no, they're just rivals, that All Might and said boy were close. And by close, it's fucking father figure type shit. Seriously, even Class 1B knew about that, and when asked, prompted, Shinso had said he'd noticed too. Katsuki, being the only other student at Yui who knew about their secret, knew it even better. He was there every time All Might hugged Midoriya. He was there every time All Might encouraged Midoriya. He was there every time All Might held Midoriya when he cried. He didn't want that himself. He didn't want stupid comfort. Why should he, anyway? That would be stupid and babyish. So, he knew how close All Might was to Midoriya, and vice versa. And if his suspicions that all of his teachers knew about this were true, then that included All Might. Abso-fucking-lutely wonderful. Katsuki sighed, walking into a cubicle to change while everyone else changed with each other. It was just routine at this point to hide away, even before this whole thing started. As he shakily changed into his hero costume, he tried to plan some things out. He had to prepare for every situation, both because that is what he would do if this were a mission as a hero and, well, on the occasion something were to go wrong. What if he hurts you? Then, well, it's gonna take place in ground beta. Since it's open air, Katsuki'll have lots of room to escape fight back. If he's gonna be in the spectating room, there are doors and windows, and people around to witness. It'll be fine. But what if he doesn't treat you fairly? Call him out on his bull. Maybe. God, he's literally All Might, skinny form or not, Katsuki can't just do that. Everyone would shit on him for it. And so maybe the disappointed stare he'd get from the retired hero might just be too much to handle. Sue him. So he'd just take it and let it happen. But remember what Deku said? You shouldn't roll over like a coward. I can do what I fucking want, shut the fuck up. You're wrong. But how do you know I'm wrong? You know I'm right. Because, arg, shut the fuck up, already. Maybe planning wasn't such a good idea, if he was now arguing with his own damn head. Crazy weirdo. Katsuki had been stalling for too long, he realized when he vaguely only heard less than a quarter of the original amount of boys left in the changing room. He was usually the first to finish. Time to go. That is, as soon as his heartbeat stops trying to leap out of his mouth, his body stops feeling like it's tipping off the edge of a cliff every 2 seconds, and his breathing calms down. Jesus Christ, he hated this feeling. It would eventually stop. Eventually. Plus Izuku was pretty sure that his mentor would understand, and actually be mature about all this. You know, like adults should be doing. After all, he was All Might. And All Might was a proper hero, his favorite hero. Bakugou was a very close second, though. He should react well, right? Should. Izuku knew he should have more faith in the retired hero, but he just couldn't help but doubt. His mind kept leaping to that day on the rooftop, how All Might had just jumped to conclusions that a boy like him couldn't become a hero, without considering or thinking that he could literally be super trained in heroics. He wasn't, but you get where he'd coming from, right? Now, don't get him wrong, Izuku believed that anyone could change if they put the work in and actually showed that they wanted to, and could, change for the better. Sure, that didn't mean he'd forgive everyone he sees, not if they've done something really bad or if he himself doesn't want to forgive for whatever reason, but the belief that they could change was still there. And that was his opinion, whether it was naive or not. Izuku believed that anyone could change, but there was a nagging feeling in the back of his mind that maybe All Might hadn't changed. That maybe he'd react the same way on that day on that rooftop. Shit, when did life become so real? Where had that time gone, when he'd play heroes and villains with Bakugou, without a care in the world, apart from, of course, defeating the chainsaw villain figurine? When he'd look at Bakugou and see an untouchable, powerful hero who could defeat anything and anyone, when he had yet to see the sad, broken side of his best friend? When he had started at Yui and finally gained some friends and looked at Bakugou to see his friends too, genuine, caring friends who weren't just there for the power, where had it all gone? Why had no one told him he'd be doubting the one person who he looked up to and relied on his whole life, even when things got the darkest, at some point? Why didn't anyone warn him? Tell him? And, shit, wasn't that a thought? If the one person he relied on his whole life, perhaps just a millimeter more than his mom, turned out to be B, where did that leave him? Chasing after and idolizing Izuku was quick to dismiss the thought. He hadn't even seen All Might yet, not since Thursday, and it was Friday currently. That meant there was a good chance he knew and just decided to ignore it, right? But then the rest of the teachers wouldn't have such an abrupt change in behavior today, so that meant he probably knew now, if all the teachers did. Izuku vaguely wondered how they had come to know, before shaking it off. There were more important things. For example, what the absolute hell he was supposed to do. If, for once, his luck turns good, and All Might isn't a complete dick about this all, well then there wasn't much to do, right? Just his trust and respect for All Might will reinforce, really. Nothing will change between All Might, him and Bakugou. Everything will be fine. But, if it goes south, like things usually do for him, there was no doubt about it. He'd stand up to All Might himself, if he has to. Izuku knew for a fact that Bakugou would never want to disappoint All Might, and calling him out on any bull would probably fall under that. And, despite Izuku arguably being closer to All Might, Bakugou was just as much of a fan as he was, if only toned down a little. The only problem was that he'd have to keep seeing All Might after all this, however it goes, considering he still needed help with controlling One for All. Actually, thinking about it, the old man wasn't much help at this point. It was clear he wasn't sure what to do, considering all this new stuff had never happened to him before, so Izuku had a feeling he might possibly be able to do semi-well on his own anyway. He might still go to him, but, well, despite it all, nothing had happened yet. He was just predicting the worst-case scenario, as he usually did, and he should really stop doing that before he jinxes it. Izuku sighed, pulling on his gloves for his hero costume last, and stood up. The changing room around him was less busy, so many people had already left, but he was certain Bakugou hadn't left yet. Must be a, sort of good thing, at least. This meant he could go first, see if there was anything to be on guard about, and from there, well, as Kaminari sometimes said before a test, he's just gonna wing the shit out of this. Plus oh Jesus holy moly in Christ, Denki thought to himself. I'm just gonna have to wing the shit out of this, aren't I? It wasn't that he hadn't done the revising and preparing on purpose, it was more that he just didn't know there was a test to revise for. At least it wasn't based on knowledge. Still though, he was supposed to be training stealth and moves that would permit him to attack silently and effectively for the assessment, apparently. In his defense, though, he was used to Bakugou flicking him in the forehead and ordering him to come to a session with him and Kirishima, not the time for a sex joke, Denki, not the time for a sex joke, and reminding him of the upcoming tests. More like told him about it, though. Most of the time he was too busy zoning out, up in the clouds, to pay attention when the teacher announced that there was a test. He guessed that was his fault anyway, though, right? God, he should have never gone along with the class, no matter what his reasons. He should have never pushed Bakugou away. He was such a coward. Denki glanced at the door, where Midoriya was walking through somewhat cautiously, go figure, but having hoped Bakugou to walk in instead. Usually Bakugou was the first one out. He wondered what was taking so long. He hoped he was okay. The blonde sighed and looked up at Skinny Might. Wait, no, what? All Might. He preferred Skinny Might, though, anyway. As Denki looked up at Skinny Might, he couldn't help but see how his form seemed to tense a little when Midoriya walked in, and seemed conflicted on whether to approach like he normally did or not. That was super strange, the fuck? And yeah, Denki knew Midoriya was Skinny Might's favorite. He didn't really mind, though, cause he had good OL presentation Michael on his side instead. Best thing about that was they both had good humor, were great at languages, and both were the bestest of best friends with tired insomniac boys. But SHH, he wasn't supposed to know that. Izuku would have his head. So why were they both acting so strange around each other? Denki, with his good peopling skills, concluded someone probably told Skinny Might he must be proud of his child, all grown up or something like that. The child being Midoriya. That happened with Izuku and Shinso once. The funniest matching fucking expressions he'd ever fucking seen. Speaking of Shinso, he was bound to transfer soon, right? Oh, he hoped so. He'd be so cool to hang around. Shinso was the only person who didn't tease him for his quirk or intelligence. As much as he wouldn't admit openly, he appreciated it. Granted, that probably only meant there would be more instances to embarrass himself around the insomniac, but he'd take what he could get, if he got it at all. He should hit Izuku with the puppy eyes when he asks if someone would be transferring anytime soon, and then hint strongly to Shinso. A foolproof plan, and would be bound to gain him some insight. Hey Kaminari, may I ask you something? Denki jumped as he was ripped from his thoughts and whipped around to see Midoriya. Jesus Christ, Mido, get a bell. Midoriya blushed and spluttered, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Denki grinned, it's fine, don't worry. I was only joking. Anyway, you wanted to ask me something? Hit me with your worst. What could he possibly have done? Did he upset Midoriya? Was Midoriya gonna call him out on not seeing him practice for the test? Or maybe he'd ask for help? Don't be stupid, why would he ask you? Midoriya smiled timidly. So, I was kinda curious about, well, this morning. Why? Denki tilted his head, confused, before snapping his fingers with realization. Oh, I get what you're talking about. Yeah, I didn't think anyone would notice, but of course you would. You're super clever and analytic. Basically, Kirishima wanted to try eyeliner, but we didn't have enough time before class, so I tried putting it on him outside class like 1 minute before, but then Vlad King came and told us to get to class, cause then we'd be late, and I was like, but I've only done half of one side, and he was like, in a super deep voice, no, you gotta get to class otherwise I'll tell Izuku, and he was such a snitch, but you know Izuku and I didn't want to get in trouble with him, Midoriya cut in hesitantly, I'm so sorry, and that does really sound interesting, Kaminari. But, I think we're talking about different things? This morning, I think it was after that, probably. Denki blinked. Oh, my bad, then. But then, oh me god, I'm so stupid. Before Midoriya could try to insist he wasn't, he was, but that was an argument for another time. He continued, you meant during class, didn't you? I thought you meant before, yeah, yes. Midoriya smiled sheepishly. My bad dude. Denki chuckled, but his tone got a little more serious. It's about midnight and Cementos, right? Unfortunately, Midoriya said, and Jesus, Zuyu's lightning bolt Christ, the way he went from bashful to serious in 0.5 seconds was fucking terrifying. You guys stood up to them for kicking, though. I wanted to ask why you've suddenly changed your mind about him. I don't want to be angry here, but, if you're only doing it to hurt him, you've got a whole other damn thing coming. Denki might as well have just shit his pants. He took atomically small comfort in the fact that at least Midoriya hadn't sworn. Because then he'd be fucked. Hurt. Denki exclaimed, no. Actually, it might look like that, right? We aren't trying to, though, I promise. Basically, we had a talk with Kiri, and he made us realize how shitty we were being. I knew it before, but I didn't have the courage to stop it. Useless fucking, anyway, I wanted to apologize. For everything. But I also know Bakugou probably wouldn't appreciate that? Maybe Kirishima got let off the hook, but he was close to Blasty to begin with. They were super close, so it must have been easier to accept, but I'm just me. It's not like I really meant anything to Midoriya seemed a little stunned. Denki laughed, trying to lift the mood as he usually did. Sorry, that turned out a little dark. But basically towards the main point, I mean to say that I couldn't just stand by while those assholes belittled Bakugou. You know? It wasn't just me, though, 'cause without Kirishima standing up first I'm ashamed to say I wouldn't have built the courage to do anything. Denki smiled brightly. I'm glad I did, though. Did you see the look on Blasty's face? It was awesome. I wish he wouldn't have looked so surprised though. But that's on us. Anyway, I shouldn't really get to wish that. You know, I've already told Kirishima this, but Midoriya smiled at him. You said you don't think you really meant anything to him, right? More like I know. Hey, the boy said, locking their eyes before Denki could look away again. Listen to me. I know Kaken loads. Sure, he has his secrets and probably some that I doubt even his parents know, let alone us. You guys have learnt that by now. But the thing is, I know him well enough to say that you did mean more to him than you can ever imagine. Remember that. Denki blinked and looked away with a small smile, nodding. Midoriya continued, and thanks, by the way, for sticking up for him. I know he doesn't like people to help him, he doesn't need help, yada yada yada, but I know deep down he appreciated it, and so do I. So, from both his part and mine, thank you. The blonde giggled bashfully. You know, you don't have thank me. Or thank me on his part too. If anything, I should be the one thanking you for giving me a chance to tell you about how I feel. Either way though, I'm honored. Skinny Mike coughed behind him, and both Midoriya and Denki jolted at least a foot in the air. Midoriya immediately stiffened, and Denki was once again reminded of the strange shift in behavior. Being up close, he could now tell that Midoriya seemed a little uncomfortable, rather than a little awkward. Something told him the silly conclusion he'd gotten to before hadn't been right, even though it would have been so great to use as teasing ammo. Denki frowned ever so slightly, unnoticeable by anyone who wasn't looking for it. Ah, young Midoriya. Skinny Mike grinned. He tried to puff his chest out like he usually would, but in his skinny form it was less impressive to look at his thin ribs jutting out instead of muscles. He stopped quickly as soon as he remembered he wasn't in his Big Might form, he Big Might and Skinny Might, and Denki focused hard to not snort. Skinny Mike continued, sorry to interrupt, but could I talk to you for a second, young Midoriya? Midoriya's smile was so forced, Denki was half expecting tears to projectile spray out of his eyes. Or maybe he was gonna accidentally activate his quirk. Denki did that sometimes when he was stressed or trying to force happiness something. Oh of course, All Might. Denki was about to object and try to save his friend from a conversation he obviously didn't want to have, but Midoriya just smiled at him. It was smaller than the forced one but it was more genuine, so Denki guessed he could let it slide. Sorry, Kaminari. Please excuse us, I need to talk to All Might. Need to, not should, he noted. Maybe it was something important that he had to talk about but didn't want to. Denki wondered what it could be, before reprimanding himself. It was none of his business. He just kinda hoped whatever it was wouldn't make Midoriya sad or in a bad mood. Either way, Denki would try damn well hard to cheer him up later. Yeah, sure, bro, he called after them. Nice talking to you. Midoriya waved with a smile as he began to walk with All Might towards a small corner for privacy. So, young Midoriya, how are you? He frowned and looked at the large clock in the spectating room. Bakugou was going to be late at this rate. He looked for Kirishima, or literally any one of his friends, but they were all busy either preparing for the test or talking. It all looked quite serious and they didn't look like they wanted to be interrupted. Denki furrowed his brows. He hadn't been there for Bakugou for the last 4 weeks. He had turned his back on his friend, refused to help. He had forced his thoughts and actions to become like his classmates so that he wouldn't be left behind or bullied again, and in the process been an absolute asshole. But right now, something was wrong with his old friend. And Denki knew, he knew damn well, that this would not fix what he had wronged. But maybe it would help show Bakugou that he still cared, even if Denki didn't deserve it. That he'd always cared. He glanced at where Midoriya was talking to Skinny Might in the corner. Midoriya's brows seemed to be lowering lower and lower at each word the man spoke. Well, at least this would mean he wouldn't have to see Midoriya angry for the second time that day. Hopefully. Who was he kidding? If Midoriya was angry he'd stay that way for a while. Denki knew after seeing it for himself, after all. He remembered the argument between Midoriya and the old Deku squad bitterly and vividly. He'd hated seeing his friends fight like that. With a deep breath, he turned towards the door. Something was wrong with his old explosive friend, and he was going to stop at nothing to at least try and help. After all, that's what friends do, right? Denki walked into the boys' changing rooms, footsteps echoing slightly. Bakugou, he called loudly, slowly swinging the door open slowly. Hello? Silence. He furrowed his brow. That wasn't good. Bakugou and silence just didn't mix. Not unless something bad had happened. He walked towards the benches and set his headgear down. Denki then strained his ears. Nothing. Nothing. Wait. Was that a sniff? He blinked. Yep. That was a choked sniff, alright. A shaky inhale followed and Denki only became even more concerned. The blonde stepped further into the room and tried his best to morph his expression into something lighter and more open and approachable, just in case Bakugou saw him unguarded. Bakugou? He walked along the lockers and coats and bags slowly, hoping not to cause a panic. A quiet, repressed and muffled sob echoed. Denki wanted to cry, himself. If that really was Bakugou, 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind at once, and absolutely none of them were positive. Denki swallowed thickly and said dumbly, are you okay, bro? He felt like hitting himself. What even was that? Are you okay, bro? That was the stupidest thing he could have said. There was a small shuffle and another shaky, uneven whimper breath. Denki continued to walk. He quickly approached the end of the row of lockers, and with a deep breath, he rounded the corner, to where the stalls were. Denki hesitated. Should he even be there? Maybe he wasn't the right person for this. Kirishima would help Bakugou better, cause he's close to him and great with comforting. Or Shiro. Shiro had helped him through loads of bad times, he could probably help better too. Even Ashido could be better in this situation. Maybe. Denki huffed softly in determination. No. He was here, now, and he wasn't going to give up. He asked the one who came here, not Kiri, not Mina, or Shiro. He did. That must count for something, right? He was gonna go full on plus ultra for his friend, whether the mean thoughts in his head liked it or not. With a dutiful nod to himself, Denki crouched, about to go onto his hands and knees to check under the stall doors, before stopping himself at the sight of the wet, dirty, tile floor. A bug scuttled past and he bit his tongue to stop a disgusted and surprised squeal. Yeah, okay, so maybe not that plus ultra. He stood up again, dusting his knees, before lightly pressing on the first stall. Unlocked. Bakugou wasn't in there. Second stall was also unlocked. No Explodoo boys in there. It wasn't until he reached the last stall, the one in the corner, that he realized the faint sound of crackling and uneven pants had gotten a little louder as he had gotten nearer. He frowned and pressed lightly and silently on the door. Locked, as he'd expected. Hey, Bakugou? Denki called. He raised his hand, before pausing, hand curling hesitantly. Was he actually doing this? Knocking on a stall door, while the epitome of brave and unbreakable cried behind it? Oh, God. Bakugou would not like this. Other than die, piss off, and fucking hell, the phrase Bakugou arguably yelled said most was I don't want fucking help. That should say enough about how Bakugou would feel about him, helping. If he knocked, there would be a chance that he'd either be killed, or be subjected to a fate worse than death, the only, teeny-weeny chance of him ever being forgiven being absolutely obliterated. So, naturally, he knocked. What? He wanted to make sure his friend was okay. He'd take his own version of a fate worse than death over leaving when his friend probably needed it most right now. Blasty? You alright in there, buddy? Wrong move to use the old nickname. The small crackles turned into larger explosions, not enough to do any damage, from the sounds of them, but definitely significantly bigger and panicked, and Bakugou's short breaths turned into full-on, shuddering gasps and sobs. Denki then realized with horror, took you fucking long enough, stupid, that yeah, Bakugou was having a panic attack. Phew ook. Fuck, shitting fucks, Denki bit his lip and swallowed the lump in his throat. Okay, don't panic. You can do this. Just like Shiro did for you, yeah? Denki took a deep breath and hoped with all his might that maybe, just maybe, he'd be enough for once. Hey, Bakugou, hey, he said in his most calming voice, the voice he used to give to his little sister when she had a nightmare and would come to him at night, pressing as close to the stall as possible, hoping his voice would get through clearly. Hey, it's okay, yeah, you're safe here, everything's fine. You're in Yui changing rooms, you're safe, no one is gonna hurt you. Denki eyed the lock. For once, he hated Yui for having so much damn money that instead of the cheap, plastic locks he could easily pick with his fingernail, they had mechanical ones that couldn't be opened whatsoever by the outside. He wouldn't be able to get in without that technique Aizawa had taught them, push down the handle, then shove as much as possible onto the door quickly, but that might just spook Bakugou, which wouldn't help in the slightest. Besides, this was a changing room for a reason. If Bakugou wasn't dressed properly yet, well, he may be bisexual, but he doubted Bakugou would really appreciate that. Speaking of, Bakugou hadn't calmed down at all, and Denki really needed to get a move on. This was going to be way harder without being there in person. Denki sometimes had attacks, but they were much less, bigger, he guessed. They could definitely be stopped, especially now that he knows what to do, and usually it took between 10 minutes to half an hour to calm down to the point he didn't feel like he was dying. If Shiro was there, it helped to have someone there beside him. He guessed he'd just have to make do either way though and be grateful that he can at least talk to the guy. Bakugou, can you speak? Denki asked hopefully. If he couldn't speak, let alone hear, he probably wouldn't say anything. And, well, Denki wasn't exactly advanced in this, so he was just going to have to wing it, as he usually did with things. And anyway, he'd read somewhere that distracting the person could help. Maybe? God, he hated not being able to help his friend properly. Piss off, Bakugou muttered between shuddering gasps. Denki had never been happier to have been told to piss off. He could have cried in relief right there and then. This would help so much. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. That's great, even. Well done, dude. Denki praised with a weak smile. It felt a little weird to be saying it to Bakugou of all people, especially for telling him to piss off, but he shoved the thought away quickly. More important things to do, right now, Denki. Okay, now I know this is gonna be hard. I know that this will feel almost impossible at the moment, but we gotta slow your breathing, yeah? There wasn't a change in anything, but Denki got the feeling that Bakugou was trying to listen anyway. Okay, try to follow me. Don't panic if you can't do it immediately, I'm pretty sure that's impossible anyway. Just try your best, that'll be enough, yeah? Okay. In for 2, out for 4. He then exaggerated his breathing, counting along for a few, hoping Bakugou would be able to hear and copy. Also that the other blonde wouldn't be too stubborn and completely ignore his help. It continued like that for a while. At some point, Kirishima texted him, asking him where he was, and that class was going to start in 10 minutes. Denki, knowing Bakugou wouldn't appreciate it if he told someone what was happening, replied that he'd accidentally made a mess and to not, under any circumstances, let anyone into changing rooms, under the guise, of course, that it was super bad and he didn't want to get into any trouble, so he just needed a little time to fix it. He ended with a, just PLS cover for me. Kirishima, like the good friend he was, assured him that he would. Denki was so lucky to have him. Soon, Bakugou had calmed down significantly, until his breaths only stuttered slightly every few seconds, and the popping had gone down way more. Okay, cool. Great job. Denki grinned. At some point he'd sat down on the cold tiles next to the stall. And finally, one thing you can smell. Fucking, Bakugou muttered, obviously exhausted, shitty toilets. Denki let loose a cheery, light laugh. He imagined Bakugou smiling slightly from behind the stall door to keep his heart high and expression content. Good job, dude. Yeah, it does smell like shit here, huh? I think someone didn't flush. Gross. It was quiet for a minute, and for once Denki didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth hesitantly, about to ask if Bakugou felt better, before the other beat him to it. Dunce, he caught himself quickly, and Denki took a deep breath and pursed his lips, shoving down the pang of hurt he really shouldn't deserve. A nickname was undeserved. Why the fuck are you here? Honestly, Denki was pretty sure that if he weren't so tired after the whole incident, Bakugou probably would have just yelled at him to piss off and cut the crap. He wasn't complaining, though. I noticed you weren't with everyone when usually you're first one out and I was worried, so I came to check on you, Denki said quietly. It was kinda, people were gonna start warming up in a few minutes, and you weren't out, and I knew that wasn't normal, so I wanted to make sure you were okay. Denki vaguely wondered what had caused the panic attack. He concluded that he'd just either have to wait for Bakugou to tell him, or just accept that he'd never know. It wasn't like it was any of his business, anyway, despite how badly he wanted to help. Bakugou was quiet at that. Seemed like he didn't know what to say either. Look, Denki said with a sigh, lowering his head and playing with his fingers, I have to tell you something. I know so damn well that you shouldn't forgive me. And, I doubt you ever will, honestly, because what I've said and done is it was just plain wrong. But you know what? I'm okay with you never forgiving me. I'm okay with you forgetting about me and moving on with your life, because you really deserve that, dude. You deserve to move on. But I just want to tell you that I regret it so bad. I'm so ashamed. And, Denki swallowed and frowned, head softly leaning on the stall door with a soft thump. And, I think you're an awesome person. I always have, ever since Kirishima introduced me to you, properly. I was a coward lately, acting the way I was to keep up with the class. I didn't want to get left behind, and it was selfish. You're brave, confident, clever, you're caring, too, even if you don't advertise it to the world. Honestly, I kinda prefer it like that anyway. And, well, you're kind, in your own way. You respect people who have earned it, you don't take shit. I couldn't ask for a better friend. Denki blinked and lifted his head, a flush spreading over his cheeks, and not that I'm presuming that immediately we're friends, now. I don't blame you when you refuse, 'cause that's completely valid. I just meant, I couldn't have asked for a better friend, past tense, 'cause I doubt you classify us as friends now. There was some shuffling, echoing in the changing room space, before the stall door swung open and Denki nearly lost his balance and fell, only managing to catch himself with a hand that shot out. Bakugou scowled over him, and Denki could only blink, because holy shit he looked like a god with the light behind his head like that, or maybe a hero come to save him. The fuck are you doing on the fucking floor, yeah idiot? Denki grinned, scrambling to get up and wiping the damp wetness from the floor off of his butt. Wanted to sit down, obviously. Wait, were you not on the floor too? No, you absolute fucking dumbass. He moved to the side and Denki saw a small bench. He ignored the small burns engraved on the wall and it. Oh, Denki said, pursing his lips. He snorted, at least you were comfortable. Floor wasn't too bad either. thanks for asking. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Denki ignored, again, how red-rimmed they were, and the tear tracks down his cheeks from his eyeliner, like liquid charcoal. TCH. Denki gave a sheepish smile when his phone buzzed. He slipped it out of his pocket and checked the message. Sharky man, hey, are you done yet? It's nearly 20 minutes into the lesson, 2 groups have already gone for their tests. I told All Might that you had a problem with her hero suit, but I think he's getting a little suspicious. Oh shoot. Denki yelped. Shoot. Fucking what is it? Bakugou snapped, craning his neck to read from Denki's phone. Denki grimaced, we've missed, 20 minutes of the lesson. We've been gone for, over half an hour in total since I came. Bakugou's eyes widened a little. Shit, we have a fucking test, Sparky. I know. Denki whined, gripping his hair. He only realized that the other had used the old nickname way later on. Other than that, though, the thought of walking in and everyone giving him a weird look for being late made his stomach turn into a whirlpool of dread. Did you fucking tell him? Bakugou demanded, and it took Denki a second to understand, before frowning. Of course not. I'm not going around telling people that I have many panic attacks. Why would I tell anyone about yours? Denki panicked, focusing on finding his headgear and missing how Bakugou seemed stunned for a moment. You have. Bakugou cut himself off quickly, insisting, that wasn't a fucking panic attack. Denki grinned in relief when he found his headgear sitting on the benches, just as he'd left them. Then he frowned and gave Bakugou a look. Wasn't a panic attack? No, that was definitely a panic attack. Or maybe I'm wrong or something? Somehow. Maybe it really was different or, something? Honestly, I doubt it, though. Okay, he said slowly. Well, I could be wrong, I guess. But look, just search it up when you get the time. It could really help if you know what to do, you know? If, obviously, the symptoms match. I'm no doctor, dude. Bakugou clicked his tongue, before turning and coming back with his gauntlets. Denki frowned at the sight of them. What are you doing? What? Bakugou snapped. What do you fucking think I'm doing? What, you think I'm gonna test without these? Denki gaped. You're gonna test? Right now? Bakugou stared at him like he just said that the moon was actually a flying pig. No fucking shit. You, Denki clarified, are going to go in there, you're gonna do a test, you're gonna go out there after all this. Bakugou narrowed his eyes and puffed his chest a little. What, you think I fucking can't? No, I think you shouldn't, Denki said. You just had a panic, whatever you wanna call it. I mean, look at you. They're exhausting, I know they're exhausting. You can't seriously want to go out there anyway and, immediately launch into some stupid fight? You you almost definitely feel like shit right now. Bakugou snarled, but Denki continued, we could just make up an excuse, you know. I could say you feel sick, or I accidentally tasered you and you can't walk properly. If you want, I can even tase myself, and then you'll have an excuse to take me to Recovery Girl or something which would, no, we're not fucking doing that, idiot. Katsuki snapped. Denki shut up at the slight tremor in his voice. I can't just pussy out of this. I can deal with this, I can do this, but that doesn't mean you should. Denki narrowed his eyes, or that you need to. It was quiet. Somewhere in the room, a tap dripped water slowly into a sink. It echoed in the silence. Plink, plink. I'm not weak, spat Bakugou. Plink, and I'm not saying you are, Denki replied, a concerned crease between his eyebrows. Plink, then I'm fucking going, Bakugou glared. I don't want your shitty fucking help, but you need it. Denki wanted to yell. Plink, plink. Denki looked away with a scowl. Fine, but please, tell me, or even All Might, if you need a break. I'll think of something. I'll help, even if you don't want it. Promise. And, if you don't want people to know, I don't know. Let's use a code word or something. Just say, he racked his brain. Oh, I know. It's absolutely genius. Bakugou gave him a suspicious look, and he grinned wider. Call me Blondie. To be completely honest, Katsuki had no idea what was going on. 1 second he's trapped in his head, everyone hates him, his idol hates him, why does everyone hate him, why does no one stay, is he just not good enough for anyone, and the next, some random extras telling him to chill. What's more, it actually fucking worked, and he actually fucking listened. Which, for the record, is not what he would have done, the feeling of dying be fucked, if he had known from the start that fucking Kaminari was behind the door. Actually, that would also apply if his brain had actually been of use and figured that, maybe that voice belonged to a fucking person? Now, obviously he realized, halfway through, when his mind began to unscramble and his thoughts seemed to tire out a little, and he realized, shit, that's Sparky. But by then, he'd already calmed down a significant bit, and, well, he was fucking helping, as much as Katsuki despised it. Just this once, he vaguely thought behind the static that was his mind, just this once, I'll let someone help me. Never again. Although, maybe, never again. Katsuki wasn't even sure what to feel about it. Kaminari had seen him vulnerable. No one had ever seen him like that since, well, he'd guess when he had that fight with Midoriya about All Might. No, let's stop that train of thought, and before that? Well, no one saw it or ever intervened, anyway, and Katsuki liked it like that. Or at least, he thought he did. Kaminari had seen him vulnerable, but he'd helped. At least, he looked like he genuinely wanted to help, and usually Katsuki would be disgusted by that. How could he be so weak as to allow someone to help him? He shouldn't need help. He isn't a pathetic brat. He actually liked to prove Mitsuki wrong, thanks, but it felt nice. What's more, Kaminari then apologized. Katsuki's first thought was to hell with that. He was probably just doing it out of guilt, or maybe he just wanted to hang around him for attention, or maybe for the thrill of dropping him when he grew bored. There must be a chance of Kirishima and him being in on it together, right? But, yet again, that was shot out of the window when the other blonde then told him he wasn't expecting forgiveness. Apparently, he wasn't expecting anything, other than Katsuki forgetting about him and moving on. The damn idiot must be denser than a fucking brick, then, if he didn't know that Katsuki, as much as it nauseated him to even think it, would never forget him. Katsuki would never forget Kaminari. Because it really showed, at least to him, it showed when he'd check his phone, expecting a stupid meme sent to him, only for there to be none. Or when he'd realize he had a day off and wondered, for just a second, if Kaminari would appreciate him hosting a study session, before shutting that down quickly for obvious reasons. Even when he'd be walking alone to school from the dorms and hear someone running up to him, he'd hope deep down that it was Kaminari, about to surprise hug him and exclaim playfully about how Katsuki should have waited for them only for it to be some other stupid extra late for class. Each and every time, he couldn't stop the jab of pain in his heart, no matter how much he wanted to forget. He supposed that Kaminari never really had the best self-esteem, so of course the idiot would think that it'd be easy to forget him. And obviously he had these similar moments concerning practically everyone else in his class. Not his fault he'd accidentally made it routine to find Kauta playing with his rabbit outside on his runs, or if he'd become accustomed to buying special cheeses for Aoyama to have when it was his turn to go shopping. But still, his point still stood. Kaminari was used to be a big part of his life, along with his other close friends idiots. At the same time though, as Kaminari spilled word after word of apologies, he wasn't sure how to react. How could he? Was he even ready to accept his apology? Ready to forgive him? And what if Kaminari was just faking it? Besides, it wasn't like everything would suddenly go back to normal if he did. It wasn't like it would fix anything. There was still the whole of the rest of the class with a vendetta against him, and there would always be awkward moments where someone would accidentally bring this all up and everyone would cringe about it. So instead, he just sort of ignored it? And okay, he knew it was kinda rude and that he shouldn't just ignore his problems because that would only make them worse, or so the internet says. But then again, he was Bakugou Katsuki. He was expected to be rude, according to the media. And anyway, this would be a one-time thing. It's not like he's gonna ignore all of his problems. Depending on what's behind that door, sue him if he wanted to ignore the coming chat with All Might. And Katsuki knew that he shouldn't need help. He'd been taught from a young age that receiving help meant weakness, but giving help meant that you could be strong for those who weren't. And he was going to abide by that until he physically couldn't, because that had been a constant and probably the only stable thing in his life for a while now. But as Kaminari exclaimed with an excited grin, "Call me Blondie," Katsuki couldn't help but be slightly interested. Literally, how the fuck did you get that? Katsuki scowled. Because Blondie? That was the best he could come up with? Hey, Kaminari pouted, before grinning. Just hear me out, yeah, you never call me Blondie. Like, as a nickname. Even before, everything. Katsuki gave him a look that reluctantly said, "Go on," and decided to purposefully ignore the last sentence. Denki gestured as he spoke. "I'm pretty sure that's 'cause we're both blonde, so it wouldn't make much sense, but it's not like you'd accidentally slip up and call me Blondie just because you're calling me a nickname, 'cause you don't use it normally anyway, you know? But to everyone else, it'd just be you giving me another nickname. They won't have to know about anything." Katsuki blinked, scowl softening ever so slightly. "And you won't tell anyone about it?" "Nope," Kaminari assured. "Unless you specifically tell me otherwise, not a soul shall know. I'll keep my lips slammed shut." He winked and mimed his mouth zipping shut. Katsuki rolled his eyes and scowled again, but the small nod he gave hopefully showed his appreciation. Hopefully. After everything that had happened, maybe his little ways to show things weren't as telling as he'd thought to the people he was close to. Luckily, Kaminari seemed to understand, as his face softened and he smiled. "Course, brother. Anyway, you ready to kick some ass out there? You're sure about this, right?" "When am I fucking not?" Katsuki grinned, turning to the door. "Let's destroy this motherfucker of a test, Sparky." Kaminari laughed lightly and followed as they walked out of the changing room, pumping his fist in the air. Hell yeah. Plus Eijiro knew, as soon as he received the message from Kaminari giving him some silly excuse. Seriously? He made a mess in the changing rooms, that something was up, especially when he asked for no one to enter the rooms. First of all, what kind of mess took just about an hour to clean up? Kaminari could be clumsy, sure, but Eijiro was pretty sure anything that took over half an hour to clean up was, at that point, dangerous or super bad. But Kaminari had assured him that he wasn't harmed and wasn't about to be, so he'd left that alone for the time being. And secondly, Bakugou wasn't there either. Eijiro was pretty sure the blonde was still in the changing rooms, and if Kaminari was also there then they were bound to see each other. He wasn't sure if leaving them alone, Kaminari, the teasing, pranking type, and Bakugou, the easily explosive, annoyed type, was a good idea. But Eijiro had to trust Bakugou and Kaminari. They were his friends, after all, even if Bakugou didn't think Eijiro was his just yet. Eijiro wasn't jealous of Shinso and Monoma. Okay, maybe just a little. But he brought that upon himself, so he'd just have to deal with that. Even so, when Bakugou and Kaminari had walked out, the shorter blonde laughing and the taller one rolling his eyes fondly, Eijiro couldn't help but sigh in relief. Sue him, he just didn't want a Midoriya vs Bakugou type fight from their first day again. Hey guys! Eijiro grinned, jogging over to them as he waved. He missed how Bakugou stiffened a little at his raised hand. He looked at Kaminari. Dude, what took you so long? How bad was that mess? Kaminari laughed, glancing at Bakugou for a split second before answering, dude, it was crazy bad. So, basically, he lowered his voice a little, you know that shampoo that Mina sometimes uses in the changing room showers. You know, if she uses too much acid, and wants to shower right then and there, yada yada. I accidentally spilled it everywhere while trying to reach my, phone. You know, in my locker? It was such a pain to clean up, but I eventually did it and put it in the bin. My back hurts now, though. Kaminari pouted, hunching and placing a hand on his back as if he'd suddenly aged 60 years. Eijiro snickered, dude, she's gonna kill you. You realize how expensive that was, right? I know. Kaminari whined, but the look he exchanged with Bakugou said that he wasn't as upset as he let off. Eijiro brushed it off, deciding to think nothing of it. Bro, she's always talking about how they're super expensive but help with her curls and don't make her horns throb. Dude, I'm gonna die as soon as she notices. Eijiro chuckled and looked at Bakugou. He frowned just a little when he noticed the smudged and faded tear tracks emerging from his mask and down his cheeks. They looked like they had been attempted to rub away, and had mostly succeeded, but they were still a little visible from up close. He wondered if Katsuki's eyes were puffy and red under that mask, and his gut twisted a little. What? Bakugou snapped at him, obviously uncomfortable, lurching him from his thoughts. Ahiro beamed, like he hadn't seen anything. He'd have to ask Kaminari about it later, he noted to himself. Sorry, I got lost in thought there. Also, did you see Kami's epic fail, then? How funny was his expression? Also, did you get any pics of it? Eijiro ignored Kaminari's gasped treachery, and maintained his innocent grin as Bakugou gave him a calculated look, like he didn't believe a word that came out of his mouth. Eventually Bakugou sighed, and with a cruel grin towards Kaminari, admitted, yeah, it was the funniest fucking shit. I didn't have my fucking phone, though. Fucking waste of opportunity, but whatever. Oh my god, you're all traitors. I can't believe this, Kaminari said, dramatically resting his head on Bakugou's arm, only to be shoved off. Oh, woe is me. I can't trust anyone now, can I? TCH, Bakugou rolled his eyes in mild amusement, before glancing at the board at the front of the room. Whatever. You done your test yet, she? Or what? Eijiro blinked, realizing the blonde was talking to him, and chuckled sheepishly. Nah, I asked to go later, just in case you guys come and I'm doing my test. Speaking of, though, you're going last, I think. I'll explain the test to you. Kaminari nodded, eager yet nervous to know what he'd be up against, while Bakugou seemed distracted. Eijiro followed his gaze to All Might, before looking back at him. Bakugou had a contemplating look on, but when he caught Eijiro looking, he scowled. So? What's the stupid fucking test about? You right. Eijiro yelped. He forced himself to relax, despite something telling him to ask about it. So, as you can see on the screens right now, Midori is fighting Itza. He gestured to the large screens at the front of the room. Everyone in the class was staring up at them too, thankfully meaning no one saw them enter to interrogate them with questions. On them, Midoriya was using full cowl to bounce off of the walls of a small room. Other screens showed other rooms, where Jiro was listening through a wall with her jacks, presumably looking for the whereabouts of Midoriya and Itza. Itza, who was in the same room as Midoriya, looked a little overwhelmed, unable to predict where his next landing would be or find a way to stop Midoriya, who was still bouncing around like a dangerous, flickering ping-pong ball around the room, landing hit after hit on the poor guy. If Eijiro knew any better, he'd say that Midoriya seemed frustrated or angry. But, hadn't he been doing well so far? He shook his head, dropping the thought, and decided to continue explaining the test. What's happening is this, there are 4 dummies, acting as hostages, he continued. 2 heroes need to locate, find, and bring them to safety before their 15 minutes are over. What's the catch? Bakugou asked, because of course, there's always a catch with Yui. One villain needs to guard them away from the heroes. Stop them from being taken, you know? Eijiro explained, hoping his words made sense. They're allowed to set traps or whatever else they want to do to slow down the heroes, too. The rules go like this. If the heroes successfully rescue the hostages before the 15 minutes are up, they win. If they apprehend the villain before then, even if they don't have the hostages, they also win. But if the heroes run out of time, they lose, and the villain wins. If the villain apprehends the heroes, the villain wins. If the heroes accidentally inflict severe damage on the hostage, indirect or not, the villains win. Also, we aren't tested on whether we win or lose, though that will factor in loads of marks. It's actually that will be mostly graded on performance, and the choices we made. I think it's supposed to be because some of us are naturally unbalanced in things like this, like, someone like Mineta wouldn't really have a chance against Todoroki, for example, but if he makes the right decisions anyway to get the best possible outcome, he'd still get mostly high marks. Makes sense? I get it. Thank you so much, Kiri. Kaminari thanked with a grin. You're a lifesaver. Who chooses the villains and heroes? Bakugou grunted, I strain to All Might again. Eijiro blinked, before shrugging. I think All Might does. He's already, told us the pairings, though, and me and Kami are next as the hero team against Zero, but, you're he kinda, stop beating around the fucking bush, Bakugou scowled, glaring at him again. What? You're a villain. In the test, Eijiro admitted. You're against Mina and Tsu. Bakugou's face looked unreadable for a second, before it was replaced by a scowl. I don't fucking see. He was interrupted by an eruption of yelling and woes as Midoriya kicked his way out of the building and evaded Aitsa, carrying 2 hostages. In the smoke from the crushed brick and cement, he coughed, before saying into his earphone jack, I've got 2 of the hostages. Have you got the others? Yep, I got M, Jiro's voice echoed, filtering through the speakers around them as she was seen on one of the screens, carrying 2 other hostages as she ran out of the building. And the hero team wins. All Might announced with a proud grin. Eijiro grinned, ready to cheer in celebration for Midoriya and Jiro, when Midoriya turned to the camera, and everyone faltered. The freckled boy glared coldly through the screen, eyes sparking a dangerous green. Eijiro swore he saw All Might pale slightly. Midoriya turned quickly and walked off screen to deposit the dummies, but everyone had seen the look in his eyes, and he was pretty sure Midoriya had meant for them to see it. The next group is up. All Might announced, voice loud in the suddenly silent room. Young Eijiro carries Hima and Denki Kaminari, in the hero team, versus young Hanta Zero, in the villain team. Please make your way towards the battlegrounds. It took a second for everyone to start moving again, and most of them turned to see Eijiro, Kaminari, and Bakugou. Most of them glared at the latter, and it only made the knot in Eijiro's chest tighten. How have I not seen until now, just how shitty this is? How shitty they are. Come on, Denks, he laughed awkwardly, grabbing Kaminari's hand. We'll see ya later, Bakugou. Kami, I'll tell you about the plan I thought up as we walked. Sorry I didn't tell you earlier, there wasn't enough time, but, he glanced back at Bakugou just before the door shut. Eijiro couldn't help but frown at his tense expression, before it was shut out of view. He grimaced a little at the thought of leaving him in there without him, his close friends or Midoriya there too. He tried not to think about what his classmates might do or say to him. After all Might was there, right? It'd be fine. He couldn't help but worry. Shoto watched the door shut with a blank expression, before shifting his gaze to Bakugou. He wanted to say that he was still mad at the blonde. Mad for being so cruel to his first and best friend, mad for hurting so many people in his class, mad for being an asshole in general. But Shoto had some time to think, between having that conversation with Tokoyami and now. He wondered if the reason why Bakugou lashed out so much was because he had never been shown anything else when he was younger. It made him uncertain about his anger, especially since now that red, frustrated mist had risen, he could see that Bakugou had, actually, changed from the person he used to be. Shoto shoved away the clenching feeling of guilt as he watched the once confident, unbreakable boy hunch into himself a little and look away at the glare sent his way. Young Bakugou. All Might boomed into his mic, and if Bakugou had flinched, it had been too slight to notice. So you've finally joined us. Was here for a fucking while now, but what the fuck ever, Bakugou barked, raising his head in what Shoto could only think an attempt to still look confident. My mistake, then, All Might said, and if Shoto didn't know any better he'd say that his tone was dry. Could I have a word with you? Bakugou stiffened, nodding jerkily and stomping over to the corner All Might was also headed to. Young Bakugou, I feel it is necessary to tell you that I do not condone bullying or unkind actions in my class. Shoto frowned slightly. All Might hadn't lowered his voice in the slightest, and he could see Bakugou almost nervously glancing at the class as many turned their heads at their mentor's words. It has come to my attention that some unheroic actions were inflicted on Midoriya in past years. I have heard that you were the one who had done them. Bakugou's scowl deepened and he looked down as All Might continued, I wish to warn you right now that any cruel behavior whatsoever towards young Midoriya or anyone else in this class will give you an automatic meeting with Principal Nezu, and a phone call home to your parents. It may be the last day of school, but that does not mean I will let anything slide. Do you understand, young Bakugou? Bakugou was frozen still, staring at some place around All Might's shoes. Shoto had a feeling he was seeing something much different behind those eyes. Bakugou? All Might repeated, sharper. That seemed to do it, as the blonde's eyes snapped up, taking in his teacher's face. The way his chest rose sharply in a silent gasp made Shoto wonder if he'd even been breathing before. He also wondered if the expression on Bakugou's face was panic, and if he was seeing this correctly. The way low murmurs broke out around him and how Tokoyami exchanged a look with him told him that maybe he was. All Might sighed. Do I need to repeat myself? He lifted a stick-like hand to rest on Bakugou's shoulder when something happened. Something that changed Shoto's whole perspective of Bakugou Katsuki. The boy flinched. Now, it wasn't some small face flinch, the kind pretty much anyone gets if they get surprised by something coming towards them unprompted, or the quick kind all heroes developed at some point during training. No, it was a full-body flinch. Shoto wasn't even sure if flinch was the right word. His whole body jerked, tensing, hunching in on himself. His legs widened further apart for defense, maybe balance, and his arms rose to shield his face, which was quickly faced away from the blonde man and scrunched up. He didn't attempt to change his position for a hot minute. And while a flinch was usually very quickly recovered from and wasn't that much of a big deal, this just didn't seem like something to be brushed off so easily. If Shoto was to describe it, he'd say it almost looked like Bakugou had expected All Might to hit him. Shoto had that same reaction once, way back in the year when he'd thought no one could be trusted and Midoriya hadn't helped him yet. All Might had apologized profusely and told him that if anything was going on, Shoto could tell him. Obviously, he didn't, because matters were much more complicated than that, but it had made him feel safe nonetheless. He didn't like the similarity, because what did that mean? What did that imply about Bakugou? About the adults in his life? Or maybe his parents, but he was fully convinced that All Might would do exactly what he'd done for him, try to help, or at least calm the other down. Instead, All Might frowned a little and crossed his arms. The man may as well have hit Shoto, it was such a shock. Bakugou, this is not the time for theatrics or acting. It is rude to mock people with actual issues, if you are not aware. Theatrics or acting? Mock. Actual issues? What? I will repeat myself once more, do you understand? There was a short crackle and popping sound, and when Bakugou lowered his arms from his face, breathing a little harsh for Shoto's liking, a large yet low-degree burn decorated his right arm like a painting, in the shape of a hand. Wait, did that count as self-harm? Was Bakugou? No. Couldn't be, Shoto didn't want it to be. Bakugou swallowed thickly, breath slowing down gradually before he noticed the class watching. He turned away just as quickly, avoiding All Might's eyes as he muttered, yeah, get it. Shoto was horrified at how quiet he was. He exchanged a serious look with Tokoyami, and they mutually decided that they had to do something about this, before it was too late. Good, All Might sighed, shaking his head. Look, I don't mean to be too harsh on you, young Bakugou. I just don't want any villainous behavior within these walls. From now on, you need to cut that out. Bakugou's eyes widened fractionally, before reverting to his usual scowl and nodding once, jerkily. It seemed to please All Might, who turned and walked back to his seat with a nod. Shoto didn't want to look at his classmates when he heard someone say, serves him right. He stayed rooted in place, staring at the corner in which Bakugou had now just decided to lean his head against, shutting his eyes tightly. Under the fluorescent lights overhead in the room, Shoto could make out tear tracks on his upturned face. Smudged, faded, yet still there. The scene played again and again in his head, and whichever way Shoto played it, he couldn't help but familiarize Bakugou's face, right before he had flinched. Panicked. Scared. Shoto never thought he'd ever have to see that expression on his face. Shoto didn't want to see that expression on his face. Shoto felt sick. Plus their footsteps were loud in the quietness as Denki and Kirishima walked towards where their test would take place. Usually, they'd both be chatting non-stop. But Kirishima had already explained his plan to Denki, and neither of them seemed in the mood for further conversation. For Denki, because he hated the idea of leaving Bakugou alone in a room right after a panic attack, and especially right after he'd told Bakugou to tell Denki if he wasn't up to it. He wasn't sure what Kirishima was thinking, but the troubled and thinking expression he wore told Denki that he should try not to interrupt. It was about a 2 minutes walk from there to their destination, and he guessed that until then, he should take his thoughts off of Bakugou or the upcoming test, which he just thought about. Damn. Hey, so, Kami? Kirishima started, glancing nervously at Denki. The blonde perked up and smiled at him to continue. What actually happened, earlier? Denki lifted an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? Kirishima laughed awkwardly. You know, look, You said that you ate a mess, but you entered with Bakugou, and I'm not blind. I saw the tear tracks. Denki blinked, careful to keep his expression blank with a tinge of feigned confusion. Shit. Oh, on one hand, he really didn't want to lie to Kirishima. On the other, there was absolutely no chance that he'd be spilling Bakugou's secret. He refused to tell anyone, even Kirishima, what happened in the last hour. Until, of course, Bakugou gave him the go-ahead. But he doubted that would be happening anytime soon. Well, I don't really know what to tell you, dude. He was there when I came in, but I didn't notice any tear marks. Coulda happened before I came, I guess, but I didn't really notice anything. He shrugged and chuckled sheepishly. Technically, that last part wasn't a full lie. Bakugou had been crying before he'd come in. It was just that he'd continued until Denki managed to help him to calm down. Still, lying to his closest friend made something ugly coil and squeeze around his heart. Kirishima hummed, but seemed to take the lie as the truth. Denki hit a wince. Yeah, I guess so. They walked in silence for another minute or so, before Denki bit his lip. He knew he shouldn't go poking about, for the exact same reason he'd scolded himself last time for wondering what the panic attack had been about. It wasn't any of his business. But he knew Bakugou would never really open up to anyone by himself. Meaning, if no one paid the right attention, no one would ever know to help him if they see something questionable. Maybe if he looked in different places, there could be multiple pieces people had overlooked that were actually important in all this. That could all fit into a big puzzle, showing him exactly who Bakugou Katsuki was, and how he could help. Yeah, okay, that was aiming a little high. That'll probably never happen. No one could properly understand Bakugou, especially at that time, but knowing what triggered the panic attack could be the first step in helping. And, well, Kirishima used to be the closest to Bakugou, after all. Hey, Kiri? Denki asked hesitantly, focusing on the floor as he tried not to step on the cracks. A hum from Kirishima prompted him to continue. Do you know? Like, you said you noticed tear tracks. Do you have any idea why? What might make him that sad? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kirishima falter slightly in his steps, before continuing. The redhead sighed. I mean, it's hard to picture Bakugou crying, right? And I probably shouldn't tell you this, but maybe you could help, or something? Denki looked up at him when he paused. I share a wall with Bakugou, you know? In the dorms. And sometimes, well, most of the time I think it's just too quiet for me to hear or be woken up, and some of the time I nearly miss it, even if I'm awake. Denki bit his lip anxiously and Kirishima continued. But he has nightmares. Usually waking up with tiny explosions or gasps. Sometimes I hear crying. Those nights are rough, and sometimes I think I should go over there and help him, but what am I supposed to even say? Hey, I heard you crying, want a hug? Sure, it might work with someone like you or Mina, but Bakugou? I don't know. I don't know how to help him. Denki pursed his lips, frowning, and Kirishima kept talking, as if words just started to tumble out of his mouth unchecked. And I mean, I've considered telling someone so many times, you know? Like, Izuku, or you guys, hell, even All Might. But every time I decide to, I get to class and he's acting so normal. As if nothing was wrong. I asked him about it once, and he kept on deflecting, too, or giving reasonable excuses. I gave up for a while. But every time I decided to tell Izuku, at the least, I didn't know if it was the right thing to do, you know? Even now, I'm not sure telling an adult would help, because what if it only makes things worse? I'm usually good with all this feeling stuff, but with Bakugou, I'm just lost. Kirishima looked at Denki, and they stared at each other for a second. Shit, Denki should say something. Say something. He opened his mouth, closed it again. Shit, he was hopeless here, wasn't he? Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck and grinned sheepishly. Sorry. That just kinda came out. Forget oh no. No, don't be sorry, it's good you let that all out, Denki blurted. You must have been holding it in for a while. I'm happy you felt that you could tell me about all that. I think that's totally valid, too, and, well, when things come to Bakugou, there's a lot of confusion. Weird, since he's usually super blunt about everything but himself, but it's true, you know? I'm not the best with comforting, but, you're welcome to talk to me. If you want. Don't feel forced to, or anything. Yeah. Kirishima smiled, shoulders losing their tension. You're a good friend, Denki. I feel like we don't tell you that enough. Denki faltered for a second, eyes widening. He cleared his throat, looking away to hide his smile. Yeah, I know, I'm the best obviously. Oh, we've arrived. Let's tell All Might. We're supposed to do that, right? The tall building loomed over them, strangely similar to the first building they had used for their first ever training lesson, except way bigger. It was crazy to see how far they'd come, and it'd only been a few months. Yup, Kirishima grinned. He slammed his fists together, and Denki's heart soared at how any worry or weight on his friend's shoulders seemed to be erased. "We're gonna crush this test." Denki grinned, clicking on his earpiece and announcing, "Alright, we're good to go, All Might." There was an awkward second of silence, before All Might's voice filtered through loudly, Thank you, young Kaminari. Zero is ready as well, so when I say start, students, you prepared for this?" Denki asked Kirishima, clicking off the earpiece for a second. "Ready. Of course. You remember the plan?" Kirishima answered, making sure his earpiece worked. "Set. Yep." Denki chirped. "Go. Your test starts now." The 15-minute timer is starting. With a final fist pump and morales higher than hawks could fly, they started their test. Hopefully, Denki wouldn't fail. And hopefully, Bakugou would be okay. Katsuki could remember the first time he had been hit. Surprise, surprise, it hadn't been in a fight. Or just when a pissy toddler got mad at him in the playground. Not even while training to be a hero. Even so, it's pretty obvious to you and me at this point that it hadn't been. Katsuki, what the fucking hell? Katsuki could recall the way his little 5-year-old heart had nearly stopped in fear at Mitsuki's voice, hoping his mother wouldn't take away privileges, like the TV or playing with the others outside, and that her yelling wouldn't be too mean and the slap on his wrist with the ruler not too hard. Back then, that was all the punishment he'd get for doing something bad. Then he grew up. What have you fucking done now, you worthless brat? Katsuki could remember what he'd done wrong. He didn't think he'd ever forget it. It had been a few days after he'd gotten his quirk, meaning he still didn't have the best control of it, and at that moment, the explosions just wouldn't stop. They spluttered out of his hand like beautiful fireworks, so at first he hadn't thought much of it and decided to just watch them dance across his palms. The real trouble had started when he'd finally decided it was enough, and his arms were starting to hurt, so maybe he should stop. They didn't stop. Instead, they grew in size and volume until he was panicking too much to care about the painful throb in his wrists. He hadn't really thought when he'd ran into the kitchen, trying to get to the sink and didn't notice the floorboard that jutted out right after the doorframe. Usually he'd take his time to childishly step over it, like it was some dangerous crocodile in the middle of a rainforest swamp, and he was a cautious adventurer, but he hadn't noticed it this time round, until his foot caught in its teeth and he was sent tumbling. Unluckily for him, a chair was right in front of him, and as he stretched his hands out to catch himself, that was the first thing his hands could find purchase on. Until, of course, the chair exploded into chips and sticks beneath his palms, scratching his arms and cheeks and forcing his eyes closed. But his parents didn't see the blood, they only saw the remains of a chair that had cost them money. They were angry, to say the least. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry." Katsuki remembered crying, hands still popping as he tried to extinguish them on himself, only causing more burns and more pain. Mitsuki had grabbed his arms roughly, shoving them into the sink to dye them out. They continued for a minute or two under the water, and if anything it only hurt more, but soon enough they faded. As soon as that had happened, his mother pushed him away roughly, turning to storm off. He recalled how he had grabbed her hand, remembered how he wanted her to tell him everything would be okay, and for her to help his arms get better from the burns. Or maybe, just maybe, sigh and tell him that it wasn't his fault. Yet most things were his fault, weren't they? And the Bakugou family were not as soft as Katsuki used to wish. Instead, Mitsuki had drawn a hand back, high above her head, straight and stiff, coming down before Katsuki could even blink. Crack! His cheek stung, somehow even worse than the burns decorating his arms or the throb in his wrists. It had been a rough day. And he knew All Might wasn't Mitsuki, but he saw blonde hair, saw a hand go up, saw anger and disappointment, and it was too familiar. The faces were blurred, surroundings unfocused, and exact words exchanged forgotten at this point, but Katsuki could remember the first time he had been hit. He kinda wished he didn't. Plus it didn't take long before Kirishima and Kaminari had finished their tests. Mina was happy for them, since they'd won against Zero. Still, Zero had made some clever and tactical decisions, so she doubted he wouldn't be praised for those too. She was proud of her boys. After every test, though, students were ordered to go see Recovery Girl and clean themselves off, just in case. Which was why neither of them were there, currently. Neither were the students in Midoriya's test. Honestly, it was probably a good thing, considering the fact that if Midoriya saw what just happened, he'd probably go batshit crazy for Bakugou. Mina risked a glance towards said blonde out of the corner of her eye. His posture made something hollow and helpless pull at her chest. Usually she'd be leaping to his side, showering him in assurances and comforting words and hugs. She'd be helping him, trying to get his mood up. She'd be glaring at All Might, promising him curses and unapproving words while simultaneously telling him any feelings of hate or hurt were valid. She'd be so confident as she'd do these things, because that's who she was. Mina Ashido, the energetic, confident extrovert who always tried her best to help those around her. But at that moment, Mina wasn't so confident. She'd done something that she wasn't proud of, and she wasn't worthy of helping. Because first of all, there was no doubt that Bakugou no longer trusted her, and for him, letting her help would imply that he did, not that he really let anyone help him anyway, just that he let certain people help only slightly more. Mina was no longer part of those certain people, as much as it hurt to think. Not to mention her conscience would never let her pretend that she'd done nothing wrong and continue to act normal when one of her dear mottos was literally, if you've only got mean things to say, don't say anything at all. Sheesh, if Pastor saw her now, she'd have torn present her a new one. Bakugou exhaled and dropped his head into his chest, likely just trying to gather his thoughts. Mina looked away, biting her lip. He must be hurting so much. And if the flinch, which was definitely not fake, what the hell, All Might, told her anything, he'd been hiding a much more physical pain for a while now. Her feet were moving before she could talk herself out of it. As her back hit the same wall a few feet away from Bakugou, she sighed, and kept her head up. Mina's gaze was steady and forward, refusing to face Bakugou as All Might announced that Kirishima and Kaminari won. She felt his suspicious and questioning stare on the side of her head, but she didn't return it, not even when Bakugou just sighed and looked ahead too, content to ignore. A few minutes later, she noticed a few people looking her way. She smiled at them bittersweetly, daring them to say anything. They looked away quick enough. Students bustled around them, and for some reason Todoroki caught her eye. He nodded to her, a hint of a smile on his face, and Mina nodded slightly back, though she wasn't actually sure why. What is it? Bakugou eventually grunted, quiet enough for the people around them not to hear, but loud enough for Mina to. Why are you here? What do you want? You have a minute before I'm outta here. And if it's just a shitty half-assed apology, fucking forget it. Mina turned her head to the side to look up at him. He was facing ahead, glaring at the people around them. She swallowed, looking ahead too. A simple sorry wouldn't cut it. Mina looked down, brows furrowing as she tried to put her thoughts into words. I think, you and I have. She paused, biting her lip and lowering her head. Mina sighed. She couldn't think of anything. Was she really this hopeless? She prided herself on being a good friend, but now she couldn't even apologize properly? Nothing that would show Bakugou how much she was sorry, ashamed, how much she wanted to completely start over and show him that she cared, start over. Oh. Mina lifted her head, determined, and swallowed her nerves. She pushed off of the wall, walking around with quick, confident strides to plant her feet in front of Bakugou and hold her hand out. Hi, she smiled, lifting her hand a little higher and raising her chin. I'm Ashido Mina. Bakugou looked at her hand in confusion, wrinkling his nose. Mina, knowing what he was about to say, ducked her head slightly, hand falling an inch lower. I know what I did was wrong. It's not my place to judge you, Midoriya, or your relationship. I don't think I'll ever say with pride what I've done, but I will admit to it confidently. I won't make excuses and I certainly will not shift the blame. I will say with a clear and loud and confident voice, that I, Ashido Mina, have done something I never should have. I betrayed your trust and confidence, and with that, I have broken our friendship beyond repair, at this point. Even if you do forgive me, I doubt you'll look at me the same. I don't blame you for it, either. Bakugou looked at her with a confused, uncertain crease between his brows. Mina's confidence only flared to bring back the determined, proud, brave Bakugou she knew. So, she lifted her hand higher and lifted her chin. She took a deep breath. Hi, I'm Ashido Mina, and I think we should start again. It's nice to meet you. She refused to lower her hand or shrink away when he only stared at her for a minute more. He opened his mouth, something hopeful yet uncertain buried in his hard crimson eyes, and Mina almost leaned forward in anticipation for what he may say. All right. All Might boomed into his mic. Fucking hell, someone should take that off of him at this point, making her jolt and recoil her hand a little, eyes snapping wider in surprise. Bakugou jolted too, though to a lesser extent. Mina could see as his eyes hardened again and he scowled, a tall brick wall being formed between them. She wanted to fucking scream in frustration. She'd been so close. All Might continued, apparently oblivious. The next team is up. Young Ashido and Azui as the hero team, versus young Bakugou as the villain team. Make your way to the battlegrounds. Mina gritted her teeth in anger at the retired hero and stared at the floor, uncaring as Bakugou's gaze stayed fixed on her. He huffed through his nose and slapped her still outstretched hand to the side, walking off. Mina pretended that it didn't hurt. She took a step towards him, stopping herself from tapping his shoulder as he continued to walk away. Bakugou. Hey, wait, look, here's some fucking advice, Bakugou spat, turning back to her sharply and leaning forward a little with a glare. Save yourself the fucking time and just piss off. I don't need your pity, so do yourself a favor and just focus on the fucking test. I'm not going easy, and I will fucking kick your ass so hard you'll be picking your teeth from the floor for the next fucking week if you don't do the same. He turned and continued to walk with his usual hunched shoulders. Why, you can bet your ass, I'm not gonna go easy. Okay, she called after him as he disappeared through a hallway. It led to the villain's starting point for the test. She wasn't sure if he'd heard her or not, but she still felt a bit awkward, staring at an empty hallway. Mina scanned the room for Azui, before smiling tightly and rushing over to her. As they walked through the double doors Kaminari and Kirishima had walked through only minutes prior, she couldn't help but plead to the universe, please let Tsu not be a total jackass about Bakugou, even if that's a little hypocritical. Well, she could only hope for the time being. The building loomed over them, and she took a deep breath, before realizing an inconvenience that she probably should have been more worried and focused on than she had been. She was against Bakugou, and Bakugou was still powerful, butt-kicking Bakugou no matter how she put it or what he faced. Mina whimpered inwardly and added to her wish to the universe, also, please don't let Bakugou kill me. Or, at least give me a chance to win. Tsuyu was wary of Bakugou. She couldn't say she hated him, and she was still unsure on how to feel about it. No matter how you put it, bullies were bullies. Bullying someone is wrong, and that was a fact she would stand by strongly. However, Tsuyu prided herself on being one of the most level-headed in Class 1A. Besides Yaoyorozu, and possibly, if you squint real hard, Midoriya or possibly even Aitsa, she was the one who'd make sure not to panic or make rash decisions for her classmates. At times, if and when they'd be caught in a villain attack, the pressure would get a little overwhelming for her, that was true, but she embraced the position anyway. It was always worth it to see her classmates' tired yet proud faces when they make it out alive and stronger than ever. Getting a little sidetracked. Point was, Tsuyu was one of the most sensible students in Class 1A, so she wasn't completely blinded by anger the moment she'd been told that Bakugou used to torment Midoriya. Partially, she was still pissed. Midoriya was a close friend of hers too, after all. It allowed her to actually see Midoriya and hear what he had to say. Before, of course, someone interrupted him or tried to convince him otherwise, which, she had to say, frustrated her many a time, and she was able to actually think things through, with no bias towards either boy. Maybe just a little, but that was to be expected. Anyway, so far, she'd come to this conclusion: Bakugou was not a good person, but that was not her battle to fight, and not an opinion she should be pushing onto others. Unlike some other people, cough cough. Your tests start now. The 15-minute timer has started. A single glance was exchanged between her and Ashido, her partner, before they were leaping forwards. As they had planned prior, Tsuyu used her tongue to lasso herself to the 4th floor, immediately attaching herself to the building's wall as she started to work on opening the first window as quietly yet efficiently as possible. Meanwhile, Ashido rushed into the building, melting the lock quickly and stepping through the doorframe. I'm in. Ashido's hushed voice filtered through her earpiece as she fiddled with the window's lock. Where are you at, Su Froppy? Still working on it, Kuro, Tsuyu murmured, furrowing her brow as she focused on the lock. I should be done in a second. All right, Ashido replied lightly back. A few seconds passed, before she spoke again. Hey, Froppy, don't you think it's weird that Blab Bakugou hasn't made himself known yet? Do you think he's trying the subtle approach or something? Tsuyu hummed. Kuro, could be. We'll just have to be ready for any outcome. I wouldn't put it past him to lure or trick us, Kuro. He may be loud and confident, but I must say, he is also quite clever. There is a reason he's one of the highest scoring students in our class. A satisfying click followed, and Tsuyu smiled. Kuro, I've opened the window. Going in. I think there's about 13 minutes left, now. Where are you, Kuro? I've searched all the rooms on the 1st floor. Well, I'm just getting to the last one, Ashido replied, and Tsuyu could hear her sheepish smile. Though I doubt he'll be in. There was a snap, then a fizz, and Ashido yelped. The fizz got louder quickly, before a bang sounded. Tsuyu could hear the echo from her earpiece and from her own hearing. Pinky? What happened, Kuro? Are you alright? Why yeah, I'm fine, Ashido replied. It just surprised me. It looks like Bakugou set a grenade, trap, of sorts? Nothing that hurt me, but super loud. Any stealth we had's been thrown out the window now, though. Now he knows where I am. Probably how close I am, too. We need to get moving, quickly. Already on it, Tsuyu murmured, climbing down from the window and quietly walking down hallways. That grenade could have hurt you, Kuro. Of course Bakugou would resort to such uncaring tactics. She sighed. It was quiet for a moment or two as Tsuyu opened the first door an inch, cautious of any traps or if, by any chance, Bakugou was in there. He wasn't. I've cleared the first room. Don't say stuff like that, please, Ashido interrupted. Her tone was blank, and Tsuyu tilted her head in confusion, even if she couldn't see it. Say stuff like what? Tsuyu closed the door again, silently rushing to the next one. Assume things. About Bakugou. You shouldn't talk about him like that. You don't know him. Tsuyu frowned. Since when are you saying things like this? I thought you didn't like him either, Kuro. Yeah, because back then I was basing my dislike on something that happened way in the past, Ashido muttered. Bakugou has changed, you know. It took me a while to realize, but it's true. He isn't the same bully he must have been in middle school. Heck, we didn't even know him from middle school. We don't even know how bad it was. Yes, but he still did it, didn't he? Tsuyu said. She pushed the 3rd door open. Nothing there. I'm not one to forgive so quickly, Kuro. But is it even something for you to forgive? Suyu almost stopped walking, before reminding herself that they were in a time crunch. Around 12 minutes left. Kuro, what's that supposed to mean? I mean, well, Ashido paused. Isn't that something Midoriya should decide? I get that you're angry for him, I was too, but we can't just choose who he gets to hang out with or who he gets to forgive. It's just as bad as bullying him, really. You're making him feel powerless and like he doesn't know anything, when really, he saved our asses so many times, and he's probably one of the cleverest people in our class. Sure, maybe not responsible, especially not at the start of the year when he'd snap his bones like they were twigs, but you understand, right? Suyu swallowed, actively focusing on moving to stop herself from stalling and wasting precious assessment time. I mean, maybe you're right. It was then that All Might cleared his throat, loud in her earpiece, and she heard Ashido yelp. Sorry to, interrupt, All Might said, but may I remind you that you can still be heard by your class? Either way, you should be focusing on your tests. Suyu never blushed, especially in embarrassment, but she guessed that this could be an exception. She was mortified. Kuro, sorry, All Might. We'll focus again. Please don't take points off. I really wanna pass. We'll focus, I swear, Ashido pleaded, like their conversation hadn't been so emotionally packed. I can give you money. Young Ashido, I'm a retired hero. You're trying to bribe me, of all people. Okay, so, for many reasons, that was a joke. Sir. A sigh. Look, you may be able to win back points if you make the right choices from now on. Alright, young Ashido. Oh, thank you so much, sir. Ashido beamed. Suyu shook her head in amusement. Kuro, I've cleared the top floor. Going down. Neat, Ashido said lightly, though she could hear the awkwardness, left over from their conversation, concealed. I'm also going up. I think we'll meet each other on the same floor. Okay, Kuro, Suyu said, hopping down the stairs 4 at a time. Perks of being a frog. Bakugu's going to be on that floor, so we'll need to back each other up. Gotcha, Ashido replied. Suyu saw a head of pink emerge from the staircase below and nodded to her. She went ahead while Suyu started exploring the last floor left untouched. There could be another trap, so she'd have to be careful. Something glinted close to TE floor, and with a closer look, Suyu determined that it was a trapwire. No doubt leading to a bomb or grenade of some kind. She stepped over it carefully, whispering into her earpiece for Ashido to be careful of the tripwire, and stepped further into the hallway. Plus Katsuki fiddled with his gauntlets while he waited in his room. He knew that Azui was going to enter from the top, and that Ashido would enter from the bottom. Seemed logical. It had only strengthened his beliefs when a minute or two in, the grenade he had placed as a trap went off. So, at the pace they were going, Ashido would probably arrive when the timer's at 10 or 11 minutes left. Fine by him. He was really tempted to go and hunt them down himself. But he couldn't, because he'd be graded on stealth, and there was also the fact that this time, there was a 50-50% chance of him not managing to win against them both. At the same time though, staying there and waiting, in that small room with stuffed dummies for company. His leg bounced and he tried his best not to think, because that would lead to something bad. I just don't want any villainous behavior within these walls. From now on, you need to cut that out. See? Even your idol thinks you're villainous. Right, because naturally, his mind's first reaction to not think about something bad leads to thinking of something bad. Totally logical. He groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Damn it, why did this all happen? Why him? Because you deserve it. Well, yeah, he'd gathered that. Then you shouldn't be fucking asking then, should you? Such a fucking attention whore. Katsuki didn't bother to fight the logic there. No, you just know that I'm right. And that you're just trying to make up some shitty sob story because you're such a wimp that you can't handle a few people hating you. Why you? Oh, please. Yeah, well, TCH. You won't even apologize to them. You don't deserve the life, the quirk, the luck you were given. Can't do shit about it now, shitty voice. He'd just have to live with it. Not like he could change anything. You could if you just disappeared. Katsuki swallowed thickly, sharply inhaling and blinking rapidly. No, don't go there. You know I'm right. The blonde stood up abruptly and started to pace, keeping his breathing steady. In, out, right. Just, don't listen. Don't listen to the voice, and everything will be fine. Will it, though? It would be so much easier for everyone if you just kill, he groaned, running a hand through his hair. Wonderful. It was then that he heard whispering, right outside. Frog face. Be careful, there's a tripwire, Kuro, he heard her whisper, and he grinned, silently approaching the door between them. What, are you gonna beat up another innocent classmate just for your own personal gains? Right, real heroic. I see why people fucking want you around. The door exploded, and in one fluid motion his crackling fist connected with Azui's jaw. She cried out in pain as she was sent to the floor and Katsuki swallowed the feeling of guilt. This was hero training. It's expected to get a little beaten up, right? There you go again, hurting the people around you. Just disappear, even All Might doesn't want you in his class. He never said that, shut up. But you know he thought it. He thinks you're a villain. You're better off as a villain, or even better, dead. Katsuki faltered, feet frozen in place. What? Azui didn't hesitate to exploit the distraction, leaping to her feet and landing a kick across his stomach. He bit back a groan and jumped back, sparks in his palms. Instead of the thrill he would usually feel, though, he just felt tired. Fighting was supposed to be his forte. His escape, his distraction, the one thing he would always be good at and the one thing that would calm him down after a rough day. For the record, Katsuki did count this as a rough day, but it wasn't like he was gonna admit that. As far as anyone knows, Katsuki doesn't have rough days. He'd keep it like that. So what was happening? Why did he feel so heavy? TCH, Katsuki growled, lowering into a defensive pose. One beat, two, an explosion reverberated through the building as he rushed forward, leaping over Azui as she extended a tongue to grab him and shooting a small explosion to her head, nothing that could deal too much damage, but something that could give her a fright and maybe just a small sear on her hero costume. She ducked, but unlike what he had expected, an arm shot out to grab his ankle. He was yanked down a good few feet, until he managed to catch himself with a large explosion directed away from Azui. She let go quickly. His mind raced as he hovered for a second in the air. Have to move. Have to dodge. Have to fight. Think, damn it. Pinky, Azui cried. Katsuki realized, too late, that he had forgotten about Ashido. He twisted his body to see her racing forward towards them. Now, Kuro. Ashido's hand seemed to swing up in slow motion, yet all too fast, globs of acid flying towards him like balls of liquid crystals. A sharp inhale. Wind rushing against his hair and ears. The warmth of his hands sparking as he lowered himself to the ground quickly. Splat. Fizz. Katsuki looked up. Acid covered the ceiling above them in a rough outline of some kind of shape. It stretched across the ceiling, eating at the cement. Well shit, Katsuki breathed. Thank fuck he ducked down to evade that, otherwise his face would be a melted puddle by now. Is that really a good thing, though? Maybe you deserve that pain. Katsuki didn't argue. He twisted, unleashing an explosion towards Ashido. She dodged, as he'd hoped, even if he'd never admit it, and he clenched his teeth, dodging another spit of acid. He turned to Azui and jumped out of the way as her tongue launched past, a hair away from his face. For a few minutes, that's all it was. Exchanging attacks and defenses. Neither side got a good hit in. Neither side got to the room where the dummies were. Katsuki made sure of that. Until, because apparently that man was great at choosing the perfect time to fucking yell into his mic, All Might announced, "You have 5 minutes left, students." 5 minutes. Katsuki had been in the middle of dodging a combined attack of acid and a tongue at the same time, from opposite angles. So, you can guess how well that went. He hissed as his arm came up to shield his face from acid. It took the hit, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt like a motherfucker. Less than a second later, something slimy coiled around his neck, where his arm should have been to protect it, had it not moved to protect him from the acid. He knew it was Azui's tongue. It was just Azui's tongue. Just her tongue. It was the slime villain again. It tightened and snaked around his neck, leaving a disgusting feeling in its wake and making it slightly harder to breathe. Then suddenly, he was sent 2 years back. His vision was gone. It must be the sludge covering his eyes. He couldn't move, must be the sludge villain holding him back. And he couldn't breathe. He couldn't fucking breathe, and it must be this sludge fucker trying to force himself into his throat, into his lungs, into his body, and he couldn't dare breathe in because that would be giving up and he had so many things to do in life and he didn't want to die and his lungs screamed, oh they burned so bad. How long had he been suffocated for? He could already hear his mother yelling at him for being so weak to be captured by a stupid street thug and his father shaking his head as he says they were only worried and he shouldn't do that again. But it's not like he wanted that, not like he'd asked for it, not like he hadn't been scared too. Pressure left his neck. His vision cleared. He could move again. He could breathe again. And, shit, he was back in Yui. In the middle of a fucking test. What was he doing? He gasped, wiping the slime from his neck as unhysterically as he could while going as quickly as possible and narrowing his eyes at Azui. She was frowning, seemingly hesitant, and Katsuki hoped with any hope he still had that he hadn't been out of it for too long. You're fucking pathetic. A real hero shouldn't freeze mid-battle. You should be dead. No one would want to be saved by a crazy person who can't just let go of a stupid battle from 2 years ago. You know, you'd be better off dead. Just go die, asshole. I know, damn it. Katsuki cursed, but glanced at his arms when he heard a faint fizzing sound. Right. He'd been hit by Ashido's acid. If it had really been too long, the acid would have already stopped eating his clothes, which meant he'd only been out of it for a maximum of a few seconds. Good. That doesn't matter. Everyone saw. They think you're weak. Look at Azui, she already thinks you're crazy. He glanced back at her. She did. Her eyebrows were scrunched together in what anyone else would say genuine concern, but Katsuki already knew that Azui hated him, so it couldn't be. It was probably pity. Her eyes were wide, too. Again, could have been guilt or confusion. Again, Katsuki knew he should stop trying to lie to himself. He clicked his tongue. He had to admit, his voice sounded off and hoarse to even himself. What are you fucking waiting for then, huh? Come at me, you fuckers. He pulled both hands in front of him to release a concentrated explosion towards Azui, whipping around and doing the same to Ashido. They both backed off to evade the blast. Bakugou, Azui tried to ask, what just happened, Kuro? Was that me? Katsuki sneered and launched an explosion below him, shooting himself up into the air. Nothing fucking happened. If you didn't fucking notice, we're in the middle of a fucking test. Piss off and give me your all, or I'll fucking kill you. Bakugou, god damn it. Ashido shouted. His head whipped towards her midair at the frustration in her tone. Stop being a goddamn asshole and let us help, see? They pity you. They hate you, they're only bothering to offer because they're actually good people. Unlike you. I don't need your fucking help. Katsuki spat, twisting Madara's acid launched at him, splatting against the ceiling behind him. His chest still felt tight from what just happened, he realized as a lump formed in his throat. But that didn't matter. He'd just keep fighting. Yes, you do, Ashido shouted, unleashing another volley of acid. He dodged again, and it hissed against the ceiling behind him again, decaying the cement easily. He was pretty sure that at this point she wasn't trying to hit him. Acid like that would be pretty painful, after all. Or maybe she just wants to see you in pain. It's what they all want. You deserve the pain. You deserve so much worse, too. Just die. No, I really fucking don't. He dodged a kick from Azui, grabbing her leg and pulling down so that she fell to the floor. She quickly got up and he blasted further away from them. Soon he'd be cornered at the end of the hallway, though. That wouldn't be so good. Stop trying to act all goody-goody. I know it's an act, so fucking drop it. You don't need to pity me to be a fucking hero hopeful, Ashido yelled in frustration, chucking another volley of acid at him. Once again, he dodged, and it quickly ate away at the ceiling. Ugh, I don't even know if that was a compliment or an insult. But I'm fucking mad about it anyway, because you're so stubborn that you just won't let people help you. You've decided that you don't need it without even considering your problems. Cement from the ceiling crumbled behind him a little, dust trickling, like from a sieve, around them. This time, when that voice whispered in his head, that cruel, hateful, venomous voice, he yelled it. He yelled it loud and clear, two voices in synchrony inside his messed up head. Because those problems, he yelled, lifting a hand above his head, are just fucking weaknesses. Why should people even fucking care? They haven't up till now, so don't fucking start. He launched a blast, a small one used just for momentum rather than power, towards the ceiling, quickly dropping with bent knees on the ground. He scowled as he glared at the two girls, panting. There must be around 2 minutes left, now. If he won this fight, or maybe captured them, he'd win. Hell, he'd even settle for waiting out the clock. Kaminari had been right. The panic attack or whatever seemed to make his limbs feel heavy and heart feel cold. He could probably bet that the little moment he'd had earlier wasn't helping either. Both the girls' shocked faces were somehow different. Ashido's eyes seemed glassy and sad. Azui's were guilty and confused. Way to go, Mr. Sunshine. Look at what you've done. Everything would be so much better if you just weren't here. Ashido swallowed thickly, before saying blasty, a chunk of rubble dropped and smashed on the floor between them. Smaller pebbles rained on Katsuki and he looked up, shielding his wide eyes with his arm from the dust now falling rapidly. Oh, fucking shit. Too wrapped up in their fight and the little emotion-packed moments, Katsuki had been so fucking stupid. He called himself one of the most observant people in his class, but he'd failed to notice something vitally important. The floors and ceiling were thin. Ashido's acid was strong. And the acid was creating the perfect hole for the entire fucking ceiling to cave in on him. Azui apparently realized the same thing right before he did, screaming, Bakugou, Kuro, look out. The cement seemed to fall in slow motion. Large chunks careening closer and closer, the ceiling of the next floor suddenly visible as its floor fell. Katsuki could stop this all with an explosion. Just one, large explosion, like the one he used in his battle against Uraraka so long ago. It'd all be reduced to harmless rubble and dust, he'd come out unscathed and the battle would continue. The girls wouldn't be injured either way, because they were far away enough that neither a blast nor the cement chunks would come near. Katsuki could save himself. There was no doubt getting hit in the head by one of those chunks could kill him, or at the least gravely injure him. But he hesitated. Eyes widening, bits and pieces flashing before his eyes like a summary of his shitty life. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the school building. Bakugou, stop being so tricky and just accept the damn medal. Look, even the public you are supposed to grow up to save, think you're villain material. Join us, and you can get revenge. That's the boy who ended All Might's career, right? God, I'd never want to be saved by him. Look at how scary his face is. He should have just been left in that villain's base. Not like he wouldn't have joined them if given enough time. Damn it, Katsuki. How can you be so weak to get fucking kidnapped? Do you know how badly you've dragged our name through the mud? God, I wish I'd never had you. Dude, you're so messed up. I can't believe that you would do such a thing to Midoriya. Damn. It is rude to mock people with actual issues, if you are not aware. I just don't want any villainous behavior within these walls. You know, you're better off dead. Just go die, asshole. Go die. Go die. What if I did? And the cement fell. Bakugou, he barely heard it, staring up at the concrete falling from above. It was mesmerizing, in some sick way. Like a siren song, luring yet deadly. Katsuki found he didn't really mind that it was deadly. What are you doing? There was pure fear in that voice. It made Katsuki want to turn, to save himself for them, so that they'd never be that scared again. But at the same time, a chunk fell between Katsuki, Ashido and Azui, forcing the latter to pull her tongue away. That's right. Please, don't save me. Please, save me. Save me. Honestly, though, who would actually miss him, though? His parents wouldn't. Well, they might, but that was a small chance and he doubted they wouldn't get over it quickly. Midoriya would, but at the same time, he'd be better off without his childhood bully anyway, so he'd get over it too. The class had made it clear that they wouldn't. Hell, the whole of Japan had villains and heroes alike. All Might wouldn't. What good would a villain do in a heroics class? He doubted Izuku would. He wouldn't have so many headaches because of him. Ashido, Kirishima, Shiro. They were probably faking it anyway, so why should they miss him? And Kaminari, maybe he would. But it wasn't like he could be sure of that. He was getting his hopes up for no reason. Shinso and Monoma were tricky. Honestly, they might just go back to their old ways. Monoma would get his old table back, and Shinso would get his usual quiet breaks back. Without him. Blasty, snap out of it. Fuck, please. No. What was he doing? Just giving up, after all this time? Just one bad day and everything goes out the window? All of his hard work, his training, his studying, the bruises, the pain, all of it, gone? Because, what, someone told him he was villainous. It wasn't like he hadn't heard it before. Why was he so dramatic? See, I was right. You're fucking dramatic and needy for attention. You were right about that, but you weren't right about me disappearing. Now isn't the day to go. I still have things to do. I'm not going down just yet. But you will eventually. He scowled weakly and dropped his head a little in resignation, lifting an arm. I'm tired of listening to you. You don't control me. At least, not for now. His palm touched the largest chunk of cement yet, hurtling towards him fiercely, barely a second before it would have connected with his head. Boom. Plus 15 minutes prior. The changing rooms were strangely clean, Eijiro noticed. Exactly like how they'd left it, actually. Even on good days, when it was Kaminari's turn to clean the kitchen, he'd never be able to clean this well. Especially if it had been Ashido's special shampoo, it would usually be hard to get between cracks. He shook his head. Hey, Midoriya, he grinned, waving to his friend as he walked into the changing room. Midoriya, who was sitting on a bench, pushing off his hero boots, smiled half-heartedly. His response was clipped. Hey, Kirishima. How did your test go? It went okay, yeah, Eijiro replied with a sheepish smile. I'm glad we won. Did you see when I used my quirk to cut Shiro's tape midair? I thought that was cool, not gonna lie. Yeah, it was. Midoriya smiled kindly. A beat of awkwardness passed and Eijiro fiddled with his hero costume to take it off. He cleared his throat. Where's Kaminari and Shiro? Midoriya shrugged but said, they came before you, but Kaminari and Shiro needed to go to Recovery Girl for burns and scrapes. You were dropping off the dummies, right? Oh, and I think he said he needed to rush because he wanted to meet someone, in his words, GTG, ASAP, TTYL? I'm not sure why he used slang while speaking, but I guess that's just Kaminari. Eijiro snorted. Bakugou. He wants to check on Bakugou, which would have worked, had Bakugou's group not been next. He shrugged. Oh well. We get to chat together alone, now. Midoriya chuckled, smiling in agreement, but it gradually slipped off his face. Eijiro frowned. Hey, what happened? What? Nothing happened, Midoriya stammered, avoiding his eyes. Eijiro frowned deeper, leaning against the lockers. Are you sure? Eijiro said, cause it kinda looks like you're about to murder someone, and I'd rather it not be me. What? Midoriya squeaked. Eijiro gave him a look, and he sighed, deflating. Okay, Fine. I hereby apologize for what is about to happen, and in my defense, you were the one who asked. He took a deep breath. Fuck. All Might. Whoa, wait, run that by me again. Eijiro yelped, straightening immediately and pushing off of the locker in surprise. Midoriya met his gaze head on as he repeated, fuck. All Might. That fucking asshole. Okay, I think you might need to visit Recovery Girl after all, cause, no, Midoriya huffed, glaring at the floor. I gotta get this all out because otherwise I'm pretty sure the next time I see a living being I am going to beat the shit out of them because right now I feel like kicking when he loses at Mario Kart. Eijiro smiled apprehensively, wait, you've played against him in Mario Kart. Irrelevant. Midoriya huffed, throwing his hands up. What is relevant though, is the fact that I thought All Might actually be a good adult. That there might actually be hope for the grown UPS in this world, save Mum, obviously, she's the best, 100%, but no, they're all assholes. How is that even possible? Eijiro blinked. I think it's nice that you think your mum's the best, that's actually really sweet. But let me just backtrack for a second, because I have no idea what the hell is going on right now. Are you mad at All Might? At all adults? How, why? I thought you loved All Might. I did, yeah, Midoriya admitted with a light tone, before saying darkly, before he was rude to fucking Kikin. Eijiro took a deep breath, already sensing that he was going to regret asking as he said, what? What exactly did All Might do? Midoriya glared at the wall opposite him, crossing his arms. Show how much of a true bitch he is, apparently. Midoriya? I'm serious, what happened? You're kinda worrying me here, dude. Also, please stop swearing. It doesn't sound right on you. Midoriya looked hesitant. Fine. I was talking to Kaminari earlier, when All Might asked to talk to me. It was about the bullying from middle school. Eijiro could already see where this was going. Oh, no. Exactly my reaction. Midoriya frowned, but I decided to hear him out, you know? Maybe someone would understand and let me explain. Eijiro winced, yeah, not the best thing he'd done, or not done. Anyway, God, that was just, it hurt to think about, he regretted it so much. Midoriya continued, but, naturally, no. He asked me if I'd prefer to be separated from Kikin in the future. If I'd like him to speak to Nezu about it and get a proper punishment in check for him. He literally apologized for not seeing how villainous Kikin was sooner. The fucking audacity of this. Okay, let's not cuss out All Might just yet. Eijiro grinned nervously, used to Bakugou's own cursings to know when someone else was about to launch into one. He'd never expected someone like Midoriya to do it, though. Said boy muttered something suspiciously close to stick-ass, bony-faced, fake, excuse of a fucking hero. I swear to God he should be named All Bitch. But obviously, Eijiro could never be sure, so it wasn't like he could tell anyone that for sure. Namely Aizawa, Nezu, or any other teachers. Yup, definitely. Eijiro roaned a little. But I do agree with you. If he did say that, he was way out of line. Are you gonna do something about it? Midoriya shrugged. I mean, I can't do murder, because that's illegal and I still want to be a hero, and not because of a little thing called morals, but you can freaking bet that I'm going to forking destroy his whole career. Midoriya finished, a sharp glint in his eye. Freaking watch me. Eijiro gulped. He was just glad that Midoriya wasn't swearing anymore. Okay, Eijiro said hesitantly. He paused. So, how are you going to do that? Midoriya grinned. There were many things I ignored in the past about All Might that were wrong and unheroic, things I ignored simply because I admired him too much. Now that I don't, I am thinking of things he's done by the freaking second that I can use against him. After all, Midoriya shrugged, we've learned from the sports festival that a sliver of exposed mistakes can destroy one's life, if they let it. Eijiro wondered for a second what he could possibly mean and if he should be worried for All Might, when a yell yanked him from his train of thought. Pinky. Now, Kuro. He looked at the screens, hung on the opposite wall. Somehow, he'd only just realized that Bakugou, Ashido, and Ajui's battle had been playing on them. Oh, look, he distracted Midoriya with a grin, it's Bakugou's fight. Right move, Eijiro thought as he watched Midoriya's dangerous expression morph into one of awe and pride, watching Bakugou effortlessly dodge a volley of acid midair. Jesus, a mad Midoriya is a scary one. They watched their fight play out in silence. Eijiro couldn't help but let a grin grace his face as he distractedly slipped out of his hero costume, barely taking his eyes off of the screen. Wow, Bakugou's so cool. Even while dealing with everything going on, he was still strong, still powerful and awesome in battle. Eijiro almost wished he could be as strong, before grinning wider and dismissing the thought when he imagined Bakugou bonking him on the head for thinking that way. You're strong in your own way, or whatever, shitty hair. Don't fucking compare yourself to me. I will always be the best, though. Fucking fight me on that one. Eijiro huffed a small chuckle, watching Bakugou leap out of the way of Ajui's tongue. Wait. No. Wait, Midoriya muttered, eyes suddenly wide, than usual, anyway. What is it? Eijiro asked, head tilting slightly to the side. Midoriya said hesitantly, when did Kaken get back? Kirishima, right before my test with Kaminari, I think. Kirishima shrugged. Why, was anyone else in that room who is, Midoriya winced. On good terms, then? Cause, you, Kaminari and Shiro have been getting close to Kaken, right? Is Ashido, too? There's no one else, is there? Sort of, Eijiro grimaced. I talked to her, like you'd asked, but I think she's still a little hesitant around him, maybe. I'm not really sure, honestly, but you're right on the fact that no one else that I know of is on good terms with him. Midoriya gulped, and Eijiro got a little worried. Midoriya? What? He left right before Kaminari and Shiro left for Recovery Girl, cause I heard All Might say it over the comms, Midoriya blurted, but that means between you guys leaving and him leaving for his own test, there must have been at least 15 minutes where he was left alone with Ashido, a class that hates him, and All Might, his face pale further, who I didn't manage to warn him about. If anything happened, I swear to God, hey, I'm sure everything's fine, okay? Eijiro said, though his face suggested otherwise. Let's just get changed quickly and get back so that we can get an update on what's happening. I'm sure someone would tell us truthfully, they can't all be so bad. Right, Midoriya frowned. I think you underestimate the lengths in which someone will go to get another to be hated, especially classmates. Eijiro couldn't even answer that, not that he had one anyway, as All Might announced loudly, you have 5 minutes left, students. 5 minutes. He was about to ignore it, when he heard a hiss of pain, and both Midoriya and him whipped their eyes back to the screen to see Bakugou's arm sizzling from Ashido's acid. He must have been distracted mid-dodge by All Might, and some hateful part of him could bet that All Might had wanted that to happen. He winced at Katsuki's pain-ridden face, eyes widening when he saw Ajui's tongue reach his neck, aimed for the space where his arm had been but latching onto the next best thing. Eijiro had sparred enough times with Bakugou to know that his neck was sensitive, even if he'd never explained or shared why. His stomach dropped as Bakugou froze, eyes wide and unseeing, chest rising and falling quicker and quicker. Stopped for a second. Eijiro would have hugged Ashido if he could as Ajui, sensing something was wrong too, immediately let go. As if a switch had been flicked, Bakugou gasped and life returned to his eyes. Eijiro watched as he scowled like nothing had happened, launching an explosion towards both girls. He dismissed Ajui when she'd asked what had happened, but Eijiro had a feeling he knew anyway. A panic attack? It was short, and I don't know much about them, but well, maybe it was. He didn't have much time to process it because now something else was happening on screen. Bakugou, goddammit, Mina? Her expression was a strange mix between frustration, guilt, and concern. Stop being a goddamn asshole and let us help, which, was not how Eijiro would phrase it. But, then again, Bakugou hated to be coddled, so he guessed it could work. I don't need your fucking help. Yes, you do. Eijiro bit his lip. Bakugou was living up to his reputation of being stubborn, it seemed. He couldn't really blame the blonde though, it wasn't like him trusting them to get closer in the past had done him any good so far. He could see Bakugou's scowl from one of the cameras as he spat, stop trying to act all goody-goody. I know it's an act, so fucking drop it. That goes for you and the others. You don't need to pity me to be a fucking hero hopeful. Wait. Did Bakugou think that Eijiro was faking it? He hadn't even considered that. When he'd apologized, he'd thought that it would, he didn't know, get through to him that yes, Eijiro did actually want to be his friend again? That he regretted ever doubting Bakugou, that he cared about him. Ugh, I don't even know if that was a compliment or an insult. But I'm fucking mad about it anyway, because you're so stubborn that you just won't let people help you. You've decided that you don't need it without even considering your problems. Ashido replied, and, well, Eijiro did kinda agree that Bakugou had a knack to ignore his problems in favor of declining someone's help. Maybe it was just so he didn't want to lean on anyone, or maybe just spite, but because those problems are just fucking weaknesses. Why should people even fucking care? They haven't up till now, so don't fucking start. Bakugou? Kaken? Midoriya breathed beside him. It seemed he didn't know what to say. Eijiro didn't either. He bit his cheek so hard he thought he could taste blood as he stared at the screen, frozen. He couldn't tell what was going through everyone's mind. What was going through Bakugou's, or Ashido's? Neither Ajui's, nor the people in the spectating room. Not Midoriya or Kaminari and Shiro in Recovery Girl's office. He wasn't even sure if they could see it, but he knew very well what was going through his own. He had failed Bakugou. He had, hadn't he? As a friend, as a classmate, and as an upcoming hero. And the worst part about it was, he wasn't even trusted enough by Bakugou to be able to fix that. He couldn't lend out a hand to help, because Bakugou would only think it was meant to harm him. He hated feeling so helpless. Helpless, like he was in middle school. Midoriya was the first to break out of the shocked haze. I need to go. I need to find him. I need to tell him. He jumped up, the green torso of his hero suit clashing painfully against the dark trousers of his normal school uniform. but turned his attention back to the screen as someone started talking again. Mina swallowed thickly, a camera nearby taking in her horror-stricken expression clearly as she said, "Blasty." A chunk of rubble dropped and smashed on the floor between them. Eijiro heard Midoriya and himself inhale sharply in surprise as more pebbles and more dust rained down on Bakugou. He scanned the screens with a frown, trying to find one with an upwards view so that he could see wide there. The ceiling, the ceiling was caving in. On Bakugou. Ashido and Azui were both out of the way from any blast Bakugou would make in the cement falling, so he didn't worry about them for a second. He waited for Bakugou to lift an arm above his head, to unleash an explosion, to save himself from those chunks. Cement fell and shattered on the floor around him. He didn't move. More cement. No movement. "Bakugou," he whispered, brokenly, as if Bakugou could somehow hear him. "Bakugou, what the fuck, Bakugou?" Ashido was yelling too. "Bakugou, what are you doing?" she screamed, throat straining. Azui attempted to pull him away with her tongue, only for her to have to dodge it away from a piece of rubble. Eijiro's heart nearly stopped as he saw the largest piece of cement threaten to fall right onto Bakugou, snapping the pipes holding it together and groaning as metal bent. Ashido full-out sobbed, "Bakugou, snap out of it. Fuck, please." Yet it wasn't because Bakugou would get injured. Not because he could be in pain if that hit him. But because, the look on Bakugou's face, clear and detailed, taken from a nearby camera, it was like he was about to quit. Quit. He looked so beaten down, so broken as he stared up vacantly at the cement that could very well leave him dead. In any situation, it was wrong. Bakugou didn't give up. Never. If you told Eijiro he was about to give up a few weeks ago, he'd just laugh and say, "Nice joke." But now, at that second, he was seeing it before his very eyes. And in this situation, when the stakes were much worse than just losing at a game, when this could very well be life or death, Eijiro didn't know what to think. Everything seemed all too real and time seemed to freeze as the cement unlodged, losing its grip amongst the rest of the ceiling, and falling so fast, dangerous, scary, boom. Suddenly, time unfroze, leaving Eijiro breathless and staring at a screen with wide, burning eyes. He realized he'd unconsciously rushed towards the screen as if he could have done something. How stupid and useless. It was silent, save for the girl's quiet whimpers and the sound of rubble trickling from somewhere. The screen was filled with smoke and ash and cement and dust, but there was no Bakugou in sight. No. Bakugou. Midoriya sobbed quietly behind him, the waterworks already going, and Eijiro grew frantic as he scanned screen after screen, only to see more and more rubble. "No," he whispered weakly as he found that more and more cameras were void of any blonde hair or crimson eyes. No, this couldn't be happening. It couldn't, Eijiro wouldn't let it. It couldn't. Right. Please. Wait. There was a new sound. A deep, rumbling, annoyed, familiar groan, filtering in from one of the mix. Everyone grew quiet, Ashido, Azui, Midoriya, himself, to listen for something, anything. "Son of a fucking bitch," Bakugou muttered, barely picked up by the microphones. A loose, unbelieving laugh huffed past Eijiro's lips. He exchanged a look with Midoriya and soon the green-haired boy started laughing too, tears still streaming down his freckled face. Soon they were laughing together, loud and grateful. "Dude," Eijiro exclaimed, tears springing at the corner of his eyes. "Dude, I was so scared, fuck. Permission to swear," Midoriya breathed, wiping away his tears and replacing them with a shaky smile. Eijiro snorted wetly. "Yeah, brother. I think you don't even need permission to do that in this situation, fuck," Midoriya yelled. Fuck. Fu, oh okay, that may be a little too much, Eijiro chuckled. Midoriya sighed, little giggles slipping through as he let his shoulders relax. This whole day has been an absolute freaking roller coaster to hell. Eijiro glanced at the screen and his expression tightened. Ah, shit. Not done yet. Look. On one of the screens that Eijiro must have missed, Bakugou was uncomfortably laying on a pile of rubble. His arm was at a strange angle, probably broken, and he had a little blood matted in his hair. They watched as he scrunched up his face in concentration, lifting the rest of his unbroken limbs shakily to lift him up onto his hands and knees. His leg gave out from under him less than a second later, sending him back to the ground with a thump and a pained grunt. Worry spiked through Eijiro and he vaguely heard Midoriya muttering something about how someone should be helping Bakugou, and how, yeah, he wouldn't be repeating the outright all-might slander that just came out of Midoriya's mouth. Jesus Christ. And after all of this is over, we still need to see if anything went down while we were gone, get our test feedback, and deal with everyone being assholes. Fun Fridays, right? Eijiro grimaced. This was not good. He ignored how there were no shampoo remnants in the bin, despite what Kaminari had told him. He missed the changing cubicle in the very corner with its door cracked slightly open. If he hadn't, he would have seen the burn marks decorating the walls like brown fireworks. But he had missed it. At least for now. Plus you know what Hanta wanted to know right now? Granted, he wanted to know how many chili peppers it would take to kill a white guy, specifically one who thinks salt is spicy, which, what the fuck, compared to someone with the same heat tolerance that Bakugou had. For no reason other than, what should probably be concerning, his wonderful, innocent curiosity, he'd seen Bakugou wolf down chili peppers before. It was inspiring, to say the least. But that wasn't the point, nor the thought process, that Hanta was talking about. What Hanta also wanted to know was what in the frick-frack fuck was going on. He decided to voice this wise inquiry and bless those around him with his wisdom. Now what the fuck? Kaminari, who was walking beside him as they hurried to keep up with Recovery Girl, who was surprisingly quick for her age, pointed at Hanta as if to say, yes, that exactly. Kaminari grinned in confusion. My bro Siro just took the words right out of my mouth. RC. 1 second you're checking us for anything that couldn't be healed by your quirk and the next you get a call and we're going nearly as fast as I usually do when I'm late for school. Where are we even going? Recovery Girl huffed, but her shoulders were stiff with obvious worry. She whacked Kaminari on the leg, earning a pained yelp. Quit your whining, young man. I'm not allowed to leave you in a room unsupervised, Kaminari huffed. We are plenty Koblov. No, Recovery Girl said smoothly, not offering an explanation as she continued, so for now you'll just have to come with me. There's been a rough accident. I'm needed there before they move him, in case they accidentally jostle something the wrong way and make things worse. Him? Hanta questioned as they turned a corner. Who's that? Is it someone in the hero course? Recovery Girl gave him an unreadable glance over her shoulder, turning back with a sigh as she said, yes. I was going to keep the patient's identity quiet until you were at the scene to prevent panicking, but of course you students are always too observant. It's someone in your class. I believe you're doing your heroics assessments today, correct? Yeah, Hanta replied uncertainly, a worried crease between his eyebrows. Azui, Ashido and Bakugou were next, right? He looked at Kaminari for validation, and the blonde nodded, though his face, pinched and pale, showed that he was worried and uncomfortable. Yeah, that's right, Kaminari muttered, pursing his lips. And you said him. Shit, it's Bakugou, isn't it? Is it bad? Hanta bit his lip. Shit. That couldn't be good. If Bakugou was injured badly then he probably wasn't able to stand up at least or something. Otherwise no one would even know about any injury to call Recovery Girl about in the first place. Hanta felt a stab of guilt. He'd really been an asshole to him lately. God, he wished he could slap past him in the face with a slipper because how could he have been so dumb? On that topic, he'd been planning a way to apologize to Bakugou. He just needed the right time, but after whatever this was, he wasn't sure if he'd get the opportunity. Hanta was way more concerned with how Bakugou was doing though. His apology could wait. Recovery Girl didn't answer for a moment, and Hanta exchanged a horrified look with Kaminari. When she spoke, it was clipped and unrevealing. As far as I know, it's not too bad, no. They didn't manage to get a relieved breath in before she added, softer, but from what I've been told, it could have gone much worse. Hanta gulped. Recovery Girl must have sensed their heightened nerves, as she gave them a soft smile over her shoulder, obviously trying her best to relax her shoulders for their benefit. It's nothing to be worried about, though, dear. We should be done in a few moments, it's nothing life-threatening or anything worth grieving over. She then muttered under her breath, better not be, I placed bets on Midoriya being the first to lose a limb. Hanta nearly choked on a snort, almost forgetting the situation as he spluttered, wait, you what? Recovery Girl smiled sweetly, turning back and quickening her pace even faster. Only joking, dear. Only joking. Now, when we get there, you need to do everything I ask you to do. You'll act like my usual medical assistants, since for whatever reason, they can't come in today. Understand? I mean, as long as I don't have to poke at intestines or something. Kaminari laughed a little nervously. He added after a moment, quieter, we aren't doing that, right? Recovery Girl hesitated in her answer, which definitely did not help Hanta's nerves, before saying, hopefully not. I don't know how much damage there is, yet. Either way though, until I say otherwise, you two are to stay. Away. Do not crowd around Bakugou or overwhelm him, whether that be asking him questions or annoying him by fussing around him. That's my job. If you get to annoy him, why can't we? Hanta whined. Wouldn't he get even more pissed at you? Anyway, Recovery Girl tootated him and whacked him on the leg with her stick. As Hanta yelped with a hey, she said, the difference between you two and I, is that I actually have legal permission to annoy him. Kaminari gasped in mock offense. You're pulling rank? When we just want to innocently annoy our bro? How dare you, RC? How dare you? Extremely easily, actually, Recovery Girl deadpanned. Kaminari pouted. She sighed as they turned another corner and walked through a tunnel leading towards the battlegrounds. Alright, we're here. From now on, keep everything strictly professional, and remember what I've told you. Got it. Hanta grinned, mock saluting as she gave him a look. He hoped it hid how nervous he was. Again, if there are intestines with the need to be poked, don't blame me for anything I do or don't do, Kaminari shrugged. She shook her head in amusement, and they finally walked outside. Alright, well, other than that, just make sure not to panic, because that could only make things worse. Holy fucking shit. Kaminari yelled as he saw the building, or, the remains of the building. Where'd the fucking top half of the building go? Relatable, Hanta thought as he stared up at the crumbled building. Recovery Girl sighed and led them towards the rubble. He only grew more panicked. His classmates were inside that? Yeah, Kami, exactly. Holy fucking shit. In less than 10 minutes since they'd seen Bakugou pass out on screen, Izuku and Kirishima had finished changing, already moving towards the door before they could check they'd put their things on the correct way. Kirishima's shirt was backwards and he'd accidentally put on a sock the wrong way round, but he'd said that could wait, and Izuku wasn't about to stop him. He paused at the door when he noticed Kirishima had stopped, staring at Ashido's open locker. Her new, special shampoo was placed proudly at the front. It was still full, Izuku noted. He remembered Ashido gushing about getting a bottle on sale only 2 days ago. Hey, Kirishima. You okay? Izuku called hesitantly. Kirishima blinked, frowning for a split second before shaking his head and plastering on a grin. Of course. Let's go. Izuku smiled and tried to refuse the urge to use his quirk as they power-walked through the halls. They were there in minutes, though it was longer than he would have liked. When they slammed the door open, many jumped in surprise. Good, they'd be jumping in fear, soon enough. Wait. No, Izuku. Bad, Izuku. Izuku doesn't fucking care. 2 things Izuku said loudly as he stormed into the room. 1, what happened? And 2, who do I need to fucking keep? Kirishima laughed loudly and punched him in the arm. Note how the adverb lightly wasn't used there. Ow, Izuku whined, rubbing his arm. Midoriya, bro, can't you count? Kirishima said loudly, dramatically if Izuku might say so himself, that's only one thing. No it's not. Kirishima covered his mouth with his hand. Izuku promptly tried to lick it, then bite it when the previous tactic did not work. Kirishima hardened his hand. But you are right, Kirishima continued, looking and talking to the people around them like he was talking to toddlers at a pantomime. I do wonder what happened between me leaving for my test and now, if you guys would so kindly explain that. Izuku clawed at Kirishima's hand. Freaking quirks, what the frack? Jiro said with a mildly horrified expression. I don't know whether to be more worried about the fact that I most definitely just heard Midoriya swear and then threaten to kill us, and I will, freaking watch me. What wi fwackin' wammh, was what Izuku said, voice muffled behind Kirishima's hand. Darn it. Or the fact that he's currently trying to practically fucking rip apart your hand, Jiro finished. Honestly, you know what I think, Jiro, Kirishima said with false innocence. I think you should be more worried about getting to the part where you explain what the fuck happened here, because if not, I have no say on what Midoriya here does. And by the way, I just listened to him go on a rant and swear a shitload, so I wouldn't bet on your chances, honestly. Midoriya narrowed his eyes at her over Kirishima's hand. He licked Kirishima's hand again, just in case. Okay, can you not? Kirishima whined, wrinkling his nose. Oh no, Izuku parried back, sticking his tongue out again in spite. Kirishima gave him a look of disgust and yanked his hand away, wiping it on Izuku's sleeve. Izuku gaped in offense. Hey, this was my favorite shirt. Kirishima gave him a look. Izuku huffed. It wasn't his fault this white shirt in particular said gas on it. He liked it because the word was so random, sue him. And anyway, Kirishima couldn't talk with the monstrosity he was wearing. Socks and Crocs? They may rhyme but never in a million years should they ever go together. So, Kirishima asked the class around them, who were still just gaping. No? Okay, well, if you guys won't, then how about, he pointed at All Might. Yeah, actually, Izuku said dryly, trying to wipe off the new stain of spit on his shirt. You wanna explain, All Might? Be the tough, heroic guy and fess up. All Might opened and closed his mouth. Eventually he managed to strangled. What, as one might do, when their view of an innocent cinnamon roll who blushes at the mention of a hug has been completely shattered and put together again in the image of a swearing, angry bean who licks, and bites, his friend's hands when they try to keep him quiet. Recovery Girl, Ashido exclaimed on screen, apparently saving All Might. You're here, wait, since when was Bakugou in that room? And since when had Recovery Girl entered the shot? At least Siro and Kaminari were there too, in case anything went wrong, otherwise he'd have to bite them. Izuku clicked his tongue. He guessed interrogating All Might would have to wait. After all, he had to see if Bakugou was okay, injured partly because of All Might. But if Bakugou wasn't? If something happened? Oh, how All Might would have hell to pay. Plus the crunch of rubble and rocks under their feet was what Denki tried to focus on for a grand total of 8 seconds, before he gave up and focused on trying to drown out his thoughts. What if he's gravely injured? What if he's about to die? What if he nearly did die and now has a load more of trauma than he already does? What if, yeah, that clearly didn't work. Obviously, Denki knew that nothing that bad could have happened. This was Yui, a hero school, and was supposed to be safe, at least, safe enough to prevent death. The doubts were just something his brain thought up to scare him, he told himself, and he tried to cling onto that thought for dear life. Besides, All Might should have stopped the fight before anything too bad happened, right? A stray glance at the crumbled building around him and Recovery Girl shuffling along with a serious expression, and he quickly tried to tuck away the thought. That could be dealt with later. Do we know where we're going, exactly? Zero wondered beside him to Recovery Girl, unknowingly saving Denki from his thoughts. Which part of this building are we headed for? Your classmates, Ashido and Azui, I believe, hopefully people like Eureka or Xiaoji too, brought Bakugou down to the bottom floor for us, so that getting him anywhere and getting us to him in the first place would be easier, Recovery Girl said, keeping her gaze locked forwards. In short, we're headed to a room near the stairwell on the bottom floor, where they've been keeping Bakugou comfortable. Keeping him comfortable, Denki mused, can't imagine how well that's going. After all, and he'd been over this already, Bakugou didn't exactly welcome help, especially not coming from people who had recently broken his trust and if they were trying to make him comfortable. Honestly, Denki could imagine him cursing out Ashido as she put a pillow under his head, unable to do anything as she tootated him and told him that Auntie Ashido will take care of you, dear, everything's okay, before losing it in laughter. Ah, yes, well. About that, Recovery Girl said tentatively, what might make things a little easier on that front is that he's unconscious, dear. Zero chuckled in a way that said run that the fuck by me again and asked blankly, haha, what? You see, Denki felt very much the same. Because this meant two things. One, Bakugou had either been so injured or tired that he'd passed out. In either ways, that was a hell of a lot concerning, more so if it had been the cause of both pain/injury and exhaustion. Explicitly, since that had been in the middle of an assessment, something Bakugou took very, very seriously, considering it had to do with heroism. And two, this meant that Bakugou would not be able to get immediately healed. If he was passed out, then his energy levels would be low. And if they were low, and Recovery Girl needed her patient to have energy to be healed, then, well, they'd have to wait until he'd rested enough. He'd be in pain as soon as he woke up, and until Recovery Girl deemed it safe to use her quirk, so they'd need to heal him up until then with the OL casts and bandages. Suddenly the fact that Denki may actually need to be poking at intestines felt a bit real. He clenched his teeth to stop the nausea creeping up his throat. Right, well, we're here, Recovery Girl said as they neared a room with its door cracked open a little. Remember what I told you, and whatever happens, I'm sure Bakugou will be fine. Her voice softened towards the end, but it didn't do much to ease Denki, and from the looks of it, it didn't for Zero either. At least Zero cares now, Denki thought tiredly. He couldn't bring himself to bother about how bitter it was as Recovery Girl opened the door. Inside, Bakugou had been laid on his back, the floor beneath him obviously wiped from any sharp rocks or rubble. Ashido's hero costume's jacket had been folded and placed beneath his head, and his twisted arm, was his wrist broken too, had been put in a sling, made from more fabric from someone's hero costume. Denki tried to ignore the large area of stained red in Bakugou's ash blonde hair, but he couldn't ignore the large gash in his left thigh. It had been wrapped in more cloth, but the cloth was already a deep crimson. His face was peaceful and relaxed, only a hint of the scowl that would usually sit there. Denki wasn't sure if he should hate it or not. Ashido was holding Bakugou's hand as she sat next to him with her legs pulled up to her chest, eyes shining with obviously held back tears. Azui was sitting against the nearby wall, staring at her intertwined hands with a faraway look in her eyes. They both whipped their eyes towards Denki, Zero, and Recovery Girl as they entered, and Denki saw Ashido gulp in anxiousness, but also hope. Our Recovery Girl, Ashido blurted, reluctantly letting go of Bakugou's hand and standing up to meet them. Kami, Zero, you're here. You can help him, right? I'm not sure how bad his head injury is, but we tried not to jostle him at all. I don't know if putting cloth under his head helped or not, but I just thought if he did wake up, it'd be uncomfy. And don't worry, dear, Recovery Girl said with a smile as she hobbled towards Bakugou, you did the right thing. Well done for the sling, nicely made, and putting padding beneath his head was a kind thing to do. Ashido smiled, and ducked her head down as she let Recovery Girl pass. It was nothing. Sue had the idea for the sling. Azui nodded, standing up too as she wrung her hands together. I hope it was alright, Denki smiled at her. Thank you, Sue. I mean it. You didn't have to do that. I'm fairly certain that if she hadn't, you would have gone mad, Denks, Zero interrupted, rude, in a teasing tone. Don't lie to yourself. Hey, Denki pouted. It's the least I could do, Kuro, Azui said. After the things I've done, even if it hadn't been outright harassing him, I should have known. Denki tilted his head curiously, distracting himself from the expression Recovery Girl made as she assessed Bakugou's head injury. Should have known what? I doubt you'd be able to predict whatever happened here. Speaking of, what did happen? How did he gestured vaguely around him, this happen? Ashido frowned. Wait, were you not watching the live video of our fight? Actually, come think of it, why would there be any screens in Recovery Girl's office anyway? Yeah, sorry, but we didn't see anything. Zero laughed. What, did you do a super cool move? Ah, I wanted to see that. Oh, wait, were you the one to cause all this? Mina, that's so cool. His eyes widened in awe, but Ashido just looked away in shame. Yeah, she mumbled quietly, staring at Bakugou. Zero seemed to put two and two together then, realization striking him. He blinked and his face dropped as he simply said, oh, that he's heard cause. Oh, yeah, oh, Ashido said bitterly. That's not even the worst part. The worst part is that he said, he thinks, she bit her lip, punching in on herself. It doesn't matter, does it? I don't want to say it. You'll find out when you watch the tape, as I'm sure you will cause everyone will be talking about it, and now. It's all my fault, all our fault. But I didn't know. I didn't know, but I should have if the waver in her voice was enough to get Denki striding over to her and encasing her in a hug. She didn't hesitate to hug him back, hands fisting his jacket as she buried her face into his chest. Don't know what happened, he mumbled, but it's not your fault. Even if it was, you obviously regret it, don't you? I think he'd appreciate that, in his own way. I doubt he blames you. She clenched him tighter. But I shouldn't have. I should have known. I should have helped. I should have been, I don't know. I just should have. It's in the past now, Mina, okay, Denki said, curiosity biting at him to wonder what on earth Bakugou could have said that was so worrying. He tucked that thought away too. There's nothing you can do to change that, but you can build off of it and be the better person you want to be, you know? If he doesn't forgive you, okay, so maybe that wouldn't be great. Ashido huffed a bitter laugh. But whether he forgives you or not isn't the point, it's whether or not you're willing to get better. To prove that you mean it when you say that you regret it, whatever it was. And besides, you know that, what was that saying, again? The past doesn't define you, right? That's it. Ashido suddenly grew stiff in his arms. Denki furrowed his eyebrows in concern, when she pushed against him softly and he let her pull away. She stared at him with smudged makeup and a tearful expression, eyes wide. She shook her head. That's what should have happened. What? Denki asked in confusion. That's what should have happened. Ashido said a little louder, voice wavering even more than before. That's what we should have told Bakugou. That's what we should have done. The past doesn't define you, and even more so for him. What are you talking about? Zero asked. Just what did Bakugou say earlier to make you? It isn't about that. Ashido said, eyes flickering between her three friends. Can't you see? When we were told about the bullying, we just threw him away. We didn't hear him out, or think about how he's changed for the better. We didn't listen to Midoriya's arguments or wonder why we wanted to be his friends in the first place. We even thought he just didn't care, but we all know he's so good at acting. You just told me that it's okay because I regret it and I know it was wrong, but that's because I told you that I thought that. We didn't let Bakugou tell us that, and now look at what's happened. Suddenly, the only unconscious person in the room seemed impossible to ignore. Everything was quiet. No one spoke. Recovery Girl had paused what she'd been doing to look up at them in pity. Even the wind outside and the trickling of dust had silenced. Eventually, Recovery Girl sighed, using her cane to pull herself up. I heard about the whole bullying fiasco. Don't think just because I'm an old lady now, I don't hear what you teenagers gossip about while in my office. Ever so loudly, might I add, even though you are supposed to be resting. Though, the teachers are no better, I must say. She shook her head. I had been hoping that you children, of all people, would help him through this. He's got not only the whole school, but the public, the villains, the heroes, and his teachers alike, breathing down his neck. If not all, at least half the school hates him with a burning passion because of this, and the public already dislike him because of what they call his villainous behavior, it seems. It goes without saying that Bakugou needed someone, in this time more than any other. I'm disappointed that it wasn't you. Denki's cheeks burnt and he lowered his head, along with the friends around him. He felt, really, really stupid. And ashamed. And, well, disappointed in himself, really, more than he had before on this matter, and that was saying something. He guessed that's what a grandmother's scolding was supposed to do to you, but he couldn't bring himself to smile at the silly concept of Recovery Girl being everyone's grandmother. Even if it was true. Recovery Girl took a deep breath after letting her words sink in a little, and said on another, more pleasant note, however, I'm quite certain that Bakugou does not have any serious injuries that could risk death or long-term paralysis of some kind. I doubted it before anyway, and from what I can see so far, I was right. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at that. Zero smiled, though it was a little strained, and asked, and the head injury? That's not too bad. Recovery Girl opened then closed her mouth. She then repeated, it's nothing life-threatening. The horror must have shown on their faces, as she chuckled and added, I'm just pulling your leg. It's probably fine, dear. He was hit in the head quite a bit, but he'll need to be awake for me to make sure it's nothing more than a concussion. Still, it would be a very slim chance, from the looks of it. Quirks have improved many things, and knowing things about human bodies has improved drastically too, including knowing when a concussion is extremely dangerous or not. Denki couldn't help but smile in relief. He should be allowed that, right? On the other hand, Recovery Girl's tone suddenly had a sharp, angry edge to it and she frowned, waving her cane at Azui and Ashido. Just what, exactly, are you two doing here alone? Why didn't someone come and help you to move him? Has no one the common sense to understand that moving a patient with unknown injuries can be dangerous with only two people? Ashido looked like she was about to start crying again. I am sorry, I didn't even think, I just wanted to get into you as fast as possible and I didn't even. Oh, dear, no, Recovery Girl said, softening slightly as she hobbled over to her. Again, Denki couldn't help but compare her comforting voice to a grandmother. This time, he let his lips twitch up a little. Dear, I'm not angry at you. You did the best thing you could possibly do in this situation. Many other children your age would just panic. You did fantastically, both of you. She looked pointedly at Azui too, refusing to ignore how the other had curled into herself too. Then who are you angry at? Ashido tilted her head a little, and Recovery Girl's frown was back. She huffed. I'm angry at that goddamn buffoon of a man who dares to call himself a teacher. I've told him all the way back at the start of the year that he should stop these things from happening. Before they happen. As the teacher and figure of authority in charge, he should have stopped this before it had the chance to evolve into this. She gestured to Bakugou. I've told him, I tell you, I've said, Toshinori, stop pushing them so hard. Toshinori, you need to make sure to stop the training before it gets too far. But of course, the silly oaf can't find it in him to listen every once in a while in his goddamn life. Okay, Denki was trying. He was trying so hard. But even he couldn't stop the snicker that tumbled out of his mouth. He slammed a hand over his mouth to muffle it, but now that he could see his friends trying hard not to laugh too, it only made it harder to suppress. Never had he thought that he would need Recovery Girl calling All Might an old buffoon and a silly oaf in his life, but now that he'd heard it, it was impossible not to want more. As if the man himself just wanted to get his ass handed to him, All Might's voice filtered in hesitantly through the speakers a second or two later. Shuzenji, my students can hear you. Would you mind saving this for, oh, no you don't, you muttonhead? Recovery Girl chastised, turning to look at the nearest camera, its red light blinking slowly. Since you can hear me, apparently, I'll say this to you right now. So that it's crystal clear, here's something for you to think about. Why didn't you send in another few of your students to help? You know very well the dangers of moving an injured person, a student with a head injury, among other unknown others, no less, so you should have thought to send at least one of your students to help. If not yourself, as the teacher and only adult in the vicinity. Uraraka, perhaps, the one with the gravity quirk, to make moving him easier and less dangerous. Or the one with multiple arms, Shaoji, I think it was. Don't you think it could have helped for him to help carry Bakugou, especially since carrying an injured, unconscious person through a half-collapsed building with only 2 students is kind of hard? And don't make me come back to the head injury. Recovery Girl turned to Azui and Ashido. Her voice became soft and kind again as she asked, speaking of which, Ashido my dear, would you mind getting the gauze in my bag to replace the bandages on Bakugou's leg? It should be in the section with the casts and salves. Thank you, dearie. Are you two feeling alright, as well? Any strange pains? Azui shook her head with a smile. No, Kuro. Other than a few scrapes and bruises from the normal fighting, there's nothing for me. Thank you. Ashido shook her head too, grin wide and bright as she tried to keep her giggling to a minimum. She couldn't seem to recover from the spiel Recovery Girl had just been on as she dug through her bag for the gauze. Nah, I'm alright, RC. Thanks, but I just have a scrape or two as well. A few aches and burns, but nothing out of the ordinary. Recovery Girl nodded with a smile. That's good. I'll fix you two up as soon as I'm finished with him. Shuzenji, I really think that you should focus on helping young Ashido and Azui before actually, Ashido said with an unreadable glint in her eye, her innocent smile suddenly full of vengeance and resentment. I think Recovery Girl should deal with you, first, All Might. Unless Azui would like to, of course? Then, I guess that's fine. She said All Might like she was mocking him, and Denki realized right at that moment that something, other than whatever had caused Bakugou to end up like this, had happened with All Might and Ashido, or at least him and Bakugou. That, or Ashido was just a sadistic bitch who wanted to see All Might suffer for no real reason. Which, yeah, Denki would admit, same, but anyway. Azui shook her head with an innocent smile, and Recovery Girl nodded. Now then, she said calmly. All Might was about to get the scolding of his life, and Denki had half the mind to film this all play out. We must listen to our students, yes, Toshinori? Although, I must wonder, what happened to that when you heard about the, bullying? Tell me, what did you do? I'm curious, you know, dear, because I have a feeling that it wasn't very good. Denki's lips twitched up in amusement, before he realized what she'd meant. Denki had left Bakugou alone in a room with the class, who apparently hated his guts, and all aight. All Might, who apparently didn't send anyone to help Bakugou after this whole thing, and who didn't stop the battle when it got out of control and too dangerous for Bakugou. He didn't say anything until things concerned him and the image the class held for him. He wasn't even there himself, at least for moral support. Had he not seen Ajui's guilt-ridden expression, or Ashido's tear-streaked cheeks? He also didn't seem very apologetic when Recovery Girl had told him of the dangers he could have caused Bakugou to have. If that wasn't enough, Denki knew very well that it would take a lot for Bakugou to be distracted so badly to be injured like this. Something must have happened to keep his train of thought hazy mid-battle, and while it could have been the panic attack prior, somehow Denki doubted it was. It must have happened between the time Denki left for his assessment and now. Denki frowned and a mild static filled the air. He crossed his arms, seeing Siro come to the same conclusion as him at the same time and glare at the camera too. The blonde narrowed his eyes. His fingertips sparked. Yeah, actually. All Might. I wonder that too. Plus Shoto still had whiplash from the concept of Midoriya of all people threatening death and cursing left and right. Maybe that's just what happens if you stick around Bakugou too much. You get more confident. Maybe he should tell Kauta to hang around Bakugou more. But anyway, Midoriya swearing had been quite the shock, but it wasn't a bad thing, exactly, especially when it only made Shoto even more confident that he was allowed to be angry and frustrated at All Might. It is rude to mock people with actual issues, if you are not aware. His hands fisted as his teacher's words seemed to echo and repeat in his mind. He focused on keeping his quirk under control, though it was, admittedly, a hard task. Not his fault his quirk itched to turn All Might into fried might. Kaminari, Siro, Ashido and Recovery Girl were still glaring at the camera, and Shoto moved his gaze towards All Might. He didn't even look worried or regretful. The man sighed and shook his head. I don't know what you seem so angry about. I told him what I thought, was all. What you thought, Recovery Girl repeated. I can only guess that by that you mean you said something stupid, Toshinori. You aren't wrong, Shoto thought bitterly. It was silent for a moment. The class around him, for once, did not take the opportunity to jab at Bakugou in defense of Midoriya, and in this situation, All Might. Possibly because said boy was injured, unconscious, and on the floor, but mostly because what Bakugou said before the ceiling had caved in, before everyone had yelled in panic, before there was a bone-chilling silence that followed the creaking of metal and the tapping of small rocks continuing to fall. It had obviously got to them. What Ashido had pointed out earlier too, as she had pulled away from Kaminari's hug. The past doesn't define you, huh? As someone who had been on the inside during the time the class had been, for lack of better word, brutal, towards Bakugou, Shoto more or less knew the thinking and logic behind their actions and words. Even if their reasoning was as logical as a flying elephant who shot rainbows out of its eyes. And the thought that most of their actions had revolved around was the excuse that Bakugou didn't care. Obviously, that wasn't the case, but it wasn't like they had bothered to dig deeper and see that. It was the thought that Bakugou did not regret his actions. That he still thought he was higher than everyone else, because he didn't see the need to apologize. He made his problems their problems, with no regret. Bakugou hadn't tried to reason, hadn't tried to excuse himself, and made no effort to mend their friendships again. They hadn't considered that they hadn't let him in the first place. Shoto was disgusted with himself that he had actually believed all of that. Disgusted with everyone, actually, that they had all actually believed it. Because it had taken Bakugou nearly dying under cement, Bakugou finally accidentally letting slip how he really felt, Bakugou so obviously and scarily close to giving up, for them to see. Shoto was pretty sure he'd heard Yurika and Jiro vomiting after the cement had fallen. They had been close to Bakugou too, after all. They all had, in their own ways. He was yanked back into the present when his eyes caught on Midoriya, a flash of green lightning lighting up the area for a split second as he almost lost control of his quirk. Kirishima's arms rippled as his quirk activated for a second too, and both their glares could almost rival Bakugou's. It was strange how Shoto kind of wanted Bakugou to glare at him like he used to, if only to see the spark of fight in his eyes again. All Might eventually opened his mouth to speak, expression tight as if he was trying hard to remember. Shoto clenched his jaw. He could remember every fucking breath of it. How dare All Might try to act as if it had been nothing? All Might hummed. Alright, well, let's see. I asked him to talk privately. As, you know, I didn't want to make too much of a fuss, or embarrass him. And, okay, so maybe Shoto was overreacting just a little as he swiftly and calmly quickly made his way towards All Might, grabbing the microphone that was attached to the control panel with a fist so tight it turned white. Maybe he overreacted just a little. But he was not about to stand by while All Might lied to everyone. He had trusted All Might. He had thought that the man was good, understanding, heroic, kind, caring, fatherly, even. Because All Might had tried to help him with his father, even if he couldn't have done anything, so this man must be trustworthy, right? Nothing like Endeavor. He knew this man, and he was good. And yet somehow, the man before him now was nothing more than a stranger. Todoroki here. Sorry to interrupt, Shadow said frostily, absolutely the fuck not sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to correct something. I think, All Might, that you and everyone else here knows that you didn't make that conversation private. I could hear you from half the room away. You were doing it on purpose. All Might got over his initial surprise quickly and lowered his voice. Young Todoroki, please go back to the rest of the class. You're blowing this a little out of proportion. I'm sure you're a little confused, but I can handle this. No, Shadow said, his tone disbelieving, cold and betrayed. No, because I trusted you, All Might. I truly did, and the extent to which I regret that is impossibly great. And didn't those words come up often? I trusted you. Himself, Midoriya, with the class, Kirishima, with the teachers and adults, Kaminari and Shiro, they must have trusted All Might to take care of the blonde, right? And Bakugou. Bakugou, who had trusted everyone. If he ever had, that is. The list went on. Shadow shook his head, expression pinched. He ignored the shock on All Might's face. And, since you apparently won't, I'll tell you how I saw it. Truthfully. You took him to the side, that was true. But you did not lower your voice. And you did not take the precautions necessary to stop any eavesdroppers, even though it would have been hard not to overhear. You took him to the side, and you told him how you knew about the bullying. You then proceeded to tell him how any villainous action should stop from that point forwards in your class, and that if he wasn't going to be complacent, you'd speak to Principal Nedzu and call his parents. You pretty much told him that his behavior until now was villainous. I find it strange how you didn't seem to have a problem before this. He what? Midoriya hissed from beside Kirishima. Kirishima let go of Midoriya's shoulder, from when he'd had to hold the boy back earlier. Shadow found he didn't really have a problem with that. Todoroki, All Might sighed. Look, when you're older, you'll understand that sometimes you need to be blunt with children. Bakugou just there, Shadow scowled, fury roaring inside him and words spitting out fiercely, is a very clear line between being blunt and trying to rip someone down. I do not believe you understand, All Might, when I say that was out of line. You are an adult. Act like it. A chill swept across the room. Shadow couldn't tell if it was from his gradually activating quirk or just the mood of things. Kaminari was scowling deeply when he said on screen, Todoroki, what happened next? It was more of a command, though, and one Shadow was more than willing to do. Shadow gave him a calm, mostly, nod, even if he couldn't see it, before turning back to All Might. Bakugou had, well, I'd say he'd dissociate. He didn't reply for a minute, and you raised your voice. That was when he'd replied, and even so, you raised your hand. Bakugou had flinched. Not even flinched, it was as if he was certain that you'd hit him, and he'd gone full defense mode. Not that you cared, apparently, even if that was a very worrying sign. Do you remember what you said, then, All Might? Todoroki, Midoriya said calmly, tone terrifying. Say it. Tell me, because so help me God I am about to lose it. Oh, how I wish I could be in that same room, Shiro gritted out on screen, his glare almost able to rival Bakugou's. I'd love to have in on the fun. Tell us, Roki. There's no stopping now. Everyone was silent. He told him to stop acting. Shadow heard Recovery Girl inhale sharply, but whether or not it was out of anger or disappointment, he wasn't sure. After, of course, he had just watched, Shadow continued. As Bakugou curled in on himself, he watched. As Bakugou harmed himself to distract himself from a panic attack, or maybe dissociation, he watched. As Bakugou tried to straighten himself and pretend nothing was wrong, as Bakugou had done all these things you had offered your help for when I had done the same, all the things you know are worrying, you watched. And you told him that he should stop acting. Stop, what was it you said? Saying it like you were doing a good, no, great deed for the world, like you were being a hero? Stop mocking people with actual issues. Todoroki, All Might actually looked a little uncomfortable now, and he took satisfaction from that. That was different. When that happened with you, I could tell that I wasn't acting right. Shadow finished bitterly, nodding mockingly. Because, what? Because Bakugou is Bakugou. And I'm just incapable of doing something wrong, or mocking, or insulting, or being too harsh or mean, but when it's Bakugou, everything he does is just never enough for you? Tell me, what was different? Something that actually has a good reason behind it, that is. All Might didn't seem to know what to say. That, Shadow shook his head, lowering his eyes. He swallowed. That's what I thought. I can't believe this. Can't believe you. Todoroki, I think you're just a little emotional, All Might said. We can discuss. All Might, Shadow warned calmly, don't. No one dared to speak for a moment. Recovery Girl shook her head on screen. I am rarely disappointed in people, and even then, it is on a low level, Toshinori. You have managed to shoot right up high and beyond that average, somehow. It seemed now that Recovery Girl had spoken it herself, her words enough to have the worst villains bow their heads in shame. All Might had finally realized how badly he'd fucked up. Now, look, I may have said that, but if you dare say something along the lines of, it was only the truth, Midoriya hissed, I am not joking when I say I will lose. My fucking shit. And Midoriya, my boy, All Might gaped. Why are you using such, Midoriya huffed, don't you fucking dare call me your boy. You don't deserve that. You might have, once, but you've completely ruined it for yourself now, All Might. Do you honestly not realize that what you did was wrong? Why I'm angry at you? Everyone here knows that, except you. Even the worst people here. Look around you. You call yourself a hero, then turn around to rip one of your own students down for some stupid concept you think is heroism. Look around you and tell me the people who had admired you are admiring you right now. All Might frowned, looking around the room. And finally, he realized it for himself. The class stared back at him in anger. People like Aitsa or Yaoyorozu just regarded him with a steely look. Others, like Uraraka or Ajiro, who apparently still weren't sure what was right or wrong, gave him frustrated, yet mildly confused stares. Tokoyami just seemed disappointed. Some like Sato and Shaoji scowled at him. All Might's gaze turned back to Shadow. Todoroki. Midoriya, everyone, I have to Apollo, save it for Kaken, Midoriya scowled. If he forgives you, that is. It's real funny that now I'm not letting my admiration for you hide things. I'm thinking of so many instances where you were less than heroic. But now, you've finally pushed the freaking limit. Congra to fucking Lashins dash why the actual fuck s Deku swearing now. Someone groaned, and Shadow realized with a jolt that Bakugou was shifting to sit up on the screen. Ashido gasped. Bakugou, you're awake. Yeah, no she fucking Sherlock. Bakugou slurred slightly, rolling his eyes. He shifted so that he could sit up properly. Good to know those eyes aren't Jews for fucking Decora. He was cut off as Ashido leapt at him, arms circling gently around his neck. TCH, raccoon eyes? The fuck were you doing? Shit, were you crying? Let go, I was so scared, Ashido muttered, loud enough for the microphones to hear. Don't do that again, asshole. Bakugou didn't say anything. It could have been because of his concussion, but he seemed a little soft when he awkwardly put his arms around Ashido too. No promises. What happened? Recovery girl shuffled over to him. You got a little injured, dear. We should get you to my office. Got a little sidetracked, I'm afraid, Bakugou. The glare she shot over her shoulder was definitely aimed at All Might. Ashido reluctantly moved away and Recovery Girl kissed Bakugou's cheek. He managed to pull a vaguely disgusted face, before his eyes fluttered closed and Siro shot his hands out to catch him. Soon, Bakugou was being placed on a stretcher and was carried out. Shadow sighed, running a hand through his hair. He turned, and walked back off the stage. He felt very emotionally tired, actually. There was supposed to be a part of the lesson where everyone would get their feedback, but Shadow doubted anyone would really care if he just skipped. Maybe someone else could tell him what his feedback was later, when he wasn't so tired. Todoroki Uraraka called quietly, rushing over to him. Shadow sighed and continued to walk to the exit. If you're going to say how what I told All Might was out of line, please save it until I am less open to the possibility of punching someone. No, it's not about that, Uraraka said, vague concern painting her features. It's just that, what happened just now, you think you were wrong. Shadow finished for her. You want to talk about it? She pursed her lips and fiddled with her fingers. Yeah, but I was thinking of talking about it as a class. And, this time, I'll listen to everyone's view. I'd been kinda stupid, and I know that we all had, Shadow shrugged, pushing the exit door open. But I'll come if you do set something up. Just, send a message or something. Or tell me at lunch. I don't really mind when we do it, but we should have the whole class there. She nodded. Thank you. Goodbye, Todoroki, I'll go around asking now. Those I don't get to, I'll just text. Okay. Goodbye, Shadow said simply, slipping through the door to go and get changed. He wondered what would happen after this. Honestly, he was probably going to get a detention. He suppressed a groan. Hitachi pushed and shoved his way past students, making his way to the lunch hall. Shove it, he muttered, squeezing past 2 second years and ignoring them when they whined in complaint. Their fault for being in the way. The lunch hall, when he got to it, was less crowded. Students lined up for lunch, the peasant ones who couldn't cook for their life, and others sat around tables, chatting happily. He perked up when he saw blonde hair, but immediately deflated when he realized that it was just Monoma. Still, he quickly beelined towards him. Monoma, he called, still a few feet away. The blonde raised an eyebrow and waited until he was close enough. My, you look stressed, Monoma observed. What's gotten up your, cut that out, Monoma. This is important. Have you seen Bakugou? Hitachi interrupted. Monoma frowned. Not today, no. Why? Hitachi groaned. Can't find him. He's obviously been stressed lately, so if this has anything to do with his eye caught on gelled up, red hair and his jaw clenched. Oh, never mind. He barely heard Monoma's confused splutter as he began striding towards Kirishima. Yeah, I gotta say, Midoriya was kinda angry, but I mean, can ya blame him? His Kirishima cut off quickly when he saw Hitachi glaring at him as he neared. Hi, Shinso. Without a moment to spare, Hitachi grabbed his arm. We need to talk. Now. Okay, so we're doing this now, Kirishima yelped, giving a thumbs up to his friends as he was dragged away and outside the lunch hall. Kirishima rubbed his arm when Hitachi finally let go. Did you need to talk or something, Kirishima? Hitachi said blankly. Yeah, he glared. Punch yourself. He did so, quite satisfyingly, may Hitachi add. Kirishima cried out in pain. Ow, what the hell, dude? What was that for? Hitachi decided to keep the satisfaction of getting to punch Kirishima indirectly after all, for a later date. What the fuck did you do to Bakugou this time? What? I didn't do anything. Apart from, the obvious. Kirishima rubbed the nape of his neck, then frowned, perking up slightly. Strange. Why, have you seen him? What did he say? Wait, was he even No, I haven't seen him. Hitachi narrowed his eyes. But he's not in the training rooms, not on the rooftop, not in the cafeteria or his classroom. He isn't anywhere. I can't find him, which either means he hasn't been in class, something that would take a shitload to achieve, or he's sulking in a toilet or empty classroom somewhere. Which, for the record, leads me to think about how he'd only just started to let you in again, and suddenly this happened. Wonder why. Kirishima seemed to deflate at hearing that he hadn't seen Bakugou, which didn't seem to add up. Hitachi was betting on the fact that Kirishima was involved, in a bad way, that is, yet his reactions didn't seem to fit with that. However, anything that didn't involve Kirishima would mean that it could practically be anyone. The redhead frowned. I know where he is. Hitachi gave him a look that said, and this just occurred to you now, did it? Kirishima put his hands up as if surrendering. Hey, look, I had been hoping he'd be out of there by now. But, maybe he was tired, or something. Still, Recovery Girl's quirk shouldn't take this long, right? Hitachi frowned. Kirishima seemed to start talking to himself just as much as to Hitachi towards the end there, but he'd heard Recovery Girl correctly, right? Recovery Girl, Hitachi parried back, frown deepening. What happened, Kirishima? Kirishima winced. I feel like if this were anyone else, I'd tell you to let them tell you in their own time. But I also know that you do want to know because you have good intentions and Bakugou won't exactly tell you so easily. If it's that bad, then yeah, he wouldn't tell me, Hitachi said slowly. He thought back to when Bakugou had told him once how frustrated he'd been to lose against Todoroki in a spar, detailing the fight perfectly, compared to another time where he'd come with a swelling eye and a deep cut in his shoulder, offering nothing more than got into a fight. Hitachi still didn't know who had done that or why it had happened, but he knew it couldn't have been good. If possible, the boy grimaced further, face crumpling in guilt and anxiousness. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. Look, we had a heroics lesson. There was an accident. He spoke his words carefully, hesitating before accident like he was uncertain whether or not it had been on purpose. Hitachi lifted an eyebrow, and Kirishima continued. The ceiling. It caved in, on Bakugou. The boy swallowed thickly. He hesitated for a second. I saw it. It was like he'd given. Never mind. He blasted it away from him, of course, but not before a bit of cement nicked him, apparently. Concussion, broken wrist, broken arm, and a gash on his right leg, I think? Not sure. He was, unconscious. Hitachi was careful to keep his expression blank. Any lasting damage? No. Kirishima shook his head with a smile, hand drifting to the nape of his neck. Got lucky. We were sent to have lunch, cause over 5 people crowding around him when he woke up apparently wasn't a good idea. No one's allowed to go in. Right, Hitachi said slowly. What was he even supposed to say? You didn't say anything to him, then? Kirishima grinned. Nope. I find it kinda funny that you seem so worried though. You and Bakugou are kinda similar, both trying to be emo I don't cares, when you both actually, and I find it kinda funny that you think I won't hesitate to make you punch yourself again, Hitachi bit, scowling. Kirishima stopped talking, but his shit-eating grin stayed fixed. Fuck you. Hey, Hitachi rolled his eyes, turning to stroll slowly back to the cafeteria. He hummed, not stopping his speed. Oh. By the way, my bad that you punched yourself. Kirishima laughed, loud and light. That's fine, dude. I get it, don't worry. Wasn't worried, but go off, Hitachi muttered. He scowled when Kirishima nudged his arm with a grin. What? I'll tell you if he's still okay later in the day, Kirishima offered. That is, if I catch you on the way back to the dorms. Wanna exchange phone numbers? No, Hitachi deadpanned. Kirishima took it in stride. Jesus, this guy was persistent. Ah, really? But what if something happens and I can't get to you? Or, we set up this, group chat, and you wouldn't be in it? That would just be sad. Hitachi scowled. First off, bold of you to assume that I don't have my own ways of knowing. Second, not being in one of your stupid-ass group chats is a good thing. Kirishima pouted. What? No, I'll have you know that my group chats are the opposite of stupid-ass. And I promise you we won't send silly memes or stupid stuff. Well, I can't speak for Kaminari and Ashido. They will be sending memes left and right. But still, bro, even if Hitachi started to consider it, now he was just purely refusing out of spite. Especially since Kirishima seemed to be trying so hard. Giving in and exchanging his number now would only be tasteless and disappointing. Maybe this was how Bakugou felt on a daily basis. If so, it explained a lot. Nope, Hitachi sighed. He relished the way Kirishima whined. Bro, come on, it'll only take a second. They pushed open the cafeteria door, and Hitachi, sadly, accidentally made direct eye contact with Kaminari, who immediately perked up, which was Hitachi's cue to leave. He tried to do so, only to be stopped when the blonde exclaimed, "Hey, Shinso, right? It's so cool to see you, dude. You've been hanging out with Bakugou, right? Hey, what did you need to see Kirishima for? And why'd you look so tired? Dead on his feet? 2 seconds away from punching someone? Probably because he was currently being fucking assaulted with questions." Emo. Kaminari settled on. Hitachi tried his damn hardest not to raise his eyebrows in surprise. That wasn't new, per se, but coming from Kaminari. The blonde gave a crooked grin. Is it just me or do you look even more emo than normal? Hitachi raised an eyebrow. So you know how I look normally? Didn't know I had a fan. Kaminari wiggled his eyebrows with a lazy smile. What can I say? Hot guys just seem to catch my, Jesus Christ, Kami, can you go 1 second without flirting? Ashido smiled, rolling her eyes as she and Shiro walked over. Hitachi noted how her waterline seemed puffy and red. Crying, but why? Kaminari spluttered. He started it. Shiro just snorted. Sure. So anyway, what's Kiri been pestering you for just now, Shinso? His number. Kirishima whined. I want to be able to contact him if anything happens and he won't know, you know? Or maybe even just as friends. Not happening, Hitachi drawled. He smirked slightly at Kirishima's loud and frustrated groan. Kaminari pouted. Ah, man. Well, he straightened, half-litting his eyes and giving him a lazy grin. I'm afraid, I've lost my number. Could you mayhaps? No, Hitachi said dryly. Kaminari spluttered indignantly and Shiro sighed, rolling his eyes as he walked further towards Shinso. When Bakugou's not here, I'm the only one harvesting our grand total of 2 brain cells. Excuse him. Shiro held out his phone with a casual smile. The school break starts tomorrow though. It'd be hard to keep in touch without each other's numbers, and, well, we were gonna try inviting Bakugou to a day out or something. Hitachi hummed, glancing at Kaminari and Kirishima who were watching with confused and curious eyes. He cracked a smirk and took Shiro's phone. Sure. He obviously was not planning on going on that day out, or talking to the Ravenant in any way, shape, or form, but it was so worth it to see Kaminari and Kirishima's gapes. Hey, why'd you give it to him? Man, Shiro shrugged with a grin similar to Hitachi's own and wiggled his eyebrows at them. Got a special talent like that. Dude, Hitachi handed back the phone with his name clearly displayed on the contact. He lifted an eyebrow lazily when he saw Shiro grin and change his contact name to Purplezawa. The boy only grinned and gave him a look that said, am I wrong? Kaminari faked a sob. Shiro, why'd you have to be such a traitor? Hey, shut up, Ashido hissed, eyeing someone on the other side of the cafeteria behind him. When Hitachi turned to look, she batted his arm repeatedly, forcing him to keep his eyes on her. Don't look, dummy. I dunno why, but Eureka's staring. She was talking to her lunch table friends. Hey, now they're all staring at us. Ashido turned to Kaminari. What did you do? Hey, Kaminari pouted. Why'd you immediately think it was me? I didn't do shit. Well, someone here did something, cause then Eureka of all people wouldn't be giving us looks as if we're some mission to complete, Ashido said, crossing her arms. Ugh, she's on her phone now. This isn't good. Hitachi suddenly felt uncomfortable. He frowned slightly. Of course, he knew the hero course didn't like him. What with his villain's quirk, how he'd almost beaten their golden child in the sports festival and how he'd warned them that he'd be competing to take one of their places with said sports festival, yeah, he knew they didn't like him. Still, though, now that he was, friends? Acquaintances? With Bakugou, he knew that at some point, if Kirishima and his friends had come along, the others would follow soon enough. Which would mean that Hitachi would most likely be left in the dust. Forgotten. Discarded in favor of Bakugou's old friends. Obviously, he wouldn't give up their relationship without a fight. Who the fuck cared what the others thought of him? Only, that wouldn't exactly work if Bakugou himself decided to think the same as them. Hitachi didn't think he would do that. Bakugou wasn't one to craft a friendship out of pity or guilt, even more so to break it at the drop of a hat for friends who had very recently hurt him, but he wouldn't blame Bakugou. It would be awkward with him there. He wouldn't be in on old inside jokes or the strange family-like way the class as a whole seemed to have built, bonded over the many times they had been forced to work with and rely on each other. So, honestly, at this point he was just counting down the days until Bakugou would decide he wasn't worth hanging around. Which, yeah, hurt a little, but could he really be angry at that? It had happened before. He was used to it. At this point, all he really felt was disappointment. Besides, he had Monoma, and one or two friends inside his own class. He wasn't even that social. He'd be fine in terms of loneliness. Hitachi just. He knew he wouldn't be able to stop himself from expecting angry rants shoving their way into random points in his lunch, or wondering what Bakugou might have cooked that day, if he had. Hitachi knew he'd miss Bakugou. He'd admit that, to his thoughts, but never to someone else, that is. Yet if Bakugou wouldn't miss him, then there wasn't much else to do than move on, continue on his path like he had planned to do before the blonde had invaded it, in his own explosive way. Hitachi sighed, folding away those thoughts. For now, he'd leave it until that all actually happened. And if he planned on ignoring everything then, too, well, that was future him's problem. But, back to what was at hand, it was quite obvious why Eureka seemed suddenly weary of them. Hitachi was there with them, after all. Look, I'll just. Ashido's phone buzzed, pinging loudly, and she scrambled to wrench it out of her pocket. She deflated in relief, it seemed, and read it out loud. From the class one a group chat. Hopefully that means it isn't too bad, haha. Okay, anyway. From Flo, Eureka. Hey, I was wondering if everyone could meet down in the common rooms. Preferably when Bakugou won't be down there, because Ashido paused, frowning, but continued slowly. Because we need to talk about him. I know everyone doesn't have the same thoughts on the matter, but because of what happened in heroics class today, I feel like I should rethink a few things. I'm sure a few others do too, so I'm offering to discuss it together and get a few things straight among us. I think everyone should be there, even those of you who are shy, because this could be important. If we could sort out a good time for everyone, that'd be cool. Thanks, I know this is a long text but I wanted to get this all in yada, yada, irrelevant stuff. The group was quiet, and Hitachi wasn't sure what to say. He wasn't in on this, obviously, since it was for Class 1A, so he couldn't exactly say, well that's a load of fucking bullshit. That was probably his bias talking, though. So, should we go, then? Kirishima wondered aloud with a frown. I don't know if talking about this behind Bakugou's back is a good thing, but it could help the rest of the class realize that what they're doing is shitty, like we had. But if Bakugou finds out, that'd just be betrayal for him all over again, Kaminari pointed out. Wow, that was probably the only time he's seen the blonde so serious and grim. I get that this could help them, but you gotta remember that this whole thing happened because of lack of communication. Completely cutting off Bakugou here would just be, he made a noise and gestured with his hands in frustration. Somehow, Hitachi knew what he was trying to say there. You're both right, Ashido said with a grimace. Ugh, I wish there were instructions for this. If things were all black and white instead of the shady gray shit, things would be so much easier. Agreed, Hitachi thought grimly. Siro sighed, running a hand through his hair. Well, let's just, I dunno, consider the pros and cons here. Going would mean that, well, we might be able to change our classmates' minds. We'd be able to do that without stressing Bakugou out. If that counts, we'd hear what everyone thought about it and where everything was going wrong, Kirishima offered. So that we know what the problem is and if there's any hope for our classmates having common sense. Siro huffed a small chuckle. Kaminari hummed. So, 3 so far for pros. 4 cons. Well, for starters, we'd be doing it behind Bakugou's back. There's also the possibility that we don't end up convincing them that they should drop their crap, Ashido frowned. 3 so far for pros, 2 for cons. I can't think of anything anymore, Hitachi gave them all a look. How had these people gotten through the exams without thinking of the most obvious one? Seriously? How about this, trying to hide it from him in the first place? Where and when will you hold it without him walking in on it or being suspicious that literally everyone will be in the same place, at the same time? Kirishima tilted his head. That one's easy, he goes to bed at 8:30. We can just hold it at 9 or something, when we're sure he's asleep. Hitachi stared at him like he'd grown 2 heads. Bakugou? Asleep at 8:30? Are we even talking about the same person? Kaminari laughed, bringing the mood up a little with his grin. Yeah, it is a little surprising, right? He used to wake up a few minutes later than everyone else, too. He's a real grandpa. Hitachi wasn't convinced. He thought back to the many tips Bakugou had given him for his insomnia. Very well buried in curse words and phrases that to anyone else would sound exactly like, I don't fucking care about your stupid insomnia, it's not my fucking problem. Because, well, that's exactly what he said. But then it was usually followed by a tip, like, but what, you never tried tea before? Fucking idiot. That shit works, you just have to have enough brain cells to make it properly. What? Fucking hell, coffee. This is why you have insomnia in the first place, fucking idiot. Yeah, for a guy who knew an awful lot about how to cope with insomnia, Hitachi was really doubting that Bakugou went to bed by 8:30. No, that can't be right. At least, what he's told me for my insomnia really does not match up to that. What did he say? Ashido asked. Something along the lines of, it's none of your fucking business, Hitachi deadpanned. Yeah, no, he wasn't about to tell them anything Bakugou might not want sharing. No, thanks. Kaminari gave him a half-amused, half-respecting look, and Hitachi wasn't really sure what to do with that, so he just gave him a weirded-out glare. The perfect comeback if you aren't sure whether or not you're supposed to come back in the first place. That's fair, Zero shrugged. So, it'll be harder to plan? Ignoring what he might be doing otherwise after 8:30, we'll add that to cons, then? But then both sides are balanced. 3 pros, 3 cons. It was silent for a second, before Kaminari clicked his fingers. Hey, but that also comes with a pro, huh? Kirishima said in confusion. Hitachi lifted an eyebrow. Yeah, think about it, Kaminari said, which was definitely not hypocritical. He'd heard Bakugou's tales of their study sessions. Thanks, we didn't know that about Bakugou. No one knows much about Bakugou, but together, some people must know different parts about him, you know? Like, I'm sure Kouta's seen him pet a stray cat before. Or Aoyama knows how sometimes, Bakugou used to cook French food just for him. Like, we all know stuff about Bakugou, but if everyone shared a few kind things, that must amount to a shitten, right? To convince them. I don't get it, Zero said blankly. Don't get me wrong, but what's the point of that? Other than sharing Bakugou's secrets or moments he probably doesn't want to share around the class, I think what Kaminari means is, Kirishima said with a hum, that most people in our class have only seen, like, 1 or 2 kind moments with him, opposed to 5 angry or explosive moments with him. If everyone heard about what he's done for other people too, they might realize how they were wrong about him. For example, we didn't know that Bakugou knew about and helped so much with insomnia until you told us, Shinso. And you wouldn't have thought that he went up by 8:30 unless we told you. He so rarely talks about himself that most things that he does just completely goes over our heads. Ashido hummed. So, that's 1 for pros, then? For pros, 3 cons personally, I can't think of any more. You guys, they shook their heads. Ashido nodded. Then that's it. We'll go, then. Sure, Kirishima shrugged. Though tell them to bring coffee or snacks. I feel like this is gonna be a long, or at least exhausting, talk. Plus it was an understatement to say that Shouta was exhausted. Extremely fucking exhausted, that is. He sighed, long and weary, into his phone's mic. Hizashi, there better be a good reason you just interrupted my sleep for. It's only the afternoon, though, Hizashi replied, a teasing tilt to his voice. No shit, Shouta grumbled, your point. Fine, he laughed, though it seemed he was being quieter than usual, which was basically just at normal speaking volume. As Shouta listened, he could hear the sounds of pages flipping, pens scribbling on paper, and murmurings in the background. Shouta rubbed at his eyes. He'd been taking a nap in his office, when Hizashi had called. It was only, he checked the time blearily, around 1:30, so the hero should really be in a class right now, students coming back from lunch. Hizashi, what's going on, then? You're in class, aren't you? Yeah, Hizashi replied, somewhat hesitantly. With your class. But that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I know that Bakugou's a good student and I doubt he can't take care of himself, but, Shouta groaned, accepting that he'd have to wake up fully for this. He unzipped his sleeping bag and slouched in his chair with his phone still to his ear. What did he do now? That's the thing, Hizashi said. He isn't here, even though we're already 10 minutes in. He's what? Shouta said, suddenly a hell of a lot more awake. Why? Hizashi made a frustrated noise and Shouta could picture the way he was probably waving his arms about perfectly. Hell if I know, man. That's what I was hoping you would know. So what, he's missing? Again, Shouta ran a hand down his face roughly. Fuck, look, maybe one of the little listeners knows. I'll just ask them, okay? I'm sure everything'll be fine, Sho. Hizashi tried. You didn't think to ask them before calling me, Shouta hissed into his phone. Hey, little listeners, he heard Hizashi call over him, do any of you, by any chance, know where Bakugou is? Shouta heard perfectly clearly how all the noise had stopped. No one was talking, writing or flipping pages now, and it sent a shot of ice down his spine. He clenched his capture weapon, clenching his teeth. Well, he gritted out into his phone, after the silence had stretched on for a few seconds. He heard someone murmur something in reply, stern and stiff, probably Aitsa, and Hizashi say quietly, surprisingly, Shouta scowled. Hizashi, I swear to God, I have no time for your stupid tension building. Tell me, what happened? Hizashi cleared his throat, thanking Aitsa, before lowering his voice again. The chattering stayed gone, though, and save for the sounds of his students studying, which had also been considerably quietened, the classroom was quiet. Shouta could tell they were eavesdropping, and weighed whether or not teaching them how to properly eavesdrop would be a good idea or not. Apparently, Bakugou got into an accident during hero training. Before lunch, Hisashi explained, a touch of worry and seriousness in his tone. It was bad, and he's still in recovery girl's office. Itza told me that he had mild injuries and nothing lasting, but now that the threat of any danger coming to Bakugou was gone, Shouta relaxed a little. Zushi? What is it? The way they looked at me, Hisashi muttered, practically whispering. It was as if they'd done something personally wrong. They looked, I don't know, like, guilty, worried, conflicted. Some were even angry. It could just be the usual teenage squabbling, but something's just not right here. He paused, then added, especially after what Nemori said before. What if she said something to them? Or, if they influenced each other? God, I knew Bakugou had the personality of a villain, but I never thought he'd go so far. Just thinking about what she'd said made him scowl. He scowled deeper when he recognized what Hisashi was implying. Hisashi, you can't possibly be saying. They wouldn't turn on him. They're practically family after what they've all been through together, my students. But then he thought about how he'd seen Uraraka throwing paper at Bakugou. Hagakure trying to trip him up. Mineta quipping some stupid insult that he chalked up to his usual dislike to Bakugou, mostly because Bakugou very often thwarted his disgusting plans. God, Shouta wanted to expel the grape so badly. And shit, he'd missed a lot, hadn't he? Homeroom and the occasional heroics training were the only lessons that Shouta taught Class 1A in. In homeroom, he rarely watched over them, unless he was making an announcement, in which he would usually tune out their bickering or mischief anyway. He was beginning to regret that. And in heroics training, they'd be busy fighting. It wasn't like he gave them much time to talk or bicker anyway, but the rare times he'd see Bakugou in a verbal fight with his classmates, he would stop immediately. He never really listened to what they were arguing about. Usually the small snippets he'd hear were just cheap insults aiming for a rise in the other. He was beginning to regret that too. Hisashi sighed, and Shouta realized he'd trailed off and gone silent too long. Do you want me to have a chat with M? Sort things out? Set M straight. Shouta swallowed. He would have liked to tell them himself, go on a rant, or just straight up tell them that they had been unheroic and illogical in their actions. Even if they had been pissed at Bakugou, like he had for a long while, he'd have to admit that was no excuse for their actions. Yeah, he finally said with a sigh. Yeah, you tell them. I need to have a talk with Bakugou and find out if he's healed well or not. Who knows, maybe if I get back in time I can have a piece of it too. He could hear Hisashi smiling weakly as he said, don't worry. I'll tell you all about the fun later. Check up on your kid, and you better tell me what happens, yeah? I'm sacrificing my happy-go-lucky reputation as a teacher for you, here. Shouta snorted despite himself. Sure. Just try not to go into their next lesson. That would be too kind and they'd miss out on things. What lesson is it, anyway? Hisashi hummed and shuffled a few papers. They have maths with ectoplasm. Right, Shouta hummed. Well, I'll text you back later. Tell me how things go on your side too. I'm going to go visit Bakugou. As he spoke, he picked up his sleeping bag and walked towards the door. Will do, Hisashi chirped. Okay, class, there's been a change of plans. Shouta ended the call. Right. Time to see Bakugou and find out exactly what happened in the past 4 or more weeks. Plus Katsuki blinked blearily at the white ceiling above him. The weight pulling at his limbs made him feel like he'd just been sleeping for a year. Damn, he wished. Fuck, he'd somehow made it to the infirmary again. It took a second for everything to come rushing back to him, but as soon as it had, he felt like going back to sleep and never waking up again. Alas, he wasn't allowed that just yet. Lazy piece of shit. Oh, goody. The voice was back. He'd almost been worried there. Bakugou recovery girl smiled up at him from beside the hospital bed. You're awake. You might feel a little out of it. I gave you some medication to help with the migraine you're bound to have. It's good to see, you gave us quite the scare. Right, he thought, I was nearly crushed by a falling fucking ceiling. Good times. Katsuki fully expected a whack, so was slightly surprised when none came. He eyed the lady lazily as she fussed about him, checking bandages and blood rates. Where's all the fucking reprimanding shit? The what, dear? Recovery girl asked, amused. He rolled his eyes dramatically. The you children should be more careful shit? The normal shit. Recovery girl's eyebrows twitched, as if she wanted to frown. She turned with a sigh, hobbling away to her desk. Dear, I watched the fight, after we brought you here. That wasn't normal shit, as you put it so nicely. Say, what's the last thing you remember? Katsuki frowned, fighting back the fog in his mind. A flash of pink, warmth, maybe? Arms weight. Even in his bleary, drugged state he could feel embarrassment flood through him. Fuck, did I hug horns? Recovery girl chuckled. Now, you make it sound like a bad thing. She eyed him for a moment. You know, they were worried. Guilty, too, your friends. That's your fault. You shouldn't be making them feel that way. That's selfish and rude and you know it. Katsuki swallowed, though whether it was the exhaustion clouding his mind or not, he couldn't find it in him to really care. He shrugged. Shouldn't be. When she didn't hesitate to outright frown this time, he added, even if it was only half the truth, I can handle myself perfectly fucking fine. She hummed, then muttered quietly, doesn't exactly look like it, dear. Katsuki didn't bother to argue. He shifted, using strangely weak arms to lift himself into a sitting position. The door opened soon later, and Katsuki noticed simultaneously how there was a discarded yellow sleeping bag draped over the nearest chair, and a faint smell of coffee. Then Izuku walked in, and it took an embarrassingly long few seconds to make a connection as he sat down. Bakugou, Izuku greeted tiredly. Zoa, Katsuki grumbled, giving him a suspicious frown. Why re you here? Izuku sighed, lifting a supposedly freshly made cup of coffee to his mouth. I feel like that's obvious, but I'll clarify anyway, I'm making sure you don't owe anything stupid. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Am not Deku. I don't do stupid shit. I don't exactly believe you after watching you hesitate to stop roughly over 1,000 pounds of cement falling on you, Izuku deadpanned. The blonde huffed, looking away. I stopped it in the end, didn't I? You didn't walk out unscathed, though, Izuku frowned. And that doesn't stop the fact that you hesitated. I could see it when I watched the footage, Bakugou. Why, waste of space. Would have been better if you just I dunno, Katsuki shrugged. Just did. Bakugou, Izuku repeated, a slight warning tone to it. Katsuki only glared at his teacher. He really did not want to talk about this. Yug. Feelings. His teacher sighed. Fine, I need to, clarify something. You said that, in your own words, that your problems are weaknesses. Also, that, well, people shouldn't care because they haven't up until now. What did you mean by that, Bakugou? Katsuki stared at the white sheets in front of him. God, I wish I'd never had you. Katsuki, I don't care what you want, just do as I say. Nightmares? Ugh, Katsuki, just sort your stupid weaknesses out yourself. Not my problem. Kit Kat, just please, don't make your mother upset. You know what she's like. Stop bothering her with all your problems, then maybe she won't get so mad, alright? Heh, that's probably your weakness right now, you need to work on it, okay? Katsuki, there are times you should just stop talking, alright? Listen, for once. You have to learn to be independent. You can't be a bother to us all the time. Think about how we feel, Katsuki. Kukin, why are you suddenly so mean? I get that you might be dealing with your stuff, but so are we, okay? Kukin, can't you just try to see where I'm coming from? You can't just take things out on me because of your own stupid problems. Okay, Bakugou, I don't care what's going on in class. You need to sort out your problems yourself. Sorry, but it just looks like Midoriya is just trying to be like you. It's a good thing. Stop being so worked up about it. Your mom, abusing you, of all people? Look, this is no such thing to joke about, Bakugou. I'm sure you're just overreacting, Bakugou. Look, I'll call her, and we'll see, alright, Bakugou, what you want doesn't matter. Just get out there and accept the damn medal. It was just me being dramatic, Katsuki said, exhaustion making it hard to fight away the thoughts in his head and making him forget that he should be wary around these things. Said in the heat of battle, you know, Izuku didn't look like he believed him. Katsuki huffed, quick to change the subject as he grunted, hey, what's the time? How long till my English lesson? English, Izuku echoed slowly. Well, you have maths in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. Katsuki's eyes widened in alarm and it was a little easier to think clearly. I've missed half of English. I gotta get to lesson then, the fuck? Izuku looked at him with tired eyes and sighed. Bakugou, you are going to love what I'm about to say next. Plus Katsuki stormed through the Yui halls with a breakfast bar in hand and a frustrated glint in his eye. Izuku had made him wait until maths. Fucking 20 minutes of unproductive laying around. Because apparently, he needed to get his energy back up, heal more, eat something, and calm down before he was allowed back to his next lesson. Yeah, fuck the last one. Geez, if his mom heard about this, he couldn't afford to slack or drag behind. The large class 1 door swung open swiftly when he kicked it, interrupting ectoplasm halfway through speaking. Bakugou, he said, as if he had been expecting it. Good to see you well. I was notified by Izuku on why you were late, so you don't have to worry about any detentions or whatnot. Bakugou nodded slightly to his teacher as he walked past and to his seat. He raised his feet in his steps a little in anticipation for Hagakure's conveniently held out foot, only to be allowed to walk normally. He glanced at her in confusion. She was hunched and looking away. Flinched when he looked at her. A little weird, but okay. He flopped into his seat, hoping his eye bags weren't too prominent as he slouched. Ectoplasm continued, right, so. Back to work, everyone. Can someone tell me the formula for? Katsuki sighed, ignoring the usual eyes on him. He glanced to his right, to be met by the whole class staring at him. He jerked slightly back, and most of them looked away quickly at his glare. Okay, kinda more weird. He'd just take this in stride. It was fine. Everything was fine. He hadn't done anything yet, right? Katsuki turned to stare at his maths book. A paper plane landed on his table. Zero grinned at him, and Katsuki frowned, opening it hesitantly. You good? I know we haven't made up PRPLY yet, but I wanted to make sure BTW this is not pity BTW it's okay not to be okay BTW I'm bad with words but I hope this is chill, smiley face, Zero, BTW I'm glad you aren't too injured, English was boring w/out you, smiley face. Now what the actual fuck? Present Mike looked worried. More so as the lesson ticked on, Kyoaka noted, and by the time the 10-minute mark had passed, he was practically chewing his nails off of his hand. Kyoaka herself bit her lip and tried to focus on the revision page in front of her, taking notes diligently. Gomen, I'm sorry Mashiwaki Raimason, I'm sorry geez, she did not like English. Present Mike seemed to decide that there were better things to do than to glance at the door every few minutes and bite his hand off, slipping out his phone and getting up to stand in a corner. Kyoaka heard his phone ring 3 times before someone else picked up. She couldn't help but frown in confusion when she heard Aizawa's voice through her jacks. Hizashi, there better be a good reason you just interrupted my sleep for, she heard him grumble over the line. Her lips twitched up slightly. It's only the afternoon, though, Present Mike teased with a crooked smile. Kyoaka could clearly see how he'd already lost some of his tension, though he wasn't quite relaxed just yet. She wondered why, and hoped it wasn't anything too threatening. After all, the pro-hero life, both before and after graduation for Class 1A, was full of surprises. The clock on the wall continued to tick by. It was painstakingly slow, yet somehow normal at the same time. Tick, tick, tick. She listened to her 2 teachers banter for a little, trying her best to focus on her work. They'd been assigned revision, since Present Mike said that they'd been making fantastic progress. Little listeners, you're ahead of everyone else already. Self-revision was less stressful than the threat of Present Mike randomly calling on some of them for phrases or words they tried their best to grip, yet Kyoaka still wasn't exactly confident with some of these words and it wasn't like she could feel herself improving. Even though Present Mike was probably speaking at a very quiet volume, Kyoaka could still hear him quite loudly when he said, I know that Bakugou's a good student and I doubt he can't take care of himself, but, Kyoaka frowned, looking over at Bakugou's seat. She pursed her lips as a spike of fear and guilt shot through her. Since when had she completely glazed over whether or not the boy was there or not? Better yet, since when had she normalized him making little to no sound? She hadn't realized that Bakugou wasn't present. And yet on the first day of the school year, he had been the first person she'd noticed. That was just. Had they done that without even realizing? Present Mike was frowning now, and Kyoaka snapped her eyes to him, trying her best to figure out what was going on. Subconsciously, her jacks perked up and hovered a little higher as they tuned in to Present Mike's conversation clearly. Hell if I know, man. That's what I was hoping you would know. So what, he's missing? Again. Her teacher waved his arms about slightly, even if Aizawa couldn't see it, but Kyoaka couldn't bring herself to smile in amusement at it. Wasn't Bakugou in the medical wing? Why hadn't they been notified? Maybe it was because they were only teachers, but Kyoaka could swear that she remembers reading something on Yui's information website that all injuries were to be reported to their homeroom teacher, in her case, Aizawa, who would then decide whether or not it was severe enough to notify the student's parents/guardians or not. She heard Aizawa curse on the other side, already shifting things around. Present Mike pursed his lips. Look, maybe one of the little listeners knows. I'll just ask them, okay? I'm sure everything'll be fine, Sho. The blonde turned to the class, ignoring Aizawa who seemed to hiss something. Most students lifted their heads, sensing that their teacher needed something. Kyoaka wondered if anyone else had been, listening in. She bit the inside of her cheek and stared at Present Mike calculatingly. Hey, little listeners, Present Mike smiled, somewhat strained. Do you guys, by any chance, know where Bakugou is? Snakes writhed in Kyoaka's stomach. The cement was falling so quickly and landing with such explosive hits to the ground around him that she could tell from a glance that just one full chunk to the head could kill. Bakugou knew this. And Bakugou was hesitating. Kyoaka fisted her sleeve and shoved it in front of her mouth quickly. No need for her lunch to come back up again just yet. Even if her friend had nearly died without knowing that his problems did matter, that they weren't just weaknesses, and that Kyoaka didn't hate him, she just hated how unregretful he seemed about what he'd done. Clearly, they'd gotten that wrong. That, among a million other things on a very, very long list. She vaguely heard how everyone had frozen. You could hear a pin drop now, even on the carpeted floor and without a hearing quirk. Even the birds outside seemed to stop singing. Well, Aizawa urged from the phone, the volume loud enough to be heard through the class. It seemed to snap everyone out of the haze they'd just been in. Classmates eyed each other, some whispering, others exchanging looks, everyone prompting each other to tell. Kyoaka bit her lip and swallowed the lump in her throat. Today had been a roller coaster, what with the teachers, the incident itself, Recovery Girl walking in and hitting them right where it had hurt, the stuff with All Might, and it seemed, even if Kyoaka felt done with the day was far from done with her. The whispers around her grew slightly louder, looks becoming more urgent and pleading as Present Mike started to frown. Her jacks grew slack in defeat and dropped, both swaying a little beside her neck. Someone would have to say it. It wasn't even a big deal, not really. All she had to say was Bakugou's in the infirmary, and yet, if Present Mike prodded, why was he there? What happened? Did they visit? Well, she wasn't so sure she'd be able to keep up the facade of unbothered. She could still taste the acidic pang of vomit on her tongue from right after Bakugou had saved himself. She was certain that her class knew she wasn't the least bit unbothered, yet Present Mike didn't know that just yet. She'd like to keep it that way. Someone would have to say it, and at this point she should be the one to do it. The back of her neck burnt in anticipation of the stares she was probably about to get, but she swallowed any shame. Her hand twitched, rising an inch. Itza, Present Mike called, and with a hasty glance to her right, she realized with a wave of relief that Itza had his hand raised. His posture was ramrod straight and stiff, his expression tight, but he had volunteered nonetheless. She let her hand fall gently back onto her desk and she gave him a tight smile. I believe that Bakugou is in the infirmary, Itza informed. There was an accident in heroics training right before lunch. His injuries aren't too bad, and nothing is lasting, so it is nothing to be worried about, yet it is very likely that he is still unconscious. I have a feeling he would insist on being here otherwise. Present Mike muttered simply. His eyebrow twitched down for a second, but he quickly put on a smile. Thank you, Itza. Everyone can get back to revising now, alright? Good, you're all doing well so far. Keep it up. Kyoaka bit her tongue. Present Mike thought too highly of them. If he knew what they'd done. God, the tidal wave of disappointment that would crash onto them. Kyoaka wanted to throttle past her for the shit she gave Bakugou. She listened as Present Mike explained to Izuku in such a quiet voice that even she was having a little trouble hearing parts of their conversation. It was strange. Different from their teacher's usually loud, bright voice. They looked, I don't know, like, guilty, worried, conflict. Kyoaka swallowed thickly. Something's just not right here. Maybe she should just focus on English verbs and tenses before worrying about what they were saying, otherwise the next thing she'd be worrying about would be a vomit stain in the middle of her book. Kyoaka rested her chin in her palm. She wondered, not for the first time, if it was right that she was replaying her friend nearly getting killed in her head, and just continuing on with her day like it was just a normal occurrence. She supposed it had to be, right? On the field, when they become actual pro heroes, they'll be dealing with near-deaths practically every day. But shouldn't this be stopped while it still could be, especially in a high school? She tapped her pencil on her book, and feigned not to notice how her class was so obviously eavesdropping now. Present Mike sighed. Kyoaka's eyes drifted towards him slowly. Do you want me to have a chat with M? Sort things out? Set M straight. Oh, fuck. The whole class seemed to tense at the same time. Present Mike, somehow oblivious to this, moved over to his desk to shuffle some papers around, phone still pressed to his ear. Oh, they have maths with ectoplasm next. Great to know. Now Kyoaka wanted to slam her head through her desk. Maths was fine, but she really didn't feel like using her brain any more than she had to today, especially after what was most likely about to come. Present Mike smiled. Will do. He took a deep breath, before turning to them somewhat hesitantly. He walked up to the pedestal at the front of the class, gripping the sides. Okay, class, there's been a change of plans. I really hope that I'm wrong about this, but I need to make sure here. No one asked what it was about. They knew damn well the answer to that. Their teacher seemed more than fine to smooth over their silence, though his face dropped a little in what Kyoaka could only identify as the first few drops of disappointment in the tsunami to come. Great, it had started. Yip-de-fucking-d. They definitely deserved this, though. Part of Kyoaka was frustrated that the teachers, as adults who should really have a clear conscience here with logical thinking, hadn't stopped at all and had this talk with them 3 weeks ago. She understood how they might not have noticed, and she shouldn't be shifting the blame, but if just one adult had wondered what was happening, maybe what had happened today wouldn't have happened. Alright. I can tell most of you know where I'm going with this, Present Mike continued slowly, but I'm going to make this clear for anyone who may be out of the loop. Eyes this way and pens down, students. This is important. Tell Kyoaka why she stared at her teacher's desk instead of his eyes? The blonde hero looked around the room, most likely thinking of the best way to start talking. He took a deep breath. It has come to my attention that 1 or 2 of your teachers heard about what Bakugou said and did in middle school, and they were not happy about it. I would like to ask you this, did anything happen during lesson time since yesterday, concerning him? The classroom was quiet, but Kirihime slowly raised his hand. Midnight and Cementos said some pretty harsh things to him. I'm not certain, but I'm fairly sure that All Might did something today too. They also weren't really fair to Bakugou in terms of punishment or critique. President Mike nodded with a sigh, as if he'd been expecting it. Thought as such. Now, this may have been my fault for not stopping and talking to them or you all when I had the chance, or investigating further when I noticed all your strange behavior. Yet I need to make this clear. Do all of you know that bullying is not tolerated at this school? Do all of you know that bullying is never a good thing, regardless of reason, past, or intent? Many nodded their heads slowly, including Kyoaka, and President Mike hummed. Right. Knowing this, I ask you now, raise your hand if you think you did something you should not have done to Bakugou in the past 2 or more weeks. I will know if any of you lie, and I will be going over security camera footage later either way. Kyoaka swallowed thickly. She raised her hand. A few seconds later, behind her she heard people shuffle, clothes shifting against skin as others raised their hands too. She knew that if she looked behind her, almost the whole class would have their hands raised. Those in front of her had them raised too. She tried her best not to grimace and ducked her head. President Mike pursed his lips, frowning. He didn't look angry or sad, just disappointed. Right then, he said quietly, clenching his teeth. Okay. There was an awkward beat of silence, and people slowly put down their hands. Kyoaka fisted hers in her lap, skirt crinkling in her white-knuckled grip. Class, President Mike shook his head with a sigh, scrapping that train of thought. Okay. Look. I'll admit, I've heard people talking about this in hallways and in class, but I've never really thought much of it. I regret that now, but as future pro heroes, he sighed. There are so many things wrong with what you've all done. But this is also quite important, so I'll go with this. As future pro heroes, you'll need to keep things under wraps sometimes. No matter how much you don't like someone, no matter what they've done, you'll have to keep someone's secret at some point or another, whether it is to protect their hero career, someone's life, an underground mission. Whatever it is, if you are required not to mention it, you do not talk about it. Even if it is not outright said, you should know and get the gist. Which does mean that you'll need to understand that spreading this kind of information is both dangerous and illogical. Kyoaka knew this, and knew exactly what President Mike was about to say. She hadn't been the one to do it purposely, but at the same time, she hadn't hesitated to openly talk about it within her friend group in the halls. By spreading the information about Bakugou and Midoriya, President Mike continued, you were not only invalidating their privacy, but also endangering their image with the public, something that could harm both Midoriya and Bakugou when they become heroes. You all know how dangerous the media can be for you. He pursed his lips. Now, I understand that perhaps you all were just worried for Midoriya. Yet, telling Izuku about this directly, let alone the whole school, was unnecessary. You should all know that neither of these boys are toddlers, and their problems are theirs. They are capable of solving them. In fact, I'm fairly certain that they've already— Sorry, President Mike, but Midoriya frowned. What do you mean by telling Izuku? I didn't directly tell Izuku about anything. I never really wanted anyone outside of this class to know, actually, but that, apparently just happened. I never told Izuku, though. Kyoaka's stomach dropped. She knew that this would happen. When Izuku had gathered them all up after class to tell Izuku about the situation, conveniently when Bakugou and Midoriya had both left, and offered that they should go as a group to tell Izuku, she immediately knew that it wasn't a good idea. Being cruel to Midoriya's old bully was one thing, completely disregarding what Midoriya himself had to say and sharing his secret was something else entirely, especially if he didn't even know about it. Then again though, it wasn't like she'd done anything to stop it. This was partly on her, too. I'm sorry, President Mike said, frowning deeper. Hold on, you didn't? Alright. Okay. He sighed and rubbed his eyes behind his glasses. God. Let's do this again, then. Who here heard Midoriya and Bakugou's background without their consent, or their knowledge? His tone was sharper and more loud now. President Mike was rarely pissed, but if Kyoaka had to describe what it looked like, she'd say that he was really fucking pissed. A moment passed, the clock on the wall continuing to click on. Tick, tick, tick. Izuku raised his hand. I was the one with the initial idea. Kyoaka didn't dare watch Midoriya's face. She kept her eyes trained on her desk. English words and phrases scribbled on pages suddenly way more enticing than watching someone realize that they had been, well, pretty much betrayed again, right? She wondered if Bakugou had felt betrayed too, and had just hidden it behind anger and defiance. She'd never felt so ashamed. Ashamed wasn't enough. It was as if claws had taken hold of her heart, her stomach, her throat. Embarrassment and disappointment and frustration and confusion all jammed together into an ugly, messy ball in her chest, infecting her body and making her feel heavy, as if the weight of the world had come crashing down on her. Ashamed wasn't enough, but then, she knew that no emotion in any known dialect would be enough. Not now that she'd betrayed not one, but two of her classmates, friends. How— Midoriya faltered. Why? How dare you? How could you? Just— Why? Izuku looked pained, but he didn't look Midoriya in the eye either. You obviously weren't going to tell an adult, but I knew that they could have helped you. I just thought that if we told Izuku, then Bakugou would get the punishment he deserved and you would— No, Midoriya cried, standing up. He was tearing up, now. No! What, you thought that if I'm the reason that my best friend's dream is crushed, I'd be, what, overjoyed? Ecstatic? Just, living my awesome life with no regrets? I didn't tell Izuku for a reason, Midoriya. Please, sit down, Present Mike said softly. Midoriya just stared at Izuku for a moment, before dropping back into his seat. Kyoaka flinched when its legs screeched against the floor as it was pushed back from the force, but Midoriya didn't seem to care. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but we need to try and stay calm here. You may talk to your classmates about this outside of lesson time. And, Present Mike looked his way. Please, stay behind at the end of the day. Izuku gave a jerking nod. Present Mike took another deep breath. All right. I will be looking over security footage to determine whether or not you all deserve punishment, and to what extent. Do not argue with me. If I don't get back to you all during break, it shall be revealed the first week after break. I think you guys understand why what you've done was both dangerous and unheroic by now. Yes, hums and nods of quiet agreement rippled through the class. Okay then, Present Mike pushed off of the pedestal and checked the time on his watch. Now that his stare wasn't on the class, tension seemed to lift a little. We have a little under half an hour left of this lesson, so get back to work, everyone. If you'd like, Midoriya, you are allowed a little time outside to get things together. Kyoaka heard him shake his head. She glanced his way through the corner of her eyes, but he was already burrowing himself in the textbooks and notes spread on his desk. She didn't miss the way his eyes stuck in place, though, not reading, frown narrowing his usually wide eyes deeply. She turned back to her book. The wave had passed, yet in its wake, it left her feeling stripped. The lesson continued to tick by as if nothing had happened. The clock on the wall seemed to mock them, neither slowing down nor speeding up throughout the whole thing. Constant. Nagging. Normal. Kyoaka swallowed. Her eyes didn't seem to recognize the words on paper anymore. Tick, tick, plus tick. Honestly, Katsuki wanted to smash the clock with a bat. He'd burnt Ciro's stupid plane in his fist over at least 10 minutes ago. No paper should ever have that many BTWs, and like hell was he going to reply to it? You good? Ectoplasm had given him a warning look, but otherwise said nothing and continued with his lecture. A lecture Katsuki couldn't focus on. His leg bounced, fingers twitching. His eyes darted between his book, Ectoplasm, and the time. His lip was close to bleeding from being chewed at so much. And that blasted fucking clock kept fucking ticking. Now that he didn't have to worry about All Might or the assessment, which hadn't exactly gone well anyway, he was able to focus more on the things he'd been worried about before. Namely, going home for the school break. It wasn't anything big. Wasn't like it was the end of the world, right? It was just. He knew that this term, more than any of the others, had gone like shit. At least with the Sludge Villain, Sports Festival and Kamino, he'd been at home anyway. He would have met them immediately, before her anger could pile up, and he'd know what he would be going against from their behavior prior to those events. But now, he was going in blind. All he knew was that his mother was already angry and restless from him being at the dorm so long, midnight, Cementas, and, as much as it hurt to say, All Might could call her about his behavior, and see, if anyone from class somehow told her that he'd bullied Midoriya and hadn't ever apologized. He'd fucked up this time. Badly. Hey, Kaken, he heard Midoriya whisper, poking his shoulder. Katsuki scowled and hunched to evade another poke. Ectoplasm didn't seem to notice. And Midoriya only seemed to take it in stride. Are you okay? The blonde sent a glare over his shoulder. Midoriya frowned, the determined little shit. What happened in heroics? Why did you do that? Don't know what the fuck you're talking about, nerd, Katsuki muttered, rolling his eyes as he turned back to the front. He very much did, and he did not want to talk about that. End of. Yes, you do, Midoriya accused, poking him again. Why did you hesitate? And why did you have that face? Katsuki wrinkled his nose and sighed. He lied dryly, I don't remember, Deku. Kinda blurry, you know? Probably because I got hit in the fucking head. Now piss the fuck off. No, you looked, your face was like, that's my normal fucking face, Katsuki gritted, and your own face will be a burnt fucking crisp if you don't shut the hell up. Kakun, Midoriya hissed. Ectoplasm paused for a second, before continuing with his lecture once more. Katsuki rolled his eyes and Midoriya was quiet. Kakun. It looked like you had given up, the boy whispered softly. And you don't give up. You don't. Look at how disappointing you are. Katsuki bit his cheek, hard. Don't tell me what to fucking do, nerd. Midoriya shook his head. I know you probably won't tell me anyway, but at least, don't do that again. You won't do that again, right? Katsuki's eyes stayed fixed on the wall and he stiffened. Midoriya's tone became more serious and desperate. Kukin? You, answer me, Kukin. That won't happen again. You'll never come close to giving up again, yeah? Promise me. He clenched his jaw and huffed. We both know I can't do that. Kukin, Midoriya said, a little too loud and sharp for it to be a whisper anymore. Katsuki flinched his head down a little. Midoriya. Focus, please, Ectoplasm warned, pausing from where he had been explaining something. No talking. Eyes up here or in your book. But, yes, sir, Midoriya muttered quietly. Katsuki felt his eyes trained on him for the rest of the lesson. Alright everyone, pack your things away, Ectoplasm announced, closing his own textbook with a soft clack. Good work today. I expect every one of you to have completed your homework over break. It's only a few pieces and you have the whole week off. Alright, have a good break, everyone. The classroom erupted in chatter, students racing to get out of the building. Katsuki packed his things, lost in thought and hoping time would slow down, just for him. The blonde rolled his eyes and forced his hands not to shake as he swung his bag over his shoulder excessively slowly. Yeah, right. Time to slow down? God, he was hopeless. His hand clenched around its strap for a moment too long before falling away. This was fine. Everything would be fine. Why are you worried? No one else is. Why is it that you're always the pathetic one? Katsuki almost clicked his tongue out loud. He wasn't worried, and he wasn't fucking pathetic. He'd show these extras. You say that, yet it seems like you're dragging behind. Katsuki bit his tongue and looked around the classroom. Everyone had already left, except for a few students and some others who were grouped up and speaking a little quietly, Kirishima, Kaminari and Midoriya. The hushed conversation they'd just had in class was suddenly fresh in his memory. You'll never come close to giving up again, yeah? Promise me. Nope. Fuck that shit. Despite the sudden urge to open a window and leap out of it, never mind that they were on the 4th floor, Katsuki forced his feet to drag him across the classroom and out of the door quickly. Sadly, that was as far as he could go before an annoying brat interrupted his swift exit. Ah, hey, Kukin. Wait, Midoriya cried, rushing over to him. Katsuki glanced at the two others. Kaminari and Kirishima were watching Midoriya and him go, quickly plastering on grins as they waved goodbye. Katsuki wasn't fooled. Kaminari and Kirishima were usually first to leave when let out for school break. Kukin, can I walk with you? Midoriya smiled, and again, it was as if these people thought Katsuki was stupid. He could see, very clearly, the way his smile was strained and eyebrows wrinkled slightly in the middle. Then again, Midoriya was never great at hiding his true emotions. I don't have a fucking choice, but like every other fucking time you ask, I'll reply. Katsuki scowled, piss off. Fucking Deku. Midoriya shrugged, falling into step next to him. Okay, so, anyway, I wanted to ask you a question. Sadly for you, I don't fucking care, Katsuki muttered, scowling deeper as he quickened his pace. Midoriya didn't let it deter him. He matched his pace easily. Kukin, so, well, Katsuki grunted in annoyance. If it's about what happened in class, shut the fuck up right now because I'm not going to fucking answer that. But, Kukin, you can't just, Midoriya frowned and pouted, as if he was trying not to cry. Why you can't just, do that? We're childhood friends. I know you. So, please, just, tell me you won't give up ever again. It's your dream to be a hero. How are you supposed to be number one if you give up on it so easily? I regret ever trying to make amends with you in the first place. They're right. They're all right. You might as well be a villain, cause you sure as hell act like it. You're ignorant and selfish and villainous, and what the hell did I ever see in you back then? Katsuki hadn't forgotten that argument between them. Hadn't forgotten how Midoriya obviously regrets trying to make amends, and how he thinks that Katsuki is better off as a villain. And, damn it, it hurt, but it hurt even more that Midoriya was just trying to act like nothing happened and continue to pretend that someone who really knew him, at least, as much as Katsuki let slip, actually wanted to be friends. Don't tell me what to fucking do. Besides, that's just fucking stupid, Katsuki grumbled. What is this, a soap opera? Midoriya frowned in frustration. Kukin, if you would just, you know what? No. I'm not fucking doing this today, he snapped. His shoes squeaked as he stopped abruptly, jabbing a finger into Midoriya's chest. You know what your problem is? You don't fucking stop interfering with my shit. It's my fucking shit. You've already said that you hate me, why keep putting on the goddamn act? Midoriya's eyes were blown wide as he took a step back from Katsuki. He hated how for a second, they were back in middle school. Kukin, oh, no. I never apologized for that, did I? Katsuki snarled and his palms crackled slightly. You can't seriously be saying that you're the one who needs to apologize. You can't seriously be that fucking ugh. Listen to me, will you? Midoriya took a step forward again, with newfound determination, and Katsuki subconsciously took a step back. I didn't mean anything I said there. Your insecurities are super freaking deep, and I know I only ran them deeper when I said those things, but stop thinking like everything is your fault. It's not. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I said those things. But I didn't mean them. I promise you, I didn't mean them. I regretted it as soon as it left my stupid mouth. You're awesome, Kukin, and nothing will change my view of that. I'll cuss out anyone who says otherwise. I will. I'll do it. Katsuki studied his face, looking for any amusement or sarcasm. He found none. As far as he could tell, Midoriya was being genuine. He wasn't sure what to do about that. With a huff and a click of his tongue, the blonde turned and started walking again. Behind him, Midoriya made a small noise in surprise, before scrambling to catch up. He felt the other's questioning glance and ignored it. How the fuck was he supposed to reply to that? Stupid humans and their stupid inability to make talking easy. This is why he hates socializing, which went hand in hand with being near people in general, that is. Let's ignore that other, less light-heartening thought linking to that statement. PTSD had nothing on this blonde bitch. Fuck you. Okay, Midoriya said slowly after a while. It's not end of conversation yet, but you don't seem to, so, anyway? I was wondering if you'd like to train together this Sunday, or something? It's been a pretty stressful week, so I thought that maybe sparring would help. Katsuki's stomach flipped as he remembered that he'd be going home instead. He clenched his fist and powered through the icy feeling in his chest, bribing him to freeze in place. He continued to walk. Can't, nerd. Am not at the dorms this weekend. Midoriya blinked in surprise. It had become mutual knowledge at this point between them, that at any breaks or trips home, Katsuki would always stay at the dorms. Even if it was forced by the teachers, Katsuki would stay as long as possible, and Midoriya, the annoying fucker, insisted on staying with him in case he was bored or wanted to spar, which was obviously bullshit. Every time. The freckled boy then frowned. Katsuki hated that look of concern. Hey, if our classmates are really being that mean, I can talk. I mean, we can do something about that. You don't have to go home. I'll make sure they don't annoy you. You can stay, you know? It'll be super fun, too. I mean, I heard that Kaminary's staying here too, so it won't be too boring, right? I wish. No can do, nerd, Katsuki sighed. The hag wants me back by Saturday. Guess you'll just have to make do on your own for a day. You think you can manage? He tilted his head, a mocking tone filtering into the last part. Midoriya opened and closed his mouth, then looked away. He gave a half-hearted chuck, but it was obvious he hadn't really paid attention to the teasing. Yeah, he rubbed the back of his neck, frowning a little in worry. It was gone in a flash, and Katsuki almost gave in to the urge to physically brace himself for whatever idiotic thing the nerd was about to say. Hey, so, speaking of, are you getting along better with, Auntie Mitsuki? He said it so casually, like it was an innocent question with nothing behind it. No. Katsuki knew better. A few years ago, Katsuki came to school with a bruise on his cheek. That was the first time Mitsuki had hit him across the face hard enough to bruise, yet it wasn't the first hit on his body by far. Just the first that was clearly visible and out in the open on a school day. The teacher had brought him to one side, asked him what had happened, told him not to get into fights at his age. He had nodded along and thought up some shitty excuse of someone trying to mug him. In his story, he got away with his shit, and had filed it into the police station already. Why would he want everyone to know that he didn't fight back when his mother hit him? Was better to lie, even if usually, he tried his best not to. This could be an exception. He wondered if anyone else fought back against their parents, before dismissing the thought quickly. It was too complicated and required too much effort to wrap his head around. Anyway, when he'd sat back down at his desk, Midoriya had been there with his stupid, wide, worried eyes, fussing about him and pestering him with stupid questions. Where did you get that? Are you okay? When did that happen? Did Auntie Mitsuki do that? The last one had been asked with such horror, as if the very thought of Katsuki being so weak as not to fight back was atrocious. Disgusting, pathetic. It kinda hurt. So Katsuki did the thing his mother said he was best at. He spat venomous words, scowled deep and harsh, and tried his best from letting anyone see. Be cruel, and it'll keep others away. His mother did that when she wanted him to stop something, and usually it worked. Surely, Midoriya would understand that, like he had, too? He didn't. He continued to pester him with questions the following day, and the day after that, and the day after that, no matter how harshly Katsuki shoved, no matter how sharp his words were. Since then, Katsuki learned to hide those bruises with makeup or plasters, thinking of good excuses the day before or on the walk to school. He didn't want a repeat. And yet one day, there had been a presentation in school. Raising awareness for abuse, they said. Abuse. It had been kinda scary when he'd realized that many of the signs were similar to his own habits, that many of his occurrences were similar to the examples on screen. He'd had to work himself down from a panic attack in a smelly school toilet that day. Afterwards, Midoriya had looked at him with his big, stupid, pitying eyes, and asked if he'd told a teacher or an adult yet. For once, Katsuki let his words settle in his mind. Grow like a seed. He listened. For a few days, he tried to pick a teacher he trusted, someone he knew would be straight with him and not let him down. For the next few, he built up the courage. Nearly a month later he asked to talk to him. That had been an embarrassing day. He'd been wrong after all, he was just overreacting. Midoriya was wrong. The people who had led the presentation were wrong. This teacher hadn't let him down before, after all, why should he lie now? Midoriya had dropped it then, although obviously reluctantly. Katsuki always knew he always had a small seedling of doubt and suspicion in his nerdy brain, though, every time he'd casually ask if things were going alright with Auntie Mitsuki, or asking at every turn if they could hang out, but never at Katsuki's house. Katsuki had stopped trying to tell him that he was wrong, but Midoriya had also stopped insisting that he needed help, so he guessed it didn't really matter. Back to the present, Katsuki clenched his teeth. Yeah, no shit. We're fine, as fucking always. She's an annoying hag, but we manage fine. Oh, Midoriya hummed. Oh okay. Well, if you want, you're always welcome to stay over at mine, or we could hang out somewhere else. Oh, or maybe you'd like to hang out with your other friends. I don't mind. Chill, nerd. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I can handle a week at home. Can you really, though? You're practically shaking in your shoes, coward. Midoriya eyed him wearily. Sure, I know that. But, you know, it's always nice to hang out. Sometimes a house can feel a little smothering. Whatever, Katsuki huffed. He wasn't even sure if the hag would let him hang out with anyone anywhere, after the hit he'd pulled. Okay, well, Midoriya shrugged, slipping on a crooked smile. So, I was wondering, are you, what? You said you're leaving tomorrow, but do you have anything planned today? I won't ask you anything, but I was just wondering, you know? Just, curious. What a big, fat, fucking lie. Just curious, my fucking ass, Katsuki thought. What the fuck are you planning? He decided to play it safe and say nothing. Homework, then bed. Why'd you care, creep? I am not a creep, Midoriya spluttered. But, you are you doing that in your dorm, then? Sure are, Katsuki grunted, shooting him a glare. Do I need to invest in more fucking locks, then? Or maybe take the same precautions with you as I do the grape fucker? What? No, Midoriya yelped, waving his arms. I don't do that. That's so weird and creepy, Kaken. Wow, he managed to raise his voice a whole octave. Nothing new, but it always mildly surprised Katsuki all the same. He clicked his tongue, rolling his eyes. Whatever stupid shit you're doing, make sure it's not too fucking stupid. Otherwise, Izuku's going to actually fucking kill you this time. It's not too stupid, Midoriya protested, then added under his breath. Though it's not exactly the best idea, so you are planning something, Katsuki noted. Midoriya looked ready to spew excuses, before thinking for a second, sighing and wilting. Yeah, nothing gets past Kaken, huh? Are you? I honestly don't give two flying fucks, Katsuki said blankly. You could be planning a murder and I still wouldn't fucking care. Just don't get fucking caught, or I'll kill you myself. Midoriya smiled tightly and hummed. Noted. They walked in silence for a little, something quite rare, if Katsuki was being honest with himself. The dorms were approaching quickly. Oi, Deku, Katsuki said, abruptly. He trudged up the entrance's steps, towards the large door of the dorm building. Midoriya hurried to keep up, humming in question. What you said, earlier. They both knew what he was talking about. Tell me you won't give up ever again. Midoriya paused from where he was about to get the door for them both, and turned to look him in the eyes in rapt attention. Katsuki scowled and looked away, putting his hand on the doorknob. I did say I'd be number one, didn't I? Don't take me for a fucking liar. He didn't wait for Midoriya's reply, walking into the dorm building swiftly. He didn't really need to hurry, though. Midoriya was apparently frozen in the doorway. By the time he recovered, Katsuki was already trudging up the stairs. Wait, Kaken. Kakun. Plus, of course Bakugou would resort to such uncaring tactics, Kuro. But is it even something for you to forgive? Bakugou. What just happened, Kuro? Was that me? Stop trying to act all goody-goody. I know it's an act, so fucking drop it. You don't need to pity me to be a fucking hero hopeful, because those problems are just fucking weaknesses. Why should people even fucking care? They haven't up till now, so don't fucking start. Bakugou. Kuro, look out. After the things I've done, even if it hadn't been outright harassing him, I should have known. What was that saying, again? The past doesn't define you, right? That's it. It goes without saying that Bakugou needed someone, and this time more than any other. I'm disappointed that it wasn't you. Shouta paused the tape again. He clenched his teeth and sighed. Phew yuck. He'd watched the footage over 5 times now, and each time he thought he'd gotten over something to be able to watch it again, another thing would stand out to him. Then another. And another. He'd missed so many things. Something told him he was still missing something big, that something should tie into this, but nothing seemed to come to him. Why didn't Bakugou reach out for help when the harassment, which was what he was going to call it for now, as Azui had described it as, had started? Or when he suspected it got bad enough to nearly make him give up? Yeah, he recognized a look of defeat when he saw one. Was it his pride? His reputation? Still, surely no one would endure all of this just for pride? Not unless someone had convinced him of something that tied into that, right? But who? It probably wasn't a random student or a stranger on the street, but if it had been someone close, that only made it worse. What had they said, or done? And had it been repeated? Had it been someone in his class or someone Bakugou knew in his private life? So many questions, yet none of the answers. Shouta groaned. He'd managed to watch the clip of the heroics class quickly and only once before Bakugou woke up for class in the infirmary, so he wasn't sure if he had gone about it in the right way. Of course, he still wasn't sure how to go about it the right way, yet. He should have noticed something sooner. Should have acted sooner. Shouta shook his head, closing the laptop and leaning back against his office chair. He was alone in the room, yet his thoughts made it feel like he had a million people screaming at him. He still had time. Bakugou wasn't completely out of his grip just yet. He could still observe and try to figure out what the hell was happening, at least once the class came back after the break, although. Shouta shot up in his seat, reaching for his phone quickly. Class should be let out by now, and he'd almost forgotten what he'd told Hisashi to do. Today, at 3:12 p.m. Shook Hisashi, did anything happen, then? Also, for the record, I told you to change that name ages ago, Hisashi replied a minute later. Hisashi, I mean you didn't notice until now, so I don't see a problem, smiley face. There was a pause in his texting, like he was hesitating. Hisashi, anyway, yeah, some stuff happened. We should call. Shouta frowned and clicked on the call button immediately. Hisashi was using full, correct grammar, despite his part-time subject teaching English. That wasn't good. Hisashi picked up on the first ring. Sho, this is bad. Off to a great start, I see. What happened? Shouta asked, frowning slightly. His wheelchair spinned a little as he fell back into it. At first, I was just trying to see if one of the teachers had been acting off, Hisashi explained, you know. No surprise that Midnight and Cementos were involved, but that's for later. Shouta clenched his jaw. They were adults, yet he couldn't help but see the similarities they shared with a toddler. So what next, then? I was trying to see if they'd influenced the kids or something, Hisashi continued. But then, I realized that this had nothing to do with the teachers. Sho. I asked them if anyone had done something they shouldn't have in the past 3 or so weeks. Everyone, save for Midoriya and 1 or 2 others, put their hand up. Everyone, Sho. Yesterday and today couldn't have been enough time for everyone to do something. This had been going on for weeks, Sho. He didn't know what to say. Shouta frowned. Let me get this straight. My class has been, bullying Bakugou for 3 weeks? Without anyone noticing? I knew it was happening, but to this extent in time. Wait, you knew this was happening? Hisashi demanded, and Shouta immediately picked up on the slight anger there. Since about half an hour ago, yeah, Shouta muttered, rubbing his eyes. He could hear Hisashi falter. I watched the heroics training exercise, the footage, just now, and, Jesus, Zishi. There is so much we haven't noticed. Hisashi lost his anger quickly, fading into worry. Seriously? How bad is it? Shouta sighed, putting the phone on speaker before removing it from his ear. He opened his laptop again, downloading the clip onto his phone. I'll send it to you. Easier to show than tell, right now. Alright. Thanks, I'll look over it later, Hisashi muttered. That reminds me, though. I've been swamped in paperwork and tests, that I haven't gotten round to it, but I need to see the security footage for your class. I need to see how bad it was. Only Nedzo has it, so I'll have to go to him, but, wanna go together? I feel like if we watch it separately we might break something. His tone suggested it was meant to be a joke, but Shouta was fairly certain that there was some truth in those words. Sure thing, Shouta sighed, his hands hovering over his keyboard for a second. Ugh, I've got some paperwork too. I can get back to you on when I'm free, though, if you'd like. Yeah, that'd be cool, Hisashi said. Thanks, Sho. Shouta smiled. No problem. Oh, and before you go, make sure to watch that clip away from All Might or one of the students. Hisashi paused. The students, I feel like I understand, but, All Might? What does he have to do with anything? Does he get sad about it or something? Shouta grimaced. No, I just think that he should probably be scared. I'm scared, now, yo. Do I even want to ask? Why, just watch the video, Zishi, Shouta said, standing up and stretching, then come to me. Plus, I expect every one of you to have completed your homework over break. It's only a few pieces and you have the whole week off. No excuses. Alright, have a good break, everyone. The class filtered out quickly, yet with a glance exchanged with Kirishima, Denki held back. He packed extra slowly until there were only a few others around him and looked around. Kirishima was already walking towards him, Midoriya too, and there were a few other people in the class. Not enough for someone to overhear. Denki couldn't help but catch his eye on Bakugou. He was frowning, deep in thought, and his packing was excruciatingly slow. Kaminari, Kirishima said, his voice not too suspiciously quiet yet not all out shouting either. You mind if we talk with Midoriya quickly? Denki almost choked on his spit. Did Kirishima know he had lied about the whole I spilled Ashido shampoo please don't tell anyone lie? If so, he swallowed thickly and smiled. Sure, dude. What's this about? I hope you don't mind me taking away from your free time, Kaminari. Kirishima, Midoriya smiled timidly at them, but well, you were the first two people here who helped Kiken, I think, if I remember correctly. That is, you were the first two to defend Kiken against Midnight today. Oh, Kirishima sheepishly grinned. Right. I almost forgot about that. Well, it sounded like it had nothing to do with the shampoo bottle? Deki relaxed a little. Oh, same. It wasn't much, really. You still did it though, Midoriya pointed out, before clearing his throat. But anyway, I wanted to talk to you. Have you guys seen Yurika's message on the group chat? Kirishima frowned. Me, Kaminari, Mina, Siro, Oh, and Shinso, don't ask, yeah, we were discussing it at lunch. Denki hummed in agreement. Yeah, we thought that we should go, eventually, after talking it out. Although, what did you think about it? If you think it's a bad idea, it probably is one I thought that I should, Midoriya said slowly, hesitantly. Although, I was worried about it, being the wrong choice? 'Cause 1, I already know many people are wary around me when they talk badly about Kiken, and 2, he glanced at Bakugou. 2, I don't want to hurt anyone. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I've already broken his trust by telling Todoroki and Yurika, and trying to help him in a way he thought was just pitying. He frowned. But, I know I shouldn't. If Kiken ever found out about this, it wouldn't go over well. It definitely wouldn't go over well, and there's a great chance that Kiken will find out about this, because he's Kiken. I want to, though. Even though this is probably the worst idea anyone has ever had, I still want to try. Does that even make sense? Kirishima replied almost instantly, yeah, of course, man. You want what's best for Bakugou, we all do. Don't worry, we were torn about it too. Yeah, Kirishima's right, Denki smiled warmly. If you think you should, go for it. You'll never know unless you try, right? And besides, we'll be there too, if you'd like. You won't be doing it alone. Midoriya blinked, looking hopeful, and beamed. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Sure thing, Denki grinned. We just need to make sure it's not at a time Bakugou will be up and about, then. Has to be today, too, since most of our classmates are leaving tomorrow or late tonight anyway, and we need everyone there who should ask him. Kirishima wondered. It would have to be subtle, of course, there should be no way in hell he would suspect, right? Midoriya hummed. I was thinking of footsteps halted abruptly near them, catching their attention. Bakugou locked eyes with all three of them for a second, before setting his jaw, scowling, and trudging a little faster towards the door. Denki lightly kicked Midoriya in the shin. The other blinked, jolting for a second before scrambling to meet the blonde. Midoriya exclaimed, hey, Kiken. Wait, Denki saw his crimson eyes sweep over them for a second, calculating and suspicious, and he plastered on a grin and waved. Bakugou only wrinkled his nose slightly and turned away, stomping through the doors and ignoring Midoriya. When their footsteps and slightly one-sided conversation drifted away, Denki sighed, slumping in relief. Geez, I thought for a second that Bakugou had heard us. Nah, Kirishima muttered, frowning slightly in thought. Did you see his face before he saw us? I bet that even if we were yelling he wouldn't have noticed. Denki gave him a look, but the redhead was still staring at the door as if Bakugou was still standing there. Did you notice how slow he was packing, too? Yeah, now that you mention it, Kirishima said, looking at him worriedly. Normally he'd be packing, well, not fast, but at a normal pace. This time, do you think he was, trying to avoid something? Or maybe he was waiting for something? He could have just been deep in thought, I guess, though Denki frowned, remembering how Bakugou had also been tapping his foot and glancing at the clock throughout the whole lesson. Come to think of it, excuse me, Tokoyami said quietly as he paused beside them. Kirishima and Denki both tensed slightly. Tokoyami didn't seem to notice. Are you two coming? We're the last ones here, oh. Kirishima chuckled sheepishly, taking Denki's hand gently and dragging him towards the door. Denki blinked and looked around. Yep, No one else was in the classroom. How had they missed that? Right, I didn't even notice. Sorry, Tokoyami followed with an amused tilt to his beak. That's quite alright. I just didn't want anyone to get into trouble. Denki laughed. Thanks, man. I don't think I could deal with detention on the last day of school. Tokoyami nodded once, before they fell into silence. They walked together for a while, just listening to their shoes squeak against the clean floor of Yui's halls, and Denki racked his brain to try and start a conversation. Something that didn't concern Bakugou, at least. He opened his mouth to ask about the maths homework, but Tokoyami said first, I was wondering if you two were going to that class meeting Eureka was planning. It is tonight, is it not? Yeah, Kirishima answered. We are going, actually. You, Tokoyami nodded. Yes, I have some concerns for him. Me and Todoroki, actually. Really? Denki frowned. Could this help to find out what was upsetting Bakugou? It had already crossed his mind that a large part of it was probably their classmates. Did he really need to explain that? Yet something told him that there was more than just his classmates. Yes, Tokoyami said. He hesitated, glancing around them at the few Yui students who were still wandering about the school's premises. I'm not sure if I should say it so carelessly here, though. I also am not sure if I should reveal it to the whole class at the meeting, but if it could help. Denki bit his lip, and Kirishima offered, maybe if you wait until the end or something, to really get a grip on if people are gonna spread it around or not before telling them. That could work? I don't know what you're talking about, but if it could help Bakugou, I was thinking of doing that. Yes, Tokoyami admitted. I might talk to Midoriya, too. Maybe he'll know what to do. However, for now, I'll leave you two alone. Thank you, I'll see you at the meeting. You too. Kirishima grinned, waving as Tokoyami sped up his pace and left them. He was quickly out of earshot. I wonder what he was talking about. Denki winced. I just hope it's nothing too bad. Kirishima was silent for a moment, before he blurted, Denki, can I ask you something? The blonde smiled, shrugging. Sure. What's up? What actually happened in that changing room? Denki's blood ran cold, and he whipped his head around to look at Kirishima. The redhead looked back at him with determined, searching eyes. The blonde swallowed thickly. Like I told you. You spilled Ashido's shampoo, yet Kirishima nodded with a bitter smile. It's strange though, cause I was in the locker room and I happened to notice the floors were exactly the same as when we left them, and yet you can't clean for your life. Denki smiled nervously. Man, I guess my innerites had called to me and, got me to clean super well, then you took an hour to clean it up. Kirishima pointed out. Oh, and by the way, there was no shampoo in the bin, the place in which you supposedly dumped it, and for some reason, Mina had a full bottle on her shelf. Despite that bottle supposedly having been spilled and emptied, the blonde bit his lip hard. He kept his gaze on the ground. Kirishima continued after a minute. Look, I really want to believe you. Believe both you and Bakugou. And I tried to, until Mina told me herself that when she'd come back from training, not a drop off her shampoo was gone. In fact, it was a new bottle, and it wasn't even open. Just tell me what really happened? Truthfully, please. Denki grimaced. When did she do that? He asked softly instead. Kirishima stared at him for a second, before sighing. He looked away and mumbled, during lunch. You were talking to Siro. I was talking to her. I asked her if she needed a new bottle or something, and that's when she told me. Did you tell anyone? He questioned. No. Kirishima replied. Then, no, I wanted you to tell me what happened yourself before I go telling other people. Already made that mistake once, but if you won't tell me, then I can always just ask Bakugou or something. I know it won't be easy, but I'll do it. If you guys don't. If you don't like being around, ugh, never mind. Point is, I'm gonna find out anyway. Denki sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets. He kicked a rock as they walked down Yui's stairs leading outside. Kiri, he frowned. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you, but at the same time, I can't tell you. That's something for Bakugou to share. You want answers, he's gonna have to tell you himself. I will, myself, if it gets to the point where I'll have to, but that's going to be a very, very long way away, currently. At least, I hope. And, please understand, you aren't a bad friend. An awesome friend, even. You're one of my best brothers, dude, and I couldn't ask for anyone better. It's just, this isn't as simple as someone pissing their pants or something. Not something I can just share. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. He glanced at Kirishima, hoping the other would understand that he wasn't trying to hurt, only protect. He didn't want Kirishima to feel like a bad friend, but he didn't want to share Bakugou's secret, either. And under these circumstances, there was one right now that balanced more than the other, even if both of them were still important. Kirishima just smiled, chuckled slightly, and said, oh, I get it. Sorry, dude, I kinda thought it was something about me. Sorry. I totally understand that, though. That's super manly of you to help Bakugou like that. I won't pry, brother. And don't worry, I got your back, my lips are sealed tightly. And besides, Denki couldn't ask for a better friend anyway. Private message, Midoriya-Uruka today, at 3:20 p.m. Midoriya-Uruka, just to be clear, I am still kinda mad at you, but I will be coming to the meeting. Kukin will be in his dorm the whole night, so we have plenty of time until tomorrow morning. Uruka, how did you find that out? Midoriya, I asked him, kinda. I just pretended that I was just being nosy, though. He still doesn't know about it. Uruka, okay thanks, by the way, smiley face. Read, 3:28 p.m. Okako sighed and stared at her phone for a minute, before lowering it when it became clear that Midoriya wouldn't answer. The common room around her was mildly busy, now. Clinking of kitchen tools sounded from the kitchen, and the quiet chatter of people sitting on the sofas wafted around. The table she was sitting at, empty. She grimaced. Aitsa was off studying, as always, it seemed, and Todoroki was reading in his room. Azui. She hadn't spoken to her since the heroics class, but she doubted the other felt like hanging out. The rest of the class, she couldn't bring herself to ask to hang out with in the first place. It was just Okako today, it seemed. Alone, at an empty table, with her phone clenched in her two hands like a hand grip they used in training. She sighed again, gently placing her head on the table, between her outstretched arms, and lay there for a while. Honestly, she wasn't sure what she was doing at this point. She'd thought she was doing the right thing. For 4 weeks, she'd been doing the right thing, protecting Midoriya, helping him. Yet in a day, that idea had been toppled like a stack of building blocks. Actually, no, more like a game of Jenga. Stick after stick, a sliver of confidence after a sliver, until it finally toppled. First, it had been Midnight and Cementos, the way they had been so blatantly unfair. And yet, they hadn't found any fault in it when they'd done these things themselves, Okako had subconsciously noted. That was when Okako's small doubt on whether or not what she was doing was right grew a little. Then, it had been what Ashido had said during the heroics assessment. That maybe it wasn't her problem to fix, her actions to forgive. How, in the heart-stopping moment that forced her to nearly lose a friend, not an enemy, never had been an enemy all along, she had finally realized that she was very likely wrong. In the moments after, with Recovery Girl, with All Might, Okako didn't. She didn't know what to think, right then. Her phone buzzed in her hands. She jolted with a yelp, hitting her elbows against the table and shooting her head up, startled. Okako hissed, rubbing her elbows as they stung, and peered at notification on her glowing lock screen with a frown. 3:32 Friday, 8th class 1 at GC0, hey, Uruka? When exactly's the meeting then? She winced, unlocking her phone quickly and shooting off a message explaining how she'd hold it at around 7:30. That way, Bakugou would be getting ready for bed before they start. She wasn't willing to take chances any more than she was already gambling, especially if Bakugou decides to grab a glass of water from the kitchen before bed or something. At the same time, though, she knew that many of her classmates were going home the next day to see their family, she was too, and most of them needed to be up early to pack and get ready. Hopefully the meeting would end early enough that it wouldn't disrupt their sleep too much. She would hate it if she was the reason anyone was late to visit family or meet outside friends. She wondered for a second, a quick, traitorous, infiltrating thought, what her parents might think about her actions? They'd be disappointed, no doubt. But they'd probably have hope that she'd make things better again. Okako. Her bubbly personality hadn't always been enough for people. Sure, at first, she might get off to a good start with someone. Lend them pens, sit with them at lunch, pair up with them for class projects and assignments. But then, as what would always come, they'd ask if she wanted to hang outside of school. If she wanted to go to the mall, buy pretty dresses and expensive makeup, or if she wanted to go to a cafe and chill, buy delicious biscuits and overpriced drinks. But Okako couldn't do that. She couldn't go out, she usually had no spare money on her. And, she helped her parents with their work, too. She couldn't just ditch them, her quirk made things so much easier for them. Of course, her parents had assured her time and time again that she should live her own, young life, not worry about them so much. That they would be able to do fine without her help, that she should really go and hang out with those friends, and of course she could take £5 with her, just make sure that she told them where she was going and who she was with. Yeah, Okako loved her parents. She couldn't help but feel that she should help anyway. And so, her friends began to tease her, after more and more hangouts being cancelled, or refused. It never developed into anything major. Just a little teasing here and there, no real insults or pushing arounds, but it still always made her cheeks blush fiercely in embarrassment and something ugly wrap around her heart. Maybe that was why, when she'd heard what Bakugou did, she got angry. She didn't know as much, but she did know a little to understand, at least to some small extent, how Midoriya must have felt all those years. And yet she could still hear her parents telling her at the dinner table that even if she got angry, even if she got frustrated, she should never seek brutal revenge on her friends. Of course, by all means, she could report them, complain to someone, or find help. Tell them, the adults, and someone would help her properly. but never should she ever try to hurt them. Not physically, not socially, not emotionally, not economically. She'd done all three to Bakugou, because those things have lasting effects on someone's life. You never knew what they were going through, and although that gives no excuse to whatever they'd done, choose how many chances you will give, her mother had said, and stick by it. Tell them what they have done wrong, what hurt you and what they can do to be better, then decide whether or not they deserve your chances. If not, leave them be. They are not worth your time, nor effort. But if so, choose your chances, and stick by them. The rest is up to you and your future to decide. Okuko bit her lip and picked up her phone again. She stared at the glowing lock screen for a minute, before gently entering the code and hitting the phone button. Oka, her father's voice filtered through the phone speaker. The brunette smiled. How are you, Bubbles? Okuko giggled. I'm alright, thanks, Dad. How are you and Mom? That's good. We're alright, yeah, he said. His voice faded for a second as he called away from the phone. Honey, Okuko's on the phone, come. She blushed. Wah, if you're busy, that's fine. I can always call later, Dad. Don't nonsense, her mother's voice filtered in, joyful yet slightly tired. We aren't busy when it comes to you, Chico. You should know that by now. Okuko chuckled. So, what, you're off work right now? Yep, her father replied. Relaxing at home. Now, what did you call us for, sweets? As much as I should hope, I don't think this was just to call your old folk, Ed. Okuko chuckled nervously. Now that she was actually speaking to them, she felt a whole lot less confident. Well, I needed some advice. Her mother prompted, voice suddenly more serious and soft. Talk to us, Bubbles. I made a mistake, Mom, Okuko said slowly, at least, I think so? And, I don't know what Toto. I upset two of my friends. I was trying to help one of them. In doing so, I hurt the other, which in turn, hurt them both. But I don't know. I thought I was doing the right thing. But now I'm not so sure, and I don't know how to fix things. Her mother hummed. Her father sighed. I don't know what's going on with you teenagers, and I won't ask. For both my sanity, and your privacy, but I think, I said privacy too. Okuko's mother sighed in amusement, probably after playfully hitting her father. Don't listen to him. I don't know what's going on specifically, but you know what, Chuko? Admitting that you might be wrong is a good step in the right direction. But what if I don't know the right direction to go in? Okuko asked. I want to help one of them, but he's also my friend, even if I've messed that up. How do I know how to help them both without hurting one or both? Her mother thought for a second. Well, have you asked them if they wanted the help in the first place? Did they ask you for help? I know you're trying to do the right thing, Okuko, but sometimes, the best thing to do for your friends is to let them pick their battles. And if they need help fighting them, then let them call you for it. It's no use trying to help someone who doesn't want or need to be helped. I could be wrong, I don't know your situation well, like you or they do, of course, but Okuko bit her lip. No, I think you're right. But, what, so I just stand back from now on? I stop trying to help unless he asks me to. It sounds like you're close with this heat, her father mused, but the teasing tone to it was barely there. Okuko still blushed slightly. Stepping back might be a good step forward for now. Otherwise, though, understand what you did wrong first. Fix it. Prove that you deserve a second chance, and from there, you've done what you can, you know? Just don't be lazy with it, okay? Okuko smiled. Never. Good, her father said. She could practically hear his grin. Now go get Bubbles. Okuko blushed and rolled her eyes. Dad, that's so old of you to say, he spluttered. It's what? I'll have you know, young lady, that, her mother laughed. Alright, I'll tell him to lay off the embarrassing old dad stuff, Okuko. But seriously, sweets, you can do this. I believe that you can be a better person, okay? Now you just gotta do that too. Okay, Okuko smiled softly. Okay. Thanks, Mom, thanks, Dad. You helped a lot. No problem, sweetie, her father said, before making loud, sloppy, kissing noises into the mic. Mwah, 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 love you. Okuko snorted as her mother joined in. Love you too. Bye. We're rooting for you. And try your best in your studies, okay? We're rooting for you. Bye, love. The line went dead, and Okuko sunk into her seat with a small smile. She clenched her phone to her chest and huffed, jumping to her feet in determination. She had one hell of a night in front of her. Who knew how this hastily put-together meeting would go? Sigh. She could do this. After taking a nap, that is. Plus 7:20. It was 7:20. 10 minutes early, yet everyone was there. Denki counted again, and yep, there were exactly 19 students gathered around the common room. To be honest, if he, one of the worst timekeepers in the class, managed to get there early, it would make sense that everyone else would too. His foot tapped and his fingers bounced on the rough material of the sofa he was sitting on. Beside him, Siro, Ashido, Kirishima and Midoriya sat with him. Others sat on the other sofas, on the floor, or just stood around as they waited. Everyone's focus was on Eureka though, as she stood in front of everyone, in front of the TV. She took a deep breath, and Denki swallowed thickly. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. I hope this isn't too late, and that your sleep won't be compromised, but, yeah. Is everyone here? Denki raised his hand. All 19 of us, yeah. She nodded with a smile. Thanks. Okay, so, well, we're here to discuss Bakugou. She said it slowly, with hesitance, as if it was a touchy subject, which he guessed it practically was, seeing as Midoriya's hard stare could make all for one weep right then. Would anyone like to start? Silence. Denki cleared his throat and raised his hand again. It would be cruel to leave her hanging like that. He could practically see the beads of sweat on her forehead. She smiled in relief and said, Kaminari? You don't have to raise your hand. By the way, Denki grinned and lowered his hand. Oh, my bad. I'd, personally, like to start by saying that what everyone did was, well, just, fucked up. We shouldn't have done what we did. Okay, not how he'd thought it out in his head. But he'd go with it. Oh well, right? You say that like you didn't join in two Hagakure accused. I get that you and Bakugou are suddenly buddy-buddy for some reason. But that doesn't mean you can just pretend like you're better than us. We're all learning here. I never said that. Denki said. I said we, by the way. Not you, so yeah, I do know that what I did was shit too. I'm just simply observing the fact that we all fucked up. Right, sorry, Hagakure huffed. Well, instead of talking about stuff everyone probably feels conflicted on, I want to talk about what happened in the heroics lesson. What Ashido said, I think we should talk about the ceiling caving in, though, Jiro said, gesturing with her hands as she leaned forward in her seat on the sofa. Are we just gonna forget how dangerous that was? How Bakugou looked, there. What? No. We can't just ignore what Midnight and Cementos did before all of that. They're teachers, that was way out of line. Sato argued. So were we, though, Kirishima pointed out sharply. We should talk about what we've done, first. What damage we've done to Bakugou. That shit doesn't just extend to his future career, you know. Quickly, the room was engulfed in arguing. People speaking over one another, people cutting others off, until it just became a loud mess. Denki groaned. This is so loud, I could probably hear it from the roof. His gut dropped. Shit, he hissed quietly, SHH. Everyone shut up. Bakugou's just upstairs. Guys, no one paid attention to him. Everyone was so absorbed with trying to get their ideas across to people who wouldn't listen that they didn't notice as he tried to calm them all down. He sighed. Oh, well. He tried. Time to bring out the big guns. The room snapped into silence as static filled the room and everyone's hair stuck up, prickly feeling rising. Midoriya and Kirishima, who were sitting beside him, rubbed their arms where they had gotten a mild shock. Literally, shut the hell up, Denki said quietly, deactivating his quirk. Bakugou's just upstairs, people. You really want to bring him down here, less than 5 minutes into this thing. Kaminari's right, Midoriya muttered. If Kukin suspects anything, I don't doubt that he'll come down to see what's happening. We need to be quieter than this. I have an idea, Eureka offered. Everyone wants to talk about something, but we can't all do that all at once. So, how about we go through today and talk about things in the order that they've happened? Low murmurs spread around the room as they considered it. Kirishima nodded. That's actually a good idea. I'll go with it. Okay, Eureka said slowly. So today, who saw him first? Me, Denki said. I think, anyway. I saw him at around 6:45 this morning. Anyone else? No, Tokoyami admitted, receiving murmurs of agreement, before asking, why were you up so early, though? Denki faltered for a second. I was gonna try and talk to him. I hadn't made amends yet, so I wanted to do that then. He disappeared before I could really say anything, though. Yet. Yaoyorozu thought aloud. Say, when did you actually make amends, Kaminari? I didn't see anything today, Denki stiffened. Hey, what's with interrogating me? That has nothing to do with anything. I guess not, Yaoyorozu said sheepishly. I apologize, Kaminari. I did not mean to upset you. Denki huffed, but his cheeks betrayed him as he blushed at the genuine apology. He sank lower in his seat and crossed his arms. I guess that's fine. Whatever. I saw him next, I believe. Aitsa said, though, I don't think he saw me. At around 7, I left to go on an early morning run. I saw him as he came back from a run, I think. He didn't seem very focused, though. Okay, Eureka said slowly. Wait, but why was Bakugou up so early, then? Just 'cause he was. Denki said hesitantly, when he saw me, he tried to leave quickly. I think he was trying to avoid us. I mean, when was the last time you've seen him have breakfast with us? The mood dropped a little, but if the conversation was to go on efficiently, it had to be said, right? Right, Ashido said eventually. Well, we all saw him during class, right? With Midnight and Cementos. Yeah, and that was wrong, Sato muttered. I didn't even realize at the time, it felt more like she was just proving that what we were doing was right, but now, it's so obvious how wrong it was. Yeah, well, Ciro murmured, we should have realized that sooner. Yurarika cleared her throat nervously. Well, I think it was actually really brave that you guys stood up for him, you know? We all should have, but standing up to a teacher and pro-hero isn't easy, so, it's respectable, you know. They didn't say anything, but Denki started to get uncomfortable as everyone turned their stares to them. Right, well, should we move on? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Denki frowned, and for a reason he couldn't explain, other than the feeling of being watched, he glanced at the stairwell's doorway. Shadows swamped it in darkness, yet Denki could swear that he could see something move. Kaminari, Midoriya called. He jolted, whipping back around. Why yeah, you and Bakugou were in the changing rooms before his test, Midoriya stated, probably repeated, and his tone was almost uncertain. Did anything happen? In a second, the feeling of being watched vanished. It was replaced by a crushing, split-second panic. Denki's eyes flicked towards Kirishima, who gave him a small, comforting grin. He swallowed, and smiled. Well, aren't we doing this in order of events? And, before that, weren't you talking to All Might? What happened there? Plus Fumikage sighed as he watched his classmates bicker and talk in front of him. They'd been going at that for a while now. Everyone trying to get their point across at the same time, without actually getting their point across. So far, Fumikage still wasn't sure if he should tell them about what he and Todoroki had overheard. He might eventually, but right then, the only thing they were showing him was that they wouldn't be mature about it. Which, yes, he couldn't expect everyone to act like fully grown adults when they were only 16, but he wasn't talking about handling it well. He was talking about whether or not they'd hurt Bakugou with the knowledge or not. They'd already proven that they could spread a secret like wildfire in just a few days. That wasn't exactly Fumicage's goal. Xiaoji nudged him from beside him. Hey, you look, conflicted. What are you thinking? Out of all Fumicage's classmates, he had to say that Xiaoji was by far one of his favorites. If Fumikage trusted anyone in this class, it would be him. He sighed and said quietly, I know something at least, I suspect something about Bakugou. I fear that he might be in danger, Xiaoji. Xiaoji gave a small surprised grunt. Really? How so? Todoroki and I overheard a conversation between him and his mother, Fumikage murmured, and it was worrying. I don't know for certain, but we think that perhaps something is happening in Bakugou's home life. The other frowned and looked at the class. Why don't you tell them, then? Perhaps they could help. Because, Fumikage faltered for a second. I do not trust them enough, I'm afraid. I don't want to hurt Bakugou somehow, and there is no telling what they might do with this. Besides, I doubt Bakugou would like everyone to know just yet. Xiaoji nodded. That is true. Have you told anyone in private, then? Who else knows? Me, Todoroki, Midoriya, and now, you've Fumikage listed. Midoriya, Xiaoji questioned curiously. Yeah, he affirmed, I spoke to him before this. I thought that if anyone knew what to do, it would be Bakugou's childhood friend. Xiaoji nodded, I sliding back to him over his mask. And how did Midoriya take it? Fumikage looked away with a frown. He didn't seem surprised. Just worried and understanding. Todoroki and I wondered if maybe Bakugou and him had tried to reach out about this, only to be turned down, and from Midoriya's reaction, I feel maybe he already knew. But he couldn't do anything about it, Xiaoji added softly. That's just cruel. What are you going to do? Fumikage's mouth set in a line. I'm not sure, currently. I thought about telling Aizawa, though. I'm not sure if he can help or not either way. Furthermore, getting Bakugou to STA somewhere else during break while we figure something out would be suspicious, and I doubt he'd let us do that. Well, Xiaoji paused for a second and thought. The bickering and talking over their classmates seemed to blend together as background noise as Fumikage waited patiently. Kaminari and Kirishima have been getting close to Bakugou, right? Maybe if you tell them, they can get him to hang out with them every day during break. Or, at least, for long periods. That would get him out of his house and, hopefully, he wouldn't suspect. It would just be two friends wanting to hang out. Fumikage considered it. That's a good idea. He glanced up at Kaminari and Kirishima. I nearly told them earlier, too. I didn't, but I think it would be the right decision to tell them. Thank you, Xiaoji. Xiaoji's appendage smiled and said, no problem, Tokoyami. I'll talk to them, Fumikage decided, but maybe after this. He observed Kirishima's eyes narrowing as he argued with Aiza on something. They seem quite busy. Xiaoji chuckled quietly. Oh my god. Yurarika cried, exasperated. Even I understand that it wasn't the right thing to do, now. Mineta curled his lip. Well then you're obviously not understanding properly. Have we all just suddenly forgotten that Bakugou is a bully? Seriously, what is wrong with you people? Midoriya folded his hands in front of his face as if he was praying and muttered, I am so close to using my quirk right now. Well that wouldn't be very good, now would it? It was already 9, nearing 9:30, and the class was still bickering. By now, most of them had understood that what they had done was wrong and that Bakugou hadn't deserved the things they'd done for the past 4 weeks. Still, 1 or 2 stubborn students decided to cling to the idea that bullying someone because they had bullied someone was okay. Obviously not, but they'd rather keep whatever cheap pride they had left rather than admit that they were wrong, apparently. The figure leaned on the wall behind the doorway and continued to watch, hidden in the shadows. Kaminari sighed. Can you just not, man? This is getting too far, it did 4 weeks ago, and you're only making it worse. Kaminari. Mineta scowled, as if he was appalled at the idea of Kaminari being in on it too. I can't believe you. I thought you were one of the good ones. I guess you're just as, hey, Kirishima snapped, putting a hand on Kaminari's shoulder. Shut it. The only bad one here is you and whoever else thinks that bullying Bakugou for what he did over a year ago is okay. You have no right to talk to Kaminari that way. Mineta huffed. Well, wasn't it you who said that you were only friends with him cause he was friends with Kirishima, Kaminari? And Kirishima, you said it yourself that you regretted trying to be friends with him. You're both just being hypocritical. Dude, not cool. Siro frowned. Kami and Kiri didn't mean that, so stop being such a shit friend. You just don't want to see how much of a shit friend Bakugou is. Mineta argued. What, he's grown? Oh, please. Save me the naivete, people. Sato shook his head. No, Mineta, now you're the naive one here. I was just thinking, and, just, everyone think about it. Ever since the start of the year, Bakugou has been changing for the better. He's done so much for us, and it disgusts me that I'm only just realizing it now, but just think of everything he's done for everyone. Before all of this, the room was quiet. After a minute, Kirishima chuckled. He helped me with my homework and let us study with him all the time. If we got something wrong, he'd make sure we'd understand it. He never half-assed it, and cause of him, I think I passed way more tests than I would have without him. Kaminari snorted. Agreed. He just made things make sense. Somehow, he always looked me in the eye when he addressed me, and he'd never leave me out of something, Hagakure murmured. It always made me feel more seen. It was quiet again for a beat, before, Kauta said quietly, he helped my confidence grow. All the time, when I was around him. Todoroki's mouth twitched up, as if satisfied by this new information, and he looked away from Kauta. Bakugou cooked and bought me sweet or typically unhealthy foods my father never allowed me to have a few times, when he found out. They were nice. Uraraka giggled. Oh my god, that's so sweet. For me. He never half-assed anything he did with me because I'm a girl. Especially fighting, he took me on like any other person and somehow always managed to motivate me into punching harder. He never treated me like glass. I guess it just made me feel more equal. He's helped me with lyrics for songs loads of times too, Jiro added, and we share the same music, so sometimes we exchange songs. Bakugou almost always cooked for us if we were sad or tired. Ashido piped. If one of us were down about something, he'd leave the coddling to us and then cook good food. Ha ha. It was always so tasty, she sighed dreamily, placing her chin in the palm of her hand. He'd always share his eyeliner with me. And make French food if I asked, Aoyama said, staring off somewhere unknown yet specific as if looking at an audience. C'était trop bien. From there, the class started to overlap as they talked, every kind interaction they could remember suddenly blurting out of their mouths. Good things no one knew he did or said suddenly shared and uncovered between themselves. They ranged from simple things like holding the door open to he complimented my makeup or he helped me perfect a hero move. He never realized until then, as he observed them from the shadow of the stairwell, just how important Bakugou was to the class. They were all important to each other, really bonded through traumatic experiences, the dorms and school, and yet, many of them seemed to have forgotten. He realized, in the shadow of that stairwell, just how wrong Bakugou had been. Or, at least, the tip of that whole iceberg. Okay, everyone quiet down, Kirishima called. This time, by some miracle, everyone did. Right, well, we've spoken about everything there is to say, right? Yeah, Uraraka hummed. I think so. And, I also think that we should all apologize to him. But, properly, you know? In person. Not just, words, too. And everyone should do it. When, though? Shaoji asked. Most of us are leaving early tomorrow. We could do it over the break? Like, hang out for a few hours or something and do it then, Jiro shrugged. Azui croaked. Kuro, many of us might be too busy for that, though. Of course, I can try to plan something or make a day free for it, but, no, that's alright, Uraraka smiled kindly. You are right, we can't just take family time or activities from people. It would become too complicated and rushed. How about after the break? On Monday, we can, treat him real nice the whole day, and after school, we can do something for him. Midoriya said, no offense, but if you suddenly treat him all nice, I feel like he'd be more suspicious than anything. It won't really fix anything immediately. I think it's really good that you're trying, but, yeah, Uraraka sighed. Jesus, we fucked up real bad. I think we should, she paused, and looked at Midoriya. Say, what do you think we should do, then? We're the ones who caused this whole mess, but you were always the one trying to talk some sense into us, and you were impacted quite hard too. What do you think? Midoriya blinked, before a smile slowly grew on his face. Well, first off, if everyone just acts normal around him, that would be good. Just like things were before everything, you know? But don't make it too obvious. And, Kukin doesn't really like surprises, especially by someone he may not trust just yet, but I think that if it's not that large scale it could work. Before school, everyone could do something in secret. Like, we can cook something, or buy him a few things. After school, everyone can gather up, give them to him, and apologize one by one. Carries him a ode. That sounds like such a manly idea. We should do it. Mineta scoffed. Yeah, no. I'm not doing this. That's unfortunate, Kaminari said dryly. Well, I guess we should take a vote, huh? Everyone, raise your hand if you want to do this. Everyone raised their hand without missing a beat, like a sea of arms, and Mineta scowled. Kaminari stared at him. Okay. Ashido clapped her hands, then checked her watch. Anyone who isn't coming, or is planning to ruin it, don't bother. Her pointed look towards Netta didn't go unnoticed. Okay. We're doing this. We'll include any details in the group chat, right? Uraraka nodded. Yep. We should head up now, I think. It's getting quite late. Good night everyone. As the class began to disperse, a few continuing to talk as they hung behind, the figure stepped away, back into the shadows. He walked towards the doors exiting the dorms. The man had come because of curfews. He did this every night, at around 8. But, when he'd walked past to see them all gathered around, he couldn't help but catch a snippet and found himself staying to watch. Well, we all saw him during class, right? With Midnight and Cementos. Sue him, he wanted to know something for once. He buried his chin into his capture weapon and shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, walking down the path to the teacher's quarters. He had a lot to think about, but there was a limit to the events his head could deal with per day. Shouta huffed. I need sleep. And coffee. Coffee and sleep, it is. Plus the music was blasting through his headphones as Katsuki sat, hunched over his desk as he filled out the homework sheet. There were few teachers that Katsuki still respected, now ectoplasm was one of them. Thank fuck the homework was one going over the shit they'd done a while back. Somehow, he'd only just realized that he hadn't been paying attention at all during class. And somehow he couldn't keep focus now either. Lazy piece of shit. Katsuki rubbed his face and glanced at the clock on his wall. 8:29 p.m., fuck. He'd been at this way longer than he'd thought. This should have only taken a few minutes, not a whole fucking hour. His eyes returned to the paper. He reread the same question he'd been rereading for the past who knows how long, in a last attempt to process it through the cotton that seemed to replace his brain. The angles inside this shape are. Suggest one way to work out what the angle. One way. Work out. Angle A5 is. The lead in his pencil broke. He cursed and dusted away the mess of graphite with his hand. It only smudged more, smearing dark powder across the page, and he groaned. Good for nothing idiot. He should probably go to bed now. As Katsuki switched off the music blasting through his headphones and stood up, it was as if a curtain had been pulled to reveal how dim the world had become around him. When he'd started his work, the natural warm light from a sunset had beamed through his windows, lighting up small dust particles floating in the air like stars. Now, the only light came from the artificially hot streetlights outside, as if night had tried to copy day and failed. Miserably. And of course the moon wouldn't shine the night before he's supposed to go back to the house. Maybe he was just being pessimistic, but he was pretty sure that now even the universe could tell he'd fucked up this time. Speaking of, however, he still needed to ask Aizawa about leaving on Saturday instead. That, along with packing his shit, and planning a train, and maybe even coming up with some excuse for his actions. Whatever, it was fine. He'd deal with that all the next day. There wasn't anything he could do just yet, except get ready for bed and sleep. Plus it was currently 9:56 at night, and Katsuki was trying to shove every hoodie he had into his suitcase, along with 4 shirts, 3 pants, and a few other necessities. The suitcase was small as shit, so you can guess how that was going. I fucking hate you so much, Katsuki hissed, almost silently as he tried to use his weight to close it. Thankfully, after a few minutes of wrestling, the zip closed. Fucking hell. The suitcase couldn't have been this small when he'd arrived at the dorms for the first time. No, he just didn't have as many clothes. It was almost awe-inspiring how much the idiots bought when they found out how little clothes he'd brought with him. Before all this, in his defense, he could have managed fine and it wasn't even that small of an assortment, but he guessed the idiots thought he needed one more tank top so they bought 5 more shirts and somewhere around 15 jeans. Logic, right? The thought of them made his heart flip and stomach churn simultaneously. He decided to stop thinking about it. Katsuki sighed and sat on the blasted suitcase. Don't get him wrong, he tried to go to sleep over an hour ago. He managed to get all the way to slipping into bed and switching off the light, too, before the urge to get off his ass and do the things he had been procrastinating to do fucking one and dragged him towards his clothes and the old suitcase tucked away under his bed. The urge sounded suspiciously similar to his mother. He was fairly certain that everyone was sleeping and in bed by this point. He'd heard people walking in the hallways and muttering goodnights around half an hour ago, but he had yet to hear Kirishima's light switch click off or the creak of his bed as he prepared for sleep. Next door, Katsuki huffed and stood up slowly, suddenly hyper-aware of any creaks or sounds he made. Whatever. He did still have to plan a train, though, and make sure he has a fixed time and plan to leave by. The hag wanted him by Saturday, tomorrow, but she never specified what time. She probably wanted him in the morning, or at midday. Afternoon was slightly pushing it, but night was completely out of the question. There's a train going right at midday, his mind supplied. If I leave in the morning, I'll have some time to myself before I need to leave, and the rest of the day I'll be at the house, so she might calm down by dinner. If I even get that this time. A foolproof plan, of course. If you forget the long list of ways in which the day could go terribly, that is. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. God fucking damn it. There was a knock on the other side of his wall. For short ones, actually. Katsuki, from where he had been standing quite still in the middle of his room, did not startle. He did not. He did, however, stare at the wall for a good few minutes as if that Mirio guy might pop up at any second, before there was yet another knock. Only this time, he realized that there was a pattern. This time it was one, lonely, sharp knock. He scowled when the next came, a short knock, one that dragged across the wall for a little longer, followed by 2 more short ones. Katsuki walked over to the wall, climbing onto his bed just as 3 long knocks that dragged across the wall came. He picked up his phone, knocked rather aggressively back, and swiped to Kirishima's contact. Private message, Bakugou. Shark face today, at 10:12 p.m. Bakugou. What the fuck do you want, shark face? Did you get my message? Smiley face, Bakugou. Why TF would you use Morse code over a fucking wall? We have fucking phones and how TF did you misspell hello? Shark face, wait I did dash? Bakugou, some fucking how since when does hello have one fucking L idiot? Shark face, OLMAO my bad Kirishima typed more, before stopping, then typing again. Somehow, he managed to convey his hesitance through fucking texting. Somehow. Shark face, also though we're still up? I thought you go to bed by 8:30 Bakugou. No shit I had some stuff to do shark face, can I ask what that might be? Bakugou, no shark face, okay that's fair well are you going to bed soon? Bakugou, yeah night shark face, oh okay. Night dude, laughing face. Read 10:16 p.m. He knew that it was a little harsh, and usually he would carry the conversation a little more. But he was too fucking tired for the path that conversation was about to go on. Katsuki placed his phone on his nightstand after switching off the lights, and slipped into bed. He had around 9 hours of possible sleep ahead of him, now, that is, if nightmares don't invite themselves to this oh-so-wonderful night. Which they most likely will. Katsuki sighed in the dark of his room, and pulled the covers higher over him. He could hear the click of Kirishima's light and the creak and shuffle of his bed in the room over. He closed his eyes, and hoped for the best. It was 7-something, and Katsuki was walking back from the teacher's quarters. He'd been cautious at first, he could remember quite clearly what happened with Midnight and Cementos. Not to mention, he didn't want to wake up Izuku if he was napping and accidentally upset him further. Luckily, though, Izuku had been there, and awake, when he'd knocked on his office door. Other than a weird, calculating look he'd gotten along with the strange, make sure to come to school on Monday early, and try to stick around at the dorms after. Stay safe, too, kid. Everything had gone smoothly and he had been granted permission to leave. He'd fully planned out his day, now. It was 7-something, so from then until 9, he'd stay in the dorms and chill as much as possible amongst his bloodthirsty classmates. After, he'd leave the dorms and either go to a cafe, or maybe a park, relax there, mentally prepare himself, and by the time the clock hit 10:45, he'd leave to catch a train to the house. He'd arrive at 11, a time which should be safe, giving him around 3 hours of free time overall before he was due home. Perfect. Apparently all was not perfect, however, when he opened the dorm building's door to see 2 of the loudest people in his class. It's too fucking early for this. Morning, Bakugou. Back from a run or something? Come join us after getting your breakfast. Yeah, Kirishima grinned, waving energetically from the breakfast table. He was sitting with Kaminari, both of them with large suitcases leaning against their chairs. Katsuki debated turning and walking right back out. It's way too fucking early for this. Then again, he doubted he'd be able to muster up the courage to step out of those doors if he didn't eat something, or at least try to eat something. Considering the way his stomach was churning though. Did you sleep well? Kaminari grinned, thumb hovering over his phone as he looked up. Katsuki gave a grunt and turned, walking into the kitchen after slamming the dorm building's entrance door behind him. Kaminari called, "I'll take that as a yes, then. Whatever." Katsuki didn't even care at this point, he'd let the blonde keep believing for now. The blonde snatched an apple from the fruit basket and a breakfast bar from the cupboard, before re-entering the common room. "And as soon as I get home, I'm gonna crash on the sofa," Kaminari was telling Kirishima. "The sofas here are all fine and dandy, but my old one at home is way more comfortable. Plus, I've cried on it over sad movie scenes way more than the one here. We've had memories together, dude. I feel sorry for your fucking sofa," Katsuki muttered as he plopped down at the table. Kaminari gasped in mock offense. "How very dare you? Hey dude," Kirishima grinned. "When are you leaving for home, then?" "Today," Katsuki shrugged, checking the time before putting his phone down. "At 9. You excited, then?" Kaminari asked, letting his phone lower slightly in his hand. Katsuki shrugged. "It's whatever. Fuck to the no, I'm not." He eyed their suitcases. "You leaving soon too?" "Yup," Kirishima grinned. He held his suitcase up with one hand, as if it weighed nothing. It probably felt like it, to him, even though it looked ready to burst. "In, like, 15 minutes. We're catching the same train. My mom said that they'd cook lunch for me later, too. And apparently Mum's gonna bake a cake, so let's just hope the kitchen doesn't catch fire." Kaminari snorted. "Is she really that bad of a baker?" Kirishima gave a pitiful smile. "Yeah, it's kinda sad, sometimes. Usually Ma cooks. If they cook together though, those are the good times. They always make it funny, and once there was a food fight. I regret not taking a video." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "How the fuck is that efficient in making food? It just ends up all over the fucking place." The redhead tilted his head in amusement. "True, but it is fun." Before Katsuki could question that, who cares about fun if after there's just going to be yelling in frustration at the mess, Kaminari snickered. "Dude, that sounds so fun. My parents are chill most of the time, but then, well, there's my siblings. They can't be that bad, right?" Kirishima asked with a smile. Katsuki bit into his apple, content, at least, not painstakingly bored, that is, to watch. The blonde gave him a look. "My older sister might be out of the house already, but my younger sister still steals my fucking chargers. Do you know how many times I haven't been able to charge my goddamn phone, despite having an electricity quirk, because she fucking stole it? And I can't even get mad at her cause she's only 7, Denki. She didn't know, Denki. She has 3 of my damn chargers at this point." Kirishima was obviously trying to keep a snicker down at Kaminari's frustration. He asked instead, "And your parents?" Kaminari gave him a disappointed, slow shake of his head. "Nah, brother. They still think that she's a polite little angel, when she's really a devil sent from the depths of hell." "Okay," Kirishima said, covering his mouth now, even though the crease in his eyes gave him away, but you still love her? Like, as a sister." "As a sister, obviously," Kaminari shrugged with a smile. "She may be a little shit, but she's a little shit that listens to me, most of the time. She thinks of me as her heroic big brother most of the time. I'm a fucking god to her 7-year-old mind. Thor the fucking great, dude." Katsuki's phone buzzed on the table, cutting him off and drawing all their attention, and he picked it up to glance at the lock screen. 7:43 Saturday, 9th private message Mitsuki, "We need to talk. I can't even call you right now, I'm so angry." Now, private message Mitsuki, "I expect you here by 8:30, Katsuki." 1 minute ago, Katsuki's stomach dropped. He only had, 45 minutes to himself, starting now. His plans to have over 3 hours before boarding a train had been reduced to 15 minutes in a second. And, by the looks of it, she knew something. He didn't know which one of his fuck you PS, or if she know about it all, but she knew something. She knew. "You've got to be fucking shitting me." Kirishima tried to peek over his shoulder at the screen, so Katsuki switched it off and shoved it into his pocket. He stood up, his chair scraping against the floor loudly in the quiet room, and his 2 classmates squawked. "Hey!" Kaminari cried, voice quieter than usual, so as to not disturb those sleeping upstairs. "Where are you going, dude?" Kirishima stood up too, a worried crease between his eyebrows. "What is it? Did someone say something weird?" Katsuki clicked his tongue, pausing to turn to them. Nothing deep, idiots. The old hag just wants me to arrive earlier, so I'm getting my shit. I gotta leave in." He racked his brain for the train times, in 15 minutes for a train at 10. "Oh," Kirishima grinned, his eyes bright, and sat back down again. "Well, in that case, you wanna ride with us? We're catching the 8:10 train too, going the same way as you, I think." Katsuki didn't ask how he still remembered which way his house was, from the time before the dorms when they'd sometimes catch the same train together, but the thought was fleeting anyway. Instead, he scowled and rolled his eyes. Whatever. I'm leaving in 15, so you better be fucking ready, way ahead of ya, dude. Kaminari winked, doing jazz hands as he showed off his suitcase like it was some advertisement. It was an atrocious suitcase, bright yellow, yet with so many contrasting game, anime, and tourist stickers that you could only see the original yellow if you were actively searching. The colors and styles on said stickers clashed in the most horrific way, too. He was almost surprised that no one had tried to take that suitcase off of him and burn it. The perfectionist inside Katsuki was fucking dying. Katsuki rolled his eyes. They both gave him thumbs up as he stomped quickly up the stairs to get changed and drag his shitty suitcase down. Plus, starting Monday, things are either gonna go super well or super shit, Kaminari said as they boarded the train. Luckily, it wasn't too busy, and they quickly found seats beside each other. Katsuki wasn't sure if he could handle it being busy today anyway. The thought of bodies pressing against him and loud chatter around him made his stomach twist just thinking about it. He hadn't finished his apple, hadn't even touched his breakfast bar, before leaving. He was beginning to wonder whether or not that was a good idea, now. Right now, he wasn't even sure if boarding the train with these idiots was a good idea either, considering how Katsuki could almost feel himself losing brain cells just listening to their endless talking. Really? Kirishima grinned, tilting his head in interest. Yup, he beamed. Today and tomorrow, my parents are gonna be here. And that's all fine and great, and I love them and all, but they're gonna be telling me to clean up, or do chores, or stop playing video games, or go for a run outside. But on Monday night, they're gonna leave for a work trip, leaving me and my little sister alone for 2 days and 1 night. Maybe even 3 days and 2 nights. Yeah, for the record, Katsuki had gathered earlier on that they both had really laid-back parents. That, or they just didn't detail how they were actually treated. If so, Katsuki could only feel bad for them. Kirishima snorted. Yeah, I feel like they're making a grave mistake by doing that. They're gonna come back to a house on fire. Kaminari shrugged. Nah, I can make instant ramen. Or order takeaway. The only thing that could go wrong here is if the police come over and decide we're being neglected, or if my sister does something annoying. That would be bad. The redhead shook his head beside him. Well, good luck then, man. I shall take that with gratitude, Kaminari replied sincerely, bowing as far as he could in his seat and making Kirishima snort. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Honestly, he was surprised he was managing to keep this all together. The whole "my parents are annoying but I'm chill with them and I'm neither excited nor dreading getting back to the house" act was tough to keep up, he had to admit. But neither of the boys seemed to notice, so it was fine. It didn't stop the whirlpool in his stomach, the electricity in his foot, the darting of his fingers, the pressure in his head or the nausea in his throat, but they didn't notice, this weakness, so it was fine. It was fine. The next 10 minutes in the train went by in a blur. Way too fast. Talking, bickering, laughing. For 10 minutes, they were just 3 teenage friends, acting like the children they were, as they traveled home together. No expectations, or villains, or heroes, or public appearances, or fighting, or drama, just, for 10 minutes, they were just 3 16-year-olds, catching the train back from school for break. Oh, hey, this is my stop, guys. Kaminari grinned as a robotic voice filled the carriage. And just like that, the illusion was broken. Katsuki grabbed his suitcase tighter, hoping his white knuckles wouldn't be too obvious. Mine too. Kirishima pouted. Lucky, you guys get to stay together a little while longer. Sorry bro. We'll keep in touch over break, promise. Kaminari smiled as he stood up. Katsuki followed, watching the windows as the landscape outside slowed to a stop. Text us when you get home safe. Yep, will do. Kirishima agreed as they shuffled towards the opening doors. See ya. Katsuki gave him a jerky nod while Kaminari waved, and they stepped off the train and onto the platform. He watched as the train left again with mixed thoughts, before Kaminari grabbed his free hand. Hey, come on. Another train's coming, it's gonna get more crowded if we don't go, he said, all too excited for Katsuki's taste. Katsuki scowled and ripped his hand away, but started trudging towards the exit, dragging his suitcase behind him carelessly. Kaminari followed quickly with a laugh, and they were soon walking through quiet neighborhood streets. The sun was still high in the sky. It was only around 8:20 in the morning on a Saturday, so not many people were in the streets, but Katsuki had to admit that the weather was good. Kaminari cleared his throat as he walked beside him. Bakugou? I wanted to tell you something. Katsuki side-eyed him. He couldn't tell whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, but it distracted him from having to think about what was going to happen as soon as he arrived home, so, well, fuck it. What? Kaminari rubbed the back of his neck. Their suitcases dragging across the floor echoed slightly against the houses beside them. Kiri asked again about what happened in the changing room. Earlier, yesterday. He didn't believe my lie about the shampoo. What? He knows? Katsuki faltered in his steps. Kaminari stopped too, in front of him, rushing to add, but I didn't tell him anything. Promise. He clicked his tongue after a second and scowled, continuing to trudge down the street past Kaminari. He could hear the other blonde scramble to catch up again. Katsuki kept his eyes in front of him. Doesn't matter if you did or didn't. I couldn't care fucking less. Kaminari gave him a doubting look. Well, I didn't. I may be a king at gossip, but this was serious, man. Of course I wouldn't tell him. Then what the fuck did you say? I said that I can't tell him what happened. Katsuki frowned and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. He bit the inside of his cheek. I said that if he wanted to find out, you'd tell him in your own time. And well, he is Kirishima, after all. He respected that. Katsuki huffed through his nose and rolled his eyes. He didn't need Kaminari watching his back for him. He should be able to do that himself. He shouldn't care if Kirishima found out a weakness of his, even if his mother told him that if anyone did, they'd exploit it. She was wrong in most things, anyway, but at the same time, he'd told them that he wanted them to show that they cared. Not sharing what happened and not prying for information on it showed that, right? Of course, Kaminari could be lying. They could be planning some big thing against him, or they could be talking about all the things they hated about him in secret. Hell, Kaminari could be thinking right at that moment, I really hate you and I don't like being near you, but I will 'cause I'm a hero and a hero like me can befriend the villain of Class A. But either way, hadn't he been certain that this was all a trick when they'd first apologized? All a lie? And yet they hadn't pulled anything so far, to Katsuki's knowledge. Maybe it was time to trust, just the slightest bit, at least in his words? Then, good. Fine, Katsuki muttered, their eyes meeting. Good. Kaminari repeated, a small, teasing smile snaking across his face. He knew fully well what he meant by that, and Katsuki was not having it. Katsuki growled, his palms popping, oh, shut up, asshole. We don't talk about this again, got it? Kaminari laughed, ducking under harmless sparks aimed at his face, and replied, got it Lord Explosion Murder. Katsuki shoved his head down and Kaminari exploded into another bout of giggles as he stumbled. Hey, okay, dude, got it. Katsuki let go and rolled his eyes. Kaminari's grin slowly faded. But, seriously, I think you should talk to Kiri about it. You don't have to, I'm not saying that. I just think that he'd really help. I'm not the best at emotions, but he's, like, really good. If you want, I can tell him for you, but I'm not gonna do anything unless you really want to. He eyed the other with a calculating stare. Maybe. And fuck off, didn't I just say to fucking drop it? If you mention this again I will kill you. Kaminari just grinned. That's all I wanted to hear, bro. Again, no pressure. Will you just shut the fuck up, already? Lips zipped. Although, I think it's really good that you dunce face, I swear to fucking. Kaminari snorted and slowed down as they reached a large house, so similar to the others on the quiet street that Katsuki almost missed it. In the outside garden, a chunky, hot pink bike for toddlers lay on its side, while an inflated ball sat in a corner and a colorful wind spinner twirled in the mild wind. The door was plain, dark wood, and the windows in it were stained colorfully. In one of the upstairs windows, a little girl sat by it with black hair spotted with bright yellow streaks. She had a drawing pad in her lap and her tongue stuck out in concentration as she focused on the page. The bright blonde grinned. This is my house, Bakugou. It was cool walking with ya. He dramatically leaned in and whispered, wish me luck, brother. Katsuki tensed and his eyes darted between Kaminari and the house. He knew Kaminari was whining about his grades and test results lately to his friends, and it was usually playful. But what if his parents? Kaminari picked up a small pebble from the floor and threw it at the little girl's window before Katsuki could protest otherwise. She flinched at the sound and looked down, her face lighting up as if she'd just been handed a present the size of her house when she saw them. She shoved the drawing pad off of her lap and vanished from view. Kaminari winked at him. She does this every time, mummy. Daddy. Denki's here. Denki's here. Her voice rang out excitedly, muffled only slightly by the house's walls and the thunder of her feet as she ran down the stairs. The door slammed open and a small blur rammed into Denki's knees, attaching herself quickly. Denki snorted and gently unhooked her, crouching down to lift her up. He immediately grunted in surprise as she wrapped her legs around his waist and planted her hands on his shoulders. Oh wow, you're super heavy. The little girl hit him on the shoulder, earning a yelp, and pouted. Yeah, 'cause you're weak. And I'm growing up. Mummy said that soon, I'll be as big as you. Yeah, right, Kaminari snarked, you're still as fucking tiny as a baby troll. She gasped. You said a bad word. I'm telling Mummy. Kaminari scrunched his face up. You wouldn't. She giggled villainously in his hold. Katsuki could see the resemblance to the demon Kaminari was describing back at the dorms. I will. The older sibling looked mildly scandalous, and Katsuki could tell he was debating whether or not he should drop the kid or not. Denki, a new, feminine voice entered, and if Katsuki was to be honest, he was feeling a tad bit overwhelmed. Here. He stiffened as Kaminari's mother appeared out of nowhere, wrapping her arms around both children with a large, beaming smile. Oh, I haven't hugged you in ages, baby. Oh, come here. She gave Kaminari a big, sucking kiss on the cheek even as he recoiled and yelped in embarrassment. Yug, Mum. Not in front of my friend, geez, Oh, she let go to look at Katsuki, as if she hadn't even realized that he was there. Katsuki was struck by how similar she looked to Kaminari, long, bright blonde hair with a single, bolt-like, black streak in one of the bangs that framed her face. Her eyes were large and golden, and when she smiled, her lips pulled up in the same way Kaminari's did. Oh, who's this? She teased as Kaminari put down the 7-year-old. Bakugou, right? I'm Amy Kaminari. It's so nice to finally meet you, dear. We've heard about you from Denki, but because of the dorms and such, we couldn't invite any of Denki's friends to stay and hang out. Would you like to stay for a bit? What the fuck was happening? Mom, I don't. Speaking of, though, Denki, she turned back to him and pinched his cheek. Kaminari whined in protest until she let go. How are the dorms? What's been going on over there? Kaminari shrugged, rubbing his cheek. Oh, stuff. He exchanged an awkward look with Katsuki, as if by stuff he meant everyone in class is practically at war with one another over this big thing that happened in middle school and it's all Katsuki's fault. Kaminari's mother, Amy, sighed and rolled her eyes, turning away from him. Oh, it's always just stuff with you, isn't it? Jesus Denki, explore your vocabulary once or twice. The younger blonde gave an exaggerated sigh and an uncommitted hum. Well, anyway, where's Dad? Oh, he's inside, cooking, she replied with an amused smile. He's trying to flip pancakes for us, though I doubt they'll turn out very well. I'm not sure if it would be better if you were full up or not. Kaminari grimaced and said half-heartedly, yay. This is such a weird-ass family, Katsuki thought as he stared. I'd have been at least yelled at by now. Maybe that's coming later. Speaking of, how the fuck am I supposed to say that I'm gonna be late if I don't leave right the fuck now? Pikachu should understand, right? He glanced at his watch. 8:27, that's not good. He hasn't even said anything yet. How is he supposed to excuse himself? So, oh, sorry honey, we're probably holding you up, Amy Kaminari said, having noticed his watch. Right, yeah, you had to be home by 8:30 or something, right? Kaminari remembered. Want me to walk you there? Nah, I'm good, Katsuki replied gruffly, cautious of his words around the adult. What if Kaminari got punished because of something he said? Oh, okay, Kaminari said lightly. He smiled, then, see ya next week. Or if someone organizes a hangout or something, it'll probably be in our group chat or something. But, bye. Katsuki nodded once, turning to leave as he called back, bye. See ya. Thank fuck for extroverts interpreting what could have just been a random glance at his watch. He heard them talking and the thud of their door closing behind him as he walked away. The blonde paused, turned, and looked. Katsuki wondered, as he stared at the shut door, why a last slither of hope seemed to leave him. He turned, and continued to walk to the house. 3 minutes left. Plus, he's a nice boy, isn't he? Denki's mother murmured as she stared at Bakugou's retreating back. Handsome, too. You think he'd like my souffles? Denki sighed, rolling his eyes. Mum, for some reason, I feel like he wouldn't fancy eating charcoal. She shook her head with a sigh. My own child, not appreciating my souffles. Your father does, you know. Yeah, and that's because he throws it in the bin when you're not looking, Denki muttered. That earned him a hand shoving his face to the side playfully. Hey, oh, shush, she said, turning to walk back into the house. He thinks I don't know. Denki snorted, and rushed to follow. Wait, you, Aiko. Amy called, ignoring him, and his little sister perked up at her name. Go and tell your dad that Denki's here. I need to talk to. Wait. Mummy, Aiko said seriously, and Denki died on the inside. Mummy, Denki said a bad word. Shush, you troll, Denki hissed, kicking her half playfully. Denki, his mother warned, before clearing her throat and saying patiently, okay, thank you Aiko, I'm gonna talk to Denki now. Now go and tell your dad. Okay, she chirped with a smile. Only Denki saw the way her eyes darkened villainously. Fucking demon sent from hell, I say. As she skipped away, Denki and his mother walked into the house, closing the door behind them gently. She took a deep breath, turning to him thoughtfully. Okay Denki, I promise you, the only reason why I swore in front of her was because she was saying that I was weak, Denki reasoned. His mother paused, giving him a confused look, and he added, she also said I was big, and in retrospect she probably meant that in a good way, but Denki, you're literally 16, she interrupted with an amused expression. I don't care if you swear or not. Oh, good, Denki sighed in relief, cause I have sworn a shittin' in the past, like, year or two. She gave him a look. Anyway, so, what did you want to talk about then, mother dearest? She flicked his forehead. Don't call me that. Anyway, don't you think that your friend looked a bit awkward? Quiet. Denki finished. Nah, he's naturally antisocial like that. Amy rolled her eyes. No, honey, I mean, he looked. Well, he was quite pale, for one. His hands were shaking a little, and he kept on looking between us like we were about to launch into hand-to-hand combat. Is that just normal for him? It's not how he looked during the sports festival or any pictures you've shown me. Denki blinked. Really? Now that I think about it. Yeah, he was a bit off on the train ride here, too. And when he'd received that message, supposedly from his mother, he'd gone completely rigid. Denki wondered what he'd read to make him so ashen. It's probably nothing. His mother hummed. Let's hope so, then. In the meantime, let's go and see if your father's managed to set something on fire yet. Denki hummed, distracted, and she sighed, smiling, holding his face in her hand. Look, Denki. No matter what happens, you're doing your best. That's what counts, and sometimes, you need to put yourself in front of others first. You're obviously worried, but worrying isn't going to do anything right now because there is nothing you can do. You know what you can do, though. He gave her a small smile. What? Try to swallow down whatever horrendous thing your father has cooked up this time. She nodded along with a giggle. She dropped her hand to instead take his. Just enjoy yourself, okay? It's your first day of break, better enjoy it while it lasts, thanks. He snorted, letting her drag him into the kitchen. I feel like Aiko is gonna make that a hard task. She laughed. Oh, shush, you love her. They walked into the kitchen, where Aiko was cheering their father on as he climbed wobbly onto two stacked-up chairs. On the ceiling, a pancake stuck there, one edge slowly peeling off and leaving a mark. His head snapped towards them as if caught in an act when Amy let loose a gasp, and behind his glasses, his brown eyes widened. He jerked his head to blow away a strand of dark hair, still balanced on the two stacked chairs, before saying, Denki, it's lovely to see you. And, honey, I promise you, it's not as bad as it looks. Amy crossed her arms. And you wonder where Denki gets his recklessness. Oh, the ceiling's going to be stained now. Get down from there, you're going to give yourself a concussion. His father laughed, and Denki and his sister couldn't help but join in until they were clutching their stomachs and aching cheeks. Plop. Ah, oops, their father muttered, the pancake looking like a charcoal hat atop his head. As the children laughed harder, Amy sighed. You're cleaning that up, Rai. You're going to pity me and help anyway, Rai, their father, pointed out in amusement, carefully making his way down from the stacked chairs. She sighed, shaking her head with a slight, fond smile. Well, at least this was a good story to tell everyone about when Denki got back to school. Plus 1 minute left. Katsuki stood on the stairs leading up to the front door, and he lowered his watch. He could still hear its faint clicking. He took a deep breath, and walked slowly up. 1 step. 2. 3 steps, the doorbell was right there. Sitting there innocently, daring him to ring and alert his parents. A part of him wished he could be welcomed, like Kaminari had been. The other told him to stop being a baby and push the damn button already. Not for the first time, Katsuki kinda wished he had his own set of keys. He pushed the doorbell. It was unnecessarily loud, as hypocritical as it may sound. The painful alarm clock-like noise lasted for what seemed like an hour, before Katsuki could hear loud footsteps approaching. It was Mitsuki, he could tell by her steady, brisk pace and how she seemed to be stomping. Masaru's was more slow and lazy, quiet and hesitant in everything he did, as always. She was taking her time though, he could tell. He raised his chin as the door was yanked open, and he saw Mitsuki, face to face, for the first time since their last break. Crimson eyes, ash blonde hair and a scowl. Sometimes, Katsuki hated how similar they were. Mitsuki tched, wrinkling her nose at him as if he was gum smeared on the bottom of her shoe. She moved to the side slightly, leaving only just enough room for Katsuki to slide by. Get inside, brat. He could practically hear the anger simmering under those words, just waiting, for a chance to erupt. Every instinct was screaming at him to back away, to run, to fight, to scream. Katsuki entered the house. The door slammed shut behind them. The door slammed loudly, like an announcement to his demise, and immediately Katsuki's hair was fisted in Mitsuki's clawed hand. He grunted, biting his lip to stop himself from crying out as she roughly dragged him through the corridor towards the kitchen by the hair. He managed to drop his suitcase in front of the stairs as they passed, unbeknownst to Mitsuki, in case he had to run up at some point, but his shoes and coat stayed on. She shoved him into the kitchen as she let go of his hair, eyes ablaze with rage, and Katsuki grabbed a chair to stop himself from knocking it over with the momentum. He scowled, glaring back at her fiercely. Hag, will you just fucking stop for a minute, don't tell me what to fucking do, she hissed, stalking towards him. Katsuki swallowed, and clenched his teeth. It was a conscious effort, trying to stop himself from shying away as she shoved her face up close. Do you have any idea how much of an embarrassment you've been to me? Yeah, she'd told him time and time again. But the right answer was to shut up and wait, so that's what he did. "I've just been on the phone with your teacher," she seeded, pointing to the side as if they were standing right there. "That Cementos hero, you familiar?" "Yeah. And guess what he told me?" "Guess what he fucking told me, Katsuki." Katsuki inhaled shakily. He shifted a foot back slightly and it nudged the chair's feet behind him. "Shit. It was nothing surprising, of course. He told me that you were misbehaving," she said frostily, jabbing a sharp-nailed finger into his chest. "Again. That you spoke back to him and accused him, and that I should have a talk with you about your fucking behavior. Want to explain how that happened?" "Right, a talk," Katsuki thought bitterly. That was his cue to say something. "I wasn't misbehaving," he scowled, words carefully spoken, "and I didn't fucking accuse him. He was going to give me a detention for— Oh, so you have a fucking detention now, too," Mitsuki shouted, though Katsuki could hear a tone of sick satisfaction in her voice. As if she had bet on Katsuki getting into trouble and wanted nothing more than to shriek, "Called it." "No," Katsuki said, trying to explain things as calmly as possible so as not to aggravate her further. Still, it was hard not to let a little sharpness leak into his words. Cementos realized that he was wrong and he decided that I didn't. Crack. Katsuki's cheek stung. Mitsuki's rings glinted dangerously in the harsh kitchen lights, her hands still raised high. "Don't lie to me, Katsuki," she spat lowly. Katsuki didn't dare move to face her from where his head had been angled away from the force of the slap. His hands fisted for a second, and he forced them to relax again. "Your teacher is a fucking pro hero. He wasn't fucking wrong, so don't try to shift the damn blame. This is on you, Katsuki. If you could just shut the fuck up for once in your goddamn fucking life, I wouldn't have to fucking discipline you like this." He didn't argue. He just wanted to go to his room already. Alone, where no one was watching and no one could hurt him. Was that really so much to ask? Mitsuki sighed, and lifted a hand to his face. Katsuki eyed it untrustingly, and tried not to move, albeit the slight tilt back of his head. She moved slowly, a sudden delicateness that put Katsuki wearily on edge, and gently tucked a tuft of his hair behind his ear. Katsuki hated it. He wanted to put his hair back into place. He wanted to shove her hand away. He wanted to get out of this fucking house. "Katsuki, when will you just listen to me? I'm your mother. Won't you act like a good son for once? Izuku doesn't do shit like this, you know. Why do you?" And he couldn't believe he'd forgotten that over his break at Yui, the constant comparing. "Izuku can do this, why can't you? Izuku did this, why didn't you? Why can't you act like Izuku? Why can't you be Izuku?" Because, of course, he himself was never enough, it seemed. She moved her hand lower, cupping his chin, and tugged, yanked it towards her when he tried to keep his head firmly in place. Their crimson eyes met, clashing despite the similar color. "Katsuki," her tone was hard and cold again. "You need to fucking stop this, you hear me? You need to start actually behaving, because all of this," she let go of his chin and gestured at the whole of him, "all of this is just disgraceful. To me, your father, Yui, the public you will need to save someday. Yourself." Katsuki couldn't meet her eyes. He focused instead on the purple slippers on his mother's feet, the hard marble floor, the harsh shadows the kitchen lights cast on it. The kitchen at the dorms had nice wooden flooring, he remembered vaguely. It heated up, too. This floor didn't. Permanently cold and pristine, Katsuki could only describe it as unwelcoming when compared to the dorms. Actually, that was how the whole house was compared to the dorms. He was kind of glad he had his shoes on, now. A small part of him wanted to be back there, despite all the hate and anger his classmates shot at him. After all, at least they still treated him better than his mother. Maybe he was being selfish, though. His mother was disciplining him. Which, if she was right about that, would also mean the only reason why he had fucked up with his teachers was because he hadn't been properly disciplined for the whole term. That fit, right? But then, his classmates weren't acting out. Despite them being away from their families too. Maybe he was just harder to keep under control. His classmates probably didn't need as much disciplining as him. A monster, as always. "Are you even listening to me? Katsuki." Shit, she was talking. His eyes shot up again, in time to see her hand rocket towards him. In that split second, his mind was torn. Was he with All Might in heroics class? Was that Shigeriki's hand as he came to kill him like in his nightmares? Or was he at the house with his mother? He brought his hands up to his chest, too slowly, too slow, not high enough to actually block anything, and took a quick step back in a disgraceful attempt at evading the hit. He didn't realize what was stopping him from walking further back until sharp, hard plastic met his back, strong, stubborn metal catching his foot, and he was falling, metal legs digging into his shoulder blades as the chair slipped with him, and a clatter echoed through the kitchen. He hissed in pain, scrambling to get off of the chair and back to his feet with an aching, stinging back and head. When had he hit his head? "Katsuki!" Mitsuki yelled, fists clenched. Katsuki clenched his teeth and met her eyes with a scowl. He was a hero student. He should be able to deal with this. "It's fucking fine." "What, you old fucking hag? Don't call me that, otherwise you'll get much more than a small stumble," she snarled. Pick up the damn chair. If anything is broken, it's not. Katsuki bit, grabbing the chair and hauling it back upright, and muttered, so calm ya damn fucking tits, huggy eye. This time he managed to duck under the fist swung towards him. Katsuki, Mitsuki shouted. He couldn't help but flinch a little. You selfish, ignorant, fucking brat. Get out right now before I do something I probably won't fucking regret. Get out. Out. He didn't argue, immediately storming past her, careful to give her a wide berth, in case she tried something, and up the stairs. He grabbed his bag and suitcase as he went, despite it slowing him down a little, and dodged a book thrown his way, one he could remember his father reading a few times in the kitchen, for some reason, getting to his room in seconds. Mitsuki didn't follow, so he was grateful for that, at least. He didn't slam the door like he would in the dorms. Instead, he clicked it shut as quietly as possible before dropping his bag on his bed, his suitcase beside it. He sighed, staring at his room, and his lips twitched up a little. Home sweet home. Got an awesome welcome from his mother, too. Absolutely fucking wonderful. Katsuki groaned quietly and walked over to his bed. It creaked horrendously as he sat on the edge, but at least no one had touched his room. Pity he wasn't allowed a lock for his door though. Be grateful you have a door at all, a voice whispered. Some people have it way harder than you. Stop fucking whining. He sighed and leaned back until he was laying splayed out on the bed. He still felt tense and way too adrenaline fueled to be comfortable, and his back and, well, everything, still twinged with pain that made it a bitch to move much. If he looked, he'd probably see way too many bruises and scratches for it to be comfortable by tomorrow, or even that night. Damn fucking chair. But he'd done it. He'd faced his mother, and he was semi-safe in his room. Sure, she could come in at any moment to scream at or hit him about anything, and yes, neither Midnight, All Might, Nedzu or Aizawa had called yet, so he'd have to deal with that later, but at the same time, he'd done it for now. Of course, the worst thing that could have happened was Mitsuki rendering him permanently immobile or something, which would have been quite hard to accomplish anyway, so it wasn't much of an achievement if nothing would have happened anyway. But still, right? It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless, and Katsuki would take it for the time being. Future him would deal with what was bound to come, no matter how he played his few cards. His phone buzzed from inside his coat pocket. Really, he should take off his shoes and wet coat. It was still winter, after all, and he dug it out without much care. 8:38 Saturday, 9th Baku Squad babes high voltage Kiryain, I've arrived home now. My mum say hi BTW LOL. Katsuki sighed and let his phone fall back onto the bed as people responded in the chat, messages he couldn't be bothered to read. He draped an arm over his eyes. He wondered if Kaminari had been hit by now, or yelled at. Maybe his family was one of the weird, too laid-back ones, though. Maybe that was the case with Kirishima as well. Or maybe they were both hurting behind closed doors too. He doubted it, judging by both their consistent beaming smiles and the way they carried themselves though. They weren't the best at being quiet or hiding things either, so Katsuki was almost certain that he'd know if something was happening. He couldn't help but wonder, though, if they were dreading the next couple of days staying in their houses too. Katsuki still had over 7 days in this house. His digital clock on the side of his bed clicked a minute forward, 8:39 a.m. He wasn't even fully past the first day yet. Plus it was around 8:50 in the morning, and Fumikage was knocking on Kirishima's door. Kirishima, he called. It's Tokoyami, I'd like to speak with you. Nothing. Not even a shuffle. The door was locked, though. After a minute, Fumikage reluctantly turned and tried knocking on Shaoji's door, which was beside Kirishima's. He doubted Bakugou would appreciate him knocking, especially if he was planning on sleeping in for one reason or another. Plus, he didn't want the blonde to be suspicious. Shaoji opened after a second. He titled his head when he saw Fumikage. Tokoyami? Good morning. Fumikage bowed his head a little. Shaoji. Good morning. I hope I was not interrupting anything. No, one of Shaoji's appendages smiled. You're fine. Did you need anything? Ah, yes, Fumikage gestured towards Kirishima's door. I was wondering if you knew where Kirishima is. I wanted to talk to him about ER. He quietened his voice slightly. Bakugou. Shaoji nodded. Ah, right. I'm afraid you've missed him, both Kirishima and Bakugou. I believe Kirishima left the dorms with Bakugou and Kaminari at around 8 o'clock. By now, they've probably already arrived at their respectful homes. Fumikage frowned and sighed. Oh, well, thank you, Shaoji. Sorry to bother you. No worries, Shaoji assured, waving a hand. You didn't. Fumikage bid goodbye, before turning and with a last, quick glance at Bakugou and Kirishima's doors, left to the elevators. By the time he arrived at the ground floor, he could hear the muffled murmur of people talking in the common room. I'm so excited, Yururika told Azui as they both walked past the opening elevator doors. I've spoken to my parents this week, but it feels like ages since I've seen them. Azui croaked in agreement. Apparently, my siblings have been waiting to see me for a while. My parents have been missing me too, and I missed them all back, of course. Kuro. Fumikage walked out, passing them and looking about the room. He, himself, was excited to meet his family. He had to admit, he missed his grandma's stories and his father's hugs. He didn't leave for a train until the afternoon though. And if he was correct, Todoroki called, walking towards the boy. Yes, if he was correct, neither did Todoroki. I wanted to talk to you, if that's alright, his dual-haired classmate said quietly, and Fumikage nodded, leading them towards the kitchen table. He spoke first after they'd sat down, away from their other classmates. It's about Bakugou, correct? Yes, Todoroki said with a small, tight smile. I don't believe we've talked about what happened in heroics class on Friday, so, Fumikage looked away hesitantly. Have you changed your mind from before? Do you think Todoroki frowned, hard, yes. I think that Bakugou is being abused. Well, when he said it like that, it felt too real. Okay, well, I think so too. It's too high of a risk to think otherwise at this point. Has Bakugou already left? Todoroki said, a slight tone of worry to his voice. I haven't seen him come down. Apparently, he left at around 8, Fumikage informed, at least, that's what Shaoji told me. Todoroki hummed. What should we do? Have any ideas? Fumikage opened his mouth, then closed it again, hesitating. Well, I was going to speak with Kirishima or Kaminari this morning. Ask them to keep an eye on him or try to keep him out of the house as much as possible. But, they've already left, and I don't have their number. Well, that would have been a good idea. Todoroki tilted his head. Why not take their numbers from the class group chat? He blinked. I didn't think of that, Fumikage said genuinely with a small smile, slipping out his phone. He wondered if Kirishima or Kaminari would mind. Considering how extroverted they were, and how Kaminari seemed to offer his number to pretty much anyone he came across, he was mostly certain that they wouldn't. Fumikage was pretty sure he declined, a little weirded out and confused, way back on their first day in Yui, when Kaminari had asked for his number. Since then, he hadn't really needed to talk to Kaminari privately, other than through the class group chat, because nothing really important had called for it. He was pretty sure this counted as important, though. Todoroki smiled. Oh, don't worry, I wouldn't have either. Midoriya showed me how. Of course he did. Fumikage smiled a little in amusement. Alright. Well, he saved Kirishima and Kaminari's numbers, shall I text them now? Todoroki nodded with a tight smile. It is probably best to tell them as soon as possible. Although, make sure to tell them that we don't want the whole class, or anyone else for that matter, knowing. It would be too complicated, and we don't know what people might do with the information. The thought of someone purposely using that information badly against Bakugou made Fumikage feel sick. Right. I'll tell them to ask questions as they please, after giving basic information, then. Todoroki nodded, his expression serious. That may be for the best. In the end, he created a small group chat with just Todoroki, Kirishima, Kaminari and himself in it, sending the message, Tokoyami, hello. This is Tokoyami, by the way. Sorry to bother you with this, but I wanted to ask you both a favor regarding Bakugou. I hope this doesn't ruin your day too much, yet it has come to our plus Eijiro frowned, staring at his phone's lock screen and its one notification. It said that it had been sent at around 9 o'clock that morning, so it made sense that he'd missed it. He'd been with his mums at that time. Eijiro, his ma said softly, tilting her head at him over the table. It was lunch, of course, yet he'd realized that he hadn't checked his phone in a while, so that was why he had his phone out. It was already 1:09, after all. She continued, is there something wrong? Mum smiled at him a little worriedly, masked with amusement. You look like you swallowed a fly, sweetie. Eijiro blinked and looked down again. He switched his phone off. It's just, my friend, has been going through some stuff, but I don't really know what to do, and I thought everything was fine again, at least as close as possible, but now I'm not so sure. And it looks like my other friend is worried about something my friend might have on his plate, so Eijiro, ma interrupted. Go. You've finished your lunch, and you've been spending the whole day with us old ladies. Go talk to your friends, okay? Try to have some fun for me, too. His mum nodded and chuckled, her sharp teeth on display. What she said, except the old ladies part. I refuse to be an old lady before the age of 60. Ma elbowed her in amusement and Eijiro smiled, grabbing his phone. Thanks. I'll be quick. His phone was whipped out again and he read the message again quickly, rushing through the corridors without really looking at where he was going. As soon as he got to his room, he sat at his desk and focused on the message with furrowed brows. Tokoyami, hello. This is Tokoyami, by the way. I'm speaking on both mine and Todoroki's part. Sorry to bother you with this, but I wanted to ask you both a favor regarding Bakugou. I hope this doesn't ruin your day too much, yet it has come to our attention that Bakugou might not be safe in his household. Please do not tell anyone else, as we do not want this information spreading, and we aren't even 100% sure yet. However, there is enough information gathered by now for us to believe that Bakugou might be being abused. We have a favor to ask regarding this, though I feel we might need to explain further before you agree. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Eijiro wasn't sure what to do or say. He thought Bakugou was, well, not fine, that was for certain, but he thought that the worst was over. That they were getting better. The class was finally seeing the right side of things. There would be no bullying, and if anything their friendship was battered and broken, yet there was a chance of rebuilding it. And yet, that wasn't all there was for Bakugou, was there? It wasn't for certain, nothing was for certain yet apparently, but that Bakugou might not be safe in his household. Enough information gathered by now. Bakugou might be being abused. This was just one hellish roller coaster after another, wasn't it? Shit. Denki threw the ball lazily. His sister caught it in both hands with a dull thunk, her expression so soul-deeply bored that it was almost comical. He sighed and looked at his house, its windows looking into the kitchen where he could see his mother watching something on TV. It was cold outside, where they were, damn it, and despite the coat Denki had wrapped around himself, the chilly wind managed to snake through and wrap around his body easily. The ball hit his head, and he jerked, whipping his head around to face his sister. Hey, watch it, troll. She rolled her eyes. Not my fault you weren't looking. He frowned. A minute passed of them staring blankly at random places in the garden. That was how they tended to spend sibling bonding time, you know, the completely useless thing that moms force their children to do but only serves as sibling torturing time. Do you think, Denki said slowly, that if we hugged and went inside saying that we were cold and were friends now, Mom would let us in? Nope, she sighed, rubbing her arms. She wouldn't believe us, but I am cold. She gave him an annoyed stare, one that fit his older, 19-year-old sister more than her babyish, 7-year-old face. Yeah, but she wouldn't believe you. I just said that, dummy. Just said that, dummy, Denki mocked with a silly face, turning away from her and blowing into his gloved hands. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "You're literally 7. Jesus, it had gotten cold quickly. He didn't doubt that soon, in a few days, it'd be so cold he'd get hypothermia if he had to do this again. One of the first stages was shivering, actually. He checked himself. Shit, he might have hypothermia already. Denki turned back to his sister. What if we just went in without telling Mom? She's just watching TV, and I doubt Dad would care. If we use teamwork, it can work. She shrugged. Okay, but I'll blame you if it doesn't work. He gave her a frustrated look. I literally just said teamwork, troll. In the end, there had been a moment where they thought they'd be caught, damn their creaky stairs, but they had managed to get in and up to their respectful rooms without being detected. He had to shush his sister once or twice too because of her giggling fits as they crept past their parents, but all's well that ends well, right? Or something like that. Now safely and warmly in his room, Denki grabbed his phone from his bed and flopped down, happy to finally be allowed, kinda, to talk to his friends. Until he read his first notification. 1:16 Saturday, 9th private message, Kiri Shark, look at Tokoyama's message in the new GC. I think we should talk. It's important, 1:11 p.m., unnamed group chat, unknown, hello. This is Tokoyami, by the way. Sorry to bother you with this, but I wanted to ask you both a favor regarding Bakugou. I hope this doesn't ruin your day too much, yet it has come to our 8:59 a.m., ruin my day? Regarding Bakugou? He clicked on Kirishima's message first. Kiri Shark, look at Tokoyama's message in the new GC. I think we should talk. It's important Kamishu, I haven't officially read his message yet but it looks bad already, what do you mean? Surprisingly, and also luckily, it didn't take long for Kirishima to answer. Kiri Shark, brace yourself. This is gonna be harsh, seriously. He and Todoroki don't know for certain but apparently they think that Bakugou's being abused at home. It took a second for the words to process. The rate at which Denki's stomach dropped, however, was not pleasant. He was glad he was sitting down. This couldn't be happening. Actually, yeah, this was probably just some prank. Bakugou wouldn't. On top of everything else? No. A minute passed, before Denki steadied his trembling fingers, swallowed, and began to type again. Kamishu, lol nice prank, I can't believe you got Tokoyami in on it too, lmao. He didn't join me last time I asked help on a prank, who else did you do this to? You had me fooled for a sec, but I bet Mina's reaction was good, lmao. Kirishark, Kaminari, I'm sorry. This isn't a prank or a joke, do you really think I would actually joke about this? Denki took a deep breath and tried not to panic as his vision tunneled a little. Begone, panic attack. Fuck you, this isn't the time. Deep breath in, out. In, out. He was at home. He could feel the slick, smooth texture of his phone in his right hand. The blanket on his bed was soft and fluffy under his left hand. There was a crack at the top of his phone screen and in the left corner, from when he'd accidentally dropped it while getting out of a car, and the other when he'd crashed into his phone during self-training by accident. His phone case was rough, with a fidget toy hanging from the top. It was still daytime, so rays from the sun warmed a patch of the floor nicely. One of his posters was peeling slightly. He could smell the burnt remains of the pancake from yesterday. He could hear birds outside, the shuffling of his sister next door as she played with her dolls, and the soft commentary in whatever show his mother was watching. Slowly, he could breathe a little easier, and his heart rate slowed from its rabbiting pace. Denki swallowed thickly. His phone vibrated and he looked down, willing away the panic that rose up from reading the same text again. Kiri Shark, hey, you there? Denki? Are you okay? Kamishu, I'm fine but I need to do something. Kiri Shark, if you say so. Do what? And, yeah, so, Denki didn't know. It was indescribable, the feeling. It was like his legs itched to run, to jump, to sprint, but at the same time he knew he'd feel too tired and disheartened to actually do it. It was a buzz beneath his skin, urging him to do something, yet he didn't know what, nor how. He didn't know what he was doing or what he should be doing, but he did know there was something to do. Something tugging at his heart. It probably didn't make any sense to anyone that would be listening, but it didn't to him either, so he guessed it didn't matter if he couldn't explain it to his thoughts. He stood up quickly, as if a bolt of lightning had hit him, and Denki ran. He ran through the corridors, past his sister's room, who squawked in surprise, no doubt questioning what the hell was happening, down the stairs that creaked horrendously, past his father in the kitchen, who opened his mouth as if to ask him what was happening himself. He wasn't given the chance, past the sitting room where his mother was watching the TV. She turned, starting to tell him not to run so quickly, before she saw his face, and to the front door. He grabbed his shoes as he unlocked the door, and barely had one on before he began to sprint outside. The sun was bright overhead. No clouds in sight, yet it was as cold as Christmas Day, Denki bet. The wind lashed at his face and arms, and he realized too late that he'd forgotten a coat, gloves, or a hat. Too late to turn back now, though. It was only as he stood, breathing white clouds in the chilly air as he waited for cars to pass so that he could cross the road, did he really think. He raised his phone, still in his tight grip, and read Kirishima's last message. Kiri Shark, hello? Hey, Kaminari? You there? Kamishu, sorry, I'm going to Bakugou's house. I need to make sure he's okay. Kiri Shark, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. His mom might get angry at him, or he might get suspicious that you know something, then he'll shut down and we'll have no chance at helping him. You know what's like. Kamishu, still I don't want to wake up tomorrow to something bad and wish that I carried through with this. Kirishima didn't reply for a minute. Kiri Shark, you're already out the door, aren't you? I'm a Mo, where are you? We should meet up before doing anything and plan this out before doing something stupid. Kamishu, want her moms ask where we're going? Kiri Shark, I can just tell them I'm going to hang out with you. Technically half of that is true, and besides, what about her parents? Denki flushed as he remembered how he'd ran out. Kamishu, that doesn't matter, I'll send my location pin. Location.maps. Kiri Shark, I'm out the door as we speak, or not too far away from me actually, or closer to me than you or Bakugou. Do you even remember where he lives? Kamishu, not really, I just went in the direction he left, but I probably went too far and missed a few turns. I'm beginning to see how stupid this idea was actually. Kiri Shark, it wasn't stupid, maybe it would have been better to plan, but it wasn't stupid, dude. Denki lowered his phone. Maybe Kirishima was right, he didn't regret leaving his house for this. Still, this was something both Aizawa and his parents would scold him for. Bakugou would, as well. His jaw set as he thought about the blonde again. Sure, Tokoyami and Todoroki could be wrong, but he didn't think he needed to explain why he had to do this. A few minutes passed, and Denki waited for Kirishima to arrive with a tapping foot and fiddling fingers. It took exactly 3 minutes for Kirishima to find him. Hey, Kirishima, Denki called, waving as he jogged up to him. Kirishima smiled at him, but it looked a little strained. Kaminari. Hey, sorry I took so long, man. I ran, but the cold made me a bit slow. That's fine, dude, Denki smiled weakly, thanks for coming. I kinda just threw this at you. Kirishima shook his head. Not at all. Honestly, I was debating whether or not I should go myself, when you texted me. And besides, you're my bro, man. He said it as if that explained everything. Which, between them, it did. Denki nodded. Well, you know where Bakugou's house is? Why yeah, I guess. Kirishima pursed his lips and looked back towards a street corner. For a second, it seemed the only thing he wanted to do was go back home and pretend everything was okay. Live in ignorance for a little while more. Then he gave Denki a look. It practically yelled that he was determined to do this and nothing would stop him. Denki wouldn't be the one to try. Well, let's go, then. Plus Eijiro recognized the look in Kaminari's eyes, the tone in his words. He'd had it himself, way back. Before they'd got Bakugou back from the league at Kamino, he'd sported the same look, had the same tone, and he was glad to see it in his friend now. Back then, he'd been worried and afraid for Bakugou, as much as the other would yell at him for it. He was disgusted that he felt the same now, and yet the only possible villain here was Bakugou's own guardians. It wasn't the same, but it was similar. And that was all Eijiro needed to get determined. We should have an excuse, right? Kaminari asked beside him, striding along quickly and purposefully. Eijiro glanced at him. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that as I came. We need something that wouldn't upset his mother, but wouldn't make Bakugou suspicious either. We could invite him to one of our houses, maybe? but he'd ask why we didn't just text, Kaminari pointed out. Maybe we could say that we were hanging out, when we wanted to invite him. And my phone has no charge and you forgot yours at home? He'd ask why you didn't just charge it, though, Kirishima grimaced. Especially if we were in a house. Okay, Kaminari said slowly, so I could say I got my phone taken away by my mom, and you forgot yours at home. That'd work, right? Kirishima nodded slowly. I mean, yeah, I guess. Okay, so, what? We say that we wanted to invite him to hang out, but we couldn't just text him cause you got your phone taken away and I forgot mine at home, then? Yeah, Kaminari said, a small smile snaking its way onto his face. And we can't remember numbers for the life of us, so we couldn't ask our moms. He shivered, and Eijiro frowned. Hey, why didn't you bring a coat or something? It's freezing, a hoodie isn't good enough, he scolded, shoving his gloves and a hat into Kaminari's arms. Here, put them on. Kaminari chuckled, but put them on. I was in a rush. But thanks, Mom. Eijiro didn't laugh. Kaminari seemed to be taking this whole thing way too lightly. But for real, are you okay? There was a bit where you didn't answer my texts for a hot minute. Are you handling this all right? Kaminari pursed his lips, staring at him as if deciding what to say, before he sighed. I mean, I'm trying. Bakugou doesn't deserve this. And I kinda panicked. I'll be okay now, though, at least, I hope so. But, how about you? Eijiro shook his head and shrugged. I think, right now, I'm kinda just going with it. I'll probably panic later, but for now, I'm good. I just want to make sure Bakugou's not, like, dead, injured, hurt, alone. Obviously, he doubted it would be that bad. But he couldn't help it. He looked at the houses as they passed, and stopped, grabbing Kaminari's arm gently. Speaking of, the house seemed to loom over them. It looked normal, similar to every other house on the street. It didn't have any decorations, flowers, or plants growing in the front garden, though. It seemed strict, neat, tidy, but not in a good way. Never before had Bakugou's house seemed so foreboding. It hit Eijiro then that he hadn't ever stepped foot inside Bakugou's house. Walked with him to it, sure, but he'd never seen the inside of Bakugou's house. He swallowed. This is it, Kami. This is the Bakugou's house. Plus it was 1:30, and Katsuki was not having a good day. He had heard a bit of clattering in the kitchen, the scrape of cutlery against a bowl or plate, but he hadn't dared go down and cook himself a lunch, much less ask for something. Instead, he busied himself by unpacking. It hadn't taken very long, so he quickly grew bored again. He decided to get some studying in, at least he could tell the hag he hadn't been doing nothing and he wasn't being lazy when she'd prodded him with insults that night. Still, it was hard to focus. He tried to tend to his bruises and cuts too, but there was only so much he could do. There was a scratch and red blotch blooming on his cheek from where Mitsuki had hit him. Her rings were never pleasant, and he decided to leave it for the time being. It was only a small scratch, and nothing would mark, after all. He was trying to ignore the twinge of his injuries as he breathed, reading over another page for English, when the familiar sound of the doorbell ringing echoed through the house. On instinct, he froze, tensing as he strained to listen. Who the hell was that? His father? Katsuki had gathered that the man was at work. He couldn't exactly ask his mother, so he shouldn't be arriving until at least 5. But maybe he was wrong. He could hear the murmur of 2 people talking outside. They sounded familiar, and it put Katsuki on edge. That was not his father. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, though. He could hear his mother's loud footsteps as she got to the door. It creaked as it opened, and the quiet talking he had heard immediately quietened. Who the hell are you? He heard his mother's clipped voice ask, muffled slightly by the house, yet still clear enough to make out. He cringed. If that was some poor salesman, they were probably shaking at her glare she no doubt sported. Hey, are you Bakugou's mom? Katsuki froze. He wasn't hearing right, was he? His pencil dropped onto his desk softly and he held his breath. They continued, I'm Kirishima, this is Kaminari. We're friends of Bakugou. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Shut up, shut up, shut up, he wanted to hiss at them. His mother would kill him if he ran down without her order, though. Especially if he yelled at them to piss off. Oh, are you now? Mitsuki mused. He could hear the note of amusement and disbelief in her voice. He wanted nothing more than to yell at them all to shut up and go their separate ways. Why were those idiots even there? You, literal rays of sunshine? Friends with my brat? This is fine, a small, hysterical part of him thought. It could still be salvaged. This could still just be played off as a little tough love. They wouldn't have to know about everything else just yet. Not about his weaknesses. Not about his problems. Not about anything. He could hear Kaminari chuckle, a little awkwardly, though he could hear the clipped undertone in his voice. Yeah, he's not so bad, you know. I don't really get why that's so hard to believe, MRS. What? He was lying. But he had trusted him earlier, with the whole shampoo lie. What if he wasn't lying now, either? Mitsuki said, obviously still unconvinced. Okay, fucking whatever. Well, what are you here for, anyway? Yes, please, get this the fuck over with. We, wanted to ask Bakugou if he'd like to hang out with us. Kirishima said. We couldn't text him cause I forgot my phone at home and Kaminari got his taken away by his mom, so I hope it's okay that we just turned up like this. This was the only time, the one and only time and situation, where Katsuki actually did want to hang out with them and would leap for the opportunity, debatably. Other than those other times he'd hung out with them. The other, many, many times. This was the only time, because it would get him out of this damn house. At the same time, he knew Mitsuki wouldn't like him to, and that was putting it nicely. I don't think so. Katsuki still has quite a few chores here to do and I don't think that letting him out to play with friends would be very productive. He wants to be a hero and succeed, he has to work for it. Okay, fuck her. Can we please see Bakugou, at least? Kaminari asked, persistent. I'd really like to talk to him. Is there a reason he can't? No, I guess not, Mitsuki said slowly, before sighing. Katsuki. Katsuki flinched and took a deep breath. Shit. He hadn't hidden the mark on his cheek. Everything else, he could hide, but it would be a challenge with only a second to get down those stairs. Katsuki. Get down here. Correction, his second was already up. He clenched his teeth and clicked his tongue, rushing to his feet and throwing open the door. He was tempted to yell back, something to keep his pride around Kirishima and Kaminari, but he decided against it. It would only be more reason for Mitsuki to get pissed afterwards. He thundered down the stairs quickly, making sure to be loud so that Mitsuki would know he was coming, heart-thumping. Katsuki, Mitsuki glared as he arrived, slowing as he walked up to the door. He could see Kirishima and Kaminari's expressions, but they didn't look too pitiful, thankfully. If anything, they smiled and grinned wider when they saw him. He molded his expression to be a deep scowl, uncaring and if anything pissed at them. As he walked out of the shadows of the house, he tilted his face slightly to the side, so that they wouldn't see the red blotch on his face. Mitsuki continued with a clipped tone, we've gone over this, brat. When I call, you come down. Don't make me wait. Yeah, he muttered, but he was more focused on Kirishima and Kaminari. Hey, man. Kirishima beamed. We wanted to ask you if you'd like to hang out with us. You free? Yeah. Kaminari piped, we were gonna have another game tournament. You in? Another game tournament? Mitsuki questioned, her eyes sliding to the side of Katsuki's head. Katsuki? It wasn't a question. Katsuki's mouth twitched. What the fuck was Kaminari doing? Actually, scrap that, what the fuck was Kirishima and him doing? Do their parents just not care, or are they trying to get him in trouble on purpose? It's a stupid thing everyone at the dorms do, Katsuki drawled, staring at Mitsuki to avoid the looks they gave him. I don't join in, but they always ask. I do join in sometimes, though. Not anymore. Obviously. Really? Mitsuki said lowly, so obviously looking for a fight that Katsuki felt like giving her a physical one. And what do you do instead, then, eh? Train, he met her stare head-on, study. A beat passed, Mitsuki's eyes only narrowing, before Kirishima spoke again. Yeah, Bakugou's top of the class. He works super hard, and it obviously pays off. He's helped me so many times for tests and homework, too. Katsuki's ears flushed and he whipped his head towards them. Shut up. His head was knocked forwards harshly as Mitsuki's hand hit the back of his head, and he gritted his teeth, staring at the floor. Don't tell them to shut up, brat, Mitsuki seethed. Katsuki slowly raised his head when he deemed it as safe as it could be to do so, before baring his teeth. He refused to look at whatever Kirishima or Kaminari's expressions were, whether it was horror, disgust, disappointment, or simply as if nothing had happened, he hated it. Then don't hit me, he snapped back. It lacked the usual bite, though, and even he could hear it. Mitsuki's nostrils flared and she glared at him. It was a promise that he would be reprimanded soon enough. An icy feeling settled in his gut. She turned to the two others, her expression softening slightly. Sorry boys, but I don't think Katsuki will be going anywhere, anytime soon. We're very busy, I'm sure you understand. I think it's time for you two to go now. Katsuki looked at them, properly looked at them, and noticed a thing or two. Kaminari didn't have a coat, the hat and gloves were obviously Kirishima's. And neither of their smiles, now that he was closer, looked anything like their genuine ones. If he didn't know them, he'd have been fooled, but he'd spent enough time with those idiots to know the shit. Both of them made something churn in his gut, though. Did Kaminari not have a coat because he was kicked out? Were they not smiling so genuinely and happily because they had something unpleasant waiting at home if this didn't work? Did they not have their phones because they had been taken, or broken as punishment? He'd thought that nothing was happening, that they were two of the lucky, weird ones, but now, it seemed. Well, Katsuki bit his lip. If he did this, he'd be risking. He inhaled shakily. Actually, Katsuki, Mitsuki interrupted sharply. I said fucking no. Do not disrespect me. Katsuki glared weakly. I'm just saying, well, don't, she snapped. I'm not having it. Boys, I'm sorry, but leave. Now. Shit. Katsuki shot a glance at them as Kaminari frowned, but he could see Mitsuki start to straighten, readying for a fight. Oi. Cut it out, he snarled, somewhat quietly. Didn't he understand? Protesting further would only cause more problems for the both of them. He understood that they'd get in trouble later, but there was only so much Katsuki could do. He tried, and he'd continue to try and help them. That moment was not a good fucking time. Just go. They both looked like they wanted to protest further. Katsuki glared at them, his best fuck off and forget or so help me God glare, and they seemed to get the point. Alright, Kirishima said shortly. He said it a little bitterly, and his grin had completely vanished. But call me later, okay? Or text me. I'll have my phone later, okay? And if you need anything, I can. Alright, fine, I get it, Katsuki interrupted, rolling his eyes with his head tilted away from Mitsuki so that she couldn't see. Chill. Bye. Yeah, okay. Bye, Bakugou, Kirishima said, giving him one last look, before turning and walking back down the driveway. Kaminari was staring at him. It was as if he was asking something, pleading for something through his eyes, and Katsuki never felt so shitty. Actually, that was a lie. There were many instances where he'd felt so damn fucking shitty, but this challenged all of those times, he had to admit. Katsuki couldn't do anything, though, with his mother right there. He couldn't grab something for them to eat, couldn't suggest a good shelter nearby for the night, or take them into his parents' own house, couldn't give them any painkillers or anything for wounds. He couldn't help them. Katsuki couldn't help Kaminari, couldn't he see? So why was he looking at him so pleadingly? Why? So Katsuki shook his head ever so slightly, set his mouth set in a firm line, and lifted an eyebrow like he didn't know why the other was still there. Fuck, for all his talk about being a hero, he really felt like a fucking villain. Kaminari frowned, like it wasn't the answer he had been looking for. Fuck, Katsuki knew that, and cracked a small, strained smile. Right. Well, by then, Bakugou. Text me too, when you have the time, yeah? Bye, then. Bye, Pikachu. He turned, with a glance that lasted longer than it probably should have, and gave one last, flickering look between Katsuki and Mitsuki. He disappeared less than a minute later, albeit reluctantly. The door shut. He could feel Mitsuki's eyes on him, but he stared at the door instead. He turned to walk up the stairs after a second. Who knew, maybe luck would finally be on his side. His foot landed on the first step, and he had hoped for a second that he'd get away this time. Katsuki, you've got to be fucking shitting me. He should really get used to this, huh? We have to tell someone. I know that, Denki said, his face screwed up in frustration, but who? Kirishima made a noise. I don't know. An adult, or our classmates? Our teachers, maybe, our parents, or a pro-hero? Maybe we should just tell Aizawa. Maybe Present Mike, too. He seemed pissed when he found out what was happening. How do you know that Present Mike would care, though? Denki scowled. It felt wrong on his face. For all we know, he might have just been mad that his students aren't who he thought they were. Maybe he doesn't actually give a shit about Bakugou. I mean, he knows about the whole bully to Midoriya fiasco, so maybe he assumed at first, too? The same with Aizawa. Did he not take Bakugou to Nedzu's office first thing? What if he hasn't changed? Before he knew about it, he stopped us being bitches to him once or twice, but otherwise he didn't even look our way. And our parents might not even believe us. There's a chance they would, but what would they do, anyway? And as for our classmates, that's not even a question. Right now, there is a limited number of people who would be willing to help us, let alone Bakugou. Kirishima's face crumpled in frustration and he stared at the floor calculatingly, kicking away a pebble as they walked. A car trundled by, and Kirishima clicked his fingers, face lighting up. I know. Tokoyami and Todoroki. We can speak to them first about what just happened, what they've seen, and what they found out, and from there we can decide together what to do. But what if, Denki paused, what if by then, it'll be it's not going to be too late. Kirishima's face hardened, luckily not literally, otherwise Denki would be worried about the emotional roller coaster his friend would be on, and he took a deep breath in and out. He's dealt with this for a while, I know you can tell too. And although it's horrible, Bakugou knows how to deal with this. Why should anything change now, just because we know? Nothing too bad will happen, and as long as we're quick with this and try our best to get him out of that shitty house, everything will be okay. Bakugou will be okay. Denki had a feeling that Kirishima was just as uncertain on that sentence as he was, but he didn't question further. Okay, Denki muttered quietly. Okay, so we'll go with that. Wanna hang at mine, or yours? There was absolutely no way that Denki would be left by himself after this. Luckily, it seemed Kirishima felt the same. I told my moms that I'd be hanging with you, so if we go to mine it'll make sense. I don't think you told your parents that though, did you? Denki glowed pink and bit his lip. No, not exactly. What, did you tell them? Eijiro asked, his eyebrow lifting up a little. The blonde looked away and laughed awkwardly. Nothing? Kami, seriously, what was it? Kirishima said, a small smile snaking its way across his face, and the heavy atmosphere lifted slightly. No, it's true. Denki protested, I told them nothing. Literally, nothing. I just kinda ran out. I should probably text them, right? Yeah, you should definitely do that. The hell? Kirishima said, expression falling into one of disbelief and faint amusement. Where's your phone? Denki slipped it out of his pocket. Got it. I'll just say that I'm hanging with you and something important came up. I can just deflect any questions with the excuse that I'm protecting my friend's privacy. He paused. Which is technically the truth. Kirishima nodded. If you want, I can call or text them to convince them further. 'Twould be much appreciated. I'm gonna get scolded so hard, Denki said, sighing, before hesitating, and going to his list of contacts. The King Exploding McMurder sat heavy in the list. He didn't click on it. As soon as we get to yours, send a message. If he doesn't reply in the next, I'll give it, say, hour. We're getting Izuku, my parents, your parents, the class, present Mike, whoever we can contact first, and we're going in there. Kirishima set his mouth in a thin line. We won't have to do that. He's going to be fine. And yet he paused, and added, but, yeah, deal. Plus Shouta woke up to a loud banging noise on his office door. Motherfucker, he'd just managed to drift off. Sho, I need to talk to you. Hisashi called, muffled slightly by the door. Shou, shao, Shouta, let me in. C'men, this is important, yo. It's open, quit yelling, Shouta grumbled loudly, unzipping his sleeping bag with reluctance as Hisashi barged in, slamming the door behind him. Shouta glanced at the time. 2:06 p.m, damn, it's too early for this. Hisashi stopped abruptly in front of his messy desk, before jerkily taking a seat in one of the chairs seated in front of it. He stayed quiet for a minute, his leg bouncing, mind no doubt racing, and stared at the floor. Shouta waited for him to speak. Patiently. Very patiently. Alright, I'll bite. What the hell do you want, Hisashi? Shouta sighed, leaning back into his swivel chair lazily. You woke me up from a good nap. This better be good. Hisashi waved a finger at him as if he was high on caffeine, which debatable could be true. Shouta was admittedly a bad influence here, frowning, eyes still fixed on the floor. He looked up at the other and started speaking so quickly that Shouta almost jumped. In my defense, Sho, you told me to watch the video and then come to you, he said, legs still bouncing, and that is exactly what I'm doing. The only sound in the room was the tapping of Hisashi's leg for a minute as Shouta's tired mind tried to keep up. Tap, 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 right. The heroics class footage. That's what he's talking about. For the record, Hisashi spoke again, way too energetic for Shouta's liking. You were right about not being in the same room as All Might when I watched it, by the way. As I was coming here, I nearly saw him and nearly broke something. Don't worry, though, the desk is still intact. Tap, 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 Hisashi. Yes? Stop tapping your foot. Calm the hell down. I am calm, Hisashi said too quickly, maintaining eye contact, before he placed a hand on his leg and stopped tapping with a crooked smile. Right. Sorry. I'm a bit energetic when I'm stressed and worried. Ha. Only a bit, ha. Yes, Zishi. I know that. I've known you since the first year here. Shouta shook his head and sighed, resisting the urge to rub his eyes. Okay. So, you've watched the video. What do you think of it? Hisashi seemed to actually think. Many things, actually. Mostly being that All Might should have his teaching license revoked. Also being that I've found a newfound respect for Recovery Girl. Obviously. Shouta sighed and muttered, you say that without knowing about the many lectures I get on the teaching plans I have for lessons. He paused and looked up. Does All Might even have a teaching license? Hisashi shrugged, exasperated. He probably just has a heroics license, which Nedza decided would be alright as a teaching license. Complete craziness, yo. Shouta hummed. Speaking of Nedzu, the class footage. Shall we? Absolutely, Hisashi confirmed, his face dangerously serious again. We'll talk about the whole All Might thing later, but he paused. We need to find out what the hell went on in the past few weeks, plus unnamed group chat, unknown number 1, Kiri Shark, and 2 more members. Today, at 8:59 a.m. unknown number 1, hello. This is Tokoyami, by the way. I'm speaking on both mine and Todoroki's part, the third person added here. Sorry to bother you with this, but I wanted to ask you both a favor regarding Bakugou. I hope this doesn't ruin your day too much, yet it has come to our attention that Bakugou might not be safe in his household. Please do not tell anyone else, as we do not want this information spreading, and we aren't even 100% sure yet. However, there is enough information gathered by now for us to believe that Bakugou might be being abused. We have a favor to ask regarding this, though I feel we might need to explain further before you agree. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Today, at 1:51 p.m. you have added unknown number 1 to your contacts under Gothic Crow. You have added unknown number 2 to your contacts under Todorani. Kamishu, hey, Tokoyami, sorry I've replied so late, are you free to talk? Kiri Shark, yeah, are both you and Todoroki free? We aren't sure, but this is probably gonna be a long talk. Denki fiddled with the blanket he was sitting on, wrinkling Crimson Riot's face as he did so. Kirishima sat at his desk, on his swivel chair, not too far away. He was staring at his phone in hand intently, its red cover threatening to break under the pressure he seemed to be strangling it with. A plate of cookies had been placed in the middle of Kirishima's room by one of his mums, who luckily read the atmosphere and left soon after. A concerned, "You boys okay?" They had to lie to answer that question. The plate hadn't been touched. The milk still steamed from being heated up, though, and Denki could bet that she'd added honey in it, just the way he normally liked it when he'd come round. There wasn't anything normal about this time, though he wished it was, but he guessed having some sort of normalcy could help his racing mind, even if it was as small as drinking a cup of warm milk, and maybe having a cookie to nibble on as well. He leaned over, pulling his back from the bedside where he was sitting against it on the floor, and grabbed a cup, placing his phone down to grab a cookie. Kirishima glanced at him, debated for a moment, before doing the same. Denki smiled after his first sip. Your mom somehow always gets it right. Maybe she has a second quirk. Kirishima's eyes crinkled over his cup, and he lowered it, swallowing. He had a mustache on his upper lip from it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, man. Denki chuckled, and glanced at his phone. 2:06 p.m., he noted. His smile faltered. No one's texted back yet. They both knew he wasn't only talking about Tokoyami and Todoroki. Kirishima sighed, frowning. Yeah, I texted Bakugou earlier. Told him to reply as soon as he gets the message, cause I have something important to tell him. He'd reply as soon as he saw it, if he'd seen it, so he must not be with his phone right now, or something. The blonde took another sip, curling his hands around the mug to warm them up. And, do you have something important to tell him? He pursed his lips. Not really. I mean, yeah, I have a shitten to tell him, but I can't just yet. I won't, just yet. He sighed, looking down with a frown. For now, I'll just tell him that, like, fuck, I dunno. This sucks. Denki didn't answer, instead lay back again against the bed frame and stared at the little bubbles swirling in the milk. A glance at his phone told him that they'd arrived home, and sent the message, around 15 minutes ago. Been, like, what? 15 minutes? There might have been a little truth in that interaction somewhere. Maybe he is just doing chores? Yeah. I mean, it's better than the alternative, which is, Kirishima's voice was quiet and tired. Is bad. I'm sorry, Cam. I shouldn't be bringing the mood down lower than it already is. Don't apologize, Denki insisted softly, peering up at him with a slight frown. And you can say what you want, man. We're brothers, remember. Just try not to think like that. You'll think yourself into a whirlpool if you don't try to stop it. I know, Kirishima winced, but it's just so tiring, you know? Focusing on keeping it away, and trying to be positive about this situation when my thoughts are constantly telling me otherwise. Kami, nothing about this situation is positive. Denki gazed at him for a minute, before ripping his eyes away. He grabbed another biscuit, dipping it into his warm drink, and bit into it. Kirishima watched him with uncertain eyes as he swallowed. Then, focus on something else. Kirishima considered him with weary eyes. He let loose a small laugh. You say that like it's easy. He shrugged. Maybe not by yourself. Never really by yourself. But I'll help you. How? Well, Denki smiled, waving his cookie. First of all, where the hell do you get these cookies? They're fucking awesome. I want to eat it, but I also want to save it, so make sure to gimme some more later. Oh, that reminds me. I need help on my homework later, too. You got a minute? Kirishima smiled, though it still looked a little tense and distracted. I know what you're. Whatever. You have the whole week to do that, Kaminari. Denki shrugged. If I don't do it now, I'll never do it. You know me, King Procrastinate. I'll never lose my throne, you know. Wow, I bow down below your almighty throne, Kirishima said dryly, because procrastinating is such a great thing to rule. Exactly, as you should. Denki said, taking the compliment, thank you. Siro says I'm just glorifying being lazy, but I'm glad we can see eye to eye, man. He eyed the plate, before deciding his arms wouldn't reach with the position he was in. He stretched out his foot and nudged it towards him. Kirishima eyed this in faint amusement. I can see where he's coming from with the lazy though, Denki stopped pushing the plate towards him, grabbed a biscuit, and gasped with mock offense, Kirishima. Oh my fuck. I thought you were my brother. He aggressively munched on the cookie, scowling at him. Kirishima lifted an eyebrow. That's nice, dude. Can I have a cookie? He tooted, but Denki begrudgingly, slowly pushed the plate over with his socked foot. Tut. You should be grateful I'm being so generous. He wrinkled his nose. Will you stop pushing that with your foot? I don't want cheese-flavored cookies right now, thanks. I don't have cheesy feet, Denki scowled, adding, you do. They stared at each other. Denki continued, and for the record, if I did, they'd be baby bells. Kirishima shook his head with a smirk. Nah, you'd be something like, that cheese Aoyama likes. Camembert or something, right? Denki gave him a look. Says you. You'd be, like a stinking bishop. I was too scared to try that one when it appeared in the kitchen, but that's you, brother. His friend looked offended. Kaminari, that's so rude. Fine, you'd be like a limburger. A limburger? Denki questioned, baffled. I thought we were talking cheese, not burgers. Besides, what burger even is that? You do the limbo while eating it? Kirishima snorted. Nah, bro, it's cheese. Super strong smelling one, at that. He gasped loudly. Okay. You know what, fine. You asked for it. You'd be a rotten cheddar, you basic bitch. Kirishima gasped even louder. No. Denki nodded darkly, not regretful in the slightest as he tried not to break and start laughing at how strange they must sound. He whispered loudly, oh, the fuck, yeah, BZZT. The click of both their necks as they whipped around to look at their phones was almost worrying. Denki didn't care though, grabbing his phone like a life source as Kirishima did the same, and tried not to sag in disappointment when there was no familiar cursing. 2:15 p.m. Saturday, 9th unnamed group chat Gothic Crow, yes, I'm free right now. I will be for a while if you'd like to talk. Now, unnamed group chat Todorani, I am, too. I think this would be a very convenient time, if you two are as well. Now, Kirishima and Denki exchanged a look. The aftertaste of his drink tasted like ash on his tongue. Plus what? Shouta demanded, quirk activating for a second as he clenched his phone to his ear. That makes no sense, Nedzu. You and I both know that you should be able to, very easily, access the, I truly am sorry, Izuku, Nedzu said from the other side, but I'm afraid I cannot do much else for the time being. I simply do not have the time to process, separate, order and deliver that footage. I apologize, Shouta scowled. Bullshit. Besides, you'd jump at any challenge, normally. This should be no different. Nedzu sighed. I truly am sorry, Eraser. I am simply too busy. This phone call alone is taking up the time I need to complete. To do what? Shouta snapped. Because honestly, I have a feeling that you're just not on Bakugou's side, here, and you are? He paused. He'd like to say yes, of course, but Bakugou probably wouldn't. Hisashi eyed him, giving him a curious look, but remained silent nearby. Shouta sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yes I am. Nedzu continued to speak. Eraser, look. Once I am finished with my work, I'll let you know and I think you'll be glad to find out about it. As soon as I get a break, though, I will contact you with the footage. Shouta hummed, unconvinced. And when will that be? I believe sometime next week, frustratingly. I apologize again, Eraser, Nedzu replied. I know what you are trying to do, and I am pleased. A noise echoed from the other side and Nedzu sighed and admitted, I have a call incoming. It is quite important. Goodbye Eraser, until next time. Yeah. Shouta rubbed his temples. He pursed his lips and turned to Hisashi. He looked confused. This'll be fun to explain. Bye. Click. Hold on, what was it you wanted to do? I think you heard me quite clearly, Shio. He smiled into the phone. His tone was cool, confident, like he knew what he was doing and knew that he would win. Is there a problem? Well, not exactly, but, Shio paused. May I ask why? I mean, I don't exactly understand why you'd organize this now. You haven't expressed any interest in us before. He could hear the other shuffle in his seat. Does it have to do with my students? Are they doing well for you, or? Splendidly, he smirked softly, picking up an elegant pen and twirling it around and around. It's just, well, you see, some matters have come to my attention. Not to worry, your students, my apologies, former students, are wonderful, so it seems. I just have a few concerns I'd like to smooth over. Confidential. I'm sure you'd understand, right, Shio? The man spluttered. Why yes, I suppose so. When would you like to do it? He hummed. If it would be possible, sometime this week? The earliest time possible, please. It wasn't a question, nor a statement to be negotiated. And we'll come to you. Of course, Shio said. We can be ready by, Tuesday, if you'd like. Will you be coming yourself, or bringing a? Oh, I'm not really sure, yet, he chirped lightly, as if he were deciding who to invite to a birthday party. I may bring one of my most trusted, or I might just come with a guard or two. Oh, bother, I do think I shall just decide on the day. Gut instinct and my mood will be just fine to go by, don't you think, Shio? The other swallowed. Yes, that sounds alright. Of course it does, he replied in a casual tone. Alright, well, I believe you already know who I'd like to see in particular. I do believe it'll be enlightening to see how you run things there. Of course, Shio said thickly. I do hope you'll like what you see over at Alderod Junior High. He smiled wryly in the afternoon light. Yes, I do hope so too. Plus Katsuki lay in bed. His curtains were still open, the light from the setting sun glaring straight onto his face, and yet not warming in the slightest, somehow, but he didn't care. His eyes were closed, the red beneath his eyelids a strange sort of pretty. He tried his best to breathe shallowly, but he was tempted to stop breathing at all. He didn't need to look to see the bruises littering his ribs. His face was probably a bloody mess too. He should get up and do something productive, maybe clean himself up or something. He had been for a while now. Mitsuki insisted on him actually going through with her lies about chores, so now the dishes had been washed, washing machine loaded, clothes folded, washing machine unloaded, the kitchen floor and surfaces cleaned, the sitting room tidied, beds made. Now wasn't the time for a break, though, especially if Mitsuki stormed through his door. Again, he should be doing something. Like, for example, helping Kirishima and Kaminari. They must be spamming him for help, or getting mad at why he didn't. Yeah. He groped around for his phone, grabbing it from the stand on the side of his bed, and clicked it on. 2:48 p.m. Saturday, 9th private message, shark face, hey dude, can you reply ASAP when you read my message? I gotta tell you SMTH, it's super important. 1:52 p.m, okay. That's weird, but what the fuck ever. Private message, Bakugou. Dash shark face today, at 2:48 p.m. Bakugou, what? It better be fucking important. The reply was near instant. Shark face, Bakugou. Bakugou Bakugou, learn to spell my fucking name, idiot shark face. I was getting worried bro. Usually you reply super quickly Bakugou. I was busy deal with it shark face, really? What were you doing? Bakugou, no what were you going to say earlier? He didn't reply for a second. Shark face, okay so actually, I wanted to ask you something instead. NVM forget it lol, don't worry about it but so like basically it's this I dye my hair red. It's not naturally red, it's black what? Shark face, and I am so sorry I kept it hidden from you and everyone Kami didn't know so if you didn't either I am so sorry and I hope we can still be friends if that's even an option right now Bakugou, WTF are you serious RN? Shark face, yes there was a pause again. And I'm sorry, Bakugou. Katsuki snorted and sat up, shuffling so that his back was against the wall and ignoring the pang in his ribs. Why the fuck was this idiot apologizing? 2. How dare he think that Katsuki was that stupid? Also, who the fuck didn't know that Kirishima's hair was dyed? That's like saying no one knows that the stupid ball of sunshine's gay, for fuck's sake. Seriously, that was some laughable bullshit right there, and Katsuki didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or to commit mass murder. Bakugou, Jesus Christ you're both idiots shark face, wait so you knew? Bakugou, no fucking shit literally how the fuck does anyone not know shark face, oh lol well that's good, I was scared for a second goddammit, this fucking dipshit. Why? Why did he sign up for this, again? Oh, that's right, yeah, he never fucking did, the persistent fucking assholes. At the same time, though, he had to admit, he didn't exactly, shark face, dude? Bakugou, no shark face, hey, bro, are you disowning me RN man? I'm Brocken now how could you do this to me /3 turning emo as I type dude /3/3. On further thought, he takes back whatever bullshit he was about to say there. Plus Koji yawned as he walked down the stairs, his white bunny, Snowball, nestled comfortably in his arms. Sato turned with a hum from where he was crouched at the oven, sliding something in. The counter was a mess of bowls, cooking ingredients, spoons, pans, but nothing was spilt, luckily. Sato smiled at him. Morning, Kauta. Or, afternoon. Sleep well? Koji blushed, knowing how late it was. But that wasn't technically his fault. Staying up the night before, he usually went to bed around the same time as Bakugou, so he guessed he's just not used to it. Still, 2:50 p.m. was really late. Hopefully his aunt wouldn't know. He nodded quickly to Sato with a shy smile and walked over. Snowball peered over his arms to see what was going on, and sniffed the air. Koji smiled and muttered quietly, "Be baking?" Sato grinned, turning back to the oven and crouching again to see inside. He motioned for Koji to do the same. Yup. It's in the oven now, you can see it baking. It's a Victoria sponge cake, might be British, might be Spanish. I'm not very sure, but it tastes nice and is fairly easy to cook on a Saturday afternoon. He glanced at Koji with a teasing smile, or Saturday morning. So I just went, what the heck, let's do this. Koji chuckled and nodded. The others are missing out. His friend grinned at him and stood up, Koji following his lead. Sato started to collect the bowls and spoons, cleaning up quickly. More for us. Koji smiled shyly and giggled softly to himself as he stepped to the side. Snowball looked at him curiously. He murmured to her excitedly, Sato's cakes are really good. I'm really excited. Her nose twitched. Big human? Koji shook his head. No, call him Sato. That's his name, S.A., too. She stared at him for a long moment. Big human. Koji sighed. Hey, Kauta. Ajiro greeted as he rounded the corner into the kitchen. Sleep well? How's Snowball? Koji smiled and held up his bunny slightly in his arms, as she's good. Still won't say anyone's name, though. I am sorry, B, but it seems you will forever be Ratman. Ajiro snorted. Ah, I gotcha. Tell her I said hi. As Koji did so, Ajiro turned to Sato. Mornin', Sato. Baking something? Yeah. Sato grinned. It should be ready in a few minutes. Oh, cool. Smells great, Ajiro smiled, picking up a dirty bowl and placing it in the sink to clean it later. Any cool facts about it? Sato always shared facts about the baking he did, and they were always more than happy to listen. Well, I'm not certain, but it's either from England or Spain, Sato said. Originated during the Renaissance, I think. It's a Victoria sponge cake, super nice and easy to make, so I didn't bother with anything fancier. Ajiro nodded. Yeah, I bet it's gonna be great. Koji hummed and asked softly as he took a seat on one of the stools, oh, B, by the way, who else is staying here until Sunday? You mean at the dorms? Ajiro asked, following up with, I think it's us, Aoyama, Shaoji, Yaerozu, a few others, but I'm not sure. Actually, how come you guys aren't home? If you're comfortable with it, obviously. Sato shrugged, wiping down the counter. My parents are trying to refurbish something or other, I don't know, so I'm staying here while they do that. You know, since there'll be lots of noise and stuff. It'll be ready by Monday, though, so by then I'll be back home. Koji smiled, my aunt's busy with work. She didn't want me alone most of the day while she's gone, so she said I should stay here with my friends. By Monday, I'll be back home, though, and she'll have a break at work. Ajiro said, that's cool. My mom's teaching her class in martial arts for the rest of the weekend, so for the same reason as you, I'm staying here till Sunday. Sato chuckled. We get a week with no chaotic classmates. Ajiro snorted, oh, yeah. He held up his hands, listing them as he said, no screaming, no explosions, not even the ones that have nothing to do with Bakugou, no flipped sofas, no craters in the walls, no one setting the kitchen on fire, Sato offered. And, yeah, Ashido was still banned from the kitchen. Koji giggled, and no one committing murder because of a broken All-Might figurine. They managed to stop Midoriya before that happened, but it was a day to remember. No one blasting CPR at 4 a.m. because they forgot that they had their phone connected to the TV speakers, Ajiro mused. Was Koji expected to explain that one? Sometimes I wonder if Class 1B has this kind of stuff too, Sato wondered aloud with an amused smile. I saw Tetsu try to arm wrestle a tree branch once, Koji said. He added, and I saw Komori make a statue made of mushroom. She cried when Monoma copied her quirk and made it sit on a mushroom toilet. This was in one of the training rooms, by the way. Ajiro snickered behind his hand. I think that answers your question, then, Sato. Sato laughed. Honestly, I'm not even all that surprised. It was quiet for a bit, until something beeped and Sato started. Oh, that'll be the alarm. He crouched down, opening the oven's door and sliding a knife in. Ajiro pursed his lips and frowned. Hey, guys, what do you think about the ER situation? Koji tensed and shuffled a little in his seat, holding Snowball a little tighter. Sato paused for a moment, before straightening and putting the knife to the side, grabbing gloves instead. He took his time as he slid the cake out and onto the counter, before saying, I think that it's stupid to keep calling it the situation. It was bullying, we can't do anything about it. It was in the past, and unless one of us has a time-traveling quirk, it'll stay there. And we shouldn't be talking about it, anyway. Yes, I guess, but, Ajiro grimaced, don't you think that? I don't know. Doesn't it make you feel? Sato glanced at him. He turned back to the cake and shut the oven closed, switching it off. I think it wasn't great for Bakugou to do that, obviously. But again, that's between Midoriya and him. I don't think this is something to talk about like a random English assignment. Ajiro looked away. You are right. I didn't mean to say it like that. I don't know what we're supposed to feel in this situation. Like, angry? Sad? Completely blank to it? They're both our classmates, and we aren't super close, but Saro gave him a look. I get it. But they're on the same side, don't forget it. It's not like you've gotta pick one. If you're rooting for Midoriya, you can feel angry at Bakugou, but that's probably not what Midoriya wants. If you're rooting for Bakugou, you can feel guilty, but I doubt that's what he wants either. Either way, this is none of our business, and they never wanted it to be in the first place anyway. Let M sort it out, and support them after. He smiled. Anyway, though, anyone wanna help me with the filling? Cake's ready for it. Ajiro bit his lip, then grinned. Course, Koji stood up. Why yeah, I'll help too. The bullying was complicated. Of course, it was. You can't just know that one of your friends was bullied by another of your friends and be fine with it. Or, at least, pretend that nothing happened. But, Koji supposed, they were still friends. Friends make mistakes, they argue, they fight, but they make up in the end, if the friendship is strong enough. And in this case, Koji thought, I really hope theirs is. Considering everything, Denki said slowly, a minute after hanging up with Tokoyami and Todoroki, I think that went okay, you know? Kirishima nodded, his face buried as he lay front first on his bed. He lifted his face just long enough to say, yeah, sure. If you forget about the fact that yeah, Bakugou is very likely being abused, and yeah, we've practically ignored it for the whole year, and yeah, the whole angry hedgehog thing is probably a facade, and yeah, two of the people who were the least closest to Bakugou figured it out before his own closest friends did. He took a breath, then yeah, I'd say it went right fucking peachy. He slammed his face back into the covers. Kiri 8th, Denki whined, rolling his head. I was being positive. Kirishima hummed into the fabric, uncommitted. Denki sighed. Look, man. We found out some shit that we probably didn't want to know, but we're a step closer to finding Bakugou. Think about that, yeah. We may have been ignorant assholes before, but that's only more a reason to work our ass off trying to help him from this point forward. Kirishima tilted his head to the side, his cheek squished against the bed covers as he stared tiredly at Denki. I guess. Something buzzed, and Denki knew exactly what it was. Kirishima jolted like he'd been stung on his ass and patted around him for his phone, finding it in record timing. His eyes lit up, in anxiousness and relief. It's Bakugou, he replied. Denki grinned, and checked his watch. Ha! 4 minutes, and we'd have run over there. He sure knows how to make someone stress, sheesh. But that's a positive, see. What did he say? His eyes darted left to right as he read, before he started to type. He said that it better be important, which isn't out of character or anything so I think he might be okay. At least, for the time being. Kirishima looked up, cocking his head to the side with a brief smile, before darting back down. Still, though, better safe than sorry, right? Yeah, Denki smiled. Right, plus 4:56 p.m. Saturday, 9th 64% calling, Pikachu and Shark Face. Calling was risky. Katsuki knew this. At any moment, his mother could start yelling, or barge in. Maybe even something worse, which wouldn't do well on his reputation. Ugh, he already had a headache. That wouldn't help much, but he had to do this. Besides, when had a little discomfort held him back? They picked up after a few seconds. Hey, Bakugou. How's it going? Kirishima chirped first. Kaminari spoke next. Bakugou. Hey, dude. You, good? Katsuki rolled his eyes and sat up in his bed, his feet planted on the floor as he slouched over his knees. He spoke quietly. Fine. Where are you idiots? Kirishima laughed, like the way he used to when he didn't understand a question Katsuki was going over for revision. What? Wait. Did you change your mind on the game tournament? He sounded hopeful. Katsuki almost felt bad. No, you dumbass, he hissed. It's gonna rain soon. Where the hell are you? At Kirishima's house, Kaminari replied slowly, slightly uncertain. Why should we need to know if it's raining? And, he quietened his voice to a whisper, why are you speaking so quietly? The blonde grit his teeth. Shitty hair, hit him, Katsuki ordered, and Pikachu, stop being fucking annoying. Hey, that's so rude. Kaminari whined, before hissing. Oi, Kirishima. Why? Katsuki guessed that Kirishima shrugged. Bakugou told me to. Kaminari huffed. Katsuki rolled his eyes. So, they didn't need shelter, then. And, from the sounds of it, they weren't afraid to be loud, which could mean that either Kirishima's moms weren't home / couldn't hear them, or it was only Kaminari's parents to be wary of. Anyway, Kirishima continued, why'd you call? Need anything? Katsuki paused. What if he was wrong about this? He'd make a fool of himself. Just the one, I guess. Fuck it. He stood up, phone still placed to his ear, and suppressed a grunt of pain. Pain shot through his head, flooding through his body for a moment before leaving with only a few black dots floating across his vision. He sucked his teeth and continued to move, hesitating at his door. Hey, what was that? Kaminari asked worriedly. Katsuki scowled. Nothing. Shut the fuck up before I set you on fire, dipshit. Ugh, Fuck it. Do you guys need medical shit or what? His hand trembled, hovering over his doorknob. The bathroom was just down the hall. He knew that there were medical things like gauze and cream in there that could help if they needed it. He knew how bad injuries could get if they weren't treated properly, but his mother was in her room, midway between the bathroom and him. He didn't want to attract attention, especially if he wanted to get out with the shit for the idiots. The boys on the other side of the line were silent for a second. Katsuki was about to tell them to get the fuck on with it, before Kirishima asked carefully, "Why, would we need medical things?" "Shut up with the fucking cryptic shit," Katsuki scowled, careful to keep his voice low as he got a little self-conscious. "Do you need it or not? Otherwise, I'm fucking hanging up, so, and no. Kirishima stammered quickly. Because well, you see, what would you do if we said yes?" Kaminari asked. Finally, fucking getting somewhere. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "I got some shit you can borrow. Shitty hair don't live too far away. I can come give it to you if you don't have any yourself, because you're both fucking idiots." A pause again. And you'd be able to do that as safely?" Katsuki swallowed. Maybe. Yeah, wad ya need?" Kaminari paused. "We don't need it right now. And, I don't think it would be best for you to come here straight away, anyway. How about tomorrow, you come, and we'll all stay at Kirishima's for a bit?" "What the fuck is this idiot playing at?" Katsuki scowled. Tomorrow, fine. So, what do ya need? Get on with it." He drew his hand away from the doorknob, though he wouldn't admit how his shoulders had relaxed a little in relief. Kaminari trailed off for a moment. He heard his mother open her door, and he tensed again. By some kind of good luck, she went to the bathroom and Katsuki swallowed thickly. Shit. If Kaminari hadn't insisted for tomorrow, Kaminari continued, oblivious to his second of panic, dragging it out for a minute. An ice pack, maybe? And a painkiller. Please. What, ya got a bruise or some shit? Katsuki frowned. He hadn't seen it when they'd come by, but it very easily could have been hidden by that big, woolly hat, or his hoodie, or whatever the fuck else he'd been wearing. How bad? Kaminari hesitated, and Katsuki wanted to throttle him. Hurry the fuck up, I don't have all day. Yeah, I'm not sure. The pain's okay, if that's what you, mean. Not unbearable. I'll be fine tonight, and I have a few spare painkillers, myself. And don't worry, it's definitely not a concussion, if that's what you're thinking. Katsuki couldn't help the annoyed look he cast at his ceiling. Fine. Whatever. I'll bring the shit tomorrow, around midday, and you better be fucking happy with it, 'cause I ain't making 2 trips. Kaminari snorted. You're making it sound like we're doing drugs, Kaken. Well, technically, Katsuki said, smirking at Kaminari's small, wait, what? See ya. What? Hey, Bakugou. Wait, stay on the, and he's gone. Now. He's pretty sure his father was getting home soon from work. Yay. Plus, Kaminari, what have you done? Kirishima wailed. Oh my god. What are we going to do? Dude, Denki grimaced, holding his hands out, placating. I think you're taking this a little out of proportion. Just calm down. No. Kirishima shrieked. His hands fisted his hair. No, he's coming with medical stuff. Tomorrow. He thinks you're hurt. Do you know how mad and annoyed he'll be when he realizes? He won't trust us anymore. He'll go straight back to her. He won't agree to hanging with us, ever again. What are we supposed to do? Tell him we made a mistake. Kiri, you're just exaggerating. And don't worry, I have a plan. Kirishima's face fell in horror and he grabbed Kaminari's shoulders. Wait, a plan? Do I have to hit you now? Are you suddenly a masochist? Kami. His shoulders bunched up and his eyes widened, despite his low eyebrows. No, just listen to me, dude. Denki shouted. Kirishima quittened, but not without a pout. Denki sighed, a little mirth dancing in his eyes, and explained, I was playing with my sister, earlier. She accidentally hit me in the head with a ball. It's been aching since then, only getting worse, really, but I just ignored it. I think it might be bruising, though. Denki could tell that Kirishima didn't like the amount of enthusiasm he had while saying that last part, but he was obviously calmer. Oh, okay. Kirishima let go of him and gave him a worried look. Are you okay? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you good? Denki blinked. If you think I'm being abused, there is no way in hell, dude. I'd tell you, of course, you're my bro. And anyway, ya really think I can lie about something like that to your face? Kirishima blushed and smiled sheepishly. Denki continued, also, I didn't really notice it, up till now. I honestly thought it was the cold from outside, and after having hot chocolate and with this hat on, it didn't feel very bad, so, Kirishima frowned, looking at the hat. I didn't even notice you still had it on. Denki shrugged. Yeah, I didn't either, until, like, halfway through talking to Tokoyami and Todoroki. I just kept it on, since it's so damn cold. He nodded. I'll ask my mom to turn the heating up or something. Can I see it, though? If only to make Kirishima feel a little better, Denki pulled the hat off. He was fairly certain that the pain was coming from somewhere near his temple, so he tilted his head slightly to the side. The cold bit at his ears and scalp immediately, and he shivered with a grimace. Kirishima sucked his teeth when he saw the bruise in Tutade. Yoch, dude, does it hurt? Kirishima scrunched his face up as he stared. It's all big and red. Denki grinned sheepishly and pulled the hat sloppily back over his mess of golden hair, pulling it over the bruise and down to his ears. It was a hard ball, he defended. He was not going to let Kirishima think that his little sister of 7 years could do this. Even if her quirk let her channel energy and electricity into other forms of energy, like thermal, kinetic, yada, yada, in small outputs, etc., etc. If you understood that, well done, Denki bows in awe of you. If not, Denki doesn't blame you, for obvious reasons. It was basically just turning electricity into different outputs, he'd gathered. For the record, Denki's quirk was cooler. Less clever shit to follow. He'd stand by that, thanks. Kirishima sighed. Do you want to get treated now? We could just tell him that we found something to help it before he arrives. Denki considered. Nah, I mean, yeah, I'll take an ice pack or a painkiller, but for tomorrow, I want to see if he, well, you know, if he knows how. If he knows how, because he's been doing it for himself for a while. Plus it was 6 in the evening, and Masaru was there. Katsuki slowed as he walked down the stairs. The man turned from where he was hanging up his coat, and smiled. Mitsuki was nowhere in sight, probably in the kitchen, from when she'd yelled him down. Fucking hell, Masaru was there. Hey, Kats, he greeted. I haven't seen you in ages, son. Calm down now, it's only been a fucking term, Katsuki muttered, resuming to walk down the stairs slowly. His wary eyes never left his father, glaring up through his bangs. Masaru chuckled. Katsuki didn't wrinkle his nose, but he very nearly did at the snobbish way in which he tilted his head. Katsuki, be grateful you have a father who cares, at least. Honestly, you and your mother should really appreciate me more. Oh, and you do that, how? Katsuki bit placidly. The only reason being that his mother wasn't in earshot. By spending all day in your office working to get yourself money, or drinking almost every night till a new chick comes along to, Katsuki, Masaru said lightly, his lips twitching upward slightly. Katsuki wasn't fooled. He could see the flicker of warning in his eyes like a dog baring its teeth. Didn't your mother call you down, just now? You better run along, I need to put my things away. Go on, be a good son for once. Katsuki scowled. He turned and walked slowly, keeping track of exactly where Masaru was behind him. He hesitated at the kitchen's doorway, seeing his mother cooking, but pushed through it. The hero student eyed Mitsuki warily and opened the cutlery drawer to set the table. Sadly, Mitsuki was paying attention. Your father's here, Katsuki. Her tone was clipped and cold. He kept his eyes down. He may not like Masaru and the adults may both be dangerous to mess with, but Mitsuki was the real threat at that moment. Masaru, his teachers, his classmates, anyone could blab to her all they wanted, but when it came down to it, the worst would be if Katsuki did something in front of the woman. Yeah, I saw, Katsuki replied stiffly. She sniffed. Did you greet him? You know, like a normal, good son? He raised his eyes to meet hers. Yeah. She narrowed her eyes at him, but turned and continued to cook. The room was filled with the sound of fizzing from the frying rice. His face throbbed under cream, plasters and concealer. 15 minutes later, they were sitting at the table. Katsuki glanced up at his parents. They were silent. The only sound in the empty kitchen was the scrape of cutlery on plates and the chewing of food. Not that Katsuki could stomach much. The tension was so thick he could cut it with a knife. So, Masaru started, looking up and smiling at the two. How have your days been, Mitsuki? She sighed, shrugging. It was all right. Could have been better, if Katsuki hadn't come along to ruin it. Katsuki scowled and halted, chopsticks halfway to his mouth. You were the one telling me to come back here, and you were the one who misbehaved, yet again, she shot back, voice raising a little. Don't argue with me, brat. Masaru sighed, and set down his cutlery. Katsuki leaned back in his seat, already visioning the long scolding. Katsuki, what have I told you about upsetting your mother? Please, it's only your first day back. I'd like a peaceful dinner, for once, without you two ruining it. To Katsuki's slight, and very, very mild, surprise, Mitsuki rounded on her husband with a glare. Ha! Oh, so you want a peaceful dinner now, do you? You don't want to fucking stop your son from mouthing badly to his mother, no, you just care about a peaceful fucking dinner? This is exactly what I'm talking about, Masaru muttered, rolling high eyes. And here come the dramatics, Masaru. Mitsuki seethed. I am your wife. He is our son, and I expect you to help me discipline him. not take your own side and mock me. Masaru groaned with a frown, waving up a dismissing hand. Alright. His gaze slid to Katsuki. You need to be better than this, Katsuki, alright? Your mother's right, you need to behave and treat us with the respect we deserve. Samantha's words from Friday rang in his ears. You need to learn to treat people with the respect they deserve. Funny, for some reason, those words only ever come from people he doesn't respect. How fucking strange. He stabbed his food with his fork. Masaru's eyebrows lowered. Well, come on, aren't you going to say anything? What did I just say about respect, Cats? Katsuki's teeth clenched. What the hell do you want me to fucking say? Mitsuki's nostrils flared. Brat, don't you dare act ignorant right now. Masaru's face hardened. Apologize, Katsuki. He glared, and looked between them. Mitsuki stiffened, jaw setting, and Katsuki muttered bitterly, eyes cast down. I'm sorry, it didn't mean shit. If they demanded respect, he'd give it to them fake. He wasn't stupid, arguing further would only make his life harder. But he was still stubborn as fuck, and they wouldn't take that away just yet. Not that they knew their son well enough to know it. Good enough, Masaru hummed. Mitsuki huffed, casting him a distasteful look, and they turned back to their plates. Masaru added, what did Katsuki do, again, Mitsuki? She seemed all too pleased to tell him. I got a call from one of Katsuki's teachers. He told me that Katsuki had been fucking misbehaving and that I should talk to him. So I did, and Katsuki called him a fucking liar. Obviously, I got fucking mad. What good parent wouldn't? Masaru frowned and looked at him with a disappointed sigh. Oh, Katsuki. What has gotten into you? It's like you're not even our son anymore. Katsuki didn't care about Masaru's thoughts about him, but, even to him, those words did seem to dig a little too close to his heart. He looked away. Masaru sighed, and shrugged, like he'd done nothing. Oh, whatever. Since you two hotheads didn't ask, my day went great. Honey, remember that client we were having trouble with selling to? Well, Katsuki tuned them out. The food before him was mostly uneaten, and he couldn't help but think about the countless times he was forced to cook for himself. And the other times he chose to, for his classmates at Yui. The few good times. Katsuki took a bite of his cold food, refusing the urge to gag at his lack of appetite. His parents spoke like he wasn't there, but he had to say, it was better than the rest of the day. After this, unless his parents demanded something else, he'd be able to retreat to his room again. He tried not to flinch as his mother made a wide gesture and raised her voice a little. It was as if he'd never even left. Katsuki could say that he didn't make all that many bad decisions in his life. Kinda. This, however, may be one of the worst, by far, on that short list. He slipped the latch of the door open silently, pausing to listen for a sound. Nothing, his parents hadn't heard, thank fuck, before closing it behind him quietly. He took a deep breath. This was such a shitty fucking idea. Sunday, the 10th, 1:36 in the afternoon. In other words, the day Katsuki snuck out to meet friends. It wasn't as bad as it looked, honestly, but yeah, it was as bad as it looked. He'd get an ass whooping if he wasn't quick enough with this. Katsuki clenched his teeth and ventured further out of the house. He'd had lunch at 12-something, a tense, stiff thing as he sat across from his parents that made him want to writhe and shift in his seat. They'd both gone to their work office, just a room that they used to have meetings with work or complete fashion designs and ideas, so Katsuki suspected he probably had around an hour or two before they noticed him gone. He should have done this at night. In fact, he was tempted to cancel on Kirishima and Kaminari. He'd done it before, so it wasn't like it would be weird, but this was different. Ugh, it was different. He sighed to himself and hurried quickly down the street. The quicker this was done, the quicker he could get back and avoid punishment. He'd deliver Kaminari the things. But he couldn't afford to do anything else, until he was out of the woods. Plus Kaminari's foot was bouncing, and Eijiro was chewing his lip. Bakugou would arrive in a few minutes. Eijiro looked up. Kaminari, what do we do when, if Bakugou, Kaminari side-glanced him. He gulped. Dude, right now, I'm focusing on what we're gonna do when Bakugou comes in. What happens after that? That's for future me to deal with. Right. Eijiro nodded slowly, then winced. Isn't that kinda ineffective? Maybe, Kaminari said with a small smile, but that's how I've been doing this whole year, so I'd say it's something, right now. Eijiro scrunched his face up, before relaxing with a begrudging sigh. Okay. Fine. Kaminari pursed his lips. Hey, the house's doorbell split through the house. Their eyes met, and they breathed simultaneously. Bakugou. Eijiro made it down the stairs and to the door first, almost crashing into it as he skidded on the floorboards in his slippers, and unlatched the door hastily. He could hear Kaminari make it behind him only a second after, right as the door clicked and he swung it open. Bakugou stood there awkwardly, obviously uncomfortable, and Eijiro beamed to hopefully look more welcoming. The first thing he noticed was his face, as rude as that sounded. The large plaster on his left cheek, the sloppily applied, rushed, concealer over his nose, a strange purple-like tint showing from underneath, and a smaller plaster on his right cheek. The next thing he noticed was the camo-green rucksack he had slung over his shoulder. It didn't look too full, didn't bulge, and it definitely didn't look heavy, but Eijiro had a good guess at what was inside. "Hey, dude," Eijiro greeted, keeping the roughness out of his voice. He yanked his eyes away from the injuries and tried to look him in the eye. "Glad you could make it." Kaminari smiled and he came to Eijiro's side. "Hey, Kukan, miss me already?" Eijiro moved so that Bakugou could walk in. Bakugou rolled his eyes and made no move to walk in. "In your fucking dreams." His eyes flickered behind them, and Eijiro gave a nervous smile and shot a glance over his shoulder. "Nothing? Eijiro swung a hand into the house, as a silent gesture to highlight the invitation to come in. "You coming in, man? It's cold out there." As soon as Bakugou got in, Eijiro would feel much better about his safety, too. Bakugou seemed to debate it, hesitating briefly, before he huffed and trudged inside. Eijiro shut the door behind him, cutting off the current of cold air, and smiled as Bakugou looked around a little with his eyes. He didn't move from his stiff position in the middle of the hallway, like he was in an unfamiliar place and couldn't touch anything. Eijiro exchanged a glance with Kaminari, before walking up to Bakugou. "Like the Dako? You came here a few times I think, before the dorms, but my mum redecorated this part of the house." "Well, she says redecoration. I, personally, think she just bought a few paintings and vases and put them in random places." He shrugged with a small snort. Bakugou gave him a calculated look. He lowered his head a little, and eyed the kitchen door, placed to the right of the stairs. Eijiro looked at Kaminari for help, who jolted slightly under his gaze. He nodded, holding up a hand with a smug smile that said, "I got this," and turned to Bakugou. "Hey, are your moms here?" Bakugou asked, turning to Eijiro. Kaminari let his mouth stay open for a second, before he shut it and turned away with a grumble and a pout. Honestly, he'd probably had something planned to say to Bakugou. Sad times. Eijiro looked back at Katsuki. No. They're out shopping. They'll probably be here by, like, 2:30, maybe 3? Why'd you ask? As soon as it came out of his mouth, Eijiro realized that he probably knew the answer. Katsuki didn't seem to relax much, but he did huff and scowl, holding out his rucksack with more confidence. "Well, come on, idiot, I don't have all fucking day." Eijiro looked at him in confusion, and he rolled his eyes with an exaggerated groan, shoving the bag into Eijiro's arms. "Take it. There should be all the shit you need for whatever the fuck Pikachu's gone and done." He turned on his heel and made it to the door before Eijiro snapped out of whatever surprise he was in and yelped, "What? Hey, where are you going, man?" Bakugou looked over his shoulder with a tch. "Back to the fucking house? You got the shit, I'm going." Eijiro looked at Kaminari again and the blonde scrambled towards Bakugou. "What? Man, I don't know how to treat this. You gotta help me, please?" Bakugou glared at him. "Fuck no. Search it up on Google or some shit." "Dude," Kaminari whined. He lifted up a bang of his hair to show the bruise. Granted, it wasn't actually that bad and probably didn't even need to be treated much, but if it would get Bakugou to stay. "Look at this." "How?" At the sight of it, Bakugou's face twitched into a small, concealed wince. He smooth-handed into a slightly considering scowl and glanced suspiciously at Eijiro. He immediately put on his most pitiful face, and Bakugou clicked his tongue. "Fine, whatever." He pulled out his phone. "It's 2, I'm leaving by 2:30. If you try to stop me, I'll blow your face to fucking Mars." Kaminari and Eijiro exchanged a glance. That wasn't long, 30 minutes, but, it was something? Eijiro nodded. Okay, yeah, let's, bathroom." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Is that a fucking question, or are you deciding? Lead the fucking way, idiot, it's your damn house." "Alright." Eijiro grinned, catching Kaminari's eyes before he started to climb up the stairs, towards his bathroom. Plus the first thing Denki noticed about Bakugou was his posture. And, okay, yeah, he knew it wasn't a big thing, and it made him sound like his mom. But the fact still remained, Bakugou's posture was usually one of 2 modes. 1, shoulders back, confident, proud. Or 2, slouched, relaxed, uninterested to anyone who didn't know his usual facial expressions. But now, he was overthinking. That probably what it was. Who the hell pays attention to someone's posture when they first see them? "Sit," Bakugou ordered, opening the bag he had snatched off of Kirishima and taking out a small bag that seemed to be filled with blue stuff. From the exercises they'd gone through with Aizawa, Denki could tell that it was an ice bag. He obediently sat on the toilet lid, while Kirishima sat on the rim of the bath on the side. Denki frowned slightly as he gazed at Bakugou. His posture was different now, he noted. More relaxed, not completely relaxed, obviously, but you get what he means, and confident. It had changed at some point. Before, his posture was anything but his usual one. It wasn't confident or proud. Neither was it relaxed or uninterested. It was. Denki couldn't really describe what it was. He was jolted out of his thoughts when Bakugou dragged a small stool over and sat at it with a huff. I ain't doing this twice, so pay attention and do it yourself next time. Why would there be a next time? Denki asked. Bakugou paused briefly, his hand stilling from where he had been wrapping some sort of cloth around the bag. He continued to rap, albeit slower. If it happens again, dipshit. This should be common knowledge, anyway. Kirishima tilted his head. You don't tend to treat bruises yourself, though. Usually, you get someone to help you, especially at our age. Plus, we usually have recovery girl. Denki knew exactly what he was doing. Bakugou looked up and stared at him for a moment. Well then what the fuck are you gonna do when you're alone, idiot? Expect some extra to appear out of thin fucking air and give your broken leg a fucking pat to make it better? Kirishima laughed. No, if you do have someone near you, it only makes sense that they'd help, right? Well, I'm not fucking talking about being with someone, am I? Bakugou snapped, turning to Denki with a click of his tongue. He shoved the ice pack, now wrapped in cloth, into Denki's chest. Put that on your head, shitface. Put pressure on it, don't take it off until I tell you to, and if you whine, I'll kill you. Denki chuckled. You said that kinda casually, for someone threatening me with murder. Shut it, dunce face, Bakugou scowled. You'd piss your pants if I didn't. Now are you gonna fucking do what I say, or will I have to go through with my damn threat? Denki smiled and chuckled nervously. Sir, no sir. He held the ice bag over his temple, grimacing at the chill. Bakugou rolled his eyes. It was in my bag, so it isn't as cold as it would have been better to have, but it'll do for now. Kirishima shot Denki a look, as if trying to tell him what he was about to do, before saying, Are you gonna treat your injuries, Bakugou? Bakugou looked like he was taken by surprise for a moment, then he scowled. Already done. Kirishima's face fell into a small frown. Are you sure? Your cheek looks a bit red. Denki bit his tongue to stop himself from asking, How did you get it? What happened? Does it hurt? Are you okay? And instead swallowed, making sure his face revealed nothing. Bakugou held an arm up, in front of his face, and succeeded in hiding said cheek from view with his hand. His eyes narrowed, and he spat, Piss off, I said it's fucking done. Kirishima pursed his lips and leaned back slightly. Fine. Okay. They looked away from each other, and Denki looked between them with a wince. He tapped a rhythmless beat onto his thigh with his finger, before asking, How long am I supposed to keep this on, again? 15 minutes, Bakugou grumbled, lowering his arm to cross them. Then do it again in 2 hours, for the next 2 days. What? Denki whined. I can already feel this thing icing my brain though. I'm gonna be a popsicle, dude. Bakugou huffed with a scowl. You wouldn't exactly lose too many brain cells. Denki gaped, Hey, so offensive. Bakugou shot him a sharp grin and tilted his head up to look down at him. Chill, Pikachu. Why did that feel like deja vu? Wah, was that a pun? Denki exclaimed. Okay, that's not fair. Bakugou clicked his tongue. Shut up. Oi, shark face. Kirishima perked up. He continued, Get the tub from in that bag. Should be small. He grabbed the bag, shoving his hand inside, and took out a small tub. This it? Bakugou nodded, gesturing for Kirishima to throw it to him, and caught it easily. He held it up to Denki. Cheap. I have a spare at home, keep this and use it. What? No. Denki protested. You have it. I can buy some later. Bakugou seemed to hesitate. You're sure? Denki blinked. Yeah. I think I've seen it when I go to those corner stores. I'm sure I can get one for myself sometime soon. I have one at home already. He added slowly. Do you want me to get you some more too? Bakugou scowled and looked away. No. He waited, before nodding slowly. Okay. They sat together in silence for a bit. Denki was pretty sure it had been 10 to 15 minutes. He looked at Bakugou to ask if he could take the ice bag off. He was sitting deep in thought though, Denki could tell. Hand in front of his mouth, eyes fixated on the floor, yet unfocused. Under the glare of the bathroom lights, and out of context, it looked like they'd come back from a heroics lesson, especially with the plasters and injuries on his face. The red mark on his cheek, blooming from under the plaster, was so obvious that he could bet that. Denki perked up. Hey, guys. Let's take a picture together. Their reactions were simultaneous. What? Fuck no. What? Yeah, sure. Denki grinned, taking the ice bag off of his temple and letting his hair flop back in front of his face again. Yeah, I mean, who can say that they've been in a bathroom with their best brothers as they help treat each other on a Sunday? This is a moment, man. Bakugou scowled and crossed his arms. I've been doing all the treating here, dunce face. And that's a stupid fucking idea. Nah, Kirishima laughed, getting up and clashing his fists together across his chest. I like it. C'mon, Bakugou bro. Oh, let's take a mirror photo. Denki snorted. Basic, but I have no complaints. Bakugou grumbled, but with both Denki and Kirishima's insistence, soon stood up to join them in front of the mirror. Denki took out his phone. Say, what should we say? Kirishima laughed. I don't know. You tell me, dude. I'm not saying shit, idiots, Bakugou growled, rolling his eyes. Thanks for the suggestion, Kaken. Denki chirped. Okay, on the count of 3, everyone say shit. Bakugou didn't, in fact, say shit, but he did snicker when the phone clicked, giving Denki a rare photo of him smiling. He didn't point it out, just beamed happily. I shall cherish this photo till the end of forever. Kirishima laughed heartily, and Bakugou shook his head. You're both idiots. Well, you're friends with these idiots. Denki said, without thinking. He glanced at Bakugou, but he didn't have much of a reaction except for an eye roll and a snort. Denki hesitantly perked up again with a hopeful smile. Did that? Kirishima sucked his teeth from behind him, his eyes widening, and Denki shot his eyes over to where he was holding his phone out. His eyes darted to Bakugou. My moms say they're on their way home. They'll be here in a few minutes. Bakugou's reaction was immediate. You said they'd be here at 2:30 or 3. What time is it? Denki checked his own phone. I'm so sorry, we didn't keep track of time, dude. It's 2:41. Denki recognized Bakugou's posture, this time. He looked cornered. It's fucking what? Look, I'm sure it'll be fine. Eijiro tried to assure. You wanted to be out by 2:30, right? It's only 15 minutes, Bakugou whipped around from where he had been shoving things back into his bag to glare at him. Yeah, and by that, I meant by 2:30. By 2:30. Which means that I was supposed to be leaving at 2:15, 2:20 would be maximum. I was supposed to be in and out, not doing stupid fucking shit with you idiots. Thanks, by the way. He turned back to his bag, zipping it up and throwing it over his shoulder in one fluid motion. Kaminari pursed his lips and grimaced when Eijiro turned to him. He still held the ice bag to his temple, which looked a little better, at least, and shrugged. Eijiro huffed and followed after Bakugou as he made his way down the stairs. Bakugou, wait, he tried. I can walk with you there or something. Are you late, or is someone? No. Bakugou snapped. I don't need you fucking this up even more. Eijiro couldn't deny that did actually hurt a little. Hey, I'm trying to help, he said, frowning. I get that we both messed up with the time, but you don't gotta take it out on us, okay? Bakugou whipped around, mouth opening to yell something, when the sound of keys fiddling with the key lock reached their ears, and Bakugou went rigid. He froze for a moment, staring Eijiro right in the eyes, before seeming to snap out of it and turn towards the door cautiously. His jaw snapped shut and he clenched his teeth. He seemed tense, one foot behind the other, slightly like the pose he took when readying for a fight, and although Eijiro couldn't see his face, he honestly doubted that he was sporting a sunny smile. That'll be my mom's? Eijiro muttered, right as the door opened. Bakugou only stiffened further. The second his mom saw Bakugou, she beamed and gasped. Oh, we haven't seen you in ages. Bakugou, right. Last time he came over, they hadn't spent much time with his moms, studying upstairs. The only times Bakugou came into contact with them had been less than a minute of welcome, call us if you need anything, and we're happy to have you, feel free to swing by any time. So, yeah, Bakugou hadn't been acquainted very well. That didn't explain why both this time and the last, Bakugou seemed to just lock up like a clam at the sight of them. Bakugou nodded jerkily at her, but she just took it in stride. Did you just arrive? I can get you something to eat or drink if you'd like. With a darting glance between Eijiro and his mom, Bakugou interrupted. No, I'm fine. I was just leaving, actually. She blinked. Oh, are you sure? I really don't mind. No, Eijiro swallowed. He shouldn't do this. Really shouldn't. But he had a bad feeling about this, and he began to doubt that Mitsuki was as neglectful as he'd hoped. The later Bakugou stayed, the worse things would be. And with the way Bakugou was rushing. Hey, Bakugou, do you have Izuku's number? Bakugou scowled, turning towards him. He seemed to be caught off guard. No? What? Eijiro blurted, I'll send it to you. I got it after after Kamino. Izuku thought that instead of doing random stuff, I should talk to him beforehand. I think he knew I wouldn't anyway, but, for emergencies, you can have it too. The blonde stiffened, more than what Eijiro thought was possible, anyway, and said slowly, yeah, he offered it to me before. I fucking rejected it though. Didn't see the need to ask for, he looked away. Help, Eijiro frowned. Okay, I'll text the number to you. Call him, or me, if you're in. Yeah no. If you're in a sticky situation or something. Or I'm sure he'd let you hang at his place now, or if you just call him ASAP. I won't be. I won't need it. I did say if, didn't I? Bakugou eyed him. Whatever. I gotta, yes, of course. Mum said, moving to the side for Bakugou to leave. Sorry, I just realized I must have kept you from something. I hope I haven't made you late. Bakugou moved towards the door, almost cautiously, and Eijiro couldn't help but grab his arm gently. He froze. Bakugou, are you sure you don't want to stay? Please? Just for a bit longer? Bakugou looked over his shoulder at the army area was holding lightly, face tightened a little in a slight wince. Wince? Eijiro let go of his arm as if it was fire. Be Bakugou? The blonde scowled, but he looked regretful, pleading. I gotta get back. He walked briskly up to their front gate, turning briefly back to Eijiro. The words he muttered were lost in the wind, but Eijiro could swear. I'm sorry. Plus he'd stolen the keys. And, yeah, that was a risk. So was sneaking out to deliver medicine to two friends behind your parents' back though, and there he was. The key slotted in cleanly, thank fuck, and the door opened quietly, save for a small creak, but no one seemed to hear it, so it was fine. Katsuki crept up the stairs, half expecting his mother to leap out at him behind that corner, or his father to open that door and go, well. None of that happened. Some fucking how. As soon as he closed the door to his room, he released the breath he had been holding and slid down against it until he was sitting with his back pressed against the wood. He dragged a hand down his face. What the fuck? Apparently, the universe seemed to have second thoughts about him, then? Katsuki kind of hoped so. Even if he could probably take whatever this shitty universe decided to throw at him anyway. He stood up on slightly shaky feet and tried not to think about Kirishima's expression, looking over to his computer. Maybe he should. Katsuki. Oh. Fucking. Shit, brat. Do I need to fucking come over there or what? Fuck, he knew it was a shitty idea. He knew it, why did he do it? Ugh, fuck, the half-assed murmur of Masaru trying to calm her down reached his ears. Mitsuki, please, the neighbors, and he opened his door, walking briskly to their office. He knocked shakily, before opening. His heart beat harshly against his ribcage, trying to break itself out, and Katsuki wondered for a second if they could hear it pounding in their ears too. He swallowed. Mitsuki didn't turn in her wheelie chair, continuing to paint strokes of color onto a page of design. Masaru didn't either, typing something on his laptop on the other side of the room. She heard him come in though, and clicked her fingers at him. I still focused on her painting. Katsuki. Get me a fucking tea, I'm thirsty. Make it quick. What? Mitsuki clicked her tongue after a moment and turned her head, crimson eyes immediately narrowing at her son. Oi, what the fuck are you waiting for? Pick your jaw up off the goddamn floor and go do as I fucking say. Katsuki blinked and nodded once, quickly. Right. He closed the door and raced silently down the stairs, ignoring the honestly, what are brats for? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. He did it. Well, just barely. Only a minute later and he'd have been in deep shit. But he wasn't. As he waited for the water to boil, he slipped out his phone. 58% 3:06 p.m. Sunday, 10th private message Pikachu. Hey, are you alive RN dude? Do I need to get Izo a JKSD JKF? 9 more messages. Private message shark face. Are you okay? Please don't take it the wrong way dude. You looked a bit panicked. Also, see more, he pursed his lips, and now he couldn't exactly avoid thinking about Kirishima's rejected face. Fun times. He had to make it up to them, as soon as fucking possible. Katsuki, are you done yet or what? Shit, coming. Ugh. Fuck. You what? Just to get this clear, yes, Eijiro felt like shit. He just basically sent his friend away to a monster. The one person that seemed to actually scare Bakugou Katsuki, the one person who seemed could really hurt him. He'd done that. Eijiro hung his head and flopped onto the side of his bed, legs dangling off of the end. Yeah, I sent him back to his house. I don't know. Kaminari stared at him for a moment with an unreadable expression, before dragging his hand through his hair with a groan, turning his back to Eijiro. He seemed to think for a moment, then turned back again. We had a plan. We had a plan, Kiri. To keep him here as long as possible? Ask him a few things, at least. What happened to that? Eijiro wanted to scream. He wanted to run to Bakugou's house. He wanted to make sure Bakugou wouldn't be hurt again. He wanted to tell someone. He wanted to hug someone. He wanted to cry. But he couldn't do those things. Not yet. He couldn't do it. Or was he just being a coward all over again? I know. Eijiro replied. He looked panicked, though. Like, I can't even describe it. He pushed out a short, frustrated huff through his teeth, and blurted, you know how if you have a test lesson after lunch? and you have to hurry because you can't miss it, since it goes towards your final grade. But you really aren't looking forward to it, because it's a stressful test and you don't think you'll do well on it and you just think that it's going to go terribly. But you can't avoid it. Kaminari looked at him with a slightly softer frown, thinking about it, though obviously with confusion, and Eijiro continued. It was a half-baked idea, one he didn't even think made any sense, but he's blurted it out now, so he may as well finish it. And your stomach's churning, and your palms are sweaty, and you could be on time, but then someone holds you back. And you know, that although skipping it would be awesome and you'd really like to, you'd love to be able to skip it with this person, you can't, because you can't avoid it, you know? And that someone, by making you late, is just gonna make it worse, because they can't help you study in less than a day, can't help you, in less than a day. Eijiro swallowed. He probably made no sense. I'm not saying I know how Bakugou felt just now. Of course, I don't. I have no idea. But, he definitely looked like you do on a test day. Stupid joke. Not the time. Look, I just don't think that holding Bakugou back would have been the right thing to do. We need to be able to properly help him, first, otherwise we might just end up hurting him. Again. At least, that's what I was trying to get at. Kaminari shook his head with a sigh and joined Eijiro, sitting on the edge of the bed. He cracked a weak grin. Specific as fuck metaphor, but I can, kinda see where you're going. His grin faded, and Kaminari stared at his hands. So, what, we're the someone holding him back? And we can't get him to a safe place, can't keep him in a safe place, in only a day. That would need politics and laws and money and lawyers, right? And the test is, Mrs. Bakugou, right? Or, at least, what she might. You, think his mom's waiting for him when he gets back? Eijiro stared at the wall. I don't think Bakugou's that, well, stupid. He definitely wouldn't risk it that bad for us, of all people. And for just medicine that he could tell us to buy ourselves? Maybe he snuck out, knowing his parents wouldn't need him for a bit. Maybe they're out, so he has the opportunity. Hell, maybe they even let him go. But I don't think his parents. I don't know. These are all just guesses, obviously. But maybe he had a specific time to get home, which would explain why he was in such a rush. But he would have only stayed for a minute or two if we hadn't insisted he stay, Kaminari said slowly, remember? He was just gonna drop it off, at first. If they had a set time planned, wouldn't he have protested further? I mean, Bakugou is hardly the type to be a people pleaser. At least, I don't think he is. Unless the set time had been 2:30, I guess, but he must have wanted to stay, if he had that much time allowed, right? Eijiro thought aloud, frowning. Why go home to rotten people when you could stay out longer, away from them? In the same house as shitty people, or away from them? If only for a little bit longer, the choice would be to stay out longer, right? Kaminari hummed. Unless Bakugou knew, or thought, that they wouldn't like it if he used up all that time. Maybe they're those types of people, you know? Early is on time is late. Maybe they'd be mad if he was on time. It's possible. But, still, I don't know. Eijiro frowned, and exchanged a grim look with Kaminari. I don't know, but something feels off about it. Kaminari shrugged. What about all this doesn't? The door to Eijiro's room opened, Eijiro's mum leaning in from behind. Hello boys, everything okay over here? Yup. A-okay. Eijiro and Kaminari chorused, way too quickly. She blinked in surprise and narrowed her eyes suspiciously, before shrugging with a sigh. She walked further out from behind the door, looking behind her with a seemingly anxious glance. Hey, so, is Bakugou okay? He seemed off. Do you boys know anything? Is he feeling okay? The two boys looked at each other. Eijiro's heart raced. He could tell her, right? Eijiro turned back to his mum with a large grin. No, I don't think there's anything. I'm sure he's fine. Kaminari laughed, waving her off. Yeah, he's just stressed about exams coming up. I've heard he's feeling a little sick too or something. She believed it a little too well, and a concerned, motherly frown appeared on her face. Really? Oh, I should call Mitsuki then, right? She must be so worried, he looks so off, I can't believe I haven't asked her if he's… No, Kaminari blurted. No, that's totally unnecessary. You know, cause, like, it's just a small cold. I am sure. 100%. Cause, also, you know, he's like, a beast at tests. Like, he can do it no sweat, I'm sure he's, great. You know? Eijiro pinched him subtly. What Kaminari is trying to say, in his ADHD-riddled way, is that we've already checked with him, and he's, like, fine. So, you don't have to text Mrs. Bakugou. Really? He put on his most convincing, welcoming smile. She hummed. Well, I suppose so. She probably wouldn't even answer me anyways, due to, she said the last part to herself, but the boys exchanged a glance again. Due to what? Eijiro's mom looked up and smiled. Oh, nothing. She did tell everyone on the, mother's group chat, I'm sure you understand. Apparently, she's going somewhere, I think it's a big city in Japan, but I can't remember its name right now. She and her husband are leaving on, I think it's on a Thursday night, and coming back Saturday, at around midday. The rest of the mums are so jealous, but I prefer to be here with you guys anyway. I'm sure she's busy getting everything ready though, so I doubt she'd reply, even though that's like, almost a week away? Kaminari questioned, tilting his head. Mum shrugged. She doesn't tend to reply anyway. When she does, she rarely sticks around. I guess she's just so busy with her fashion designer job. So, Mrs. Bakugou is leaving from Thursday to Saturday, leaving Friday completely free for Bakugou. And she's apparently very busy, but she didn't exactly seem it when we turned up at their house. At least, from how long the conversation dragged. Maybe she had a break, but Eijiro poked Kaminari, unbeknownst to his mum, and said, that makes sense. We're gonna go do homework in advance, now, but, oh, of course. She smiled, waving him off as she turned. If you're finally actually doing your homework, then I am more than pleased to bugger off. Get it done, boys, then you'll be able to relax. The door shut behind her. Kaminari grumbled, they say that, then use our relaxation time to drag us off to God knows where, or make us do chores. Liars. Eijiro pursed his lips. I feel kinda bad for lying, now. Kaminari looked at him with bright eyes. You were lying? Thank fuck. I'm pretty sure if I had to do homework right now I'd just go straight to way mode. Eijiro chuckled. Ha. Well, the topic's a little worse than homework, but if you want to be relieved, go ahead. Kaminari's face fell and his shoulders slumped. Fucking Mrs. Bakugou. Plus Hitachi wiped the sweat off of his brow with a raised eyebrow. Sensei, should we take a break? Aizawa took another sip of water and glanced at him, before shrugging. He gestured to the benches and they walked over. May as well. They sat down, Hitachi glad about the lack of strain on his muscles, and took a moment to breathe. Hitachi waited for a minute, before asking cautiously, is something wrong? His mentor took a glance at him, before he looked away. What do you mean? I don't know, Hitachi shrugged, looking away too. It just feels like you're thinking about something. People are always thinking, kid, Aizawa said, a small grin drawing on his lips. Hitachi rolled his eyes with a scoff. You get what I mean. Something's bothering you. His grin faltered and Aizawa looked down. Yes, I suppose you're right. Do you remember Bakugou, from Class 1A? Hitachi blinked. Obviously. But, when he'd first met Bakugou, in the same training room as now, that had been a while ago, a lot had happened since then. That was also, Hitachi realized, the only time Aizawa knew they had met each other. Since then, their mentor probably hadn't seen each other anywhere near the other. Yeah, I remember him, Hitachi nodded. He leaned back. Does it have anything to do with the bullying? Aizawa eyed him. I did tell you about that, didn't I? Must have heard it around the place, too, though. He made a so-and-so gesture with his head and looked away. It has something to do with that. Except, I got the roles wrong, I think. Hitachi straightened slightly. How so? Aizawa met his eyes. My, you're suddenly quite nosy. Hitachi's ears flushed and he slowly went back to his usual slouching position against the wall behind him. His mentor shrugged. I just don't think that I have all the information, right now. Neither did I get my first impression, he trailed off. Aizawa sighed, then straightened. Well, we should probably get back to training. You still need to catch up, Shinsu. Hitachi nodded, standing up. Right, let's work on agility again. Plus Mondays are always shit. That tends to be general knowledge. At least one worse thing than usual happens on a Monday, and that's not even counting the early rise for school or work, usually. Luckily, Katsuki was on break, so no school. Or, not so luckily, depending on how you view it. Nothing really happened on Monday. Breakfast went by fine, he managed to grab something before his parents came down. Lunch too, although there was a little argument between him and the hag, and dinner went as well as you'd expect it to be. Monday was, just, well, Monday. Nothing happened on Monday. The thing was, though, that Monday was the first day in the week ahead of him left to go. He'd done this before. This wasn't the first time. He'd spent a week there, after living in the dorms, before. But, it had never felt quite so lonely. He guessed, as he stared up at his ceiling, body splayed over his covers, that there weren't many other people to blame but himself. Aizawa? Hello. I hope I'm not bothering you. Shout aside and pinched the bridge of his nose, sitting a little straighter in his chair. Kirishima? Is someone dying? Actually, better guess, is Midoriya near you? Kirishima laughed awkwardly on the other end of the line and Shouta pulled the phone a little away from his ear to grimace to the side. No, sensei. Sorry for the disappointment? It's just, I and a few others have a few concerns. He sounded serious, possibly as serious as Shouta ever seemed to hear him be, so the teacher frowned and focused more on his words, straightening fully. His hand wandered to his capture weapon subconsciously, draped around his neck. And what might those be? Kirihime seemed to pause. Someone in the background hissed something at him and he blurted, we think Bakugou might be being abused. At home. Shouta blinked. Well, shit? Alright, what the hell was he supposed to say here? He opened his mouth a few times, before settling on backtrack for a minute. Sorry, but what? Yeah, Kirihime rushed, his words beginning to blend together as he spoke too quickly to understand. Todoroki and Tokoyami said that they thought so first, and when we really thought about it he seemed really off the past few days before break, and so we went to his house and we don't have any evidence I guess, but Mrs. Bakugou didn't look very nice and of course that could just be their relationship, but his reactions weren't great, so we invited him over, and then when he came, Kirihime Shouta interrupted firmly. His student's mouth clamped closed. Slow down. Let's start from the beginning. First off, who is we? You, I'm guessing Todoroki and Tokoyami. But is there someone else? Yeah, Kirihime said, swallowing. Yeah, if you mean us as in the people who know, or, think so too, as far as we know. Me, Todoroki, Tokoyami and Kaminari. That's all. Shouta nodded, filing it into his memory. Right. So, start from the beginning. Why do you think that Bakugou is being abused? When did you first think about it? Kirihime took longer to reply, this time. Well, me, personally. I think I first really thought something was up when Bakugou got a message from his mother on Saturday morning. He got all stiff and tense. I didn't think much of it at the time. Oh, but, when I really found out was when Tokoyami and Todoroki texted me and Kaminari. If you'd like, I can pass you to them? We're all in Kami's room right now. Shouta hesitated. I don't think this is a conversation to be held over the phone, if you agree. I can meet you all tomorrow, Wednesday, at around midday. 12, or maybe 1 in the afternoon can work. Can all 4 of you turn up? Obviously, Kaminari cried, somewhat in the background. There's no way in hell that I'm gonna miss this. I agree, he heard Tokoyami mutter. This is a very important matter. I do not believe I could miss it. Todoroki agreed, it gets me away from my old man, and his futile attempts at being a father. And this is Bakugou. Of course I'll come. And it's not even a question of if I'm coming or not, Kirihime added firmly, voice much closer. He was obviously holding the phone. We'll be there by 12, Aizawa-sensei. Although, if I may ask, what are you going to do, Aizawa? Kaminari cut in. When you've heard everything. When we've explained it all. Are you actually going to? Or, he trailed off, and Shouta pursed his lips. Kaminari, he said lowly, making sure his tone conveyed his sincerity and seriousness. I assure you all, that if I do believe that Bakugou is in danger, I will help. And what if you don't believe us? Shouta thought back to when Bakugou had asked to stay until the end of the weekend. To when he'd cancelled it on Saturday with a hint of a defeated air around him. And all the other questionable times before this whole shitshow where he'd brushed it off, because that was just Bakugou. I think there's a high chance that I will believe you, he settled on saying, and I will do everything in my power to help. I swear it. Plus there was a pause after the beep to tell them the call had ended, before Denki looked around. They filled up his room's floor, all sat in a circle on his rug, facing each other. They had discussed a few more details with their teacher before hanging up, but this suddenly felt too real. So, you guys didn't just say that to look good, right? He asked. I won't be turning up by myself looking like an idiot tomorrow, right? Kirihime scoffed. Of course I'm going. Who do you take me for? The guy who said he'd come with me to Aizawa's office to ask if we could go to McDonald's as a school trip and then stood me the fuck up, Denki deadpanned. Do you know how awkward that was? Asking my homeroom teacher if we could go to fucking McDonald's as a school trip. His answer was literally, no. We don't want to blow up McDonald's too. I felt true betrayal that day, man. Kirihime flushed pink. I had a study session planned. I forgot. We are coming, don't worry, Tokoyami said, a tone of mirth in his voice. There will be no betrayal tomorrow from us. Todoroki nodded. Besides, I can always guilt trip my father if he disagrees. Concerning, but good, I guess, Kirihime said. He turned to Kaminari after a hot, awkward beat of silence. Actually, I wanted to ask, how come you changed your mind about going to an adult about it? Denki pursed his lips. I talked to my mom. I didn't tell her anything about this, she just seemed worried about him, so I said I'd try to help him, and, I don't know. It just made me think, I guess. I don't want to stand idly by while he's getting hurt again. I don't want to be a coward again. And, besides, while I'm having a nice convo with my mom, he's probably, Denki caught himself, and swallowed. So, I made the decision and hoped you all would agree, and texted you. Better sooner than later, right? Kirishima nodded. Yeah, and I'm glad you did. I probably would have never brought myself to do this myself if you hadn't texted. Hey, but aren't your parents leaving on Wednesday? At midday, right? Don't you want to spend time with them before they leave? Denki waved him off. Nah, I'll spend time with them this afternoon and all of tomorrow morning. Besides, they aren't leaving for a week or something. It's just one day. I mean, guess so, Kirishima shrugged. Well then, Tokoyami said, a little awkwardly. Have we discussed everything? Todoroki frowned. One thing, I think. How do we get Bakugou out of the house? I mean, we might talk to Izuku about it tomorrow, but I think we should have something planned. Especially if you two are saying that Mrs. Bakugou doesn't like him leaving the house much. They all exchanged glances. Kirishima spoke up first. I'm not sure. I guess we'll just keep on trying until they can do it. And we'll keep on doing it until break is over, or until Izuku helps him out of there. Denki nodded. I agree. My week is pretty much free, and he knows we're both of us live, so if anything happens, he would know that he can come to us. Plus, he knows that my parents will be out by Thursday. So, maybe that would encourage him more or something. We'll keep on bugging them until then. Right? Tokoyami nodded. I'm not very close to Bakugou, so I strongly doubt that he will come to mine, but I can come here whenever, if anyone needs something or if a meeting must be held for whatever reason. Kirishima smiled bitterly. I feel like we're heroes on a mission. I don't think the world got the memo that we haven't even got our proper hero licenses yet, much less graduated. Denki pursed his lips. No one said anything for a moment, before Denki realized aloud, hold on, wait. Shouldn't Midoriya know about all of this? Everyone looked at each other sheepishly. Tokoyami bowed his head, hand drifting to the nape of his neck. That was my fault. Plus despite everything, Izuku was having a pretty good week. Even though it was only Tuesday. Still an achievement. He'd gone back to his house with his mum on Monday, since he'd originally planned to stay at the dorms with Bakugou for the rest of the weekend, which, well, plans had been made, and it really wasn't that much of a big deal, so he didn't go to Izuku about it. He'd done loads of cool stuff so far, though. He'd caught up with his mum, went to the park. There was a special spot he hadn't gone to in a while due to the security rules in Yui, even though it used to be his favorite, watched a few all-night movies with Inko. He could just forget about everything for a bit. Yeah, it was awesome. This, however, was not. He knocked on the door. A few seconds later, it swung open to reveal bright blonde hair, a few other multicolored heads behind him, namely belonging to Kirishima, Todoroki and Tokoyami. Kaminari grinned, somewhat awkwardly, at him. Hey, Midoriya, glad you could make it. Izuku smiled brightly, and they seemed to relax a bit more. Yeah, I saw your text. Can I come in? Oh, yeah. Of course, Kaminari said sheepishly, moving to the side quickly in order for him to move past. He closed the door behind him, and led them back up the stairs, calling out, Mom, Midoriya's arrived. We're fine though, don't come up. It's top secret business, no adults allowed. Nor whiny 7-year-olds. Okay, supposedly, his mother called back. Just don't go watching porn. Kaminari rolled his eyes and huffed, oblivious to the way Izuku's face erupted in flames. She does that every time. Especially when I bring the innocent ones. I don't know what the heck's with her. He saw Kirishima's face and scowled, crossing his arms. And of course I don't watch that. I don't stoop that low. Kirishima shrugged with a teasing smile. Okay. They got to Kaminari's room, and all settled down. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, sitting cross-legged on the rug. It had nothing to do with how comfortable the spot was. Kaminari started to speak, glancing away from Izuku at first, and seemingly unable to hold eye contact for over a split second. So, we've got a few things in your text, Izuku interjected, wincing, as sorry. But, you said in your text that you guys think that Kaken is being abused. That's all, and, of course, if I could come over. Yeah, Kirishima grimaced, staring at the rug. Todoroki pursed his lips, glancing at everyone but Izuku. Conveniently, he was sitting furthest away from him. Until he proved himself, there was no way that Izuku would be forgiving him, and it seemed that Todoroki was aware of that, at least. We know that this might be a bit of a large assumption to be believable, and this might be a bit hard for you to. I knew about it too, Todoroki, Izuku said sharply. Everyone suddenly seemed too alarmed to bother dodging eye contact. Everyone except Tokoyami, that is. At least, I had a guess, way before this, Izuku clarified. He looked at their surprised expressions and his face pinched. What, you think after spending over 10 years with Kaken, I wouldn't have connected the dots at some point? Middle school, at an event. About signs of abuse and whatnot. That's when I tried to help. It didn't exactly work. He grimaced, then shook his head and turned to Tokoyami. Tokoyami summarized most of his point of view, but I still have a few chunks of this that don't add up. first being, why are you two here? Genuinely, not in a rude way, of course. He looked pointedly at Kirishima and Kaminari. They stared at him, still somewhat stunned, and Izuku frowned, crossing his arms. Well, come on, then. Tell me everything. From the top, until this very second. Plus the door to his office opened, and shout aside, focusing on ticking off boxes on paperwork. Hisashi, I've told you already. No, you cannot commit murder. Yes, it is illegal, even if you class it as hero work. And no, I won't help you with a plan to get around Japan's laws, or a runaway plan, so Aizawa-sensei, Shouta paused. He looked up slowly, his pen halting over the paperwork. His students gazed around the room, looking anxious. Kirishima, Kaminari, Todoroki, Tokoyami and Shouta groaned. What did I say, Kirishima? Of course Midoriya was nearby. You should have just started with that. I am not that bad. Midoriya spluttered. Shouta scoffed. If I had a pound for every time trouble just happened to gravitate towards you, I wouldn't need to do this low-paying, sleep-depriving job, Midoriya. Kirishima snorted. I was being truthful yesterday though, sir. Sorry, we kinda forgot Midoriya. So we filled him in, and turns out I've had a suspicion since elementary, more in middle school, though Midoriya shrugged. A very, almost certain suspicion. So, I insisted on coming here too, today. Made the decision yesterday, do not regret it, sir. I hope you don't mind, Aizawa-sensei. Shouta shook his head with a sigh and gestured to the cushioned seats in front of his desk. Whatever. Sit. And let's begin, shall we?